In the delivery room, the arrival of a new life should have been heralded by an infant's cry. But at this moment the nurse's hand raised in the air froze. For the baby was staring at her with wide, pitch-black eyes unblinking. The nurse turned to look at the doctor beside her, her eyes full of embarrassment. This child. Should we still slap him? The doctor pushed up his glasses and pondered for a moment. How about a symbolic slap? Just to go through the motions. Smack. The slap landed. Luo An suddenly grinned, beaming with a particularly radiant smile. The nurse was at a loss, turning to look at Luo An's father and the mother lying on the bed. The couple exchanged a glance, both equally bewildered. Time passed, and one evening, when Luo An was 6 months old, he lay in his crib, fingers gripping the railing. Mother leaned down and pinched his little cheek. Ain't say mommy. Luo An stared at her mouth, his throat emitting vague syllables. Ma. Mother froze for 3 seconds, then cried out. Honey, come quick. Ain't can talk. Dad rushed out from the study, losing one slipper in the process. He looked at Luo An and said, Ain't say daddy. Luo An turned to look at his father, his lips moving. The couple was ecstatic and immediately began taking turns teaching Luo An to speak, as if injected with adrenaline. By his first birthday, he could already speak complete sentences. One afternoon when he was 1.5, Dad sat on the sofa, holding a set of literacy cards. Ain't what character is this? Luo An glanced at the card. Scott. Dad flipped to the next page. And this, Earth. This one, human. 20 cards in a row. Luo An read them all correctly. Dad's hands began to tremble. Honey, come here. Mom walked out of the kitchen, her hands still dusted with flour. What's wrong? I taught him these characters once, and he already knows them all. Mom came over and tried it herself, then her eyes filled with surprise. From that day on, many more books appeared on the family's bookshelf: picture books, literacy books, simple science popularizations. Luo An began flipping through books on his own, reading very fast, a page in just a few seconds. Soon he had finished all these books, and then he ran to his parents' room to rummage through his father's bookcase. Father Luo Jiangwo saw his son reading his own books, crouched down, and asked suspiciously, Anan, can you understand these books? Luo An nodded. Yes. Mom, standing nearby, crouched down and patted Luo An's head. Wow, our Anan is so smart. Feeling his mother's touch, Luo An raised his face, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. One late night, when he was 3, Luo An held a tablet curled up under the blanket. The screen light cast a blue glow on his face. His fingers swiped across the screen, page after page. Middle school physics textbooks, science videos, problem explanations. Mechanics, electricity, optics. He absorbed this knowledge like a sponge. Finally, he stopped at an extended problem about the derivation of the relationship between object, motion, and force. The problem itself was not difficult, but Luo An did not look directly at the answer. He stared at the diagram on the screen, and in his mind began to construct his own ideas. If this angle changed, how would the force decomposition be? If friction disappeared, where would the limit of acceleration be? Those symbols were no longer just symbols, they began to disassemble and reassemble in his mind, like living blocks building up layer by layer. From a middle school extension problem, he deduced all the way to formulas usually encountered in high school physics. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Suddenly his brain felt as if it were gripped by an invisible hand. An indescribable chill seeped from deep within his skull. If anyone had noticed Luo An's eyes at this moment, they would have seen all curiosity, excitement, and confusion extinguish in an instant, leaving only a cold, pure indifference. That was not the eyes of a child, it was more like a machine calculating. The joy of deriving a new formula had vanished, replaced by an absolutely neutral analytical perspective. He shifted his gaze to the toy bear beside him, a birthday gift from his mother which he loved very much. When he looked at the toy bear again, there was only information about its structure, material, color, and craftsmanship in his mind. There was no other feeling at all. His chest felt as if a piece had been hollowed out, a void with no sadness, no joy, only a silent nothingness. At that moment, a faint, strange sound came from outside the door, so soft that Luo An did not even hear it. This feeling of emptiness and void lasted about 10 minutes before slowly receding like a tide. A warm current of emotions surged back, and Luo An shuddered violently, like a drowning person just rescued. He gasped for breath, his back soaked with cold sweat. That night Luo An suffered his first insomnia. He stared at the ceiling, then after a long while turned over and buried his face in the pillow. He didn't know what had just happened, but he deeply disliked that feeling. That emptiness frightened him. At age for the first week of kindergarten, Luo An became the other people's child in the mouths of other parents. Look at that Luo An, he can already recite all 300 Tang poems. Mine is still playing with mud, the gap is too big. The parents gathered together, their eyes darting toward Luo An. Luo An sat on a small chair in the corner holding a book titled Basic Physics. The other children were running wildly around the slide, only he sat quietly alone. Compared to playing these childish games, he preferred reading. As if sensing something, Luo An looked up and met a parent's gaze. That gaze was full of wonder, like looking at a monkey that could do arithmetic through glass at the zoo. Look, he's reading a physics book. Oh my God, he's only 4, can he understand it? Several parents turned their heads in unison. Luo An slowly closed the book. He suddenly felt it was very boring. This feeling of being watched was very boring. When a 3-year-old recites Tang poems, adults applaud in amazement. When a 4-year-old flips through a physics book, parents will rush to tell each other. What about when he gets older? If he solved all those formulas and explained clearly things that adults themselves couldn't understand, how would they see him? Most likely they wouldn't think he was amazing. They would only think he was abnormal. Just like the parents' eyes at this moment, beneath the wonder lay scrutiny. They were waiting for this abnormal child to reveal more tricks that would make them cluck in amazement. He didn't want to be that monkey being watched. He's so weird he doesn't talk. My mom compares me with him every day, it's so annoying. We won't play with him. The children's voices were not loud, but Luo An heard them clearly. He ignored them, just put the book aside and lowered his eyes. From that day on, he learned to restrain himself. When the teacher asked questions, he no longer immediately gave the answer, but waited a few seconds, or simply said, I don't know. Tang poems. Forgotten. Arithmetic. Can't do it. Books. Can't understand. At first his parents were a bit worried, and asked him what was wrong. Luo An just shook his head. I don't know. I used to remember, but now I can't. Mom patted his head, her eyes seeming to recall something. Luo An could tell that his mother now seemed only concerned about his health, as if she had long stopped caring whether he was still a genius. Instead, Dad muttered, kids, it comes and goes, it's normal. Normal. Luo An chewed over these 2 words in his mind. Yes, this was what he wanted. He wanted to be a normal, ordinary child. One afternoon in kindergarten's middle class, the sunlight lazily spilled over the playground. Luo An leaned against the wall by the slide, his eyelids drooping, looking half asleep. Not far away, 3 boys from the senior class cornered a chubby boy named Wang Hao behind the slide. Give me the chips. The leading boy shoved Wang Hao. Wang Hao fell to the ground, the bag of chips scattering everywhere. Stop crying, coward. The leading boy kicked the chip bag, sending fragments flying. Wang Hao bit his lip, tears welling in his eyes. Luo An watched this chubby boy from a distance, and a scene from a few days ago flashed in his mind. The chubby boy had come and sat beside him, saying, why don't they want to play with you? Do you want to play with me? Luo An had just continued reading without responding. After looking at the chubby boy for a while, he finally muttered, trouble. He sighed and straightened up from the wall. He spent 5 seconds observing the positions of the boys, 3 seconds surveying the surroundings, and 2 seconds formulating a plan. Luo An walked a short distance away, bent down to pick up a rope. He tied one end to the slide's handrail and stretched the other end straight, hiding it under the fine sand at the edge of the sandpit. After doing this, Luo An dusted off his hands and walked toward the boys. The 3 boys were about to beat Wang Hao when they saw Luo An approaching and froze. Luo An came before them, slowly beckoned with his finger. 3 little brats, come and hit me. Luo An finished speaking, turned around, and ran. Get him. 3 boys took off after him. Bang. Ouch. Damn. One after another, the 3 tripped over a rope and collapsed into a pile. The one in the lead hit his nose on the edge of the sandpit and immediately started bleeding. Whoa. It hurts, it hurts. Luo An walked back behind the slide and pulled up Wang Fatty, who was still sobbing. Little Fatty, let's go. Wang Fatty sniffled and followed Luo An toward the classroom. As he walked, he secretly glanced at Luo An, his eyes full of admiration. Luo An, you're so amazing. How did you come up with that trap just now? I just made it casually. Luo An, teach me. Too troublesome. Luo An yawned, looking too lazy to move. Wang Fatty refused to give up, trailing right behind Luo An. Teach me. Just a little bit. Luo An stopped and turned to look at Wang Fatty. Wang Fatty immediately straightened up, his eyes sparkling like a puppy waiting to be fed. He'll teach you something else instead. Luo An reached out, grabbed Wang Fatty's arm, and gently lifted it upward. Ouch, it hurts, hurts. Wang Fatty yelped. Get it? Wang Fatty looked baffled. Huh. Luo An released his hand and pointed at Wang Fatty's arm. If anyone bullies you again, just twist their wrists like this. With your build, it'll be easy to beat them. Wang Fatty's eyes widened. Really, Luo An? Don't ask, just do what I said. Luo An waved his hand and walked toward the classroom door. I'm off. Wang Fatty froze for 2 seconds, then trotted after him. Luo An, wait for me. Luo An, you're so amazing. You talk like a grown-up, so cool. Luo An walked in front, his eyelids drooping, but the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. From that day on, Wang Fatty became Luo An's only playmate. The little fatty talked a lot, Luo An spoke very little. The little fatty liked running around Luo and liked lying down. The little fatty always tried to drag Luo An into playing eagle chicks, but Luo An always said, too childish, go play by yourself. Ange, look, when I grow up, can I become a soldier? The kind with a gun. Not a problem. Really? Ange, then when I become a soldier, I'll protect you, hee. Ange, what do you want to be when you grow up? Maybe an ordinary person. Huh, ordinary. Wouldn't that be too easy? Not impressive at all. Luo An glanced at the little fatty and muttered with a curl of his lips. It's not as easy as you think. From then on, the little fatty became Luo An's shadow. To be precise, wherever Luo An went, he followed. When Luo An laid down, he lay down. When Luo An stared blankly, he stared blankly too. One time his mother Lin Xiaoying came to pick up the child, and saw the two kids leaning side by side against the kindergarten wall, one reading a physics book, the other reading a comic. She stood at the door watching for a long while. The fact that no one played with her son in kindergarten had always been a knot in her heart. Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but smile. "Anan, is this your friend?" Luo An raised his eyelids. The little fatty shot up and bowed. "Hello, Auntie. My name is Wang Hao." His voice was so loud that the entire corridor could hear it. Lin Xiaoying was startled by his shout, then laughed even more heartily. All right, Hao, right. Come play at our house often." "Sure." From then on, the little fatty truly became a frequent visitor at Luo An's home. On the first day of elementary school, Lin Xiaoying brought Luo into the school gate. She crouched down to straighten his collar and brushed the dust off his backpack. "Anan, listen to the teacher at school and get along with your classmates." Remember to eat lunch, Mom brought you an egg." Lin Xiaoying looked at her son's expressionless face and was silent for 2 seconds. She wanted to say something like study hard or strive for first place, but the words caught in her throat. She still remembered clearly the scene from that late night when he was 3.5. That night she got up to use the bathroom and passed Luo An's room, seeing lights spilling from the crack in the door. That glance through the door crack kept her up all night. It wasn't a look a child should have. Hollow cold like a pool of stagnant water. Later she told Luo Zhengwo about it. The two sat by the bed silent for a long time. Luo Zhengwo finally said, "God made this child unnaturally smart, but at the same time, seems to have taken away a part of him." Lin Xiaoying didn't reply. She thought of Luo and as a baby how happy she was when he first called her Mama, and her astonishment when he recognized characters at 1.5. But she also remembered those moments she occasionally caught behind those surprises. The look in Luo An's eyes when he was reading, sometimes too calm. So calm that it didn't seem like a child. Like a little old man. From then on, the couple reached a tacit understanding. Don't interfere with him, give him enough freedom. Let him learn what he wants and not learn what he doesn't. Being healthy is what matters most. So now, crouching at the school gate looking at her son's calm face, Lin Xiaoying ultimately just ruffled his hair. "What do you want to eat when Mom picks you up this afternoon?" Luo An thought for a moment. "Sweet and sour spare ribs." "Okay, Mom will make it for you." Lin Xiaoying stood up and waved to him. Luo An turned and walked into the school gate, then stopped after a few steps. He looked back at Lin Xiaoying. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, a hint of a smile. Then he turned and walked in. Lin Xiaoying stood at the school gate watching her son's figure disappear around the corridor corner, her eyes stinging. She took a deep breath and suppressed the sourness in her chest. "Just stay healthy," she murmured to herself, as if reminding herself. One afternoon in 2nd grade, Luo An lay on his desk, face pillowed on his arms, eyes half closed. The math teacher was teaching addition and subtraction at the blackboard, his voice like a lullaby. "Class, who can answer this problem?" No one raised a hand. The teacher's gaze swept across the classroom, finally landing on the seat by the window in the last row. There Luo An was sleeping soundly. "Luo An." No response. "Luo An." Wang Fatty nudged him with his elbow. Luo An slowly sat up straight and yawned. "Present." The whole class burst into laughter. The math teacher pushed up his glasses, suppressing his anger. "This problem, what is 13 plus 25? Luo An blinked. 38. "What about 27 plus 46? 73. 175 plus 69 minus 54. 890. The math teacher was stunned. The last question was beyond 2nd grade arithmetic, within 100 with both addition and subtraction, yet the kid answered without a pause, as if reciting the multiplication table. Weren't you sleeping?" Luo An yawned again. "Teacher, my eyes were closed, but my ears can hear." The math teacher stared at him for 3 seconds, then finally waved his hand. "Sit down. No lying face down next time." "Oh." Luo An sat down, and within 2 minutes his face was pillowed on his arm again. The math teacher sighed and continued the lesson. After class, several classmates gathered around. "Luo An, you're amazing, you can listen while sleeping." "I wasn't sleeping." "Then why were you lying down?" Luo An thought for a moment. "Too lazy to open my eyes." The surrounding classmates fell silent. Wang Fatty next to him laughed and pounded the table. "That's just how Anges, you guys don't get it." From that day on, Luo An earned the nickname Sleeping God in the class. Not because he actually slept all day, but because he always looked like he hadn't woken up. In class he lay on the desk, between classes he leaned against the wall, in PE class he squatted under the tree shade. If he could avoid moving, he never moved. If he could use his eyes, he never used his hands. If he could use his mouth, he never used his legs. The little fatty had once asked him, "And are you really lazy?" Luo An thought seriously for 3 seconds. It's not laziness, it's energy conservation. Energy in the human body is limited. Doing unnecessary things is a waste. Then what is necessary? Eating, sleeping, reading. That's it. Luo An thought, and added one more sentence. Watching you so you don't get beaten up. Wang Fatty was so moved, he almost cried. "Anshk. Stop howling. Hold it back." In the 3rd grade of elementary school, Fatty Wang's physique began to show itself. At just 9 years old, he was already half a head taller than most of his classmates, with arms as thick as other kids' calves. His appetite was equally impressive, At lunch in the cafeteria, while others ate a bowl of rice, he devoured a whole basin. Luo An sat across from him, watching Fatty Wang wolf down his food like a whirlwind, and took a slow, leisurely bite of his own rice. Did your dad mix feed into your rice or something? Fatty Wang, his mouth stuffed with braised pork, mumbled back, I don't know either. I'm just hungry. Tisk tisk tsk. Slow down. No one's fighting you for it. Haha. Fatty Wang grinned, revealing a row of teeth stuck with rice grains. That day after school, Luo An leaned against the pillar by the entrance of the teaching building, waiting for Fatty Wang. His backpack hung from one shoulder, and he held a half-read extracurricular book in his hand. 3 sixth-grade boys sauntered over from the other end of the corridor. The one in the lead had a crew cut his school uniform zipper open, revealing a garishly patterned t-shirt underneath. As he passed by Luo An, he stopped and gave him a once-over. Hey kid, got any money? Luo An lifted his eyelids, glanced at him, said nothing, and returned his gaze to the book. The crew-cut kid was taken aback, probably not expecting this short kid to be so unruffled. He reached out and pressed down on Luo An's book. Def, I asked if you have any money. Luo An pulled the book back, his tone as flat as ever. No. Then let's just see for ourselves. Just as the crew-cut kid was about to grab Luo An's collar, a hand shot out from behind and clamped down on his wrist. The hand was thick. Knuckles prominent, the grip felt like being caught in a pair of pliers. What do you think you're doing? The voice wasn't loud, but it was low and heavy like a muffled thunderclap. Fatty Wang stood at Luo An's side, completely shielding him from view. At 9 years old, Fatty Wang was already a bit taller than this 6th grader standing before him. With broad shoulders and thick arms, he looked like a wall that had suddenly sprouted from the ground. His expression was completely different from usual. Usually it was simple, foolish, the kind that would just break into a silly grin when Luo An teased him. Now his eyes were narrowed, pupils contracted, lips pressed into a thin, tight line, staring fixedly at the crew-cut kid's face. The crew-cut kid froze. He looked down at his captured wrist, then up at the iron tower before him, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously. You? I asked what you think you're doing. Fatty Wang took a step forward. Just that one step. The crew-cut kid instinctively took half a step back. The two guys beside him exchanged glances, both cowed into silence by Fatty Wang's presence. Fatty Wang's gaze swept from the crew-cut kid's face to the other two, looking at each of them one by one. It was the kind of cold, natural glare that surfaced when a bottom line had been crossed. The fingers gripping the crew-cut kid's wrist tightened a fraction more. The crew-cut kid let out a sharp hiss. He's my brother. Whoever dares touch him. Fatty Wang released his grip and took half a step back, planting himself squarely in front of Luo An. He'll kill them. The corridor fell silent for about 3 seconds. The crew-cut kid rubbed his wrist, seeing the reckless, desperate glint in Fatty Wang's eyes. Had been the bully of the school for 3 years and recognized that look. This fat kid wasn't bluffing, he was genuinely ready to throw down. Let's go, the crew-cut kid called out, and the three of them quickly turned the corner of the corridor and disappeared down the stairwell. Fatty Wang's tense body remained rooted to the spot for several long seconds before he slowly unclenched his fists and turned around. The fierce expression had completely vanished, replaced by the usual simple-minded fat kid. "NG, you okay?" Luo An was still leaning against the pillar, book in hand, not having changed his posture the entire time. He looked at Fatty Wang for a moment. Why didn't you just hit them? Fatty Wang scratched his head. You told me not to fight. Luo An said nothing. He closed his book and walked out of the teaching building. After a few steps, the corner of his mouth curved up slightly. Come on, let's go home. Fatty Wang grinned and strode after him. Later, as this happened more often, a classmate asked Fatty Wang, Wang Hao, why are you so good to Luo An? Fatty Wang's mind flashed back to kindergarten when he was being bullied, and a slow smile spread across his face. What the hell do you guys know? The questioner looked baffled. Fatty Wang didn't explain and strode off. In the 4th grade, Fatty Wang brought Luo into his home for the first time. His house was across the street from Luo An's, an old-style unit apartment building. The stairwell was cluttered with odds and ends from various households, and the walls were plastered with ads for unclogging drains and picking locks. Fatty Wang lived on the 3rd floor in a 2-bedroom apartment that wasn't large but was kept clean. The door was opened by his mother, a round-faced, middle-aged woman in an apron, still holding a spatula. Mom, I brought my NG home. Seeing Luo and Wang's mother's eyes lit up instantly. Oh my, you must be Luo An. Hao talks about you every single day. I've heard your name so much I've got calluses in my ears. Luo An stood at the door and nodded politely. Hello, auntie. Come in. No need to change your shoes. Wang's mother enthusiastically pulled Luo An inside, then called out towards the kitchen. Lao Wu, Hao brought that Luo An kid home. A head poked out from the kitchen. It was Fatty Wang's father, a similarly stout, middle-aged man with a simple, honest smile on his face. Oh, so this is Luo An. Hao says you're incredibly smart. You can even get first place on tests while sleeping in class. The corner of Luo An's mouth twitched. I didn't get first place, just average. That's still amazing. If Hao had half your brains, I'd be burning incense to thank the gods. Fatty Wang muttered quietly behind them. Dad, can you not bring up grades the second you see him? What's wrong with me saying that? Luo An is just smarter than you. standing in the entryway watching the father-son bicker. Luo and felt the corner of his mouth lift involuntarily. Wang's mother came out of the kitchen with a plate of freshly fried meatballs. Here and try some of Auntie's meatballs. Hao always says the sweet and sour ribs your family makes are delicious, so I figured I should let you taste our family's cooking too. Luo An took the chopsticks, picked up a meatball, and put it in his mouth. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, with diced lotus root mixed into the filling that gave it a satisfying crunch. Delicious. Wang's mother beamed with joy. If it's good, eat more. Come by often, it'll make you all sorts of good food. Fatty Wang sidled up next to them. Mom, what about me? Can't you get it yourself? Looking wrong, Fatty Wang picked up his chopsticks and took the biggest one. That afternoon, Luo An stayed at Fatty Wang's house until dusk. The two of them huddled in Fatty Wang's small room, playing video games. Fatty Wang was controlling a fighting character and got beaten 7 times in a row by Luo An using the most basic combo moves. And gee, can't you just let me win once? Luo An leaned against the headboard game controller and hand his tone indifferent. If I let you win, it wouldn't be fun anymore. But I can't beat you. Then I'll teach you. Luo An sat up straight and explained the timing and judgment of the combos to Fatty Wang. Fatty Wang listened intently, his eyes fixed and unblinking. Although he still lost in the end, he at least managed to knock out half of Luo An's health bar. Wang's mother came in midway to bring some fruit, saw the two kids, one teaching and one learning, and quietly slipped back out. When Luo An was about to leave in the evening, Wang's mother insisted on giving him a bag of meatballs. Take these home for your parents to try. Auntie's cooking is just as good as any restaurant. Luo An politely declined a couple of times, but eventually accepted. Walking out of the stairwell, the sky had already darkened. Fatty Wang followed him out to see him off, and the two walked side by side down the old street. The streetlights flickered on, casting a warm orange glow on the ground. Fatty Wang suddenly spoke up. And G, come over to my place to play more often, okay? Luo An didn't say anything. Fatty Wang added, my mom likes you, my dad likes you too. They say the house feels livelier when you're here. Luo An looked down at the two shadows stretching on the pavement before him, and only after a moment did he reply. Okay, they'll come when I'm free. Fatty Wang grinned broadly. Then it's a deal. In the summer of the 5th grade, Fatty Wang's Endofterm report card came in. Math 58, Chinese 61, English 55. That evening, Luo An was lounging on the sofa reading a book when his phone rang. He picked it up and heard Fatty Wang's lowered voice on the other end. And G, save me. What's wrong? My dad saw my report card and said he's going to break my legs. In the background, the roar of Wang's father could be heard. Wang Hao, get out here. 58. Were you sleeping in class? Luo An was silent for 2 seconds. Put your dad on the phone. Off. Here. A rustling sound followed by Father Wang's heavy breathing. Hello? Luo An, don't plead for this kid. This time he. Uncle. Luo An's voice was unhurried. Ill tutor Wang Hao. Give me the 2 months of summer vacation, and I guarantee he'll score above average next semester. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the line. Are you serious? But I have one condition. Name it. Don't hit him. Another few seconds of silence passed. Then Father Wang's voice softened. All right, Luo An. I trust you. The kid's in your hands now. Thank you, Uncle. After hanging up, Luo An picked up his book again. Lin Xiaoying was peeling an apple beside him without looking up. Did Hao get a beating again? It's good that you're helping him review. Luo An turned a page. Lin Xiaoying handed him the peeled apple. Luo An took it and took a bite. Mom. Wang Hao's mom's meatballs taste better than yours. Lin Xiaoying's hand froze midair. You itching for a beating too, huh? A slight smile tugged at the corner of Luo An's mouth. Just kidding. On the first day of summer vacation, Fatty Wang showed up at Luo An's doorstep with his backpack right on time. Luo An led him into his room and closed the door. Sit. Fatty Wang sat down obediently and spread out his textbooks and workbooks. Luo An leaned back in his chair, first grabbing Wang's math test paper and scanning it. After about 3 minutes, he put the paper down. It's not that you don't know how to do it. It's that you didn't study seriously. Fatty Wang scratched his head. I did study seriously. You did, but your approach was wrong. Luo An picked up a pen and wrote a few problems on a piece of scratch paper. Try these. Fatty Wang buried his head in the work for 10 minutes and handed the answers to Luo An. After reviewing them, Luo An nodded. See, these problems are the same type as the ones on the test, and you got them all right. Fatty Wang looked completely bewildered. Really? You got the problems on the test wrong because you panic when you see a wall of text and skip straight to guessing. Luo An tapped a word problem on the paper with his pen. For this one, you misread is more than as is less than and set up the equation backwards. It's not that you couldn't solve it, you just didn't read it properly. Fatty Wang stared at the problem for a long time, then suddenly slapped his thigh. Damn, you're right. Luo An handed him the pen. From now on, read each problem twice, circle the key information, and then start solving. Got it. That summer, Fatty Wang reported to Luo An's house at 8 every morning. Luo An didn't teach him rote memorization, he only taught him how to break down problems, read them carefully, and identify key details. The rest of the time, they played video games, read comics, and lazed around on the sofa. Occasionally Wang Hao's mother would bring over a large basin of braised pork, or Luo An's mom would serve a plate of freshly cooked sweet and sour ribs. The two mothers would exchange cooking tips in the kitchen, while the two fathers sipped tea and chatted in the living room. Once after a few drinks, Father Wang patted Luo Zhengwo's shoulder and said with feeling, "Old Luo, your kid is truly something. That blockhead of mine, how he got through to him in just a few words." Luo Zhengwo held his teacup and took a slow, leisurely sip. "Let them be. The kids have their own paths to walk." Father Wang was taken aback for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. All right. You educated folks sure have a way with words." Luo An and Fatty Wang huddled in the room, listened to the laughter drifting in from the living room. Fatty Wang whispered, "And Gu, your dad is just like you. His words are hard to figure out." Luo An flipped a page of his comic. It's genetic. In the first week of middle school, Luo An's parents were called to school. Not for fighting, not for bad grades, but for reading extracurricular books during class. The homeroom teacher, a middle-aged woman with gold-rimmed glasses, called Luo An and Luo Zhengwo into her office. Spread out on her desk were 3 books confiscated from Luo An's desk: A Brief History of Time, Introduction to Quantum Mechanics, and a collection of physics papers in the original English. The teacher pointed at the 3 books, her tone stern. "Mr. Luo, take a look. He's only just learning basic concepts in first-year physics, and he's already reading books like these. He doesn't pay attention in class at all. Either he's slumped over his desk, or he's flipping through these." Luo Zhengwo looked down at the 3 books and was silent for a moment. "Is he disrupting other students?" The teacher was taken aback. "Well, no. But, is he keeping up with his grades?" The teacher was stunned again. "His physics grade is slightly above average. But that doesn't mean." Luo Zhengwo nodded. "That's fine then. Teacher, this kid has been like this since he was little. The more you push him, the less he listens. Just let him be." The teacher opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. In her over a decade of teaching, she had seen parents who were overly protective, parents anxious about grades, and parents who strictly cooperated with teachers. But she had never seen a parent like Luo Zhengwo who, upon hearing his son was reading extracurricular books in class, simply told the teacher to let him be. The teacher was silent for a few seconds, then decided to try a different angle. "Mr. Luo, I'm not saying he's a bad kid. Quite the opposite, I think he's exceptionally bright. But precisely because he's so bright, it's a waste. He clearly has the ability to be first in his class. Why does he insist on staying in the middle?" Luo Zhengwo thought for a moment. Maybe he thinks being first is too tiring. The teacher gave up completely. She sighed and waved her hand dismissively. "All right. As long as he doesn't disrupt the class and his grades don't slip, I won't bother with him." Luo Zhengwo nodded. "Thank you, teacher." Walking out of the office, Luo An followed behind Luo Zhengwo, the two of them walking side by side down the corridor. Luo Zhengwo, hands in his pockets, suddenly spoke. "Can you understand those books?" Luo An paused for a moment. "Mostly." "Oh, then keep reading." Luo Zhengwo said no more. Luo An walked beside him, eyes lowered. Half a meter of space separated them, but neither felt the need to speak, nor was it awkward. At the school gate, Luo Zhengwo stopped. "What do you want for dinner?" Luo An thought for a moment. "Anything's fine. Then I'll have your mom make sweet and sour ribs." "Okay." The two walked out of the school gate, one after the other. The setting sun cast their shadows together, one long, one short. Over the 3 years of middle school, Fatty Wang had a major growth spurt. At 178 meters tall with broad shoulders and a thick waist, his arms were as thick as Luo An's thighs. At the school sports meet, he threw the shot, put so far that the competitors from other classes were left in awe. The dull thud of the ball hitting the ground could be heard from across half the field. When the PE teacher tested his grip strength, the needle on the dial spun all the way to the max and let out a click. The teacher looked at the dial, then at Fatty Wang, and was silent for a good long while. "Wang Hao, what do you usually eat?" "Just regular food." "All right then." As his stature grew, so did Fatty Wang's status at school. No one dared to mess with him. Consequently, no one dared to mess with Luo An either. Because everyone knew that offending Luo An was worse than offending Fatty Wang himself. Once a kid from the neighboring class made some snide remarks about Luo An, saying that guy just sleeps at his desk all day, who's he trying to fool? When the words reached Fatty Wang's ears, he stormed straight to the doorway of that classroom, planted himself there, completely filling the frame. "Who said that?" "Step forward." The entire class fell into dead silence. No one stepped forward, but from that moment on the news never reached Luo An's ears again. Luo An remained oblivious to the incident. He only occasionally felt that the way his classmates looked at him seemed considerably more polite than in elementary school. As for his grades, Luo An maintained his usual lackluster demeanor. He slumped over his desk during lessons, sprawled out during breaks, and crouched during PE class. His scores across all subjects hovered steadily above average, occasionally breaking into the top 10 in a particular subject. A mixed blessing that left his teachers both admiring and exasperated. Luo An is genuinely sharp. The teachers would occasionally remark about him in the office, their assessments eerily unanimous. "He's just too lazy. Lazy to the bone. If he put in just a bit of effort, he'd surely secure a spot in the top 10 of the grade. But he simply refuses to work hard. What can you do?" His father came to school last time, and his attitude was even more laid back than Luo An's. Truly like father like son. The teachers collectively sighed, and from then on abandoned any hope of reforming Luo An. Wang Pengzi's grades on the other hand steadily improved. In the final exam of the second semester of 8th grade, he scored 81 in math, 76 in Chinese, and 72 in English. Although still not outstanding, this was a world of difference from the 50s and 60s he had scored in elementary school. The day the report cards were handed out, Wang Pengzi burst into Luo An's house, brandishing his test paper. And go. I got above 80 in math. Above 80. Luo An was sprawled on the sofa flipping through a physics textbook without even lifting his eyelids. Oh, not bad. Wang Pengzi thrust the paper right in front of his face. Look, I got the last big question completely right. I used that problem-solving method you taught me. Luo An glanced at the paper, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Decent. But you wrote the wrong unit for question 8. It should be kilometers, not meters. Wang Pengzi looked down, his face instantly falling. Damn, you're right. That cost me 2 points. Watch out next time. After learning of his results, Wang Pengzi's mother specially cooked a large pot of spare rib soup and had Wang Pengzi deliver a thermos full to Luo An's house. Luo An opened the thermos and steam rushed into his face. Wang Pengzi rubbed his hands beside him. My mom says thank you. She also says to keep relying on you next semester. Luo An scooped up a spoonful of soup, blew on it, and took a sip. Tell your mom to use less salt next time. Wang Pengzi chuckled. You tell her yourself? She'll definitely listen to you. Luo An lowered his head to drink the soup, not responding. The corner of his mouth remained curved upward. In the 3rd year of middle school, the school organized a parent-teacher conference. The homeroom teacher reported each student's grades and performance to the parents one by one. When it was Luo An's turn, the homeroom teacher looked at Luo Jiangwo's face, which was even more carefree than Luo An's, and swallowed all the words she had intended to say. Luo An is doing okay. Keep it up. Luo Jiangwo nodded. All right. Thank you for your trouble, teacher. With that, he went off to chat with Wang Hao's father. The two sat on chairs at the back of the classroom, one holding a thermos mug, the other crossing his legs. Luo Jiangwo, Hao has been doing well lately. Wang's father. That's all thanks to your Luo An teaching him. I told him to sign up for a tutoring class, but he flatly refused, saying Luo An's teaching is better than any tutor. Luo Jiangwo, as long as the kid is willing to learn, that's fine. Wang's father, that's the truth. I praised him when his results came out. From 58 points to over 80. I wouldn't have dared to dream of that before. Luo Jiangwo took a sip of tea. Hao is a steady kid. Once he sets his mind on something, he gets it done. Wang's father chuckled softly, lowering his voice. But honestly, old Luo, I just can't figure out your Luo An. With his brains, why doesn't he just do well on the exams? Luo Jiangwo gazed out the window at the students running laps on the playground, pausing for a few seconds before replying. He's comfortable this way, so let him be. Wang's father was silent for a moment, then nodded. The two fathers sat side by side, one sipping tea, the other with his legs crossed, neither speaking anymore. The sound of students running in formation during drill echoed from the playground, mingling with the lazy afternoon sunlight. Outside the classroom, Luo An leaned against the wall of the corridor, having heard the entire conversation inside. He didn't go and just lowered his eyes. His fingers touched something in his pants pocket. 2 milk candies that Wang's mother had stuffed into his hand as he left the house that morning. Luo An pulled out the candies, looked at them, peeled one, and popped it into his mouth. The milky sweetness melted, cloyingly rich. He stood in the corridor, the sunlight falling on his shoulders, hot and scalding. Inside the classroom behind him, Luo Jiangwo and Wang Pengzi's father were still chatting idly. Luo An put the other candy back into his pocket, took a couple of steps toward the end of the corridor, pulled out his phone, and sent Wang Pengzi a message. Come to my place tonight. He'll teach you quadratic functions. The reply came instantly. Got it and go. Luo An pocketed his phone and leaned against the wall. A breeze swept through the corridor, carrying the voices from the classroom in and out of earshot. Time flew by, and before they knew it, in the 3rd week of the 1st semester of high school, the physics teacher had already noticed Luo An. It wasn't because of his grades. The placement test results hadn't come out yet, but rather because of Luo An's utterly infuriating demeanor in class. He was sprawled in the last row by the window, either half closing his eyes to rest or flipping through a full English physics journal had somehow gotten his hands on. While the teacher was writing the formula for uniformly accelerated linear motion on the blackboard, Luo An didn't even lift his eyelids. Luo An. The physics teacher stopped writing on the board. Answer this question. Luo An rose slowly, glanced at the blackboard, and said, choose C. In the process, the problem gives the initial velocity, acceleration, and displacement. Just plug them into the formula. The physics teacher pushed up his glasses. Then come up and write the formula. Luo An walked to the podium and wrote a few lines. His handwriting was messy, but the steps were concise, skipping all the intermediate derivations he deemed unnecessary. The physics teacher stared at those few lines of steps for a moment, silent. The answer was correct. It was even 2 steps shorter than the standard solution. But he couldn't tell if Luo An had guessed or truly understood. Those drooping eyes gave no indication of whether he was thinking at all. Sit down. Luo An wobbled back to his seat, tilted his head, and slumped down again. During the midterm exam of the first semester of high school, the last big question on the physics paper was beyond the syllabus, and no more than 5 students in the entire grade solved it. Luo An was one of them. Yet his total score was just barely above average in the grade. The physics teacher stared at the grade sheet, flipping through it several times, then found Luo An's single subject ranking in physics 7th in the grade. This kid. The physics teacher handed the grade sheet to the homeroom teacher. The homeroom teacher glanced at it. Oh, Luo An. He's like that in other subjects too. Neither good nor bad, just doesn't work hard. He's 7th in physics. The homeroom teacher adjusted his glasses, read it again, and said, he's doing it on purpose, isn't he? Who knows? The physics teacher picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said no more. In the second half of the semester, the physics teacher tried calling Luo into the office for a talk. Luo An, you have a solid foundation in physics. Have you read a lot of books outside class? Luo An leaned against the desk, his face expressionless. I've read some. Would you be interested in joining the physics competition tutoring? Twice a week after school. Teacher, Luo An yawned. I need to go home for dinner after school. The physics teacher opened his mouth, then finally waved his hand to let him go. Later he privately discussed it with the homeroom teacher, who gave a concise answer. I specifically looked into it. His elementary and middle school teachers all tried. Give up this kid is beyond saving. His father came to school too, and he's even more laid back than Luo An. The physics teacher fell silent for a long moment, then sighed. What a pity. Truly a pity. In the second semester of freshman year, on the day the arts and sciences tracking form was handed out, Luo An put a check mark next to science. The entire process took about a second. No hesitation, no weighing of options. The pen didn't even pause when it touched the paper. Luo An handed the form back and leaned against his chair. Outside the window, the ginkgo tree had just sprouted new leaves, tender and green. He stared at those leaves for a few seconds, then suddenly realized something. He hadn't even considered choosing liberal arts. Not because he'd analyzed the pros and cons, not because he'd compared the merits, but because the thought had never even crossed his mind. Choosing between arts and sciences wasn't exactly a monumental decision for him, but still, shouldn't he have at least mulled it over? But he hadn't. Luo An pulled the cap off his pen and put it back on, repeating the motion several times. Physics, when placed before him, was something he just wanted to take apart and see what was inside. Like a cat seeing a loose thread, or Wang Pengzi seeing a piece of braised pork. He tossed the pen back into his pencil case and leaned back, resting the back of his head against the wall. There was a crack on the ceiling stretching from the light fixture to the corner. He stared at that crack for a long time. The trees outside the window yellowed and then greened again, and in the second semester of junior year, Wang Pengzi was cornered in an alley and beaten up by Zhang Junqi and his cronies from the school basketball team. A guy standing 1.85 meters used to throwing his weight around the school, thanks to his family's connections. The whole thing started because a basketball accidentally rolled to his girlfriend's feet. Wang Pengzi returned to the classroom, his face battered and bruised. Luo An lifted his eyelids slightly and looked at him for 2 seconds. Zhang Junqi. Wang Pengzi was stunned. How do you know? The finger marks on your face were made by a right-handed person. The angle is downward, meaning he's taller than you. And judging by your personality, there's only one person in this school who fits the profile and has a tendency to throw punches. Luo An's tone was flat. Him. He closed his book and tapped his fingers on the desk twice. He'll get your dignity back for you. Wang Pengzi opened his mouth. He wanted to ask why, but in the end he didn't. The next day, Zhang Junqi showed up with his father, his mother, and the vice principal in tow. The 1.85 giant shrank like a quail, the handprint on his face still visible. I'm sorry. He bowed at a 90-degree angle, his voice trembling. His father squeezed out a smile that looked uglier than crying. Wang Hao, it's my failure in discipline. As for compensation, just name your price. Wang Pengzi instinctively looked at Luo An. Luo An leaned back in his chair, eyelids half lowered as he flipped through a book, a slight curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Later, Wang Pengzi found out that Zhang Junqi's father's company had signed a Tomo contract with the school for playground renovations, secured through an invited bidding process. That very evening, a document appeared in his father's email inbox, scanned copies of quotation sheets from 3 bidding companies. The only annotation was a single line: same computer, same afternoon, 3 different companies' quotations. There was no threat. Only a sentence at the end: for the matter of Wang Hao, an apology is needed. You only have one chance. Someone who could dig up this information could just as easily send it to the disciplinary committee's email. The fact that they chose to send it to him was already giving him a way out. So he came. After that incident, almost no one dared to mess with Wang Pengzi anymore, and things settled down. A week before the college entrance exam, the atmosphere in the classroom was taut as a drawn bowstring. Chalk dust floated in the sunlight, the electric fan whirred and creaked, and the rustling of turning test papers rose and fell in waves. Wang Pengzi sat at his desk, hair a mess like a bird's nest, dark circles under his eyes so deep he could pass for a panda specimen. His pen hadn't stopped moving, and scratch paper piled up half the desk. This question: is it C or D? He bit the end of his pen, his brows knitted into a knot. Luo An was lying on the desk next to him, face buried in the crook of his arm, breathing evenly. A copy of General Relativity was spread out near his elbow, serving as a pillow. And go. Wang Pengzi nudged him with his elbow. Luo An didn't even lift an eyelid. What? The mock exam is tomorrow, you're really not going to review? Oh. Wang Pengzi's eyes widened. Oh. That's all you have to say? Just oh. Luo An shifted his position, turning his face to the other side. Already reviewed. When oi. The fourth day of second grade during the second period math class in the afternoon. Wang Pengzi's pen clattered onto the desk. He stared at Luo An for a full 5 seconds, then looked at the mountain of review materials on his own desk. And good, talking like that is a good way to get yourself beaten up. The cost of beating me up is very high. Luo An yawned, a bit of physiological tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. He reached out and pushed General Relativity aside, sitting up straight. His gaze landed on Wang Pengzi's test paper. 2 seconds. You didn't discuss the domain of definition. Wang Pengzi was stunned. Huh. Luo An reached out his fingertip, pointing at the argument part of the logarithmic function in the problem statement. X must be greater than 0. Your derivative formula doesn't include this condition, so everything after that is wasted calculation. Wang Pengzi lowered his head and stared at the problem for a few seconds. He was staring at the line Luo An's fingertip had just touched. The domain of definition was clearly written in the problem statement, but he had just skipped right over it when solving without even looking. Damn. You're right. He grabbed his pen and recalculated. First step, he wrote the domain of definition in a box off to the side, re-derived the derivative, substituted, and 2 minutes later the answer was out. And go, why do I keep forgetting the domain of definition? Luo An didn't answer. His gaze was still on the paper. Starting from the first multiple choice question, he quickly scanned down. 17 multiple choice questions, 4 wrong. 2 basic questions on sets and complex numbers, he had reversed the symbols. 3 out of 6 fill-in-the-blank questions were wrong, and for the trigonometric function period formula, he had substituted the wrong value. The first 3 big questions were complete, but for the 4th analytic geometry, he had substituted a wrong coordinate when using the chord length formula. The 5th, a derivative problem, had the domain of definition issue from before. The 6th, on probability and statistics, hadn't even been started. Luo An added up the scores in his head. Math was probably around 105 to 115. Chinese was more stable, around 115. English was about 120. Among the science subjects, physics was a bit weaker, but chemistry and biology were okay. His total score would hover somewhere between 480 and 495. Not enough. The admission cutoff for Jiangxing University was 505. 10 points short. Luo An lowered his eyes, calculating rapidly in his mind. 6 days left. Low-level mistakes like reversing set symbols and substituting wrong values in the period formula could be corrected in 2 days. No need to teach new knowledge, just practice exam-taking habits. Circle the conditions on the paper before writing, repeat dozens of basic problems to build muscle memory. The coordinate substitution issue in analytic geometry was due to skipping steps too quickly. Dedicate 3 days to targeted practice, forcing him to write the coordinate substitution step on a separate line for every problem, no skipping allowed. The domain of definition problem was a chronic issue stemming from middle school function problems. Isolate it and do 20 domain judgment problems involving logarithmic arguments, denominators, and square roots, doing 5 before bed each night until it becomes a conditioned reflex. 6 days. It's enough. And go, what's your target university? Wang Pengzi asked while annotating the reasons next to his wrong answers, completely unaware that in the past few dozen seconds Luo An had scanned all the point loss areas on his entire test paper and even allocated the training volume for the next 6 days. Luo An leaned back in his chair, eyelids drooping. Same school as you. Jiangxing University. Wang Pengzi's pen dropped again. He turned his head to look at Luo An, his eyes full of disbelief. Are you serious? Wang Pengzi's gaze toward Luo An became complex. And you don't have to do this for me. You're overthinking it. Luo An shifted his position, picking up General Relativity to fan himself with it. I chose Jiangxing University purely because of its high index. What index? Loose management, close to home, less homework. The comprehensive evaluation index. Wang Pengzi's eyes widened. If you're choosing schools with that kind of logic, do your parents know? Luo An ignored him and went back to sleep, his head resting on the desk. Outside the window the sun was setting and the classroom lights flickered on. Some were striving desperately while others slept. After days of intense cramming, the first day of the college entrance examination had finally arrived. Security barriers were set up at the school gate with guards in uniform standing on both sides, their expressions far more severe than usual. Parents who had come to see off their children crowded the curb across the street. Some adjusted their children's collars, some repeatedly reminded them, "Don't forget your admission ticket," and others clasped their hands together murmuring prayers. Examinees trickled in 2s and 3s. Some clutched transparent pencil cases, their knuckles white from the grip. Some walked while flipping through notebooks, scanning the last few formulas, muttering them under their breath. A girl stopped suddenly at the school gate, took a deep breath, and then stepped inside. A boy dropped his admission ticket 3 times. His hands were shaking every time he picked it up. When Luo An arrived, he was carrying a bag of freshly fried dough sticks in one hand and a cup of soy milk in the other. His school bag hung from one shoulder, the zipper not even fully closed, revealing a half-empty pencil case. He yawned and strolled towards the school gate unhurried, as if he were heading to a vegetable market. A nearby parent noticed him first. The middle-aged woman with an insulated bag over her arm was adjusting her own child's collar. Her hand froze midair as she watched Luo An saunter past, dough sticks in one hand, soy milk in the other, a sheen of grease still on his lips. Is this kid here for the exam? Another parent nearby also spotted him. Their gaze shifted from the dough stick in his hand to his sleepy face, their expressions turning strange. Looks more like he's here to deliver food. Luo An walked right through the crowd, oblivious to the murmurs around him. Arriving at his exam room, he switched the soy milk to the hand, holding the dough sticks to free up a hand to dig into his pocket. Admission ticket, ID card, 1 black pen. He laid them out in his palm. A small oil stain clung to the edge of the ticket. The invigilator, a tall, thin man in his 50s with glasses, looked at the 3 items in his hand, then up at his still drowsy expression. He lowered his head to check the photo on the ticket, then looked back at the person before him. The person in the photo also looked like he hadn't slept. You only brought 1 pen. Luo An nodded. The teacher paused for a moment. And an eraser. Luo An took a sip of soy milk and replied matter-of-factly, eraser. Never used one. The teacher's mouth opened, probably facing this situation for the first time in his 20-year career. He handed the documents back. Finish eating before you go in. Luo An didn't say anything, retreating to lean against the corridor railing by the gate. He took a bite of the dough stick, pierced the lid of the soy milk cup, and sipped it slowly. Just as he was finishing, a burly figure pushed out from the crowd. Wang Pengzi ran up to him, still out of breath. Let's go. Let's crush the exam setters. Luo An shoved the last piece of dough stick into his mouth and brushed the crumbs off his hands. He tossed the empty soy milk cup towards a trash can. It arced through the air and landed right in. The two walked into the exam hall side by side. During the Chinese exam, Luo An flipped to the essay section first. The prompt provided 2 passages, one about pursuing excellence and refusing mediocrity, and another about how true value often lies in the ordinary daily act of perseverance. The requirement was to write an essay based on the material with a self-chosen title. He spent 2 minutes analyzing the prompt, settling on the theme that ordinariness is not mediocrity, perseverance itself is extraordinary. He didn't aim for a perfect score, just to stay on topic. Then he flipped back to the beginning to start the rest. The Modern Chinese Reading Comprehension was a prose piece about rural change, with the author writing about his hometown's locust tree and old well. Question 4 asked for an appreciation of the expressive effect of a specific underlined sentence. Luo An picked up his pen and wrote, the locust tree does not sigh, it is the writer who sighs. After writing it, he felt it sounded too much like himself, so he crossed it out and replaced it with uses personification, imbuing the locust tree with human emotions, subtly conveying the author's inner loneliness. The argumentative essay followed a standard 3-part structure: thesis, evidence, and reasoning. Solid and well-organized, with no particularly brilliant sentences, but no major flaws either. He finished with over 20 minutes to spare. He flipped through the entire paper again, pausing once more at the 4th multiple-choice question about appreciating the underlined sentence. He crossed out his original answer and chose a safer, more conventional option. Then he went through all the multiple-choice answers on the answer sheet from top to bottom, mentally estimating his score, probably around 115 to 118. After estimating, he put his head down on the desk and went to sleep. The proctor walked by his seat, looking at this student who had slept for nearly half the exam and seemed to want to say something, but held back. In the afternoon, it was math. Luo An did it much faster than the Chinese exam. For the 12 multiple-choice questions, he scanned and marked one after another, finishing in less than 5 minutes. For the 4 fill-in-the-blank questions, he directly filled in the answers for the first 3 basic ones. The last one was a solid geometry problem providing the lengths of 3 edges of a triangular pyramid and a dihedral angle, asking for the distance from a point to a plane. He set up a coordinate system, found the normal vector, applied the point-to-plane distance formula, calculated for less than 2 minutes, wrote the result on the scratch paper, and left the space on the answer sheet blank. This problem wasn't too discriminating, but the calculation was heavy and average students would likely run out of time or make mistakes. He left it blank. No one would find that strange. He wrote complete solutions for the first 3 basic big problems. For the 4th problem, analytic geometry, his pen tip paused when he got to the step of substituting the eccentricity. The eccentricity of an ellipse is ECA. After mentally calculating the data given for the major and minor axes, he wrote down an inflated value on the answer sheet. He substituted it in, and all subsequent calculations followed the error, leading to an answer that was wildly off the correct result. For the 5th problem, a derivative problem, he deliberately omitted the condition for the domain of definition, making the entire problem wrong from start to finish. He flipped back to the multiple-choice questions and changed 2 answers. He changed the answer for question 7 from B to D, and for question 9 from C to A. These were mid-level questions. By his calculation, most average students would lose points on these too. He had to lose points too. Calculating his score based on these mistakes, he controlled his math score to be around 105. Adding tomorrow's science comprehensive and English, his total score would be stable at 510 to 515. There were still over 20 minutes left until the end of the exam. He put his head down again. When the bell rang, Luo An walked out of the exam hall, and Wang Pengzi was already waiting in the corridor. Wang Pengzi's face was a bit red, sweat on his forehead, but a smile tugged at his lips. And go. I think I did okay on the math. For that last derivative problem, I wrote the domain of definition first, didn't forget. A faint smile curved at the corner of Luo An's mouth. The two walked out, passing through the corridor across the playground and through the crowd of examinees still passionately discussing the answers. When they reached the school gate, Wang Pengzi suddenly turned his head. And go, why did I see you scratching your head while doing the test? Luo An paused, then turned to look at him. Wang Pengzi had a simple, honest look on his face. I've never seen you scratch your head. Did you run into a tough problem? Luo An was silent for a moment, then nodded. It was indeed a bit difficult. Wang Pengzi's eyes widened, and he stopped walking. Having known Luo An for over a decade from kindergarten to high school, this was the first time he had ever heard the word difficult come out of Luo An's mouth. Really? And good, there's a problem you find hard. Luo An lowered his eyes. There were fewer trick questions this time. Huh. Wang Pengzi clearly couldn't follow this logic. What kind of logic is that? With fewer trick questions, it's harder for me to find a reason to be wrong. Luo An kept his hands in his pockets, his tone as flat, as if he were stating a physical constant. For a few of the problems, I calculated them 3 times on scratch paper to make sure they were correct, then spent considerable effort constructing a convincingly wrong solution. And for that eccentricity problem, after substituting the wrong value, I had to ensure all the subsequent steps were wrong, but still aligned with the correct format. That took more time than just solving it correctly. Wang Pengzi's mouth hung open, stunned for a full 5 seconds. Then he closed it. Damn. Luo An took a step forward. Let's go. Time to eat. Luo An walked ahead, hands in his pockets, a lollipop stick sticking out of his mouth from who knows when. Wang Pengzi followed behind, his backpack straps swinging back and forth. The next day for the science comprehensive exam, Luo An scanned the paper upon receiving it, taking about 30 seconds. The physics finale was a comprehensive electromagnetic induction problem involving a tracker capacitor and a conductor rod divided into 3 parts. He listed all the equations on his scratch paper, but only wrote half of them on the answer sheet. He also left one basic fill-in-the-blank question blank in both chemistry and biology, the kind you'd get right if you just memorized it. Missing them wouldn't arouse suspicion, or it would just look like a smart but careless student. He finished with half an hour to spare and went back to sleep. In the afternoon, it was English. He did a final check of his total estimated score and changed 2 more multiple-choice answers before putting down his pen. When the final bell rang, he leaned back in his chair and let out a soft breath. He walked out of the exam hall. Wang Pengzi was already waiting at the door, leaning against the wall, his face showing the exhaustion of a hard-fought battle, but his eyes were relaxed. And go, were finally free. The two walked out of the teaching building side by side, and Wang Pengzi let out a long sigh. The air of freedom. I need to think about where to go have fun. Hey, and go, in college, do you get to handle real guns during military training? The two crossed the street in front of the school. Wang Pengzi was counting off on his fingers what to eat for dinner, while Luo An walked beside him, hands in his pockets, occasionally humming in agreement. As they passed a commercial street, Luo An suddenly slowed down. On the LED screen on the wall of the mall opposite, a middle-aged man with meticulously combed hair was speaking. Silver-rimmed glasses, a dark gray suit, and an elegant demeanor. Behind him was a massive laboratory scene. White walls, metallic workbenches with several researchers in white lab coats bustling in the background. The caption at the bottom of the screen read, Tianqi Biotechnology Dr. Lin brain-computer interfaces will redefine humanity. Luo An halted. Our latest brain-computer interface technology has entered the clinical trial phase, Dr. Lin's voice came through the screen, steady and methodical. Through neural signal decoding, amputees can control mechanical prosthetics with their minds. This isn't science fiction, this is happening right now. The screen cut to a young girl who had lost her right arm. She wore a white mechanical arm, and with it she reached for a water cup on the table. The movement wasn't smooth, her fingertips brushed the cup's edge, first hesitated for a moment, then her 5 mechanical fingers bent one by one, clenched, and lifted the cup. The girl smiled at the camera, her eyes rimmed with red. Luo An stared at the fingertips of that mechanical hand. How many conversions occurred between the neural signal and the mechanical action? What was the model of the EEG electrode? What was the filter range of the signal amplifier? Was the decoding algorithm using a Kalman filter or a deep learning model? That slight falter, was it the limit of the sensor's sensitivity or a compensation delay caused by signal attenuation? His right hand had unconsciously risen, thumb pressed against his lips, knuckles bent, and he bit down on his fingernail. If I could reverse engineer the control algorithm for the prosthetic, could I reduce the signal attenuation rate even further? What would happen if the neural electrode material were replaced with a room temperature superconducting film? Formulas began to automatically pop into his mind, cascading down one by one from signal acquisition to mechanical feedback. He got stuck at the fourth step. The sensor type was unknown. If only he could get his hands on the physical object for a look. He wouldn't even need to disassemble it. Through just 3 sets of parameters would be enough to deduce the entire algorithm framework. Wang Fatty had walked several meters away before he turned back and realized Luo An was still standing in the same spot. His mouth opened then closed again. Luo An stood in the middle of the sidewalk, right hand raised to his mouth, thumb pressed against his front teeth, completely motionless. People streamed around him in 2s and 3s, some glanced back at him, but he was utterly oblivious. His eyes were fixed on the massive LED screen across the street, but when Wang Fatty followed his gaze, the screen had already switched to a shampoo commercial. Wang Fatty swallowed the words he was about to say. He recognized this state. The last time had seen it was in the summer of their second year of middle school, when Luo An was working out some equation on scrap paper from 8 to 10 at night, without lifting his eyelids once. When Head brought him fruit, he saw the scrap paper covered edge to edge in dense numbers. Later, when Luo An finished, he tossed the pen aside and collapsed into his chair to play video games all night. Right now Luo An looked exactly like he had that night. "What's Ange researching now?" Fatty muttered, hoisting his backpack strap up his shoulder. He retreated to the steps nearby and sat down, pulling out his phone to play a game. By the time he reached the 3rd level, Luo An's hand had dropped from his mouth. "Let's go." Wang Fatty looked up. Luo An had already stuffed his hands back into his pockets and started walking his gait, as lazy and unhurried as always. "Oh." Wang Fatty stood up, dusted off his pants and followed. They parted ways at an intersection, Wang Fatty heading west, Luo An heading east. One of the motion sensor lights in the apartment building's stairwell was broken, leaving the 3rd floor landing pitch black. Luo An climbed the stairs, and through the crack in the door, he could see the kitchen lights spilling out along with the hum of the range hood. The key slid into the lock, the door opened. The smell of sweet and sour pork ribs. Lin Xiaoying came out of the kitchen, carrying a plate, her apron still tied. "You're back? Wash your hands and eat." Luo Jingwo was already seated at the dining table. On the table were 4 dishes and a soup: sweet and sour ribs, stir-fried water spinach, cucumber salad, braised fish, and a large bowl of tomato and egg drop soup in the center. The portions weren't large, but the plates covered half the table. The family of 3 sat around the small square table, the lamp overhead casting a warm yellow glow. After eating for a while, Lin Xiaoying picked up a piece of water spinach with her chopsticks and casually asked, "By the way, Anan, which school did you want to apply to?" "Jiangqing University." "Oh." Lin Xiaoying nodded, her chopsticks continuing toward the dishes. "Close to home, that's good." Luo Jingwo took a bite of rice. "What major?" "Haven't decided, yet I'll see later." It's up to you." Luo Jingwo picked up a piece of fish, carefully removed the bones, placed them on the edge of his saucer, and put the fish meat into Luo An's bowl. No one asked how the exam went, and no one asked what score he estimated. It was as if the college entrance exam was just something to be done today and never spoken of again tomorrow. Lin Xiaoying picked up another piece of vegetable. "Are we going to your grandma's house this year?" "Sure." Luo An took a mouthful of rice. "Have your dad drive you." "No need, I can go by myself." Luo Jingwo grunted in acknowledgement beside him and continued eating. Lin Xiaoying didn't press further. This kid had never caused her worry when going out since he was little. Other people's kids would wander off the moment they let go in a mall, but hers would get lost himself, and then turn around to remind her, "Mom, you left your bag on the chair at the clothing store," even going so far as to specify, "It's already 7:36 p.m., the last bus comes in 24 minutes, you can shop for 7 more minutes." Now she couldn't even be bothered to say, "Be careful." Midway through the meal, Luo An set his chopsticks on the rim of his bowl. "Mom, I want to buy a laptop." Lin Xiaoying's chopsticks didn't pause. "Sure, have your dad transfer you the money tomorrow." Luo Jingwo had already pulled out his phone, finger hovering over the screen. "How much?" "No need, I have my own money." "Where did you get?" Lin Xiaoying started, then stopped herself. She remembered that drawer. Lucky money from New Year's, red envelopes, grandma and grandpa stuffed on holidays, birthday money from grandma and grandpa on his mother's side. She had never seen this kid spend a penny of it. It wasn't that they didn't give him allowance, it was that he never asked. "The one in that drawer?" Lin Xiaoying asked. "Yeah, plus the coins in my piggy bank. Counted it last time, it's almost 30,000 in total." Luo Jingwo's chopsticks froze midair. "How much?" 30,000. 30,000. Luo Jingwo turned to look at Lin Xiaoying, then back at Luo An. "You haven't spent a single cent since you were little. What are you, a Pichio?" Lin Xiaoying slapped his arm. "What are you saying?" But she couldn't help asking herself, "Really 30,000? You counted the ones from your piggy bank in elementary school too?" "Counted them." Luo Jingwo put his phone back on the table, leaned back in his chair, and stared at his son in disbelief. He was going to have to reassess this kid's ability to save money. 30,000 yuan saved penny by an 18-year-old over more than a decade without spending a cent. He thought that was harder than getting a perfect score on the college entrance exam. Lin Xiaoying picked up another piece of rib and put it in Luo An's bowl. "Then buy it yourself, and if it's not enough, just say so." When are you going?" Luo An kept eating. "Tomorrow." Luo Jiangwo took a sip of soup and suddenly remembered something. Alright, how did your friend Fatty do on the exam? Pretty good, he's also applying to Jiangxing University. So you'll still be classmates. Lin Xiuying smiled. That's nice, you can look out for each other. After dinner, Luo An helped clear the dishes and carried the trash bin to the kitchen to dump the bones. Lin Xiuying was washing dishes at the sink, the tap running loudly. In the living room, only Luo Jiangwo remained on the sofa, the TV on, but the volume turned down low. Luo An came out of the kitchen and was heading to his room when Luo Jiangwo suddenly waved him over. Son, come here, come here. Luo An walked over. Luo Jiangwo glanced toward the kitchen, making sure Lin Xiuying was still at the sink, then leaned in and lowered his voice. So, you've got all that money just sitting there not being spent, how about lending your dad a bit? Luo An looked at his old man, paused for a second, then spoke in a serious tone without lowering his voice at all. Dad, what did you say? You want me to give you some of my money? The expression on Luo Jiangwo's face instantly froze. He frantically signaled Luo, and with his eyes wildly gestured with his hand near his mouth, and mouthed silently, shoo. Shoo, shoo. The sound of running water in the kitchen ceased. All right, Luo An nodded, still speaking in a volume audible throughout the living room. Hide it away secretly, don't let Mom know. You little rascal. Luo Jiangwo began, but was cut off. Lin Xiuying poked her head out from the kitchen, her hands still clad in foam-covered rubber gloves. Luo Jiangwo, what did you just say? Luo Jiangwo shot up from his seat, grabbed his teacup, and headed for the kitchen, a smile plastered on his face. Nothing, just joking with the boy. Look at all these dishes you've washed, aren't you tired? Let me handle it. Explain what you just said first. Luo An had already slipped into his room, a faint smile curving his lips as he gently closed the door behind him. He flopped onto the bed and pulled out his phone to send a message to Wang Pengzi. Early the next morning, when Luo An arrived at the base of Wang Pengzi's building, Wang Pengzi was crouching by the entrance, munching on a steamed bun. He held another bag in his hand, the plastic fogged white from the steam inside. Seeing Luo An, he stood up and thrust the bag forward. Brother, and pork and scallion buns, my mom just steamed them this morning. Luo An took the bag, fished one out, and took a bite. Hot. He let out a puff of air, shifting the bun to the other cheek. Let's go. All right. The computer mall was in the city center. The two took a bus rattling along for 40 minutes. They arrived just as the mall was opening. The metal shutter doors were only half raised, but the lights were already on over the rows of counters inside. Sellers of keyboards, phones, and computer repair shops. Each storefront had a guide in a blue vest standing outside, clutching a stack of flyers. A tall, thin guide spotted the two students approaching, his eyes lighting up as he hurried over. Hey, handsome, looking for a computer? Come check this out, we just got a new batch of models, incredible value for the price. Luo An sidestepped him and headed straight for the stairs. Wang Pengzi followed behind, asking in a low voice, Brother, and not checking out the first floor? The first floor is all retail stores, heavy markups. The shop at the back of the second floor is a distributor, it'll be cheaper. Wang Pengzi grunted in acknowledgement, not understanding a word, but if Brother An said the back of the second floor, then it was the back of the second floor. The second floor had fewer people. At the end of the corridor, a shop with a modest front displayed several demo units in a glass case. The owner, a bald man in his 40s with a belly straining his polo shirt, was leaning against the counter scrolling through his phone. Seeing the two students approach, he gave them an appraising look, placed his phone face down on the counter, and put on a smile. Gentlemen, looking for a computer? Luo An nodded, his gaze sweeping over the demo units. The bald owner reached under the counter, pulled out a silver-white laptop, set it on the surface, and gave it a pat. This one, this year's new model, octa-core processor, 16GB RAM, 512GB SSD, dedicated graphics, runs smooth, without lag. Student price, only $3,500. You guys just finished the college entrance exam, right? This one's perfect for you, more than enough for university. Tons of students buy this model. Wang Pengzi leaned in for a look. A configuration tag was stuck to the screen covered in specifications. He read every word aloud, then nodded with a serious expression. Brother An sounds pretty good. Seeing Wang Pengzi nod, the bald owner's smile widened. Of course. I've been selling computers for years, and this is the one I always recommend to students. It's sufficient, it's affordable, best value for money. Luo An didn't take the demo unit the owner offered. His gaze swept over the spec sheet, his tone as flat as ever. For this budget range, the channel supply price for a standard voltage i7 doesn't usually go below this retail price. That's a bit abnormal. The spec sheet says i7, but what's actually inside is either an ES version or a barebones system with a swapped CPU. The bald owner's smile froze for a split second. ES version. Engineering sample processor, not the retail version, unstable performance, and not even allowed to be sold through legitimate channels. Being able to call that out at a glance wasn't something you learned from just doing a bit of homework. This kid knew his stuff. He took another look at Luo and slid the silver-white unit back under the counter and pushed a black laptop with a gamer-style sticker over instead. You get what you pay for, young man. Take a look at this one. 12th Gen Core, 16GB RAM, 512GB SSD, RTX 4050, dedicated graphics. For design work or gaming, no problem at all. He swiveled the screen around for Luo, and to see the configuration tag patting the keyboard. This config, anywhere else you'd pay at least 4,500. They'll give it to you for 40. Student price, I'm not making a dime off you. Wang Pangzi's mouth formed an O. A $4,500 machine for 40, a 500 discount. This owner was pretty decent after all. He turned his head to look at Luo, and waiting for the nod. Luo An instead turned the serial number tag stuck next to the box around for a quick glance. This one at 4012 Gen i5 with a 4050, that's reasonable enough. Luo An turned the tag back for the owner to see. But you didn't specify the exact model of that i5. There's a huge difference between models. And this serial number's suffix range. That's from a recent batch of refurbished units. Check the database, and you'll find a match. The bald owner's smile completely vanished. He stared at Luo An for a solid 3 seconds. This kid wearing clothes that didn't add up to more than 200 yuan stood in front of the counter with droopy eyelids like he hadn't gotten enough sleep. Then he glanced at Wang Pangzi, who was still standing there with a serious look on his face, but this time, he didn't follow along with a nod. The bald owner closed the gaming laptop, tucked it back under the counter, leaned back in his chair, and let out a breath. Kid, you sure no one in your family is in this business? No. All right. The bald owner slapped the counter, stood up, walked over to the small storage room entrance in the back, bent over, and rummaged around for a while. He came back carrying a laptop with a pristine factory seal on it, and set it down gently on the counter. The box bore the signature cool gray emblem of a design-focused laptop series. This one i9-13900. H, 32G RAM, 1T SSD RTX 4060, a professional-grade color-calibrated screen. He patted the box. For design for gaming, it's all good. ITLL lasts you 4 or 5 years. Official price is over 10 grand. Since you know your stuff, they'll give you a real deal, 8,500. The bald owner's words caught in his throat. Luo An's finger tapped lightly on the glass counter. The channel cost on this machine is around 7,600. Luo An's tone was flat. The average rent for a shop on this floor is about 80 per square meter. Plus warehouse rent, you're looking at a bit over 10 grand a month. Labor, utilities, property fees. Your fixed monthly costs are around 20,000. His gaze swept over the stacks of warranty card stubs on the counter. Based on the thickness of those stubs and how long you've been open, ID estimate you move about 40 to 60 units a month. That's about 400 to 500 in overhead per unit. There's also capital tied up in the leftover stock. They'll leave you a decent profit margin. I don't have to haggle, and you still make money. He lowered his hand from the counter. The bald owner's hand was still suspended in midair, his mouth still frozen in the shape of that 9. He felt completely exposed, like his shorts had been seen through. The numbers coming out of this kid's mouth were more accurate than the ones he checked in his ledger every morning. The silence behind the counter lasted about 3 seconds. The bald owner stared at Luo, and for a long moment. Let me see your student ID. Wang Pangzi was taken aback. Huh. I suspect you're a competitor, the bald owner said, half joking, half serious, but his eyes were genuinely re-evaluating the young man. Wang Pangzi fumbled in his pocket for a while, pulled out a neatly folded student ID, flipped it open, and thrust it in front of the bald owner. Uncle, we're really students. Just finished the Gaokao, we go to the same school. The bald owner looked down at the round-faced photo on the ID, then up at the big guy in front of him, then at Luo An. He pushed the student ID back. After collecting the payment, the owner tore off the invoice and handed it over. Luo An took it, tucked it away, slung the laptop bag over his shoulder, and turned toward the stairs. The owner watched the back that was already nearing the corner of the stairwell, then leaned back in his chair. Damn, he rubbed his bald head. Are students these days really this fierce? Business is going to be tough from now on. On the bus ride back, Wang Pangzi sat by the window with his laptop bag, nudging Luo An with his shoulder. Brother, and how about hitting the internet cafe in the next few days? The newly opened Wang Yu, I heard the setup is awesome. No frame drops and team fights. Luo An leaned back in his seat, his eyelids half closed. Not going. Then what are you doing at home? Summer break is so long. Going back to my hometown in a couple of days. Wang Pangzi let out an oh, and turned to look out the window. A few seconds later, he suddenly turned back, eyes brightening. Take me along. Luo An turned his head to glance at him. I've never been to the mountains near your grandma's place. When I was a kid, you said you could catch wild rabbits up there. That was Grandpa who said that, not me. Close enough, close enough. Take me with you. Luo An was silent for 2 seconds. Suit yourself. Don't complain if it's boring. I won't. Wang Pangzi pulled out his phone. He'll tell my mom. Never mind, I'll tell her when we get back. She's definitely cooking now. That evening, Luo An sat at his desk and pressed the power button on his new laptop. The screen lit up, revealing a pre-installed Windows 11 Home Edition desktop cluttered with manufacturer-bundled software. In the bottom right corner, a barrage of pop-ups from some assistant, some manager, and some security center kept appearing, cramming the right side of the taskbar. He uninstalled everything he could. When he reached the last icon, he paused. 390 antivirus. He clicked uninstall, and a crying face pop-up appeared. Master, are you really leaving me? Your computer is running naked. Luo An clicked confirm. Another pop-up appeared. A security risk has been detected on your computer. It is recommended to scan immediately before uninstalling. He closed the pop-up and clicked uninstall again. A third pop-up. Uninstalling may cause your browser homepage to be hijacked. Do you wish to continue? He took a deep breath and clicked continue. A fourth pop-up. Preparing the uninstaller for you, please wait. Scanning system. Backing up data. The progress bar froze at 99. Luo An stared at that 99 for nearly a minute. It didn't move. He opened Task Manager, found the process, and ended the task. A second later, 390 antivirus restarted, and a new prompt appeared in the bottom right corner. 390 antivirus has successfully blocked a malicious shutdown attempt. Your computer's security score 100 points. He right-clicked to open the file location, intending to delete the entire folder. System prompt: this file is being used by another program and cannot be deleted. He opened Resource Monitor, ended the relevant process chain, and tried to delete again. System prompt: administrator permission required. He was already an administrator. He leaned back in his chair and stared at the screen. The 390 antivirus icon still sat firmly in the bottom right corner with a small red, floating above it displaying one unread message. He clicked it open. Your boot speed has surpassed 87 of users nationwide. Do you want to enable extreme optimization? Luo An's thumb had somehow found its way into his mouth. He bit it once, twice. What the hell? He widened his eyes slightly, his tone not one of anger, but that of a person who had always believed all systems should operate logically, encountering for the first time something that completely defied logic. He opened his browser and began searching. He searched from 390's process protection mechanism to the driver-level auto-start principle, from registry self-protection to kernel callback function interception. Anti-uninstall dual process guard, then registry, key privilege escalation, then driver-level file protection, and finally kernel hooking to intercept window messages. This software had used almost every available system-level technique to prevent its own deletion. At 1 in the morning, Luo An finished writing the last line of code. This script would load before the antivirus software during system startup, intercept the launch request of its guardian process, release file protection, remove the auto-start entry, and finally uninstall it from the root directory within its own process list. No pop-ups, no system scanning, no asking if he wanted to optimize boot speed. He saved the file and double-clicked to run it. A command prompt window flashed, and 3 seconds later the 390 icon in the bottom right corner disappeared. The desktop was quiet. He leaned back in his chair, looking at the empty bottom right corner. The taskbar was pristine, with only the clock and volume icons remaining. Luo An picked up the long cold glass of water on the table and took a sip, still staring at the screen. Then a slight curve formed at the corner of his mouth, and he let out a snort. Can't handle you, huh? At the same time, in a certain office building in a certain city, the monitoring backend of 390 Security Center was lit up with rows of terminal status indicators. In a corner workstation, a bespectacled technician was slurping instant noodles. He glanced at the screen, and his chopsticks stopped. He set down the noodles and stared at the newly refreshed terminal anomaly log for a few seconds. A device that should have been in a protected state had suddenly disappeared from the monitoring list. Being able to remove the 390 program didn't surprise him. What surprised him was how thoroughly it had been cleaned out. Not a trace left, as if 390 had never existed on that machine. He pushed the noodles aside, slid his chair to the neighboring workstation, and tapped his colleague's shoulder. Take a look at this. The colleague leaned in and looked for a moment, frowning. Reinstalled the system. Doesn't seem like it. The hardware ID hasn't changed, and the system hasn't been reinstalled. Besides, this machine has only been activated for less than half a day. Without reinstalling the system, they wiped us out this cleanly. The colleague straightened up, scrolled back through the log, and reread it. Holy crap, that's some serious grudge. The technician adjusted his glasses. Look, this person bypassed all the preliminary steps, cut off the entire process chain from the bottom, then stripped away the services registry and drivers one by one. The colleague was silent for a moment. A pro. The technician leaned back, looking at the grayed-out terminal number in the corner of the screen. I don't know. Logically, a pro would just install an official system for the cleanest result. But since it's using a pre-installed system, it should be an ordinary person. Are ordinary people this talented now? Both of them were frowning in thought. Meanwhile, Luo An put the cup down, opened his browser, and clicked on AR-14 from his bookmarks. The screen was big enough that he didn't need to zoom in and out like on a phone. The academic papers were clear at a glance. He read 2 papers, and then leaned back. This is much more comfortable than reading on a phone. 2 days later, Luo Zhengwo parked the car at the entrance of the residential complex. The 3 of them stuffed their luggage into the trunk. Luo An carried a normal-sized backpack and held his laptop bag. Wang Pengzi carried a huge hiking backpack bulging like a military pack. What did you bring? Clothes, shoes, power bank. Wang Pengzi counted on his fingers, and the braised beef, braised pork knuckles, and a big bag of steamed buns that my mom stuffed in. She said it's inconvenient to buy meat at your grandma's place, so she told us to bring it along and share. Luo An patted the hiking backpack. It felt solid, like patting a wall. Are you going there to stay or to open a small grocery store? Luo An said, and opened the rear door. Luo Jingwo stuffed the last bag into the trunk, walked back to the driver's seat, and started the car. At the long-distance bus station, Luo Jingwo helped the two unload their luggage from the trunk. Wang Pengzi carried his hiking backpack and headed toward the waiting room first. Luo Jingwo suddenly grabbed Luo An's arm. Wait a moment. He pulled a wad of cash from the inner pocket of his jacket, folded it twice, and pressed it into Luo An's hand. Luo An looked down at the thickness of the stack, about 2,000. Your secret stash. Luo Jingwo glanced around and lowered his voice. Son, take the money and do the job. Don't ask too many questions. A slight smile curved Luo An's lips, and he didn't press further. He picked up his laptop bag and turned to walk toward the waiting room. After a few steps, Luo Jingwo's voice came from behind. Message me when you arrive. The silver-gray sedan turned out of the station exit and disappeared into the morning rush hour traffic. Luo An didn't look back. He just raised his hand and wiggled his fingers in a wave. Wang Pengzi, carrying the hiking backpack, said, Brother, and they're starting to line up. The two stood at the end of the ticket-checking line. Luo An placed his laptop bag on his lap and unzipped his backpack to check its contents. Wang Pengzi leaned over and took a look. Inside the backpack were neatly packed half a kilogram of tea leaves, 2 cartons of cigarettes, and a box with a knee pad pattern on it. When did you buy these? Wang Pengzi's eyes widened. Yesterday when I went to the mall with my mom. Bought them on the way. The tea and cigarettes are for Grandpa, and the knee pads are for Grandma. Her knees are bad. Luo An zipped up the backpack. Cost me 1,000 in total. Wang Pengzi was stunned for a moment, then lowered his voice, his expression serious with a hint of schadenfreude. Holy crap, you give the 1,000 back to your mom, and you still get to rip off your dad for 1,000. Luo An shook his head. 2,000. Fatty Wang blinked, glancing at Luo An's backpack, then at the outline of the cash in his pants pocket. His athlete's brain whirred through the implications. What do you mean? Spell it out. My mom used my dad's secret stash to pay for all this. Fatty Wang's mouth hung open in an O for a solid 3 seconds before slowly closing, a long, low whistle escaping his throat. Whoa, won't your dad blow his top? The line began to inch forward. Luo An adjusted his backpack, his tone as flat as ever, but the curve at the corner of his mouth was anything but innocent. My dad still thinks his hiding spot is a secret. My mom does an inventory every year at years, and even logging the balance of the supermarket gift cards his work gives him. Fatty Wang glanced back toward the station exit, where the silver-gray car had long since vanished. He turned back, his eyes full of sympathy. That's brutal. He hoisted his hiking backpack and fell in line, genuinely wincing on behalf of Luo Jingwo. Still kept in the dark. Man, that's really brutal. The long-distance bus ride lasted nearly 4 hours. For the first half, Fatty Wang was glued to the window, asking if they'd arrived at every mountain they passed. Luo An said no each time, but Fatty Wang didn't lose heart. In the second half, he finally ran out of steam, slouched in his seat, and snoring, his head bobbing with the bus vibrations. For hours later, the conductor shouted from the front. Luo An nudged Fatty Wang. We're here. Fatty Wang blinked awake, a faint drool stain at the corner of his mouth. Huh. We're here. He looked out the window and froze. Mountains. Mountains as far as the eye could see. The bus had stopped at the end of the concrete road. Beyond it was just dirt. As the doors opened, hot wind rushed in, carrying the scent of mountain grass and trees. The village was nestled in a valley surrounded by mountains on all sides. Nothing but green in every direction. A few elderly folk sat by the roadside soaking up the sun. One old woman was shelling edamame on a small stool, glanced up at them, then went back to her task. Fatty Wang jumped off the bus with his backpack and looked around. And there's no internet cafe around here, right? Luo An walked toward the village entrance without looking back. Why have you become so lacking in confidence lately? Fatty Wang was taken aback. Huh, just drop the right. Fatty Wang caught up. You could have just said no. Why take the long way to mock me? The long way is more fun. How is that fun? It's not fun for you, but it is for me. Fatty Wang opened his mouth, but couldn't find a retort. Before they even reached the village entrance, they saw an old woman standing on tiptoes at the roadside, straining to see them. She wore a short-sleeved floral top, her graying hair neatly combed, holding a palm leaf fan. Luo An recognized her at a glance. Grandma, ain't it? The old woman strode over with surprising agility, cupping his face in both hands and examining him. You've grown taller. And thinner. Has your mother not been feeding you properly? Without waiting for an answer, she patted his shoulder, stepped back to size him up, and added, Yes, thinner than at New Year's. Where's your dad? Didn't he come back with you? He had work. He sent these for you. No need for gifts, just come back safe. Grandma turned to Fatty Wang. You're how right. You've grown so big. When you came with Anan as a kid, you were only this tall. She gestured at her waist. And now you're a head taller than Anan. How's your mother? Fatty Wang was a bit overwhelmed by the barrage of questions, barely remembering his last visit as a child. He nodded quickly. Good, everyone's good. How are you, Grandma? I'm just fine. Come on in, I made mung bean soup, it's been chilling all morning. Grandpa stood at the courtyard gate, hands clasped behind his back. His hair was gray but neatly combed, his back ramrod straight. His face bore few wrinkles, and his eyes were calm as a deep pool, unreadable. He exuded an indescribable pressure. He was just standing there, yet it felt like there was an invisible barrier separating him from everything around him. Fatty Wang followed Luo and toward the gate, his steps slowing involuntarily. He didn't know why, but seeing that old man standing there made him hesitant to get closer. And Fatty Wang whispered, his voice noticeably weaker than usual. I don't know why, but your grandpa gives me the creeps. Probably because he used to practice internal martial arts. Internal martial arts. Fatty Wang's eyes nearly bulged out. Damn, so grandpa's a martial arts master. I don't know if he counts as a master, but my dad says he's been practicing his whole life. Fatty Wang asked weakly, so could your grandpa take me on? Remember the wrist lock technique I taught you in kindergarten? Forget I asked. As they were talking, the old man with the straight back turned around. His gaze rested on Luo and for a moment, then shifted to Fatty Wang. You're here. The voice wasn't loud, but each word landed with precision like a piece on a go board. Yeah. Luo An replied with a single word. And that was the extent of the exchange between grandfather and grandson. Grandpa turned and entered the yard first. As he did, Luo An noticed the corner of his mouth twitch a fleeting expression. The courtyard was spacious. 3 single-story rooms faced the entrance. A vegetable patch lay to the left, and a grape trellis stood to the right. A bamboo daybed sat under the trellis, its slats polished to a shine, propped up on bricks. In the corner stood a wooden training dummy, its upper half worn into a groove, the striking arms wrapped in cloth stained with darkened sweat marks. A pair of stone locks rested against the wall by the vegetable patch. They weren't large, but they were solid. Shallow pits were embedded in the brick cracks nearby. Fatty Wang dismissed them at first, but when he tried to lift one later it didn't budge. Luo An told him those were for Grandpa's warm-ups in his youth. He didn't lift them anymore, just did standing meditation. Grandma led them into the main hall. A large enamel basin sat on the square table, filled with mung bean soup, chilled with well water. Beads of condensation clung to the rim, and it felt ice cold to the touch. Chilled with well water, Grandma said as she ladled out 2 big bowls. The beans had bloomed into flowers, the broth a clear green with rock sugar crystals settled at the bottom. Drink up. There's more if you want. There's another half pot in the kitchen. How don't be shy, make yourself at home. Fatty Wang took a big gulp, his eyes widening. Grandma, how come this mung bean soup tastes different from my mom's? Your mom uses a pressure cooker. I simmer mine slowly over a wood fire. Of course it's different. Fatty Wang finished his bowl with a long sigh of satisfaction. Seeing how much he liked it, Grandma refilled it. Luo An took a few sips, set down his bowl, unzipped his backpack, and pulled out a plastic bag. He walked over to the wicker chair and placed it on the small table beside Grandpa. Dad asked me to bring these for you. Tea and cigarettes. Grandpa looked down. 2 cartons of cigarettes, a caddy of tea leaves. He didn't reach for them, but he didn't refuse either. He fanned himself slowly for a few moments before speaking, his voice still steady. You bought these yourself, didn't you? No, Dad bought them himself. The corner of Grandpa's mouth twitched again, then returned to normal. He took out the tea canister, turned it over to examine the origin label on the bottom, gave a slight nod, and put it back. Luo An then pulled a box of knee pads from his backpack and headed toward the kitchen. Grandma was squatting by the stove, adding firewood, her apron speckled with grass clippings. Grandma, Mom bought you these knee pads. She said your knees get cold, and these are more comfortable to wear. Grandma stood up, wiped her hands on her apron, and took the box. She opened it, felt the soft fleece inside, and then held it up against her knee. Your mom's gotten more thoughtful than when she was younger, she said, pressing a hand to her knee, a smile tugging at her lips. She knows to buy me knee pads now. And the color is nice, hides dirt well. She put the knee pads in the cabinet in the main hall. As she passed Grandpa, she casually remarked, Old man, your son and daughter-in-law are more thoughtful now. They know to buy you cigarettes and me knee pads. Grandpa just fanned himself, saying nothing. Swish, swish. Hey, I'm talking to you, old man. Grandma turned around, hands on her hips. Did you hear me or not? Just gonna keep waving that broken fan of yours. The rhythm of the fan changed. Swish, 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 swish. Noticeably faster than before. I heard you, I heard you. Grandpa's voice was still steady, but his speaking pace quickened by at least 30%. If you heard me, then say something. Anan and Hao traveled all this way, and you're just standing at the door with a long face. Can't you even crack a smile? The corner of Grandpa's mouth twitched upward. That curve seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds, each millimeter of movement requiring immense effort to overcome. I'm smiling. That's your idea of a smile. Haven't had a good scolding in a few days, getting itchy, are we? Grandpa glanced at Grandma, first opened his mouth, then closed it. Then his eyes quickly darted toward Luo An. Luo An met his grandfather's gaze for a second. He looks like someone's about to get a beating. Grandpa shot Luo in a glare, placed the palm leaf fan on the table, stood up, and walked toward the kitchen with his hands behind his back. Each word was uttered in a low but steady tone. He'll go check the fire in the stove. What's there to check in the stove? Come back. Grandma chased after him 2 steps, then turned to Luo An and said, Anan and Hao, you two go ahead and drink. He'll deal with your grandpa first, and then he'll stew chicken for you later. From the kitchen came Grandpa's muffled voice, in front of the children. You still know about in front of the children. The rest was inaudible, but the sound of the palm leaf fan hitting the floor was clear. Wang Pengzi placed the mung bean soup on the 8 immortals table and gave Luo An a thumbs up. Brother and your grandma is really tough. The afternoon sun slanted over the courtyard wall. Luo An sat in a rattan chair reading a paper on his laptop. Wang Pengzi pulled up a small stool near the vegetable patch and was munching on a cucumber. Halfway through he sensed something odd. Luo An kept glancing sideways at a certain direction while staring at the screen, looking distracted. He chewed a couple of times, swallowed, and asked, Brother, and what's wrong? Luo An glanced that way again. Nothing. Wang Pengzi followed his gaze and saw a poultry pen on the west side of the courtyard next to the vegetable patch, enclosed by a bamboo fence with a dozen chickens, ducks, and geese mixed together inside. Among them a white goose stood by the fence, tilting its head, its eyes shining like glass marbles staring in their direction. The fat boy turned to Luo An and said, Brother, and your goose is really sturdy. The moment he spoke, the goose lowered its neck slightly, spread its wings, and squeezed through a gap in the fence. Its movements were unhurried, landing without a sound. The plump, white body crept forward 2 steps close to the ground, its flat beak aimed like a sight at the direction of the rattan chair. Luo An snapped his laptop shut and abruptly stood up. Wang Pengzi, still holding the cucumber aloft, was about to ask another question when he saw Luo An already sprinting toward the courtyard gate. The whole process was silent and fluid, as if rehearsed in advance. Brother, and what's wrong? Without turning back, Luo An replied in a steady but rapid voice, Run. Wang Pengzi let out a huh and turned his head to look behind. The goose pressed its entire body to the ground, neck stretched straight forward, head less than a palm's width from the ground, advancing with a bizarre, swaying motion. Its feet paddled rapidly on the ground, wings half spread, center of gravity extremely low, like a loaded white cannonball. Wang Pengzi locked eyes with the goose for a fraction of a second. There was no emotion in those eyes, only a target. Damn. Grandma, your goose got out. He then took off running as well. The moment the fat boy ran, the white goose's emotionless eyes shifted from Luo An and locked onto the fat boy. Spreading its wings, it charged a few steps close to the ground, then flapped its wings fiercely, kicked off the ground, and launched its entire body into the air. Then, using the thrust from its wings, it glided through the air, a white blur streaking over the edge of the vegetable patch, heading straight for the back of Wang Pengzi's head. Wang Pengzi had not run far from the gate when he heard the flapping sound growing closer behind him. He turned and saw a flat beak pecking toward his calf less than a palm's width away. At that moment, his athletic burst finally came in handy. He leaped forward with a big stride, then ran around a pile of firewood. Seeing the goose momentarily blocked by the pile, he seized the opportunity and ran toward the village entrance without looking back. After running half a field ridge, he spotted Luo An under an old locust tree at the corner. Luo An was leaning against the trunk, drinking water. Brother, and why is your goose so vicious? No sooner had he spoken than his ankle was viciously pecked by something. Wang Pengzi let out a damn. The goose retracted its neck, spread its wings, and took half a step back. This was the preparation for its second peck. By then Luo An was already 7 or 8 meters away. Brethren, don't run so fast. Luo An's voice came from a head still steady but clearly running. It's been chasing me for years. You hold it off. Finally, Grandma came out of the kitchen carrying a slop bucket. She saw the courtyard gate wide open, both grandsons gone, and then noticed the goose was missing. She set the bucket down, walked to the gate, and shouted in a full, resonant voice, Shall I come back? On the distant ridge, the white goose stopped. It tilted its neck, glanced toward the village entrance for a moment, then turned around and waddled back, brushing against Grandma's leg as it passed. The two hid again behind the old locust tree, watching from afar as Grandma, with one hand holding the slop bucket and the other gripping the goose's neck, escorted the white beast back into the yard. The goose, its neck seized by fate, kicked its orange-eared feet uselessly in the air a few times, but could not break free from Grandma's grip. The courtyard gate slammed shut with a clang. Wang Pengzi poked half his head out from behind the locust tree, confirmed that the gate showed no sign of opening again, then slowly stood up, rubbing the spot on his calf, where he had been pecked. Brother, and what did your goose do before? Was it trained? Yeah. It chases me every time I come back. Luo An straightened up from behind the tree and walked back. Wang Pengzi followed a few steps, then suddenly stopped and turned to look at a crooked tree by the roadside. The tree was not tall, but its branches spread wide, the leaves dense and opaque. Beneath it lay a carpet of purplish red berries, a few crushed ones staining the gaps between the stone slates dark purple. Mulberry tree. Damn, so many mulberries. He ran over, stood on tiptoe, picked one, and popped it into his mouth. His eyes widened, and he popped another. Luo An also came over, stood under the tree, looked up, reached for the lowest branch, and gently pulled it down. It was covered with black-purple berries. He picked 2, put them in his mouth, bit down, and the juice burst on his tongue. Sweet. Completely different from the ones sold in small plastic boxes at city supermarkets for 20 or 30 yuan a box. Those were picked unripe and turned red during transport, bland as water. These were naturally ripe on the tree, each one falling only after accumulating enough sugar. Luo An released the branch and rolled up his sleeves a bit. Wang Pengzi had already climbed onto a thick branch, straddling it with his legs, one arm wrapped around the branch, the other hand frantically stuffing mulberries into his mouth. His lips and fingers were stained purple, and when he grinned his teeth were also purple, making him look like a monster that had just devoured a human. Brother, and these are amazing. 100 times better than the ones in the supermarket. Luo An lay on another branch, also stuffing handfuls into his mouth, too busy to respond. Pengzi's mouth, fingers, and t-shirt were all stained, looking from afar, as if he had just been pulled out of a purple dye vat. As he was eating, Grandma's voice came from the yard and Hao, come back for dinner. Wang Pengzi jumped down from the tree, looked up, and shouted, Brother An, Grandma says it's time for dinner. Luo An grunted in acknowledgement and climbed down. Dinner was sumptuous. Grandma had stir-fried cured meat, steamed egg, custard, tossed cucumber salad, and specially fried a few extra over-easy eggs for Wang Pengzi. Wang Pengzi devoured 2 large bowls of rice. After the meal, Grandma wouldn't let the 2 boys help as she gathered the dishes and went to the kitchen to wash them. Grandpa sat on a rattan chair and brewed a pot of tea. In the countryside, bedtime came early. They turned off the lights and went to sleep before 9. Only the stars and the moon remained in the yard. The 2 teenagers lay on bamboo beds with the mosquito net lowered in corners tucked in, peering at the sky through the mesh. Unlike the city sky, the rural night sky was not pure black, but a deep blue, deepening as it rose, with stars densely scattered across the entire field of view. Wang Pengzi turned sideways, looked up at the sky, and spoke in a rare low voice, Brother An, this is so beautiful. So this is what the starry sky in the elementary school textbook really looks like. I never realized there were so many stars in the city. Luo An did not reply. He lay on the other side of the bamboo bed, hands behind his head, his gaze drifting from one star to another without settling. The moonlight illuminated the yard so brightly that the stone path and the fence by the vegetable patch were clearly visible. Occasionally a few barks came from outside the courtyard wall, then silence again. The next morning, the rhythmic thud-thud of wooden stakes came from the yard, steady and measured, each strike landing on the surface of Luo An's sleep, cracking his shallow dreams. He opened his eyes. Outside, the mosquito net dawn was just breaking. Wang Pengzi was no longer on the bamboo bed. Luo An turned over, folded the blanket into a strip, and placed it over his eyes to continue sleeping. From nearby came Wang Pengzi's voice, lowered but still unable to contain his excitement. Grandpa, are you taking disciples? Look at my build, am I suitable? Then came Grandpa's voice, still the same. Few words, but each one landed firmly in its place. First, stand and stance. We'll talk after that. Another stretch of silence. Then the sound of the wooden stakes resumed, but the rhythm was different this time. Lighter, with a pause after each strike interspersed with Wang Pengzi's sharp intakes of breath. Hiss. It hurts. Brother An said you used to run a martial arts school in the provincial capital. What's this martial art called? 8 trigrams palm. Right, 8 trigrams palm. Grandpa, how about throwing a punch at my belly? I mean, that palm technique you just showed didn't seem that powerful. Not that powerful. Grandpa repeated. Well, not exactly, it's just that it looks. Damn, wanna try again? No, I'm good. No need, Grandpa, you can pull back. Then there was a long silence. Luo An removed the towel from his eyes, got up, and climbed out of bed. Wang Pengzi was crouching under the grape trellis, clutching his stomach with both hands, his posture resembling that of someone protecting a shattered pool ball. When he saw Luo An, he first grimaced in pain, then his expression slowly shifted from agony to excitement. Brother and Grandpa's palm looked like swatting a mosquito, but when it hit my stomach it felt like a slab of stone smashing into me. Luo An had been hit once as a child, and back then he had said the same thing to Grandpa. Your movements don't look fast either, can they really hurt someone? From then on he had learned what inch force meant. Just like Pengzi today, the same tone, the same result, which was why he had adamantly refused to learn it later. Wang Pengzi stood up while holding his stomach, his gaze falling on the wooden dummy. He saw Grandpa demonstrating techniques with one hand behind his back and the other hand striking, which made Wang Pengzi's heart itch. Grandpa, let me try. He imitated Grandpa's previous posture and swung his arm, the side of his arm hitting the wooden dummy. As soon as the dull thud of wood sounded, Pengzi immediately hopped around several times while clutching his arm. His mouth was twisted in perfect agony, and even his hair seemed to stand on end. Then he gritted his molars, glanced at Grandpa, and walked back to the wooden dummy, repeatedly striking the same spot. That was Wang Pengzi's temper, stubborn and truly persistent. Luo An leaned against the doorframe and watched for 2 minutes, then turned and went to the kitchen to help Grandma add firewood. 2 hours later, Pengzi was practicing in a corner of the yard, his whole body sore and swollen. He leaned on his knees, panting, and glanced over. Grandma was scattering corn kernels in front of the poultry pen, chickens and ducks circling her feet, while the big white goose was still crouching in its compartment, head tilted, its small mung-bean eyes peering out through the gaps in the fence. Exactly the same look as yesterday. After finishing the morning meal, Wang Pengzi took corn kernels to feed the chickens. More precisely, he stood 2 meters away from the poultry pen and tossed the kernels inside, making sure to keep a safe distance from the big white goose. Then he returned to the grape trellis, lay down on the bamboo bed, and began counting the grapes. When he reached the 47th grape, he turned over, then back again. He pulled out his phone and glanced at it. 1 bar of signal with 4G bouncing between 2G and 3G. He placed the phone on his stomach, stared blankly at the grapevine above, then suddenly sat up. Brother and him so bored. Take me out to play. Luo An was sitting on a rattan chair, the laptop screen showing a page of some academic paper, his fingers still on the touchpad. Without lifting his head, he said, I told you before we came, don't complain about boredom. It's only been a day. Wang Pengzi slumped back onto the bamboo bed, resting the back of his head on his arms. His gaze drifted aimlessly over the grape trellis, the courtyard wall, the vegetable patch, and then stopped. Behind the yard, the mountain was a lush green blanket with no one tending to it from the midslope upward. All wild woods. Brotherin, he said, sitting up abruptly, the bamboo bed creaking under his weight. Take me to the mountain. I've never climbed this wild mountain before. Luo An looked up, followed his gaze to the mountain, then glanced at Pengzi. After a moment's thought, he closed the laptop, stood up, and patted his pants. All right, let's go. Let's take a walk up the mountain. After saying goodbye to Grandpa and Grandma, the two set off. The path up the mountain started from behind the village, first a stretch of gravel slope, then turning into the woods where the trail narrowed. Both sides were full of shrubs and ferns, the canopy completely blocking the sun, with occasional beams of light slipping through the gaps, illuminating the fallen leaves like shards of glass. The air was thick with the scent of wet soil and decaying leaves, along with a resinous fragrance from some unknown tree. Wang Pengzi followed behind, stepping unsteadily, and after 10 minutes of walking, his legs were scratched in several places by the shrubs on both sides, yet his expression grew more and more spirited. This was the taste of nature. After walking about 2 li, Luo An suddenly stopped, crouched down, and pulled a slender grass stem from the roadside grass. He peeled off the outer green layer, revealing the tender white core inside, and popped it into his mouth, chewing a couple of times. Wang Pengzi was dumbfounded. Brother, and didn't you have enough breakfast? You're eating grass now. Luo An said nothing, pulled another one, and handed it over. Wang Pengzi took it, looked at the one Luo An was chewing, then at the one in his own hand, and bit off a small piece. After chewing a couple of times, his eyes lit up. It was sweet and refreshing, with a faint grassy fragrance, like chewing a particularly tender fiber that released more juice the more you chewed. This is called Maozhen Kogon grass spike, Luo An said, spitting out the pulp. It's the tender ear of the Kogon grass that's just sprouted. You peel off the skin and eat the core inside. If you come half a month later, it'll be too old and tough to chew. How's yours? Pretty sweet. Wang Pengzi had already started peeling a third one. They continued upward. By the hillside was an abandoned terraced field, the ridges covered with spiny low shrubs. Luo An walked over, crouched down, and picked out a few bright red little fruits from under the leaves, each about the size of a thumbnail, with bumpy surfaces. He picked one and put it into his mouth, biting it open. Ci-Pow wild raspberry, it's the wild strawberry sold in supermarkets. Fatty Wang leaned in, carefully maneuvering around the thorns, plucked one, examined it for 2 seconds, and popped it into his mouth. The sourness exploded first, followed by an overwhelmingly rich sweetness, with juice bursting directly in his mouth. Completely different from those strawberries in the supermarket that are just rinsed with water and eaten. This is delicious. He picked several more, not stopping even after getting pricked twice, hissing as he stuffed them into his mouth. Then he stood up, a ring of red juice around his lips. As they walked up past the halfway point, the terrain eased. By the roadside, a patch of low green shrubs grew close to the ground, hiding several small purplish-black fruits under the leaves, their surfaces coated with a thin layer of white powder. Luo An bent down, picked a few, put them in his mouth, chewed a couple of times, and swallowed. Melastoma dodecandrum, some places call it black granules. He spread his palm for Fatty Wang to see a few purple-black fruits in his hand. Edible, but your tongue will turn black after eating. Fatty Wang picked one. Sour-sweet, soft, and glutinous, the fruit was tender. When bitten, there was a slight, grainy texture, then sweetness welled up from the back of the throat. He ate several in a row, his mouth and tongue turning black. He chuckled, like I've been poisoned. Further up near the summit, there was a crooked paper mulberry tree, its fruits hanging red like little fluffy balls. Luo An looked up, stood on tiptoe, reached out, and picked a few, and put one in his mouth. Paper mulberry fruit, soft and sweet with a faint fragrance, but it spoils easily. Must be eaten immediately after picking. Fatty Wang took them, hesitated for a moment. The fruits were fuzzy on the surface, looking a bit dubious. But he finally put one in his mouth, chewed a couple of times, and indeed it was sweet. So soft it wasn't like a fruit, more like flattened jelly with a gentle sweetness dissolving on the tongue. This time Fatty was overjoyed. He ate all the way, enjoying wild flavors had never tasted before. As the sun was about to set, the two had already crossed the summit and were descending along the western slope. The light slanted through the gaps in the canopy, dyeing the entire forest in orange-red. Fatty Wang walked ahead, holding a half-eaten sweet stalk, chewing as he went. Luo An followed behind, not hurrying, calculating the return journey. At this pace they could reach the village entrance before dark. Just then a sharp whistling sound came from above. It wasn't a bird call, not the wind, but the tearing sound of metal cutting through the air at high speed, coming closer, growing increasingly shrill. Luo An jerked his head up. The canopy blocked most of the view. Through the gaps in the foliage he could only see a small patch of sky where a black that was rapidly enlarging. Fatty. He grabbed Fatty Wang's backpack strap and yanked him back. Fatty stumbled backward 2 steps, dropping the sweet stock. The next second a piece of iron the size of a washbasin came slanting down from above the canopy, grazing the spot where Fatty had just stood, and slammed into the soil 2 meters away with a loud thud, spattering dirt onto his pants. Fatty Wang stood frozen, his mouth still in the chewing motion. It took several seconds before he slowly turned his head to look at Luo An. Holy shit. What the hell? Luo An released his backpack strap, glanced up at the canopy to confirm no second piece was falling, then walked toward the iron fragment. The iron fragment was embedded diagonally in the soil, its edges scorched black, the surface stained with mud and grass debris, revealing a small area of bare metal. Near the edge was a line of printed code, the font standard sans serif with arrangement and font size ratios conforming to engineering identification specifications. He crouched down, rubbing off the dirt with his sleeve. Half of a serial number was revealed. And gee, what's this? Fatty Wang leaned in from behind. Rocket casing fragment, or maybe satellite debris. Luo An pointed his finger at the serial number, tracing along the edges of the characters. The number font spacing, standard aerospace system identification. It's probably space debris that fell down. Space debris. Fatty Wang's eyes widened. The kind that falls from satellites. Yeah. Most of it burns up in the atmosphere, but this piece is relatively large, didn't burn completely. Fatty Wang's expression shifted from shock to excitement. He had never seen anything fall from the sky in his life. He circled the iron fragment twice, then crouched down and reached out to touch it. Don't move. Luo An's tone made Fatty Wang freeze completely. His finger stopped less than 10 centimeters from the iron fragment, motionless. Luo An slowly moved closer, his gaze locked on a small shiny spot. The luster of that spot was off. Darker than the metal surface by 1 shade, but with higher reflectivity. Most importantly, Luo An noticed that this thing seemed to be moving, albeit with very small amplitude, but it was indeed moving. Luo An leaned and his pupils contracting. It was a mung bean-sized silvery gray liquid like mercury. He stared for a few seconds. This thing was shifting toward the direction of Fatty Wang's hand. Luo An inexplicably felt his scalp tingle, a sense of danger rising from within. Fatty, slowly move your hand away, Luo An said in a low voice. Fatty Wang didn't dare to ask questions, just stared intently at his own hand suspended in midair, withdrawing it inch by inch from above the iron fragment, afraid of disturbing anything. After Fatty removed his hand, Luo An took out a half-empty water bottle from his bag, unscrewed the cap, and poured out the water. Then he picked up a twig from the ground. Fixing his eyes on the silvery gray liquid, he gave it a swift flick toward the bottle opening. The silvery gray droplet slid along the twig's trajectory into the bottom of the bottle. After hitting the plastic inner wall, it paused for 2 seconds, then slowly began to crawl up the wall. Luo An screwed the cap tight, and only then did he slowly let out the breath he had been holding. He held the bottle up against the setting sun. The little thing was slowly circling at the bottom without a fixed shape, but if you looked closely, the direction of its movement kept changing each time. It wasn't random wandering, it was testing, like searching for an exit. Fatty Wang stared at the thing in the bottle, his brow furrowed, his expression like that of someone looking at a leech dropped into a cup of water. And gee, what the hell is this? It looks disgusting, wriggling like a wet leech. I don't know. Luo An put the water bottle into the side pocket of his backpack and zipped it up. Let's go. Let's get home first. With that he turned and walked a few steps downhill, then stopped and looked back at the piece of iron on the ground. Coming down the mountain, dusk had already fallen. Fatty Wang walked ahead, his pace much quicker than when they were going up. And gee, do you think that thing? Could it be the Terminator? From the movie? I don't know. Luo An walked behind him. The half bottle of water in the side pocket of his backpack swayed gently with his steps. The silvery gray liquid at the bottom had stopped moving, clinging to the plastic inner wall, like a drop of molten solder under the sun. When they returned to the courtyard, Grandma had already set out dinner. Luo An took a few casual bites, then put down his chopsticks, said, "I'm going to my room to look up something," and picked up his laptop bag and went into his room. He pulled the water bottle from the side pocket of his backpack and placed it on the upper left corner of the desk. He turned the desk lamp to its brightest setting, casting a circle of light onto the bottle's wall. The silvery gray liquid lay at the bottom, its edges forming an irregular circle. Its surface was as smooth as if it had been ironed, and it no longer writhed. He loosened the cap by half a turn and leaned in to sniff. There was no odor. There were no visible breathing pores or cilia. It wasn't a mollusk, wasn't slime mold, wasn't anything he could quickly classify. He opened his notebook and began to search. He scoured several international open-source databases, shifting keywords from silvery gray liquid metal to abnormal adhesion reports on spacecraft surfaces, then to space microorganisms, extraterrestrial liquid substances, and non-carbon-based life form hypotheses. The search scope gradually expanded. 0. No matching records. His finger hovered over the trackpad for a long time, his thumb unconsciously pressed against his lips. Then he closed the screen. The next morning the rhythmic thuds of the wooden dummy practice began promptly at 4:30 a.m. Then as usual came the fat guy screams. At the breakfast table a small notebook lay in front of Luo An. Its cover was an old account book his grandmother used for jotting down grocery prices. On the first page he had already drawn a simple observation record table with clear columns for date, time, temperature, form, activity, state, and remarks. He picked up a piece of pickled vegetable with his chopsticks, and in the second row of the notebook he wrote temp approximate. 22C, O form flattened static no reaction. He did this every day thereafter. Wang Pengzi had already grasped the basic routines of Grandpa's wooden dummy techniques. In this rural place lacking tools, Luo An had tried every method he could think of, all to no avail. On the third day this unknown substance became completely still, lying silently at the bottom of the bottle. Luo An flipped to a new page in the notebook and wrote 4 words after that line of observation records: energy depleted. There was no other explanation. More than 10 days passed in a flash. On the morning of their departure, grandmother stuffed their backpacks with cured meat, pickled radishes, 2 jars of mung beans, and a bag of dried sweet potato slices. She also included a jar of homemade chili sauce specifically for Luo An's mother. Wang Pengzi's hiking backpack was even more bulging than when he arrived. They waited for the long-distance bus at the village entrance. Grandmother held Luo An's hand and nagged for a long while, telling him to eat well back home, don't stay up late, and come back during the holidays. Luo An stood there listening to every word, nodding at each one. Grandfather stood half a step behind her, hands clasped behind his back spine, straight, his face still bearing that impassive expression. Grandpa. Luo An turned around before boarding the bus. How about you come live with me in the city? It's not like we don't have the space at home. Grandmother was taken aback, then smiled, reaching out to pat his cheek. What's so good about the city? Upstairs and downstairs you don't even have a single person to talk to. Your grandpa and I still prefer living here. Luo An could tell his grandparents genuinely loved it here, so he didn't press further. The long-distance bus rattled into the city by a little past 2 p.m. Wang Pengzi let out a huge yawn at the entrance to the residential complex, saying he was heading home to catch up on sleep. He hoisted his nearly bursting backpack and headed towards his own place. Luo An waved goodbye, fished out his keys, and unlocked the door. No one was home, his parents hadn't gotten off work yet. He set his backpack in the entryway, walked into his room, and took the water bottle from the side pocket of his backpack, placing it on the desk. Then he turned on his computer and started searching online for second-hand equipment. Half an hour later he was cross-checking items on the screen. The total came to just over 11,000. He had 20,000 on hand. That was enough. After completing the payment, Luo An set his phone face down on the desk and lay on the bed, intending to doze off. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of a jackhammer came through, vibrating the very bed. He stared at the ceiling, waiting for the vibration to pass. After about 2 minutes, just as he was starting to feel drowsy, thud, 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 it started again. He sat up with a frown, opened his laptop, and started browsing academic websites. He didn't know how much time had passed when he heard the sound of the living room door opening, followed by the clatter of Lin Xiuying's heels as she changed her shoes, and the jingle of Luo Jiangwo tossing his keys into the metal box in the entryway. The kitchen light flicked on, and the range hood began to hum. Is Anan back? Lin Xiuying's voice came from the kitchen. Luo An walked out of his room and leaned against the kitchen doorframe. Lin Xiuying was pouring oil into the wok, tapped the spatula twice on the edge, and glanced back at him. How's Grandma's health? Pretty good. She eats 2 bowls of rice per meal. And Grandpa? Also fine. He still practices on the wooden dummy in the yard every day. Lin Xiuying dumped the chopped scallions, ginger, and garlic into the hot oil. With a sizzle, the aroma burst forth. As she stirred, she asked how Hao went with you. How did he enjoy it? It was all right. He got chased down 2 streets by the big goose every day. Lin Xiuying laughed out loud. Luo Jiangwo poked his head in from the living room. What goose? It's that big white goose that used to chase Anan every year at Mom's place. This time it was Hao's turn. Oh. Once the table was set with a full meal, the 3 of them sat down to eat. After a while, Luo Jiangwo picked up a piece of water spinach with his chopsticks and asked casually, did your grandpa say anything? Same as always, didn't say a word, and then Grandma whacked him. Lin Xiuying chuckled. And what about your grandma? Luo An took a mouthful of rice. Grandma said you're more sensible than before. Lin Xiuying's chopsticks froze midair and the corners of her mouth twitched as if she wanted to smile, but was a bit embarrassed. She lowered her head, scooped some food into her bowl, and her voice was half a notch softer than before. Ahu didn't have a temper when they were young. Luo Jiangwo, holding his bowl beside her, interjected with a serious face, the mother-in-law-daughter-in-law relationship has always been a century-old problem. Lin Xiuying turned and shot him a glare. Luo Jiangwo's neck shrank half an inch into his collar, and he lowered his head to eat, moving so fast it seemed like someone had hit fast forward, letting out a muffled and not looking up again. Luo An recalled the scene of his grandmother chasing his grandfather around the yard, whacking his back with a palm leaf fan, and then looked at the cowering Luo Jiangwo across from him shoveling food. The corners of his mouth curved upwards and a very soft laugh escaped his throat. What are you laughing at? Luo Jiangwo raised his eyes from the rim of his bowl. Nothing. Just as he finished speaking, the doorbell rang. Luo Jiangwo put down his chopsticks and went to answer it. As the door swung open, a middle-aged man in a dark blue work uniform stood outside. He was around 40 with a shaved head, and his belly stretched, the uniform taut. A small handcart beside him was stacked with 5 or 6 cardboard boxes of various sizes. Excuse me, is this the Luo An residence? Local express delivery, please sign for it. Luo An quickly walked over. That's me. The man carried the boxes from the handcart into the foyer one by one. The largest was as big as a suitcase, and the smallest was only the size of a shoebox. After moving them all, he pulled a stack of delivery forms from his chest pocket, flipped through them, tore off the top one, and handed it over. 7 packages total, sign here. Luo An took the form, scanned it, and signed his name. The man pushed his handcart away, and the door closed. Luo Jiangwo looked at the pile of boxes in the foyer, then at Luo An. What's this? For an experiment? Huh. Luo Jiangwo's mouth fell open. He exchanged a bewildered glance with Lin Xiaoying, and together, they helped Luo An carry the stuff into his room. Just as they were about to ask what kind of experiment, the door was shut in their faces. Luo Jiangwo looked at Lin Xiaoying. You don't think our son is trying to build an atom bomb, do you? Lin Xiaoying rolled her eyes at him and muttered that shouldn't be possible. Then from the room came the sound of a blade slicing through tape. Luo An opened the largest box, revealing a used benchtop centrifuge retired from a secondhand laboratory. The seller had attached a sticky note that read, "The speed knob is a bit stiff, just give it a firm twist." He powered it on to test it. The knob was indeed stiff, but once the speed ramped up, the vibration was smooth and even. It was usable. Next came a constant temperature heating plate with a magnetic stirrer, a used microscope, an older Olympus model, a 4-channel digital oscilloscope, a regulated DC power supply, and a signal generator capable of outputting sine, square, and triangle waves up to a maximum frequency of 2 MHz. There were also assorted consumables: glass petri dishes, droppers, quartz slides, platinum wire electrodes, and a small tightly sealed bottle of nitric acid, its label indicating a concentration of 65, the cap wrapped in 2 layers of sealing film. He unpacked every piece of equipment, sorting and arranging them on his desk. Once everything was ready, Luo An placed the bottle under the desk lamp, unscrewed the cap, and used a dropper to extract a tiny droplet, placing it on a quartz slide. He positioned the slide on the microscope stage and adjusted the focus. The droplet swelled to 400 times its size in his field of view. Its surface was not smooth, instead it was covered in an incredibly thin membrane invisible to the naked eye. It resembled a layer of translucent skin tightly wrapped around the droplet's exterior. He adjusted the angle of the desk lamp, directing a slanted beam of light onto the slide. Under the oblique light, the membrane became clearer. Its thickness was uniform without wrinkles, and its edges conformed perfectly. If it were a liquid, surface tension would have pulled it into a sphere, but it didn't. Instead, it just lay flat on the slide like a pool of mercury that had been flattened by some unseen force. Luo An looked away, biting his thumbnail, a slight frown creasing his brow. After a few moments, he retrieved a ceramic knife from a drawer, a purchase from his high school lab days. He sterilized the blade, and under the microscope, guided its tip above the droplet, pressing down gently. The moment the tip touched the membrane, there was no resistance. The blade continued its descent, cutting into the droplet's interior. The sensation was bizarre, not like cutting solid nor liquid. Cutting solid gives a crisp snap, cutting liquid gives a viscous drag. This had neither. It felt like slicing through a gel suspended in air, a slight elasticity, but no rebound. He withdrew the knife and peered through the eyepiece. In his field of view, the cut was disappearing. It wasn't healing from the edges inward. Instead, a new smooth surface seemed to well up from the bottom of the entire cut, simultaneously pushing the fissure upwards until it vanished. The entire process took less than 5 seconds. He blinked, then made another cut, this time deeper. It vanished the same way. He recorded in a document on his computer: ceramic knife, cuts at no resistance. Healing is not edge growth, but a refresh from the bottom. Time 5 seconds. Then he connected the constant temperature heating plate to the DC power supply. The plate's surface temperature rose quickly, going from room temperature to 200 degrees Celsius in under 3 minutes. He carefully transferred the droplet from the slide onto a heat-resistant ceramic piece and placed it in the center of the heating plate. 200 degrees. He aimed an infrared thermometer at the droplet. The reading showed 185 degrees. He stared at the number for a few seconds, then cranked the heating plate to 300 degrees. The plate temperature continued to climb, and the droplet's temperature followed, but it always lagged about a dozen degrees behind. He focused the thermometer's laser point on the exact center of the droplet. The reading stabilized at 284 degrees, while the plate was at 300. He dialed the plate to its maximum setting, 480 degrees. A faint hum emanated from the plate, and the air filled with the subtle, acrid smell of its paint baking under the high heat. He aimed the thermometer at the droplet, 465 degrees. A difference of 15 degrees. It wasn't an error. He measured it 3 times, getting the same number. He added another line to his file 200480C, always 15C lower than the heat source. No evaporation, no boiling, no discoloration. It was actively expelling heat. He saved the file and dug out 2 platinum wire electrodes from his equipment pile. He clipped one end of each wire to the edges of the slide on either side of the droplet and connected the other ends to the output terminals of the DC power supply. He started with 1 volt DC and increased it to 5 volts. He clamped a multimeter across the droplet. The screen displayed OL, over range. 10 volts OL, 20 volts OL, 30 volts OL. It was a perfect insulator. The droplet's surface showed no change whatsoever, not even a ripple. He disconnected the DC power supply and replaced it with the signal generator outputting a sine wave AC signal at 50 Hz. He started at 10 volts and began to increase it. When he reached 20 volts, he leaned into the eyepiece. Ripples appeared on the droplet's surface. They were incredibly fine ripples spreading outward from the electrode contact points in concentric rings, shallow and delicate, like a breeze ruffling a pond's surface. He turned the frequency dial up from 50 Hz to 200 Hz. The ripple frequency followed suit, but their amplitude decreased. At 500 Hz, the ripples began to organize. They were no longer random expanding circles, but faint angular lines. He continued to turn the dial. 1000 Hz. In the microscope's field of view, a hexagonal grid appeared on the droplet's surface. Perfect regular hexagons, uniform in side length and neatly arranged like a cross-section of a honeycomb. The pattern was subtle, as if it were welling up from within the droplet. The center of each hexagon was slightly depressed, its edges slightly raised. The entire grid pulsed rhythmically, brightening and dimming under the 1000 Hz AC field. He stared at that hexagonal grid for nearly a minute, his thumbnail pressed between his teeth. It wasn't conducting passively. A conductor doesn't spontaneously form geometric patterns in an AC field. This thing was being driven by the signal generator, but the resulting pattern wasn't random. It had spatial structure. With 1000 Hz AC, he got a perfect hexagonal grid. Was this resonance? Or was this its natural state? He continued his log AC response. Surface ripples at 50 Hz, hexagonal grid at 1000 Hz. Not passive conduction. After writing, he picked up the old rubber gloves head found in his father's motorcycle storage box and put them on. They were too large, the fingers extending past his own. He wrapped a couple of turns of tape around his fingertips to secure the excess material. Concentrated nitric acid 65. As he unscrewed the cap, he caught a whiff of a sharp, bitter smell. He leaned back slightly, then used a dropper to draw up a few drops, his hand steady. He placed a single drop on the slide. As the nitric acid fell, it didn't touch the droplet's surface. The droplet repelled the acid before contact, much like water on a scorching hot skillet. A brief indentation formed on its underside at the point of near contact, then the surface violently rebounded, flinging the acid away. The splashed acid hit the edge of the slide, instantly etching a small white spot onto the glass. Luo An set down the dropper and peeled off the rubber gloves. He muttered softly, almost to himself, "What exactly are you?" Then he reached out, switched off the oscilloscope, and turned the multimeter to its off position. Outside it was completely dark. The sound of the television drifted in from the living room, the weather forecast after the evening news. Luo Zhengwo shifted on the sofa, its springs groaning in protest. From the kitchen, Lin Shuiying asked, "Do you want preserved eggs in your congee tomorrow morning?" Luo An stared at the droplet, whispering, "I need a more complete, higher precision laboratory." As his thoughts drifted, Luo An sank into a deep slumber. Then the dream split apart. Thud, 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 bang. A series of muffled impacts hammered up from the depths of the earth, making the mattress tremble. Luo An's eyes snapped open. He turned his head toward the window. The sky was still dark, shrouded in gray with streetlights glowing. Thud, thud, thud. On the nightstand, the water in his glass rippled in fine concentric waves. Thud, thud, thud. The jackhammer's bit might as well have been pounding directly on his temple. Luo An threw off the covers and sat up, a tuft of hair sticking out, eyes half flitted, the corners of his mouth turned down. So noisy. His voice was still thick with sleep, hoarse and low, but the tone was no longer his usual lazy drawl. "Can a man even get some sleep around here?" In response came the relentless thud, thud, of the jackhammer. Luo An sat on the edge of the bed, took a few breaths, then stood, walked to the window, and yanked open the curtains. Morning light flooded in, making him squint. The construction site was about 300 meters east across the street. Inside, the barriers and excavators' hammer pounded the ground, dust billowing all around. He stared at the jackhammer for a while. The anger in his gaze was folded away by Luo and tucked into another compartment of his mind, and then that compartment began to operate. He turned, walked to the desk, sat down, and opened his laptop. An hour later, he closed the screen, changed into a jacket, and headed out toward the building materials market. He emerged carrying 4 large plastic bags with a roll of rubber matting hoisted over his shoulder. As he reached the entrance of his residential complex, a burly figure was crouched on the steps beside the guardhouse, chomping on a steamed bun. Wang Fatty saw him, stood up, half a bun still in his hand, a sheen of grease on his lips. "And what's with all the bags?" Luo An didn't break his stride. Solving my sleep problem. Is it the jackhammer? Wang Fatty caught up, took 2 of the bags from Luo An, and stuffed the remaining half bun into his mouth, his cheeks bulging like a hamster's. I got woken up by that thing too. My mom says they're building Metro Line 4 over there. It might not even be done by the time school starts. Luo An didn't reply, just hoisted the roll of rubber matting higher on his shoulder. Back home his parents had already left for work. The living room was empty. 2 bowls sat overturned on the dining table, a note pinned underneath kanji, is in the pot. Heat it up yourself. Luo An glanced at the note and set it back down. He hauled everything into his room and cleared a space on the floor. Holy crap. Wang Fatty's voice exploded in the room as soon as he entered. And what's going on in here? Turned it into a lab. Luo An was crouched on the floor, stuffing loose springs and scraps of rubber matting into a cardboard box, not looking up. Yeah, researching that thing. What thing? Wang Fatty paused, then his gaze landed on a mineral water bottle. The one you picked up on the mountain. Wang Fatty walked over slowly, carefully stepping around the boxes and equipment packaging on the floor until he reached the desk. He clasped his hands behind his back like a visitor in a museum. He bent down to look at the heating plate, then tilted his head to examine the microscope. He reached out to touch the eyepiece, but his fingers stopped midair and retreated. And have you figured out what this thing is yet? Luo An shoved the last piece of foam into the box, stood up, and wiped the dust off his hands with a rag. No. Is it AT-1000? Wang Fatty turned, his eyes gleaming as if had discovered a new continent. You know the liquid metal robot from Terminator 2? It can shapeshift, is bulletproof. Even if you meld it down, it can put itself back together. Is it that kind of thing? Luo An shot him a look of disdain and ignored him. Fatty walked over, looking at the object in Luo An's hand. And what's this thing? Piezoelectric ceramic. Wang Fatty weighed the small ceramic piece in his hand. What does piezoelectric mean? Luo An took the piece and flipped it over his fingertip, pointing at the silver electrode coating on the back. Piezoelectric means if you squeeze it and deform it, it generates an electric charge. One side positive, one side negative. It's essentially a microgenerator that doesn't need a battery. Conversely, if you run electricity through it, it deforms and vibrates. How many times it vibrates per second depends entirely on the frequency of the current you feed it. Wang Fatty frowned. What does that have to do with sleeping? The jackhammer. Luo An pressed one hand on the desk. That thing strikes the ground 3 or 4 times a second at a frequency of about 25 Hz. The vibration waves travel from the foundation through the building structure, then through the bed frame to the mattress, and finally into your body. He picked up another piece of piezoelectric ceramic. This one collects the vibration signal. The microcontroller calculates an inverted waveform and sends power to the ceramic, making it vibrate in the exact opposite direction to the jackhammer. Wave peak meets wave trough, and they cancel each other out. Wang Fatty stared at the ceramic piece for a few seconds, then looked up. Oh. Luo An laid out the remaining ceramic pieces. We stick one on each of the 4 corners of the mattress underside to collect the vibration signal. Then we stick 4 more in the middle as the output. The signal comes and goes straight to the Arduino for an inverted output. Wang Fatty grunted again, his tone utterly flat. You understood that? Nope. Then why did you grunt? I mean, I understand every word you said, but when you put them together it stops making sense. Luo An glanced at him, said nothing more, and began soldering wires onto the piezoelectric ceramic pieces. The signal wires were connected to the Arduino's analog input pins. The 4 output ceramic pieces were attached to the very center of the mattress with their wires connected to the Arduino's PWM output pins. After soldering the last wire, he plugged in the power and pulled up a control program on his laptop to test the signal. The moment he hit run, the 4 piezoelectric ceramic pieces on the mattress vibrated in unison. Wang Fatty watched in amazement. Whoa, it moved. It moved. Luo An leaned back in his chair, watching 8 waveforms race across the screen. After a moment, he unplugged the power. Then his fingers flew across the keyboard, rows of new code scrolling down. He powered it on and ran it again. On the screen, 2 curves began to jump simultaneously. The top one was the raw vibration waveform from the sensor pieces. The bottom one was the real-time feedback waveform from the output pieces. Luo An fine-tuned the gain coefficient from 0.9 to 0.97, and the amplitude of the glitches dropped by another notch. The mattress was quiet. Wang Fatty pressed his palm onto the mattress, holding it there for a full 5 seconds, brow furrowed. He pressed again. Whoa, the vibration is really gone. And what's the principle? Luo An continued typing on the keyboard. The principle is every time it hammers down, I hit back with an opposite force. No matter how heavy or light the strike, it matches it instantly, and they cancel out. Luo An stood up, walked to the bed, and lay down. Outside the window, the jackhammer continued its relentless pounding. The sound came through the window, but the vibration of the bed itself had become so faint it was negligible. He closed his eyes for a few seconds, then sat up and nodded. Vibration solved. Now for the noise. Luo An pulled out another pair of earphones from the plastic bag, unwrapping them completely to reveal the dynamic drivers and an ANC chip the size of a fingernail. He carefully pried the ANC chip off with tweezers. The principle of active noise cancellation is similar to that vibration cancelling setup we just did. A microphone picks up ambient noise, the chip calculates an inverted signal, he explained. The speaker then emits a sound wave opposite to the noise waveform. When the two waves meet at the ear canal, peak meets trough, and they cancel each other out. Wang Hao let out an O of realization, drawing out the syllable. Got it. Same trick as the mattress. Exactly, the fat man asked again. But don't these earphones already have noise cancellation built in? Luo An flipped the ANC chip over between his fingers. Its model number had been worn smooth. The noise-canceling earphones on the market use fixed algorithms designed for steady-state noises like airplane engines or air conditioners. A jackhammer is different. Its frequency keeps drifting, jumping between 30 and 50 Hz. A fixed filtering template can't keep up. He set the chip aside and pulled an Arduino Uno development board, a tiny microphone module, and some jumper wires out of the plastic bag. The microphone module was only the size of a fingernail with an electric microphone and a preamplifier soldered onto it. We'll stick this near the head of the bed. It picks up the ambient noise, extracts the frequency signature of the jackhammer, and then calculates the inverse waveform in real time. Wang Hao watched Luo An solder leads onto the microphone module, then yawned and flopped onto the bed. The springs creaked under his weight, but the mattress held steady, no longer vibrating with that low hum. Hey! He rolled over, stretching his limbs out in a star shape, sinking into the mattress. This is so comfortable. He rolled over again, burying his face in the pillow and mumbling something unintelligible, then lifted his head to add, "And go keep working. I'm just gonna enjoy this for a bit. Don't fall asleep. No, just resting my eyes." Before he even finished speaking, the rhythmic sound of snoring drifted from the pillow. Luo An shook his head, slightly affixed the microphone module to the bed's headboard railing with double-sided tape facing the window. He routed the leads behind the nightstand to the analog input port. He extracted the earphone driver from its housing, keeping the original dynamic speaker, but carefully connected the ANC chip's input and output pins using jumper wires. Next came the algorithm. He opened his laptop and started coding the foundational framework for an LMS adaptive filtering algorithm. The core logic wasn't complex. The microphone captured ambient noise as a reference signal. The algorithm extracted a frequency template, performed convolution on each frame of sampled data, and generated an inverted compensation signal in real time to output to the earphone speaker. The key was latency. The total delay from sampling processing to output had to be kept within 1/10 of the sampling period. If the inverted signal lagged even slightly, the peaks wouldn't align with the troughs. The two waves would synchronize and double the volume. After finishing the first version of the code, he compiled and uploaded it. The program began to run. Luo An placed the earphone to his ear. For the first second, nothing happened. The jackhammer continued its rhythmic pounding outside the window. In the second, a sharp, piercing squeal exploded in his ear, like someone blowing a whistle directly into his ear canal, shrill and irritating. Luo An pulled the earphone away, pressing his thumb against his lip and biting down. The algorithm's error curve on the screen was oscillating violently. The inversion isn't keeping up, it's becoming in phase and amplifying instead. He pulled up the algorithm's delay compensation module and added a delay compensation variable after the sampling frequency. There are two solutions. One is to increase the sampling rate, shortening the time window for each frame. The second is to add delay compensation, outputting the inverted waveform with an offset of half a period in advance. He changed the default sampling rate from 400 Hz to 200 Hz, and then entered a value in microseconds for the delay compensation parameter. He recompiled and uploaded the code. This time, before putting the earphone back on, he turned the volume knob all the way down. Then he slowly turned it back up. Inside the earphone, the jackhammer's pounding was diminishing. The low-frequency impact faded first, followed by the metallic clang of the drill bit, until only a faint background hiss remained. The system's own noise floor so low, it was nearly inaudible. Luo An listened with his eyes closed for about 10 seconds, then opened them. Done. He stood up and walked to the bed. Wang Hao was snoring, evenly, his rhythm steady. Hao. The snoring hitched for a beat, his lips smacked twice, but his eyes remained shut as he mumbled. "Mom, just 5 more minutes. I'm not your mom. I'm your godfather." Wang Hao struggled to roll over, sitting up groggily and rubbing his eyes. "And good, you're done. Done. Try them on." Wang Hao grunted an "oh" and took the earpiece, which had been modified to look like a hearing aid. He put it on and flopped back onto the bed, his head sinking into the pillow. The world went silent. "Damn and good, this is amazing. It's really quiet." Wang Hao stared at the ceiling, blinking. All the sound is gone. Dead silent. He took the earpiece out, and the data returned. He put it back and took it out, put it in again. "And go. Set me up with a kit too, yeah." He turned his head to look at Luo, and his face full of envy. "He'll give you a parts list. Buy 2 sets, and he'll come to your place to install them." Luo An then took out a pen and paper and quickly jotted down a list. "Here." Wang Hao took the note, folded it twice, and stuffed it into his pocket. He dashed off, his voice trailing from the doorway. "And go, I'm going to buy the stuff now. Come over tonight. My mom's making braised pork knuckles. Tell her to go easy on the soy sauce. It was too salty last time. You tell her yourself? I don't dare. The door slammed shut and Wang Pengzi's voice echoed from the hallway, his footsteps thudding down the stairs. Luo An lay back on the bed, put in the earpiece. A few minutes later he returned to the computer. Still need to write 2 new programs. He muttered to himself, his voice low. No 3. 2 for Pengzi's place, and 1 for my parents. The keyboard clattered. After 10 seconds Luo An's left index finger hovered over the keys. His right hand unconsciously rose to his mouth, and he bit his thumbnail. Why do I have to type out these low-level programs myself? He paused, startled by his own words. He looked down at the rubber pads on the floor, his mind already churning through the parameter matrices for the 3 sets of programs. Isn't that exactly the kind of grunt work AI is supposed to do? His gaze shifted back to the screen. He created a new empty folder. His fingers hovered over the keyboard for a moment. Time to give the program a name. Starting from scratch. They'll call you Xiaoling. He typed the folder name and then opened AR14. He first filtered for papers on task-oriented dialogue and intent recognition from ACL and EMNLP over the past 3 years. After scanning a dozen abstracts, he settled on 3 papers on lightweight NLU models. One described a lightweight intent classification system based on dictionary matching and CRF slot filling, simple in structure, small in parameter count, suitable for running on Arduino-level computing power. The other 2 were on data augmentation, which he bookmarked for later optimization. He then logged on to Hugging Face, quickly browsing the architectures and training paradigms of several lightweight NLU models, forming a general framework in his mind. He also skimmed the official documentation for Raza and Raza Core, focusing on the architecture of their dialogue management modules. He didn't plan to use these existing frameworks, but he could borrow their design concepts. 2 hours later. The demolition hammer outside was still pounding, but the earplugs blocked out all sound. On the screen, a clean terminal interface awaited, its cursor blinking after the prompt. Xiaoling, write me an active noise cancellation program. Use the microphone to capture ambient noise, apply LMS adaptive filtering to generate an inverted waveform, calibrate for delay compensation, and output it to the earphone speakers. Lock onto the demolition hammer's frequency band of 30 to 50 Hz, set the sampling rate to 200,000 Hz, and keep the delay within the microsecond range. The terminal cursor flickered a few times, then began spitting out lines of code. First came the header file declarations and pin definitions, the microphone on A0, the output on D9. 3 minutes later the code was complete. A prompt appeared at the bottom of the screen, need to compile and test. Test. The Arduino IDE opened automatically, the code was imported and compilation began. The status bar spun for about 3 seconds before displaying compilation successful, no errors. Luo An stared at those words for a moment, then unplugged the program he had written earlier and uploaded Xiaoling's code to the Arduino. The indicator light flickered a few times as the program began to run. He lay back down on the bed and put in the earplugs. 5 minutes later, a sharp snap of his fingers. Done. He sat back down at the computer. Xiaoling, find me some papers on room temperature superconductivity. The terminal paused for a fraction of a second, then began to reveal lines of text. AR14-25004. XXXX anomalous resistance of lutetium hydride under high pressure, new evidence for room temperature superconductivity, 2025. 04. 15. AR14-2503. XXXX neutron scattering study of pairing symmetry in cuprate superconductors, 2025. 03. 28. AR14-2504. XXXX machine learning assisted screening of high temperature superconducting materials, 2025. 04. 02. He stared at the results and raised an eyebrow. Then he added another command into the microphone. Open the abstract for the third one. The screen expanded, the abstract text with key terms pre-highlighted: TC, doping concentration, antiferromagnetic fluctuations. Luo An leaned back in his chair, nodded slightly, and murmured to himself. Not bad, this will save me a lot of trouble. He tidied up the parts on the floor, and then shut himself in his parents' room for 2 hours. Their bed was an old-fashioned solid wood frame, at least 30 pounds heavier than his, so the spring stiffness had to be recalculated and the sensor placement needed to be changed. Once everything was ready, Xiaoling's terminal was minimized in the corner of the laptop screen, the program still running in the background, occasionally logging a status update. The sound of the front door opening came from the living room. Lin Xiaoying's voice came from the entryway, followed by the rustle of plastic bags being set on the shoe cabinet. Where did you run off to so early this morning? And why didn't you eat the breakfast I left for you? Luo Jiangwo, who was changing his shoes behind her, suddenly let out a muffled grunt. Whoa, it's gone stale. Luo An poked his head out of their room and saw Luo Jiangwo holding the bowl of kanji he had left untouched that morning, his expression as if he were holding a vial of chemical waste. Lin Xiaoying took the bowl from his hand, then looked at Luo and her brow furrowing slightly. You haven't eaten all day. Luo An was taken aback. He looked down and touched his stomach. It was indeed empty. Now that food was mentioned, a pang of hunger immediately shot through him. Forgot. Lin Xiaoying put the bowl in the sink, turned around, and her tone shifted from concern to interrogation mode. What were you doing out so early? The demolition hammer from the construction site next door woke me up. I went out to buy some things so I could sleep peacefully. What could you possibly buy that? Mom, come here for a second. Luo An turned and walked towards their room. Lin Xiaoying followed him in and saw several wires protruding from under the mattress of her bed. Luo An picked up the earplugs and handed them to her. What's this? Lin Xiaoying took the earplugs and examined them from all angles. Put them on and lie down to try them. Luo An pointed to the bed. She gave him a suspicious look, but still took off her slippers and lay down. Luo An carefully inserted the earplugs into her ears, then picked up his phone, opened Xiaoling's control page, and tapped the screen a couple of times. The room was quiet for about 10 seconds. Then her eyes snapped open, and she pushed herself up, her eyes wide as saucers. Honey, come here quick. Luo Jiangwo walked in with his teacup, looked at Lin Xiaoying lying on the bed with earplugs in her ears, then at Luo and standing by the bedside. What are you two up to? Lin Xiaoying picked up the other pair of earplugs from the table, shoved them into Luo Jiangwo's hand, and patted the bed beside her. Lie down quick. Luo Jiangwo gave his wife a reproachful look. The kid is right here. What are you trying to do? Lin Xiaoying's face turned red, and she kicked him in the thigh. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm telling you to lie down and try the bed. Only then did Luo Jiangwo let out an "oh" and with a puzzled expression put on the earplugs and lay down next to her. A dozen seconds later his eyes shot open and his mouth formed a perfect O. Whoa. He took out the earplugs, sat up, and looked from Luo into the earplugs in his hand. And did you make these? This is really something. Luo nodded. Seeing his son nod, a look of pride spread across Luo Jiangwo's face. Truly remarkable. And then Lin Xiaoying said, taking out her own earplugs and pointing at Luo Jiangwo. Can this thing of yours also cancel out your father's snoring at night? Luo An thought for a moment. In theory, no problem. The microphone in the earplugs will automatically record Dad's snoring frequency spectrum at night. After a round of processing, it generates the corresponding inverted waveform and automatically compensates to cancel it out. Lin Xiaoying blinked. Really? Oh, that's wonderful. Her voice carried a tangible sense of relief. She got up from the bed and headed towards the kitchen, patting Luo An's arm as she passed him. Mom will make you something to eat. I won't be eating at home. Luo An walked back to his room and started stuffing his laptop into his bag. Fatty Wang asked me to make a set for him too. I'm going to his place for dinner. His mom made pork trotters. Lin Xiaoying turned around in the kitchen doorway. Oh, all right then, off you go. Take your time on the road. Luo An picked up his bag and walked towards the entryway. Behind him came the muffled thump of Luo Jiangwo lying back down on the bed, followed by Lin Xiaoying's lowered murmur. Oh my, the one our son made is so good, let me try it a bit more. You'll lie down too. Luo Jiangwo's voice came after a 2-second delay, his tone lower than usual, carrying a hint of his characteristic smugness. It's not bad. This Hansen skill runs in the Luo family genes. The following period finally gave Luo An some peaceful sleep. With good sleep came abundant energy. Fatty Wang showed up promptly every afternoon, and the two would slump on the sofa playing video games, occasionally going out for a stroll. 2 days before the start of the new semester, they were holed up in the living room playing games. Wang's character was shot in the head by Luo An, and the screen flashed the blood-red words, "You died." Fatty Wang slapped the game controller on his thigh. Brother, and can't you just let me win one? I did. I let you win the first 3. That doesn't count. You have to let me win one without me knowing you're letting me. If you want to make a wish, go to a temple. At the other end of the living room, Lin Xiaoying and Luo Jiangwo were both off work today, sitting at the dining table picking vegetables. Lin Xiaoying was snapping beans, Luo Jiangwo was peeling garlic. Lin Xiaoying pulled the string off a bean and tossed it into the trash bin, casually remarking, "Hey, it seems our parent company is about to go public." Luo Jiangwo continued peeling garlic without pausing. Which parent company? Tianqi Biotechnology. Our after-sales department is a subsidiary under it. Luo Jiangwo let out an "oh" and dropped the garlic clove into the bowl. So can internal employees buy stocks? That's what they say, but I don't really understand all that. Luo An's fingers paused on the controller. Tianqi Biotechnology. In his mind, the image automatically surfaced. The middle-aged man with meticulously combed hair, standing on the mall's LED screen on the day the college entrance exams ended, talking about brain-computer interfaces. Luo An stood up, told the fat guy he was going to look up some information, turned, and walked into the room and sat down at the desk. Xiaoling searched for recent papers on brain-computer interfaces published in journals by Dr. Lin of Tianqi Biotechnology. All right. The terminal window automatically popped up and the search progress bar flickered. On the screen, a PDF document unfolded. 42 pages of main text plus 12 pages of appendix, with experimental data and neural signal decoding comparison charts. The title was Signal Decoding and Motor Command Reconstruction Based on Invasive Neural Electrode Array for Brain-Computer Interfaces. He leaned back in his chair. The paper on the screen had already flipped to the 3rd section on the hierarchical structure of the decoding algorithm for motor intention prediction. A cascade of 3 filter layers, each extracting neural signal features at different granularities, finally converging into a Bayesian decoder. The logic was not complicated, but the arrangement of the filters was clearly not optimal. If the order of the second and third layers were swapped, the signal attenuation rate could be further reduced. His fingers slid down the touchpad a bit. His eyes followed the neural signal waveform diagrams on the page frame by frame. The color blocks in the heat mapped the confidence intervals in the table, the dashed boundaries marked 95 CI in the notes. Things that normally required him to stop and double-check. Today swept past and entered his mind like water poured into dry sponge, needing no digestion, no comprehension, directly becoming known. In a certain annotation in the upper left corner of the chart, a statistical bias caused by insufficient sample size lay hidden. When his eyes swept to that spot, the bias was there clear as day, as if it had floated up from the paper itself. He did not notice that his page-turning speed was increasing. Nor did he notice that his breathing was becoming shallower, the amplitude of his chest rising and falling, growing smaller. His eyes remained fixed on the screen, not drawn away by the sound of the jackhammer outside the window, not affected by the TV noise from the living room. When the paper reached page 29, he pushed the mouse aside, folded his hands on the desk, and leaned forward slightly. All the experimental data had already been automatically categorized, deconstructed, and reassembled in his mind. Every experimental hypothesis, every algorithm module's input and output, every source of error in the data annotations. All laid out like a spread-out blueprint ready to be accessed at any time. If the electrode array were arranged in a honeycomb grid instead of a rectangle, the spatial resolution would at least double. These deductions surged forth simultaneously, without any sequential order, like a massive pile of puzzle pieces, each finding its correct slot at the exact same moment. But he felt no excitement, no sudden epiphany. He just knew. Like a calculator knowing that 2 + 2 = 4. Ain't it? Footsteps came from the hallway, followed by Lin Xiuying's voice laced with a smile. Ain't it, come have some strawberries. The door pushed open. Luo An turned his head. At the door stood a woman holding a fruit plate with water droplets still clinging to the strawberries. He glanced at the woman before him. This woman was his mother. Her frequency of appearance was high, and she had lived in this house for a long time. Her posture as she held the plate was somewhat tense. Her fingers pinched the edge of the plate, knuckles slightly white. The curve of her mouth was dropping at a rate of a few millimeters per second. This was a tense facial muscle expression. The plate held strawberries, a type of red berry with a sugar content of about 7%, delicate skin, and a shelf life at room temperature of about 1 day. The distance from the kitchen to here was about 10 meters, as she had walked 10 meters to bring the strawberries here. He had just eaten and did not need to replenish sugar. Luo An frowned slightly, as if realizing that this information was unimportant. Then he turned his head back, his gaze falling once more on the screen. At that moment, Lin Xiuying stood at the door, the hand holding the fruit plate trembling slightly. She could hear her own thumping heartbeat. She recalled the look in Luo An's eyes when he was 3.5 years old that night, but this time his gaze felt even more alien to her. She didn't know what was wrong with her son. No one could give her an answer. Not doctors, not an MRI. She had tried it all when he was little, and nothing ever came up. She covered her mouth with her hand and slowly retreated, backing into the hallway. Her footsteps became quick and unsteady. The fat guy turned his head, saw the auntie's terrified expression, and asked in confusion, "Auntie, what's wrong?" Lin Xiuying didn't react at all. She walked quickly into the kitchen, and then came the sound of the kitchen faucet being turned on, the sound of water masking other noises. Hearing the commotion, Luo Jiangwo also headed toward the kitchen. After a few muttered words, the auntie's suppressed sobbing could be heard. Wang Fatty was baffled. What was going on? He then looked toward Luo An's room. He put down the game controller, stood up, and walked toward Luo An's room. When he reached the door, he peered through the crack. Luo An was sitting in front of the computer, staring at the screen. Wang Fatty called out softly, "And why does Annie seem to be crying?" Luo An's back didn't move, nor did he reply. Fatty waited a few seconds, pushed the door open a bit more, and asked again, "And Still no movement. Fatty thought for a moment. And might be deep in thought. Usually when Ngo was thinking, he would bite his thumbnail space out, and sometimes couldn't hear him even after several calls. He didn't dare to tap him on the shoulder from behind, afraid of startling him, especially when he was thinking. He tiptoed around to the side, taking 2 steps to get beside Luo An and see what he was doing. Then he saw Luo An's face. His eyes were fixed on the screen, expressionless, not daydreaming, not lost in thought. It was emptiness. Fatty had known Luo An for over a decade, and had never seen such an expression on his face. He couldn't quite describe the feeling, but it made him uneasy. As he was thinking, Luo An's head didn't move, but his pupils shifted an inch toward Fatty, locking onto his eyes. Just one look, just 1 second. There was nothing in those eyes. Fatty even felt that Ngo didn't recognize who he was. Just a gaze, cold and detached, like being scanned by a machine. A second later, the pupils shifted back to the screen, and he continued reading the paper. Wang Fatty stood still. Something crawled up his spine from the tailbone, chilly, creeping up vertebra by vertebra. He swallowed his Adam's apple, bobbed, and his mouth opened and closed. He instinctively wanted to step back. His heels were already scraping backward. Suddenly he stopped. A memory from kindergarten flashed through his mind. When he was being bullied and felt utterly helpless, a person who looked even thinner than him walked over and shouted, "3 little brats, come and hit me." Then he recalled how after being beaten up in sophomore year of high school and Gu had insisted on getting his revenge, and the very next day, he made the other party along with their parents come to apologize in person. No, I can't leave. I can't be afraid. Then stealing his nerve, the fat guy walked to the bed and sat down, his palms slick with sweat pressed against his knees, the gaps between his fingers damp. He didn't speak, didn't stare at Luo An's face, just sat there, spine ramrod straight posture, like a soldier standing guard. He didn't know what he could do, didn't know what was wrong with Brother An, but he just sat there refusing to leave. What if Brother An was in danger in this state? I need to stay and protect him. Outside the window, the breaker hammer continued its rhythmic thumping, stretching the time in the room into a taut string, each second crawling by. Muffled voices of uncle and auntie came from the living room. Luo An's eyes remained fixed on the screen, unblinking. He flipped to page 42 of the thesis, scroll bar hitting the bottom. He clicked twice to turn the final data comparison chart, the last annotation on the graph absorbed into his mind, archived, dissected, and reassembled along with all the preceding information. He stared at the comment section at the bottom of the page for a moment, then his right hand landed on the keyboard. His fingers struck the keys, a steady rhythm, no pauses. He didn't think about the wording, the words flowed out on their own. When finished, he moved his fingertip to the send key and clicked. He lifted his fingers from the mouse and folded his hands on the desk. He sat still, staring at the screen for a moment. Then he turned his head to the other corner of the desk. The mineral water bottle still stood there, the silvery gray liquid at its bottom, having been dormant for over a month. Since bringing it down from the mountain, aside from the initial observation records, it had shown no reaction whatsoever. He stood up, walked to the desk, and picked up the bottle. Raising it to eye level, he calmly gazed at the substance at the bottom. Suddenly the surface of the droplet trembled violently. In an instant the entire droplet expanded, bursting from the size of a mung bean into a sphere the size of a quail egg. Simultaneously, dense finger-length silvery gray spikes thrust out from its surface, each gleaming coldly. The sphere looked like an enraged sea urchin, the nearest spike, mere millimeters from Luo An's pupil. Luo An didn't retreat, didn't lower the bottle, didn't even blink. He merely tilted his head slightly in a motionless angular adjustment, about 5 degrees, as if observing a phenomenon that had suddenly popped up with new features, but couldn't be classified by existing theories. The next moment, all the spikes retracted, the sphere collapsed, and reverted to a flat droplet identical to how it had been every day for the past month. He placed the bottle back in its spot, and stood there. His eyes were still on the mass at the bottom, but the focus of his pupils began to disperse, no longer the target-locked gaze from before. His fingers started to tingle. A subtle prickling sensation at his fingertips, like blood rushing back after being compressed for too long. Then his chest, the hollow feeling, began to regain its warmth. He looked down at his hands, tried bending his thumb, it moved. Immediately a wave of fear surged over him. Every frame of what had just happened replayed in his mind with startling clarity. Mom standing at the door with strawberries, her hand covering her mouth, her face tense with fear. Then Fatty's timid, shrinking expression, his determined, gritted teeth gaze. Luo An was terrified by his own apathy at that moment, as if they were merely a background. Cold sweat seeped from his back. Why? Why does this happen? This is the second time. What exactly is causing this? He never wanted to experience that state again. That feeling of caring about nothing where nothing mattered chilled him to the bone. He dreaded seeing the looks on Mom's and Fatty's faces again. He couldn't tolerate looking at them with such data-driven eyes. Luo An switched on the computer and created a new blank file. He typed 4 characters as the file name, emotional drain. First line, onset records. Second line, first occurrence, age 3.5, late at night, lasted about 10 minutes, was contemplating physical theories before onset. Third line, second occurrence, before university orientation, daytime, lasted about 40 minutes, was studying Dr. Lin's brain-computer interface paper before onset. The fourth line was blank, cursor blinking on the page. He stared at the cursor for a moment, then continued writing. Trigger mechanism, unknown. File saved, laptop closed. He looked up at the mineral water bottle. The change in that droplet earlier wasn't an illusion. Could it really be as Fatty said? The T-1000 Terminator. Brother An, are you okay? You just... Wang Fatty gestured vaguely at his face, realizing even he couldn't explain it. What exactly happened just now? Luo An didn't answer immediately. He picked up his cup and took a gulp of water. Setting it down, he noticed his fingers were still trembling slightly. He walked to the window and pulled open the curtain. The breaker hammer across the street was still pounding, its hydraulic rod rising and falling, the gravel on the road jumping slightly with each impact. Nothing outside had changed, but he watched the breaker hammer for a long while, as if confirming he could still find it annoying. He drew the curtain and headed out. At the door he turned back and glanced at Wang Fatty. I'm fine. You sit for a while, we'll go talk to Mom. In the living room, Luo Jiangwo stood in front of the sofa, his back to the hallway. He held Lin Xiuying's head against his chest with one hand, patting her back gently with the other. Lin Xiuying's forehead rested against his collarbone, her shoulders trembling, slightly silent. Luo Jiangwo lowered his head, his lips pressed against the crown of her head, murmuring words too low to hear. Luo An walked to the center of the living room, standing before his parents. Mom. His voice was soft. I'm fine. Don't worry. Lin Xiaoying lifted her head from Luo Zhengwo's chest. She turned to look at Luo, and searching his face, as if looking for something. She found it. There she was reflected in his eyes. Her eyes were still red tear tracks still fresh on her cheeks. She pushed away from Luo Zhengwo, took 2 steps, and pulled Luo and into a tight embrace. Very tight. Her arms locked around his back, fingers digging into the fabric of his clothes, her face pressed against his ear. Luo An felt his mother's hands tighten around his back again and again, as if confirming he was still here, as if fearing the embrace would be empty the moment she let go. Luo Zhengwo walked over and stood beside them. He raised a hand and gently patted the back of Luo An's head. After 2 pats it slid to his shoulder and gave a squeeze. Though he said nothing, the pressure was firm and reassuring. Wang Fatty, standing at the door, sniffled and turned to look out the window. Luo An stayed in his mother's embrace for a while, then softly said, "Mom, I'm really fine now." Lin Xiaoying released him, stepping back half a step, her hands still resting on his shoulders. She looked him over from head to toe, then into his eyes again, and nodded. She raised a hand to wipe away the tears on her cheeks, took a deep breath, and said, "Hungry? Let Mom get you the strawberries. They're all washed." "Okay," Luo An said. Lin Xiaoying turned and walked towards the kitchen, her steps much lighter. Luo An stood still, his fingers clenching inside his pants pocket. "I will find out the reason." The headquarters of Tianxi Technology Group, 23rd floor. On the door at the end of the corridor was embedded a dark gray metal nameplate with Lin Xian engraved on it. The office interior was minimal to the point of austerity, a dark solid wood desk on which sat a laptop, an external monitor, and a white ceramic mug. The tea in the mug had gone cold, the leaves settled at the bottom, the surface perfectly still. Lin Xian sat behind the desk, back straight, but not rigid, left hand resting on the armrest, right index finger slowly gliding over the touchpad. The lenses of his silver-rimmed glasses reflected the content on the screen. The comment section of his paper on brain computer interface signal decoding. The latest anonymous comment. He had already read it 3 times. Each time, he would scroll back up to certain figures in the paper, scan them again, then scroll back down. On the 3rd repetition, he stopped, took off his glasses, and pinched the bridge of his nose with thumb and forefinger. Then he put his glasses back on and pressed the intercom. "Lao Zhou, come to my office." Lao Zhou, head of the technical department, knocked and entered, walking to Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian tapped the spot on the screen where that reply was. "Help me find out who this is." Lao Zhou leaned closer. On the screen was the comment section, an anonymous reply with 2 paragraphs. Lao Zhou glanced at the commenter's ID, then nodded. "Such anonymous accounts aren't easy to trace. They'll get back to you by tomorrow afternoon. And when you get the info, give it directly to me. No side trips." Lin Xian folded his hands on the desk. Lao Zhou nodded, understood. After Lao Zhou left, Lin Xian pressed the intercom again. "Lao Fong, come over." 2 minutes later, Lao Fong had already knocked and entered. "Dr. Lin, you wanted to see me." "Lao Fong, come take a look at this." Lao Fong walked around to the side of the desk, bent down, and leaned toward the screen. When he saw the first paragraph, his eyebrows rose slightly. At the second paragraph, his lips moved, as if silently reading. At the last 2 sentences, he straightened up abruptly and turned to look at Lin Xian. Lin Xian leaned back in his chair, tapping a finger lightly on the armrest. "What's your assessment?" "The idea for this filter hierarchy. I've run simulations in my lab several rounds, and each time it converged halfway, then diverged, so I gave up." Lao Fong pointed at a spot on the screen. He didn't just rearrange the order, he also added a matching condition for delay compensation. "That's the key. I was stuck on that step and couldn't push further. Being able to fill in that step means he wasn't guessing. He worked through the whole derivation." Lin Xian picked up the tea mug, found the tea cold, and set it back down. His gaze shifted from Lao Fong to the window where the city skyline shimmered in a grayish blue under the afternoon light. Lao Fong was silent for a moment, then said, "What do you think this person's background is?" "I don't know." Lin Xian took off his glasses and carefully wiped the lenses with a handkerchief. "But someone who can independently derive at this level, whatever their background, is worth knowing." On registration day, Luo An squatted on the floor of his room, stuffing the last t-shirt into the side pocket of his backpack. The backpack was small, only containing a change of clothes, a notebook, a charger, and a few daily necessities. That drop of silvery gray liquid had been sealed in a borosilicate glass reagent bottle yesterday and buried under the thickest crooked willow tree by the river on the outskirts of the city. Ever since it burst open like a sea urchin that day, Luo An had labeled the unknown substance dangerous. For his family's safety, he couldn't keep it at home. Luo Zhengwo and Lin Xiaoying drove with Luo into Fatty's house. Wang Fatty's mountaineering backpack was even more swollen than when he last went home, and it was stuffed in the trunk, making the left wheel sit noticeably lower than the right. The school wasn't far, an hour's drive. The campus gate was a dense sea of people and cars. Luo Zhengwo parked in the temporary parking area by the roadside and helped them unload their luggage. Lin Xiaoying came over, straightened Luo An's collar, and brushed the dust off his shoulder. Her fingers paused on his shoulder for a moment, then withdrew. "In and at school, don't push yourself too hard. Grades don't matter. Make sure to rest. If you feel unwell anywhere, call Mom. Mom's phone is on 247, and he'll come pick you up anytime. Luo An replied earnestly, got it, Mom. Don't worry, go back. It's fine. Wang Fatty chimed in, Annie, don't worry. He'll stick with him good the whole time. Nothing will happen. Lin Xiaoying patted Fatty's arm, then nodded with a mm. The car gradually merged into traffic, its tail lights blinked twice, and it disappeared around the corner. Luo An averted his gaze, and the two dragged their luggage toward the school gate. A row of red tents stretched far from the entrance, the signboards of each college glaring under the sun. Volunteers in red vests weaved through the crowd. A boy with a suitcase in one hand and a megaphone in the other shouted, Science College this way. Wang Fatty stood on tiptoes, scanning around, his gaze sweeping over the red tent tops. Which one is ours? The third tent from the left. Luo An tilted his chin in that direction. How did you know? That bus passed by earlier. Its side was printed with Jiangxing University School of Physics and Information Engineering. Wang Fatty paused. Weren't you looking at your phone just now? Peripheral vision. Eagle eyes. Luo An ignored him and dragged his suitcase forward. The two arrived at the blue-roof tent of the School of Physics and Information Engineering. Behind the table sat two junior female students, one with a ponytail, one wearing glasses, with a stack of registration forms in front of them. Beside them stood a KT board with a QR code and a printed registration process chart. The ponytailed girl looked up at them and gave a standard welcoming smile. Students, please show your admission letter and ID. After checking the info, the senior tapped a few keys on the computer, and the printer spit out 2 registration forms. She handed them over, then took out 2 sets of dorm keys, 2 campus cards, and 2 freshman handbooks from a cardboard box, pushing them one by one across the table. Don't lose the keys, replacement costs 20 yuan. The campus card is both a meal card and access card. You'll need it for the cafeteria, library, and dorm buildings. Flip through the freshman handbook, check the anti-fraud reminders. Every year at the start of school, someone gets scammed. Her tone had become a fluent muscle memory, clearly repeated many times today. The bespectacled senior pushed up her glasses and leaned in to add, You two are in the same major, so we'll put you in the same dorm. Room 302. Wang Pengzi took the key, glanced at the room number tag on the keychain, and grinned. Brother and were still roommates. Luo An nodded with drooping eyelids, shoved the card into his pocket, and picked up his backpack. Half asleep, he followed Fatty toward the inside. A few steps and a neatly dressed girl dragging a suitcase came up to them and asked bluntly, Excuse me, where's the girls' dormitory? Fatty said, No idea. We're looking too. The girl shot him a strange look and turned away. Fatty looked back at Luo An, perplexed. What's her deal? Nothing. Normal reaction. They searched a bit longer and finally reached the dormitory building, where another round of registration awaited. After verifying their information, the dorm matron pulled out a dormitory agreement from the drawer and had them sign it. Read the rules carefully before signing, especially Article 6, lights out at 11. But no noise of violators will lose dorm points. On the 3rd floor, rows of dormitory doors lined both sides of the corridor. Some doors were open, revealing freshmen making beds and cleaning. When they reached room 302, the door was ajar. As it swung open, a faint scent of laundry detergent wafted out. The lower bunk by the window was already made. The sheet stretched taut, the pillow placed against the wall. A person stood by the bed near the door, back to the entrance, arranging items on the desk. He turned around. Broad-shouldered and straight-backed, yet he stood with his weight shifted to one leg, looking slouchy. Around his right wrist was an old red string, crudely braided. His features weren't fierce, but when his eyes swept over you, it felt like he was weighing something. He sized up Luo and then glanced at Wang Pengzi behind him, who was carrying a mountaineering backpack. Room 302. Luo An nodded. Lin Mo. He said his name, the corner of his mouth lifting in a faint smirk. Law school. Luo An. Wang Pengzi leaned, half his body out from behind Luo An. Wang Hao Physics Department. Lin Mo's gaze lingered on Wang Pengzi's mountaineering backpack for a moment, then shifted to Luo An's smaller bag. Did you come together? Wang Pengzi swung the mountaineering backpack off his shoulder and dropped it to the floor with a dull thud. We're childhood friends. Grew up inseparable. Figures. Lin Mo turned back to arrange his things, shoving a copy of jurisprudence into the bookshelf. Luo An walked toward the bed by the window. As he passed Lin Mo's desk, his peripheral vision caught a detail among the items on the desk. Besides law textbooks, there was a copy of Judicial Interpretation of Company Law flipped open to the middle, and a hardcover notebook with the words Internship Record on the cover. A freshman just arrived, already reading company law and internships. Luo An looked away and placed his backpack on the bed by the window. The dormitory was small, 4 beds, each with a desk underneath. 2 by the window, 2 by the door, with a walkway in between. Each desk had a small lamp, and the walls were fitted with bookshelves and wardrobes. The window faced south, overlooking the campus main road. The rumble of suitcases and parents' admonitions drifted up from below. Wang Pengzi chose the other bed by the window opposite Lin Mo. He first plopped his mountaineering backpack onto the desk, then looked up at the ladder to the upper bunk. This ladder doesn't look too sturdy. He shook the handrail. It won't collapse, will it? Luo An pulled open the curtain on his own desk. Sunlight flooded in, illuminating a fine layer of dust on the surface. He wiped his hand across it, and a thin film of dust clung to his fingers. Wang Pengzi had already started unpacking his mountaineering backpack. First spiced beef, then braised pork hock, then steamed buns wrapped in plastic bags. He opened the plastic bag and saw Lin Mo staring at him. Pork and green onion buns. Want one? Still warm. My mom steamed them this morning. Lin Mo looked at the bag of steaming buns, then at Wang Pengzi's physique, and paused for a moment. With that build, your mom's efforts are considerable. Wang Pengzi grinned. I have a big appetite. Lin Mo let out a snort through his nose, took a bun, and bit into it. Just then the dormitory door was suddenly kicked open from outside. A boy of similar build to Luo An was holding 3 cardboard boxes, his chin resting on the topmost one. He pushed the door open with his knee and stumbled in. The boxes were stacked so high that he had to tilt his head to see sideways. First he saw Lin Mo, then Luo An, and Wang Pengzi. Damn, finally some people. I thought I was the first. He dumped the boxes onto an empty bed. A plastic bag hanging on the ladder straightened up and dusted off his hands. Hi, I'm Long Chuan, physics department. After announcing his name, he glanced at Lin Mo, then Luo An, and finally his gaze landed on Wang Pengzi. You guys just arrived, right? I came early this morning and went out to pick up my parcels. I had my stuff shipped here before I left, so I wouldn't have to carry much on the way. Otherwise I couldn't have managed it all alone. With that, Long Chuan opened one of the boxes and pulled out a fan. This fan I brought from home. I once bought a fan online. It looked nice and was cheap, but when I got it the wind was weak and the noise was loud. It was terrible. Not as good as this one my family bought from a physical store. By the way, have you guys had lunch? I brought some fried rice from downstairs, second floor cafeteria. The auntie gave me an extra scoop of meat. He then pulled out earplugs, a towel, a bamboo pillow. Each item accompanied by a torrent of words. 10 minutes later, realizing no one had responded, he looked up in confusion. Luo An stood with his arms crossed, a fingernail pressed against his teeth, staring at Long Chuan with furrowed brows. Wang Pengzi's mouth hung open as he stared at Long Chuan in astonishment. Then he slowly turned to Luo An and whispered, Damn brother, and this guy really talks a lot. Luo An nodded seriously. Looks like you'll need to make another pair of noise-canceling earplugs. Lin Mo's eyelids twitched, and he tilted his head to look at the newcomer. Hey man, did you rent your mouth? Gotta return it soon. Fatty was about to tell Lin Mo that his words were too rude, but then Long Chuan paused, scratched his head, and said apologetically, Sorry, it's a habit. Sometimes I just can't stop talking. I can't control it either. My mom scolded me several times about it. I want to change, but I can't. What can I do? Right? I wish I could be like my younger brother, quiet and reserved. But it's okay, and my mom still loves me. Oh, did you know? Actually, my dad is the opposite of my mom. He thinks my brother talks too little and actually likes me the way I am. Luo An, Wang Pengzi, Lin Mo. In the afternoon, it was time for the freshman physical examination. A queue formed outside the school clinic with each class of incoming students filing in one by one. Sunlight struck the tiled floor, casting a blinding glare. Inside, a row of tables was set up with blood draws, vision tests, height and weight measurements, chest x-rays, and internal medicine exams, all crowded onto a single floor. When it was Long Chuan's turn for the blood draw, he had already rolled up his sleeves, stretched his arm out onto the table, and even flashed a smile at the nurse. Sis, go ahead, I'm not afraid of needles. The nurse glanced up at him. Really? Not at all. I've never been afraid of needles since I was a kid. It looks painful, but it's just a little sting when it first goes in. If you can tough it out, it's fine. The needle pierced his skin, and Long Chuan stared at the transparent tube attached to his arm for several seconds. Then his smile began to fade. I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Don't look at the needle, the nurse said without lifting her head. I'm not looking. He turned his head away, staring at the wall for a few seconds, then turned back and fixed his gaze on the tube of blood. His face visibly paled, turning as white as the wall. Sis, after this tube, there's no more, right? No, just this one. Good. His voice grew weak. Lin Mo, who was standing behind in line, picked his ear with his pinky finger, flicked the wax away, and kept his other hand in his pocket, tilting his head to watch. His face, when not smiling, had sharp, cold lines, and he stood there without a word. The nurse pulled out the needle, pressed a cotton swab against the spot, and handed him two. Press it for a while. Okay. Long Chuan stood up, but after 2 steps his legs gave way, and he nearly fell. Lin Mo reached out and steadied his arm, allowing Long Chuan to regain his balance. Lin Mo looked at him and teased in a lazy, drawling tone. Didn't you say you've never been afraid of needles? Not being afraid of needles doesn't mean I'm not afraid of fainting from them. Lin Mo helped him to a chair in the hallway. Next was Wang Pengzi. He rolled up his sleeve, revealing a thick, sturdy forearm. The nurse tied a rubber tube around his upper arm, inserted the needle, and drew blood. She pulled out the needle and pressed a cotton swab onto the crook of Wang Pengzi's elbow. He stood up and gave his seat to Luo An. Soon the others finished, and then it was time for height and weight. A quick procedure that took only a few minutes. They entered the vision test room. When it was Lin Mo's turn, he sat down, rested his chin on the chin rest, and the nurse paused while pointing at the 5th row. Student, could you close your left eye a bit more tightly when testing your right eye? I am closing it tightly. My right eye is 2015 and my left is 20,400. The nurse gave him another look and wrote something on the examination form. That's quite a big difference. Lin Mo explained, it runs in the family. Next was Luo An. When he sat down, his eyelids were still drooping, his chin resting on the chin rest, as if he could fall asleep at any moment. The nurse's pointer started from the 4th row, and he called out the directions left, right, up, down, in a low voice, each word evenly spaced, as if reciting a textbook. She pointed to the 6th row. He answered instantly without a pause. The 7th row. He answered faster than the nurse could point. The moment her pointer moved, the word was already out of his mouth. The 8th row. The letters were the size of rice grains. He tilted his head slightly, as if finding a more comfortable angle. Left. The 9th row. The very bottom line. The letters were as tiny as pinpricks. He squinted. Right. The nurse withdrew her pointer, didn't write on the form, but first looked at Luo An's face. Then she opened the drawer under the table, took out a new vision chart, hung it on the light box, and pressed her finger on the very bottom line. Which direction? Luo An's pupils fixed behind the chin rest for a moment. Then he lifted his chin from the rest. I can't see. The nurse's eyes narrowed slightly, her fingers still pressed on the chart. Wang Pengzi leaned against the doorframe, the corners of his mouth starting to twitch, his shoulders shaking. Long Chuan leaned in from behind. What's going on? Didn't he just see the very bottom line clearly? Wang Pengzi lowered his head, covered his mouth with one hand, and let out a few suppressed giggles through his fingers. He turned sideways, still shaking, and waved at Lin Mo and Long Chuan. And Gu memorized the eye chart, so he doesn't need to look at all. He already knows which direction each letter faces. Long Chuan's mouth fell open at a loss for words. Lin Mo leaned sideways against the doorframe, shifted his gaze to Luo An's face, was silent for a moment, then turned to Wang Pengzi. Your childhood friend, is that amazing? Wang Pengzi scratched the back of his head. It's just average. I guess this is only in guess passive skill. Long Chuan's eyes widened as he asked, what? That's just a passive skill. Then what's in guess active skill? Wang Pengzi thought carefully. Daydreaming. The nurse put the chart back into the drawer, looked up at Luo, and her tone changed. Now somewhat amused despite herself. Student, while I admire your memory, the vision test is for your own good. Please don't cheat. Luo An gave a dry cough and stood up from the chair. Sorry. I just happened to glance at it when I passed by earlier, and it stuck. I can't forget it even if I try. The nurse lowered her head and wrote a few words in the vision section of the form, pressing down hard with her pen. As they walked out of the vision test room, Long Chuan grabbed Luo An's arm. And good, did you really just glance at it while passing by and memorized it? You actually believe that? Luo An yawned and walked toward the door. After the physical exam, they went to the cafeteria for dinner. The sky had already darkened. In the evening, there was the freshman class meeting. Lin Mo went to the law school classroom, while Luo An and the others arrived at room 304 of Building C, where the classroom door was open. A few girls had already taken seats in the front rows, chatting softly. At the front of the room stood a metal lectern. The blackboard was spotlessly clean, with chalk-written words, School of Physics and Information Engineering Freshman Class 3, a new student welcome meeting. Luo An sat down in the row by the aisle with Wang Pengzi beside him. Long Chuan followed and plopped down in the seat behind Wang Pengzi. Within 3 seconds, his head was already swiveling left and right. This classroom is way bigger than the one in our high school. Hey, isn't that guy with glasses the one we saw at the cafeteria earlier? Luo An pulled out his phone, glanced at the time, and put it away. Before long, the classroom was nearly full, about 30-some people. Long Chuan had people sitting all around him, and his mouth never stopped. First, he chatted with a boy in front about their college entrance exam scores, then talked to a girl beside him about local specialties from their hometowns. Midway through, he realized they were from the same city, and his voice rose half an octave. No kidding. You're from Yuzhou too. Which district? I'm from Yuzhou. You. Shapingba. The girl leaned back, slightly taken aback by his enthusiasm. Shapingba, great. I went to middle school there. I even visited Sikiku right after the exams. It was packed. The girl nodded politely and turned to rummage through her backpack. Long Chuan leaned forward to the right, trying to strike up a conversation with another boy who was fiddling with his phone. The boy looked up at him, picked up his chair, and moved 1 seat away. Long Chuan opened his mouth, then turned to look at Wang Pengzi. Wang Pengzi stared straight ahead, his lips pressed tight. A girl with a ponytail sitting in front of Luo and turned her head for the 3rd time, her gaze pausing on Long Chuan before she turned back and scooted her chair forward. Long Chuan was about to say something when a throat-clearing sound came from the lectern. The counselor stood at the front holding a roll call sheet, staring directly at him. That student, please be quiet. The whole class can hear only you talking. Several boys nearby stifled their laughter. Long Chuan shrank his neck and muttered a hushed, sorry teacher, before slumping halfway down into his chair. I am your counselor, Li Jia. She spread the attendance sheet on the podium. For the next 4 years, you'll be in charge of your ideological development studies and campus life. There are a few things to cover tonight: school rules and regulations, military training, schedule class committee elections, and dormitory management. Let me go over these with you. She spoke rapidly, rattling off over a dozen rules in one breath, from the prohibition of high-wage appliances in the dorms to the need to register for late returns. When she reached the safety precautions, her pace slowed slightly. Regarding fraud prevention, don't think of this as just a cliché. Every year at the start of the semester, someone gets scammed. There are those impersonating counselors calling to collect class fees, those posing as senior students selling fake materials, and even those who come directly to your dorms claiming to be from the student union. If a stranger asks you for money, verify their identity first. If you're unsure, come to me. Someone muttered softly. Who still falls for that stuff? The counselor glanced at him and said, every year someone does. After finishing the military training arrangements, she projected the class schedule onto the screen for everyone to take a photo. Wang Fatty raised his phone, snapped a picture, looked at it closely, then put it back in his pocket. A class monitor was chosen, a girl named Zhao Xiaoqing, who had served as class monitor for 3 years in high school. Then came the self-introductions. Some said they liked playing basketball, some liked watching movies, some liked playing video games. When it was Wang Fatty's turn, he stood up, pushing his chair back, the metallic screech of its legs against the floor tiles echoing slightly. Wang Hao from the suburbs. I like exercising and eating my mom's cooking. If you need any heavy lifting done, just call me. A few girls giggled. Luo An heard someone behind him say, with that build he's a shoo-in for the shot put at the sports meet. It was Luo An's turn. He stood up, pulling his hands out of his pockets, and tapped the edge of the table with his knuckles. Luo An from this city. No special talents. He paused. But I'm pretty lazy, so try not to bother me with anything either. He sat down. The class was silent for a few seconds, then laughter erupted from several directions at once. The new class monitor, Zhao Xiaoqing, turned her head to look at him. She wasn't smiling, but her eyes were clearly caught by his last remark. As the laughter was dying down, a girl stood up from the seat by the window in the back row. My name is Suyu. The low murmurs around her quieted down almost involuntarily. She stood at the third seat in the row by the window, turning her body slightly, one hand resting on the desk. I'm from the city. My area of interest is cybersecurity, and am currently self-studying CTF. Fatty nudged Luo An with his shoulder. And gee, isn't that the girl who asked for directions? Damn, she's in our class. Luo An glanced at Suyu, then looked away. After the self-introductions concluded, the counselor stood up, picked up a piece of chalk, and wrote a group number on the blackboard. This is the class group. Scan the QR code to join and use your real names. All important announcements will be posted here. Luo An raised his phone, scanned the code, saw over a dozen people already in the group, set the chat to silent mode, and put his phone back in his pocket. That's all for today. Dismissed. Don't be late for military training tomorrow. Assemble on the track at 730 in your uniforms. The simultaneous scraping of chair legs against the floor tiles filled the room. It was almost 11 when they got back to the dorm. Long Chuan was still talking about the girl who kept snakes. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair, flipping through general principles of criminal law, occasionally humming in acknowledgement. Yawning, Luo An climbed into bed, finally ready to sleep. He shifted his pillow to find a comfortable angle, closed his eyes, and his consciousness quickly sank into darkness. Then the darkness split open. The first snore came from the bed near the door. It wasn't loud, like a rusty iron door slowly pushed shut by the wind, deep drawn out, and carrying an unyielding rhythm. Luo An's eyes opened a sliver. The fluorescent light on the ceiling was off, and a hint of orange streetlight seeped in through the gap in the curtains. He closed his eyes again. When the second snore pressed, and its frequency was off from the first. One was high, the other low, one rose, the other sank, like two saws cutting different trees. Occasionally they would overlap, creating a brief resonance before separating again. Luo An turned on his side, pulling the blanket up to his ears. There was a brief silence, then the sound of someone turning over a creak from the bed frame, and a third snore joined in from another corner. This one was different from the other two. It was short, sharp, each breath sounding like air being forced out. Luo An yanked the blanket off his ears. In the darkness his eyes were wide open, staring at the ceiling. The snores rose and fell in the dorm, a chorus without a conductor. Occasionally someone would turn over, one of the sounds would pause for a few seconds, then pick up again. Outside the window the streetlight leaked through the crack, casting a thin orange line across the ceiling. Luo An stared at the line of light, unsure, when he had closed his eyes again. Then he was jolted awake once more. Footsteps echoed in the hallway. Someone from the next dorm went to the bathroom, their slippers slapping against the tiles. Luo An turned over, a deep frown creasing his brow. He didn't know how much time had passed. A sharp electronic ring exploded from the direction of Wang Fatty's bed. It was like a needle piercing directly into his eardrum. Luo An's eyes snapped open. The sky outside the window was already a dim gray, with dawn's light, the streetlights still glowing. The alarm kept ringing. Wang Fatty's hand emerged from under the blanket, fumbled on the nightstand, and silenced the alarm. Then came the creak of the bed frame as he sat up and let out a yawn. Luo An sat up in bed. A tuft of hair stuck up, his eyes were half open, and his brow was furrowed. Wang Fatty was just climbing down the ladder. He looked up, saw Luo An's expression, and paused mid-motion. And G didn't sleep well last night. Luo An sat on the edge of the bed, hands resting on his knees. I have to solve this sleeping problem tonight. Then he let out a deep breath, climbed down from the ladder, and started getting dressed. Wang Fatty scratched the back of his head, thinking Ng was just in a bad morning mood. The mist on the track hadn't fully cleared. Class 2503 of the physics department assembled at the eastern end of the track. Luo An stood in the formation, eyes half-closed, shoulders slumping slightly. His military training uniform was a size too big at the collar, and his cap was pulled down low. The instructor, surnamed Ma, had a crew cut, a neck wider than his face and skin darkened by the sun. He stood at the front of the formation, scanning from left to right. His gaze paused on Luo An for a moment before moving on. Stand at attention for 30 minutes. No moving, no talking. If you need to move, call out. Nothing happened for the first 3 minutes. Some were adjusting their breathing, some shifted their weight from one foot to the other only to be stared back into place by Instructor Ma. The sun climbed higher, and sweat began to bead on foreheads under the brims of caps. At the 5th minute, Instructor Ma walked past the front of the formation and stopped in front of Luo An. Luo An's eyes were closed. Not squinting, but fully closed. His eyelashes were still, his breathing was shallow and slow, the rise and fall of his shoulders almost imperceptible. You? Instructor Ma's voice sounded directly in front of him. Luo An didn't react. The instructor raised his volume. This student here. Then under the instructor's incredulous gaze, Luo An opened one eye. You? What are you closing your eyes for? You said we couldn't move, but you didn't say we couldn't close our eyes. Someone in the queue stifled a laugh. Instructor Ma swept his gaze across, and the sound was forcibly swallowed back, turning into a short cough. Keep both eyes open. As soon as he said this, he saw Luo An slowly open his other eye. Instructor Ma stared at him for a moment, and as he turned away, the slight twitch at the corner of his eye was visible. Sunlight fell on Luo An's face. This time the instructor indeed saw that Luo An did not close his eyes again, and silently nodded in his heart. However, as time passed, Instructor Ma's glances towards Luo An grew more frequent, and his expression became increasingly strange. Finally, he stopped pacing altogether and stood directly in front of Luo An, staring intently into his eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds, a minute. The instructor noticed that Luo An hadn't blinked once. His eyes were fixed straight ahead, his pupils contracted to pinpricks against the backlight. Unable to resist, Instructor Ma reached out and waved a hand in front of Luo An's face. No reaction. He waved again. Blink, why don't you? Hearing the instructor's voice, Luo An's pupils shifted like a lens refocusing. Then he slowly spoke, his voice hoarse as if caught between sleep and waking. A normal person blinks 15 to 20 times a minute. Standing at attention for 30 minutes, that's about 500 blinks. I plan to save them all for the last few minutes. The queue fell silent for a beat. Then an unstoppable snort of laughter. A guy in the front row was shaking violently, his cap nearly falling off. A few girls in the back row lowered their heads, their ponytails bobbing with their suppressed laughter. Quiet. Instructor Ma barked at the queue, then turned back to Luo An. He stared at him for 2 seconds, and the corner of his mouth twitched. You're truly gifted. Falling asleep standing up is one thing, but sleeping with your eyes open. Luo An replied with a serious face. Thank you for the compliment, instructor. Was I complimenting you? I was. The finger Instructor Ma pointed at Luo and trembled slightly, then he lowered it and pressed it against his chest over his heart. I don't even know what to say to you. Luo An replied with an utterly serious expression. Instructor, I know this one. In Mandarin it's an I Hao. In Cantonese it's Nei Ho. In Shanghainese it's Nong Hao. In Tianjin dialect it's Ai Nai Hao. In Shaanxi dialect it's Ni Ko Hao Li. In Hainanese it's Luo. In Tibetan it's Tashi Delek. In Uyghur it's Yakshimasis. Which one did you mean, instructor? The instructor and everyone present was dumbfounded. A student below couldn't help but mutter, this is insane. Yeah. Wait, is that what the instructor meant? The instructor's hand over his heart tightened. He opened his mouth, not knowing how to respond. Luo An looked at the instructor for 2 seconds, then a look of sudden realization dawned on his face. Oh, I get it, you mean foreign languages. Hello. Konnichiwa. Annyeonghaseyo. Bonjour. Guten Tag. Sawadee-ka. Seeing that Luo An seemed ready to continue, the instructor quickly raised a hand to stop him. All right, that's enough. Just stand there properly. Without looking back, he turned and walked away, his silhouette looking utterly dejected. The entire field was silent. Only Fatty Wang wore a look of utter nonchalance. Then a short, sharp snort came from a student in the queue, piercing the silence with unusual clarity. Luo An heard the person mutter under their breath. Who are you trying to impress? Think you're special. Normally Luo An wouldn't have paid them any mind, but today his morning grogginess hadn't quite worn off. His gaze swept lightly in that direction, like wiping a clean pane of glass, leaving no expression behind. The afternoon session was military boxing. Instructor Ma led the squad to the sandpit on the south side of the training field. He demonstrated the routine, first his movements precise, each punch clean and sharp. Then he had everyone spread out to practice in rows, moving through the ranks to correct their forms. After a while of practice, the instructor's eye began to twitch again. The reason was simple: a female student sparring with Luo and looked over at the instructor with an awkward expression, then glanced back at Luo and who was holding the starting stance of the military boxing form utterly motionless, and had even begun to emit a faint snore. The instructor who had nearly had a heart attack from anger that morning finally lost it completely at this sight. Luo An. Luo An. The girl opposite him poked Luo An's cheek with her finger. Only then did Luo An look up, yawning. Present. Come up here and spar. Luo An walked out of the queue unhurried, stopping before Instructor Ma. The tail end of his yawn hadn't even subsided. He glanced at the sandpit, then seemed to think of something, and turned back to look at the instructor. Instructor, are you sure you want me to do this? His tone was flat, like he was confirming an item on a menu. Instructor Ma's arms, which were crossed, loosened involuntarily before he tightened them again. He himself felt a bit bewildered. This student's eyes looked like he hadn't slept at all, but that question, are you sure you want me to do this? Why did it make him feel a twinge of unease for a split second? I'm sure, he said with a stern face, then called out to the squad. Anyone willing to come up and spar with him? A few people in the front row glanced at each other. No one moved. At that moment Luo An turned around to face the queue. His eyes were still half-flitted, his gaze slowly sweeping across the formation, finally resting on the person who had muttered about him that morning. Then his right hand lifted from near his pocket, fingers curling in a slight beckoning motion. His lips moved twice, no sound escaping, but the mouth shape was unmistakably clear to that person. Kid, come on up. The guy who had a short buzz cut was startled by Luo An's provocative stance. His brows furrowed, and he strode out of the queue with large steps. As he moved, the surrounding gazes followed him. The buzz-cut guy stopped opposite Luo and his voice low mid, only for the two of them to hear. You're pretty cocky, huh? Hope your skinny body can back up that big mouth of yours. A slow smile crept across Luo An's lips as he lowered his voice to match. Little man, seems you have a fundamental misunderstanding about combat power. He ignored the other's confused look, turned his head to Instructor Ma, and asked, can we start? Then he turned back, hands hanging loosely at his sides. Instructor Ma raised his hand. Begin. The buzz-cut guy moved first, taking a wide step forward followed by a straightforward swinging punch. Luo An saw the arm rotate from the shoulder, elbow joint flaring out, the fist tracing a wide arc. This guy's fighting habit was to wind up and swing, not to jab. He sidestepped half a body width to the left. The punch whistled past his ear. His right hand came up, 4 fingers hooking into the inside of the opponent's extended wrist, thumb pressing against the back of the hand, and twisted down. The wrist was twisted to its limit, the elbow and shoulder joints locking in sequence. The entire arm was pulled taut, as if an invisible line stretched from the wrist to the shoulder blade. The buzz-cut guy's body followed the force, collapsing downwards. His knees buckled, his back hunched, his head pitching towards Luo An's chest. Hey, 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 hey. The sound was squeezed from his throat like a goose with its neck stepped on. Luo An looked down at him. His right hand still held the other's wrist, not letting go, but not adding pressure either. That's it. The crew-cut man knelt on the ground, his face flushed red, hissing cold air through his teeth. Everyone in the line widened their eyes, seemingly quite surprised by this outcome. Luo An tilted his head. You were laughing so happily this morning, I thought you had some killer move. With that, Luo An released his grip. The crew-cut man stumbled back 2 steps, clutching his wrist, leaving a gray scrape mark on the ground from his knee. Instructor Ma, standing 3 steps away, had watched Luo An's entire move and was startled. You? The crew-cut man scrambled up, rubbing his wrist, the defiance in his eyes bubbling over like boiling water. That didn't count. I wasn't ready. Luo An had already turned halfway. Hearing this, he pivoted on his heel. His eyelids were still drooping, but the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Oh. He lifted his hand from his pocket area and crooked a finger at the crew-cut man. Alright, I'll give you another chance. This time go ahead and use your ultimate move first. Don't bother with the basic combos. The crew-cut man froze. Judging by you probably don't know any infinite combos anyway. Suppressed snickers erupted throughout the line. Fatty's mouth was already stretched ear to ear, his eyes squeezed into slits. He couldn't help but straighten his back and lift his chin slightly, the smugness in his eyes practically screaming for a megaphone. See that? This is my brother. My Ange. Tell me, isn't he awesome? His heart was brimming with pride. Whoa. Long Chuan's eyes were wide and he nudged Fatty's arm with his elbow, his voice filled with 3 parts shock and 7 parts admiration. Howga, is your Ange always this fierce when he fights? He swallowed hard as he spoke, his gaze still glued to the scene. The crew-cut man, hearing Luo An's provocative words, turned from red to purple. He took a deep breath, having learned his lesson, and circled around to Luo An's side. Then, kicking off the ground, he lunged forward, arms spread wide, attempting to wrap Luo An in a bear hug. Luo An didn't dodge. As the arms were about to reach his waist, his right hand shot up from below, 4 fingers hooking onto the man's tiger's mouth, thumb pressing firmly on the Higu acupoint. 1 finger. Just 1. The crew-cut man jolted as if shocked, his arms snapped back, fingers splayed in a spasm, his body instinctively recoiling. Luo An followed the recoiling momentum, thrusting the tiger's mouth forward, stretching the ligament to its limit. Ah, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. The crew-cut man curled up like a shrimp, rising onto his tiptoes, his entire body weight hanging on Luo An's thumb. Let go, let go, let go. Luo An released him. The crew-cut man stumbled back several steps, shaking his hand. His expression had shifted from defiance to pain and confusion. He looked down at his thumb. It wasn't red or swollen, but the numbing ache that had penetrated to the bone was something Head never experienced in his life. Don't tell me you don't actually have an ultimate move. Luo An shoved his hands back into his pockets, his eyelids not having lifted this whole time. Then why were you laughing so hard earlier? Not far away, Lin Mo from the law school dropped his earlier nonchalant demeanor. His peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, appraising Luo An anew, as if assessing a newly unwrapped precious blade. A moment later a smirk tugged at his lips. Oh, this Luo An's got some skills. Another wave of silence fell, then, after 2 seconds, laughter erupted from the sidelines. Not the suppressed snickers from before, but uncontrollable guffaws. The guy in the front row, whose shoulders had been shaking, had stopped, now doubled over, one hand on his knee. A girl in the back row took off her cap and covered her mouth. The crew-cut man stood there, rubbing his wrist, his chest heaving. His mouth opened and closed, then he lowered his head. Luo An, seeing the lesson was sufficient, turned to head back to the line. The crew-cut man, who had kept his head down, gritted his teeth. He pushed off the ground, lowered his shoulders, shifted his weight forward, and charged straight at Luo An, turned back, aiming to knock him down. A startled cry came from the line. Fatty's eyes blazed with fury as he roared, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Instructor Ma also saw the crew-cut man's intent and prepared to lunge forward to stop him. But although Luo An had his back turned, his attention remained fixed on him. His ears caught the sound of gravel crunching underfoot at the pit's edge, the rustle of clothes, the heavy breathing of the approaching charge. The crew-cut man's fingertips were less than a palm's width from Luo An's collar. Luo An sidestepped, his left hand shooting out from his waist, 4 fingers landing on the outside of the crew-cut man's extended forearm, thumb hooking onto the ulnar styloid process, the bony protrusion on the outer wrist. He slid 1 inch 2 inches along the ulna to the wrist crease and pressed his fingertips in. Bagua palm golden thread entangles the wrist. The crew-cut man's arm was twisted like a rope, his wrist forced into internal rotation along the ulnar side, his elbow joint wrenched outward, his shoulder joint locked. The entire arm was screwed up from wrist to shoulder blade. The pain wasn't in the bone, but in the whole tendon being yanked from the wrist to the back of the neck. The crew-cut man was already on the ground, face pressed against the coarse sand of the pit's edge, one arm twisted and pinned behind his back. Luo An crouched beside him, his left hand pressing down on the man's wrist, his right hand resting on his own knee. The entire sequence took less than a second. The crew-cut man's voice was muffled by the sand. Let go. Luo An didn't release him. He looked down with cold, indifferent eyes at the man on the ground. You're not even qualified to make me take this seriously. With that, Luo An let go. Boring. He stood up, brushed the sand off his knees, and walked back towards the line. He stopped next to Fatty Wang, pressed his cap brim lower, and shoved both hands back into his pockets. The line was silent for about 3 seconds. Then the guy in the front row with the shaking shoulders spoke up. Trying a sneak attack and still losing. How embarrassing. His voice wasn't loud, but in the quiet line, every word was crystal clear. Someone beside him chimed in exactly. He even let him off twice. The crew-cut man lay by the sand pit, face buried in the grains, his expression hidden from everyone. Instructor Ma halted his forward step, glanced at the crew-cut man on the ground, then looked towards Luo An in the line, who was yawning. This student is no ordinary one. He knows the human bodis acupoints and joints like the back of his hand. This isn't just fighting, it's an instinctive dismantling of the human kinetic chain. But this kid didn't push further into joint-breaking territory. He just kept his opponent on the ground. His hands have control, his mind has restraint. Instructor Ma watched Luo An yawn again beneath his cap brim, that face that hadn't looked up once. Decisive, meticulous, intimately familiar with human weaknesses, possessing real skill, and knowing his limits. That was his assessment of the student. One more thing, his mouth was also truly infuriating. Before the dismissal whistle, even faded Wang Pengzi had already yanked his cap off and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. And let's go eat. The cafeteria has braised pork today. If we're late, I'll be gone. He turned around only to see Luo An already 3 steps ahead. Luo An pulled his hand out of his pocket and waved it dismissively without looking back. Not hungry. You guys go ahead. I need to buy something. And where are you going? But he was already gone. 200 meters from the school gate lay a small hardware and electronics shop, its sign half-lit with a flickering tube. Coils of wire and a dust-covered fire extinguisher were piled by the entrance. The owner, a tall, thin man, sat behind the counter scrolling through short videos on his phone, the volume blaring. Luo An pushed the door open and a sensor by the frame chirped, "Welcome." He walked a lap through the aisles. A soldering iron, solder wire, thin cables, a condenser microphone module, a miniature dynamic speaker, button cell batteries. Earbuds. He gathered everything he needed. At the counter, the owner scanned the soldering iron and raised an eyebrow. Student high-wage appliances aren't allowed in the dorms. I know. The owner nodded, grabbed a plastic bag, and packed the items. Luo An picked up the bag and walked out, then crouched by the flower bed at the shop's edge. He began dismantling everything. 5 minutes later, it was a bag of torn-up electronic scraps. The plastic bag rustled as he lifted it. Back at the dormitory entrance, Wang Pengzi was just turning the corner from the cafeteria. Long Chuan walked beside him, picking his teeth with a toothpick. Lin Mo trailed behind, sipping from a cup of soy milk. Wang Pengzi looked up and saw Luo An heading into the dorm building. Anchk. He jogged to catch up with Long Chuan and Lin Mo following. The three of them stepped into the lobby one after another. The dorm matron sat behind the duty desk, half a newspaper spread out before her, reading glasses perched on the tip of her nose. Luo An had already placed the plastic bag on the counter, not of his own accord, but because Shed peered over her glasses at him, then at the bag in his hand. "Young man, what's in the bag?" Luo An opened the bag's mouth. The matron tilted her head to peek inside. A pile of mangled scrap metal and wires. Her glasses slipped down a notch. She looked up at him, brows furrowed. "Young man, what's this?" Luo An didn't flinch. A slight curve at the corner of his eye, wearing the look of a well-behaved child answering an elder's question. "Annie, my family isn't well off. I pick up scrap metal now and then to sell for a bit of money. To help with household expenses." The matron's brow gradually relaxed. She glanced down at the junk in the bag again. Nothing valuable, just electronic trash someone had tossed away. When she looked up, her gaze at Luo An had changed. No longer an interrogation, but something else entirely. She gave him a once-over, taking in this student in military training gear, standing so properly. "Child," she said, taking off her glasses and holding them. "Your tuition. Your family scraped it together, didn't they, eh?" Luo An paused, then gave a slight nod. A small motion, but enough for her to see. The matron folded the newspaper and fanned herself with it. "Kids like you are rare these days. Go on, go on. Get some rest, don't push yourself too hard." Luo An nodded and was about to pick up the bag when a muffled snort came from behind him. Wang Pengzi stood 2 steps away, face flushed red, one hand clamped over his mouth, stifled, puffed, sounds leaking through his fingers. His shoulders shook like a pot about to boil over, lid ready to blow. The matron's gaze shifted past Luo and to Wang Pengzi. "You there, chubby." She leaned half out from behind the desk, pointing a finger at him. "Honestly, both of you are college students, but look at the difference." Wang Pengzi's laugh caught in his throat. He opened his mouth, pointing at Luo, and then at the plastic bag, then at himself, then at Lin Mo, then at Long Chuan. He. It's not. Annie. He stammered, unable to string together a full sentence. Lin Mo, holding his soy milk, shuffled a step to the side. Long Chuan had been picking his teeth, saw Lin Mo move, and immediately followed with a step of his own, toothpick still in his mouth, face deadpan. The two stood 2 steps away from Wang Pengzi, staring at him in unison with a look that screamed, "Who is this guy?" Wang Pengzi spun around to glare at them. "You guys." "Damn." The matron waved her hand. All right, stop loitering and blocking the way. If you're heading up, go." Wang Pengzi tucked his lunchbox under his arm and charged up the stairs, head down. His footsteps thundered, shaking the floorboards. Behind him, Long Chuan muttered, "Haoji's gonna be furious," and Lin Mo bit his lip, barely suppressing a laugh. Luo An picked up the plastic bag from the counter, gave the matron a nod, and headed for the stairs. Behind him, she put her glasses back on and shook her head. Back in the dorm, Wang Pengzi had already slammed his lunchbox onto the table. He sat with arms crossed, cheeks puffed out. Seeing Long Chuan and Lin Mo walk in, he pointed at them. "You two were way too harsh back there." Long Chuan sat on the bed edge, kicking off his shoes, looking utterly innocent. Lin Mo leaned against the wardrobe, left hand in his pocket. "Wang Pengzi, you're the one who couldn't hold back the laugh. And you call us harsh." Wang Pengzi thought about it. Hell, that actually made sense. He was the only one who'd laughed. With that, he turned to Luo An, "And you can't blame me for laughing. That excuse of yours was way too over the top." Luo An ignored them. Right now, his only focus was the earplug that would let him sleep. He dumped the bag's contents onto the table in one go. Dismantled earbud parts, soldering iron, solder, wires, modules, clattering into a small pile. Luo An turned up the desk lamp, and under the stunned gaze of the others, in less than 5 minutes from start to finish, the pile of junk was gone. In its place on the table sat a modified earplug. Long Chuan, sitting on the bed edge, held a single sock in his hand, eyes fixed on the earplug. "You? That pile just now. How did you do that?" Wang Pengzi lifted his chin slightly and said in a measured tone, "What's there to make a fuss about? That's just my Angie's basic move. Doesn't even count as a combo." "Quiet," Luo An said without turning around. Wang Pengzi shrank his neck, but still wore a look of praise me. Lin Mo tilted his head, gaze shifting from the earplug to Luo An's face, then frowned and stroked his chin. Luo An was plugging the soldering iron back into its stand, rosin flakes on his hands. He picked up the earplug, brought the foam tip to his mouth, blew off a bit of dust, and put it on. Then he opened his laptop, brought up Xiaoling's terminal, and typed a few lines. Active noise cancellation module initialized. Sample rate. Latency calibration complete. Test passed. First, the sound of basketballs bouncing from the court outside slid downward, growing fainter and fainter, sinking into a nearly inaudible floor of noise. Then one by one the other sounds faded away. When his ears were filled with silence, done. Luo An took the earplug off, inserted the button cell, and tightened the wire. He climbed the ladder to his bunk, patted the pillow twice, and let his head sink in. Don't wake me up, even if the sky falls. I'm sleeping. The final syllable had barely faded when his breathing had already deepened. 3 seconds. Wang Pengzi looked up at Luo An's bunk, then down at the pile of shattered plastic fragments and clipped wires on the table. He looked up again at the human-shaped silhouette on the bed. And Ji must be truly exhausted this time, fell asleep in a flash. Long Chuan leaned in and whispered to Wang Pengzi, "How Ji wouldn't Ji made looks like a hearing aid to me." "What do you know?" Wang Pengzi replied in a booming voice. "This isn't Guess invention, a sleep miracle device. With it on you can't hear a single sound. Sleeping is amazing." Long Chuan raised a finger to his lips. Shoo. Wang Pengzi waved his hand dismissively and said with confidence, "What's there to shush about? Relax, no matter how loud we talk and Ji won't hear a thing. You thinking Guess sleep invention is just for show." After hearing Wang Pengzi's words, Lin Mo looked up at the silhouette that had begun to emit a faint snore, then turned back. "Wang Hao, is the earphone Luo An researched really that effective?" Wang Pengzi replied while tidying up the scraps Luo An had left on the table, "Of course it is. Look who made it." He scooped up the debris and tossed it into the trash, and then continued, "Let me tell you, I tested it myself back at Guess place. Downstairs was a construction site with that. Rat-a-tat-tat, that ear-splitting demolition hammer. Once I put it on, I was as good as deaf." Lin Mo didn't respond. He glanced at Luo An on the bed, once more stroked his chin, walked back to his own desk, and sat down. He opened General Principles of Criminal Law, flipped 2 pages, then looked back at Luo An's bed. Early the next morning, the alarm exploded from Long Chuan's phone. It was immediately followed by Wang Pengzi's alarm ringing. Wang Pengzi turned over, the bedboard creaking, and then a thick, sturdy arm shot out from the mosquito net gap, slapping down hard on top of the alarm clock. Lin Mo was the first to get up, followed by Wang Pengzi and Long Chuan, who got up to wash up one after another. Dressed neatly, Wang Pengzi turned and headed for the door, but stopped halfway. "Where's Ji?" He then looked towards Luo An's bed. Luo An lay on his back, hands folded over his stomach, breathing deep and steady, his eyeballs motionless under his eyelids. "Oh, almost forgot." Wang Pengzi slapped his own forehead. "And Guess got his earplugs and he can't hear." Lin Mo, who was buckling his belt, turned his head at this and glanced at Luo An's bed. He raised his left hand and looked at his watch. 7:03. Last night Luo An had hit the pillow around 7:30 at the latest. He calculated quickly in his mind. That was nearly 13 hours of sleep. After sleeping that long, his sleep should be pretty light by now. Even with the earphones on, with all the noise from the alarms and people washing up, shouldn't he have heard at least a little? Just then Wang Pengzi's palm landed on Luo An's shoulder, giving it a gentle pat. And Ji, time to get up." Luo An's eyelids twitched. "And Ji, we need to fall in." Luo An's eyes opened to slit, his gaze swaying towards Wang Pengzi's face. Then he slowly sat up, yawned, stretched, and rubbed his eyes. He had finally gotten a good night's sleep. Then with a puzzled expression, he watched Wang Pengzi's mouth opening and closing, his face showing a look of urging. Long Chuan was saying something too, his lips moving faster. Lin Mo stood behind Wang Pengzi, tilting his head to look at him. "What are you saying?" As soon as he spoke, a look of realization dawned on Luo An's face, and he reached up to take out the earplugs. Wang Pengzi's voice immediately flooded in. "I said, Ji, hurry up. The instructor's blown the whistle, we've got to line up." "Got it." Luo An tucked the earplugs under his pillow, threw off the covers, and scrambled down the ladder with surprising speed. Lin Mo was the last to leave. As he closed the door, he paused, peering through the gap at Luo An's pillow. "Is it really that effective?" His voice was soft, swallowed by the noise in the hallway. A whistle blew on the parade ground. At ease. Attention. The second day was the same, standing at attention, marching drills, baking under the sun. It wasn't long before sweat began to seep out from under the new students' cap brims. Instructor Ma's gaze lingered on Luo, and for a moment, as it swept across him. Though he didn't look as exhausted as yesterday, he still seemed half asleep. The morning passed. In the afternoon, it was military boxing, followed immediately by sparring practice. The squad was led to the sandpit area at the south end of the parade ground. His gaze swept over the formation, naturally skipping over Luo An. Someone come up to assist with the demonstration. The squad fell silent for a moment, though no one volunteered. Instructor Ma's gaze involuntarily drifted back to Luo An. At that moment, Luo An had just adjusted his stance, shifting his weight to his left foot, preparing to catch a quick nap while he had the chance. Instructor Ma was just about to speak. "Report, instructor." The voice came from the front of the line. Luo An's eyelids flickered. Following the sound, he saw it was Zhao Xiaoqing, the one who had volunteered at the class meeting 2 nights ago. "I'd like to make a suggestion." Instructor Ma lowered his hand, ready to call out a name, and turned around. "What suggestion?" Zhao Xiaoqing stepped out of the line and stood before Instructor Ma, her back ramrod straight. From Luo An's angle, he could only see her profile, her ponytail resting on her shoulder. "Instructor, I'd like to make a suggestion." "Go on." Yesterday afternoon when I watched our classmate Luo An sparring with someone, I saw him use just one hand to pin the other person down. She paused, tilted her head to glance in Luo An's direction, then turned back. The technique he used doesn't seem to require much strength, and the movements are simple. It's quite suitable for classmates who are smaller or slighter in build, especially the girls. Instructor, the standard moves you teach are very precise, but some techniques demand a lot of strength, and it's genuinely tough for the smaller students to pull them off. Since Luo An has a more energy-saving method, why not have him take some time to explain it to everyone? She paused, then added, "It won't take long." Her voice was moderate, each word delivered precisely to its intended audience. Luo An listened, a slight frown creasing his brow. Murmurs began to ripple through the ranks, and quite a few heads turned to look at Luo An. Instructor Ma didn't respond immediately. He paused for 2 seconds, then turned his head to look at Luo An. Luo An stepped forward. Luo An opened his eyes. He stood still for 2 seconds, then walked over unhurriedly and stopped before Instructor Ma. Instructor Ma looked at him, his tone quite casual. "You heard what this classmate said. She wants you to teach everyone those moves from yesterday. What do you say?" Luo An didn't look at Zhao Xiaoqing. He yawned, then slowly uttered 6 words. "I have no obligation to do that." Zhao Xiaoqing's brow furrowed. "Luo An, we're all classmates here. I'm doing this for the class." "I know you're doing this for the class." Luo An interrupted her. His tone was very calm. "But I don't owe anyone anything." After speaking, he put his hands back into his pockets, turned around, and walked back to his seat. Before he could even stand still, whispers started in the queue. The voices were kept low, mostly from the girls, bubbling like a pot of water about to boil. "The class monitor is right, isn't she? It's just taking some time to teach, and he's unwilling." A girl beside her chimed in, "Exactly, a grown guy like him won't even lend a hand." Where there was opposition, there was also agreement. Voices from the other side rang out. "Bullshit. What right do you have to demand someone's family heritage just because you said so?" It was Wang Pangzi's voice, lowered but unable to suppress his anger, and with such a presumptuous tone as if everyone owes her something. Long Chuan chimed in from the side, "Exactly. Brother An doesn't owe her anything." Many who also felt that Luo An was not in the wrong began to join in. Amidst these voices, a girl's voice stood out abruptly. "Humph. He's not your dad. He doesn't have to spoil you." The voice was not loud, but the few people around heard it. They were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Luo An and Fatty happened to hear it too. Fatty widened his eyes and said, "Brother An, this Su Yu is really fierce." Luo An glanced towards Su Yu and nodded in approval. Zhao Xiaoqing stood there listening to the discussions, her fists clenched. Fortunately, she was far away and didn't hear Su Yu's words, or there would probably have been a fight. Instructor Ma watched the argument grow louder and remained silent for a while. "Quiet," he said, then glanced at Zhao Xiaoqing. "That's enough. Such matters must be voluntary, no one can be forced." Zhao Xiaoqing's face changed momentarily, but quickly returned to normal. "Instructor, I'm not forcing him, I just think." "I know what you mean." Instructor Ma didn't let her finish, waving his hand. "Fall and continue training." Zhao Xiaoqing stood there for 2 seconds, then turned and walked back into the line. Luo An saw that when she returned to the line, her profile was tightly drawn, the line of her jaw rigid. Instructor Ma watched Zhao Xiaoqing walk away, then gently shook his head. On the other side of the formation, Lin Mo looked at Zhao Xiaoqing, then at Luo, and rubbing his chin. The whistle for dismissal sounded precisely at 5:30. The formation on the playground dispersed, some ran toward the cafeteria, others crouched to untie their shoelaces. Luo An pushed up the brim of his cap and stretched his neck, stiff from the whole day. Wang Pangzi sidled over. "Brother An, what's for dinner?" "Whatever. There's beef noodle soup in the cafeteria, want some?" "All right." The 4 of them walked back together. As they walked, Wang Pangzi told Luo An how delicious the beef noodles were yesterday, and what a pity he didn't go. Lin Mo walked behind, head down, lost in thought. After dinner, Wang Pangzi and Long Chuan went to play ball. Luo An returned to the dormitory, took off his cap, and hung it on the hook at the head of the bed. He stretched his shoulders and was about to climb onto the bed to rest. Luo An turned around to look at Lin Mo, who had also returned to the dormitory. Lin Mo came and closed the door and leaned against his own bed. "Can I borrow your earplugs to try?" Luo An glanced at him without asking more. He reached under the pillow, grabbed the earplugs, and tossed them over. Lin Mo caught them, looked at the pair of off-white earplugs, turned them over a few times, and weighed them in his hand. "Just these, eh?" Lin Mo pinched the soft silicone part. "They look just like ordinary earplugs. Try them and you'll know." Lin Mo didn't waste any more words. He inserted the pair of off-white soft silicone into his ear canals. The earplugs expanded, fit, and sealed. The whole process took less than 2 seconds. Then he froze. The constant buzzing, low-frequency noise in the dormitory, the vibration of the air conditioner's outdoor unit, the shouts from the corridor, all gone. It was as if someone had pressed the mute button. Lin Mo blinked twice, then took the earplugs out. The sound surged back in a rush. He looked down at the thing in his hand, then up at Luo An. "Can I take these out to try?" "Whatever." After saying that, Luo An pulled a microphone from the head of the bed and tossed it over as well. "What's this?" "A microphone," Luo An said. "It receives and analyzes sound sources." Lin Mo looked at the small metal piece in his hand, turned it over to the bottom, and saw a small switch and a headphone jack-sized port. How far can it receive? Within 50 meters. Lin Mo gripped the metal piece in his palm and stood up. Okay. Soon the sound of Lin Mo's rapid footsteps descending the stairs came from outside the door. Someone was playing basketball on the playground outside. The sounds carried from hundreds of meters away, the thumping of dribbling shouts and the dull thud of the ball hitting the backboard. Luo An grabbed his laptop, climbed onto the bed, propped the quilt and pillow behind him, and turned on the computer. About 10 minutes later, hurried footsteps sounded again in the corridor. The footsteps paused at the door, and then the door was pushed open. Lin Mo stood at the door, not immediately entering. He held the pair of earplugs and the metal piece in his hand, standing on the threshold. The expression on his face was indescribable, as if he hadn't yet recovered from something. He looked down at the things in his palm, then clenched them tighter, stepped inside, and closed the door behind him. Luo An, this thing of yours. He paused, his voice a little lower than usual. I want to talk to you. Want to sell? Luo An replied directly. Lin Mo was startled at first, then laughed, the corners of his mouth lifting and creases appearing at the corners of his eyes. Talking to a smart person saves trouble. Luo An didn't respond, his eyes were still on the screen. Lin Mo pulled over a chair and sat down, crossing his legs and resting his hands on the armrests. After a moment's thought, he sat up straight. Have you heard of Zhengda Group? Luo An nodded. That's my father's company. Luo An glanced at him, his tone casual. Then why didn't you study management and instead went to law? Well, Lin Mo paused, then leaned forward. The reason is simple. In the early years, my father did some shady business. Then during the anti-gang campaign a few years back, he was farsighted enough to transform early and pretty much got clean. He rubbed his fingers together. But in the beginning we suffered a lot from lack of education and legal knowledge. My father's business will eventually be handed over to me, and I don't want to suffer the same way he did. That's why I'm here. This rogue demeanor of mine was also picked up from following my father back then, and I can't change it now. Luo An let out an oh, his eyes still fixed on the laptop screen. On the screen was clearly Lin Mo's personal profile page. Much more detailed than what he himself had said. Father Lin Zhenhai, early years, managed nightclubs, construction sites, sand and gravel yards, a representative figure of the local gray forces. He washed his hands on the eve of the anti-gang crackdown, reportedly awakened by a retired big shot. Now the chairman of Zhengda Group, with holdings in construction, engineering, urban infrastructure, security services, industrial park operations, and import-export trade. He has connections with official circles, and his old subordinates still recognize him as their boss. It can be said that he has influence in both the legitimate and underworld. Mother Su Wanqing, from an ordinary scholarly family, now the head of a charitable foundation. She is gentle in temperament, understands reason, and is well-versed in worldly affairs. Luo An's gaze fell on the edge of the touchpad, and paused for a while. He thought of that drop of silver-gray liquid, and wanted to study it further. That would require a laboratory, and the prerequisite was money. His gaze shifted to Lin Mo, his hand resting on the laptop lid, pausing for 2 seconds. Then he closed the laptop. Let's get down to business. Lin Mo was taken aback, then a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Fine. He rose, took 2 steps to Luo An's bedside, and gestured to the earplugs on the table. This thing isn't available on the market yet. Before he could finish, hurried footsteps echoed, and the door was shoved open. Wang Pengzi burst and drenched in sweat, with Long Chuan trailing behind, a basketball tucked under his arm. Seeing Lin Mo and Ng deep in conversation, he started, Ng, what are you two? He stopped mid-sentence as both Lin Mo and Luo An turned to look at him. Keep it down, I'm discussing something with Lin Mo. Wang Pengzi immediately lowered his voice. Alright, sure, go ahead. He grabbed a towel and headed to his own bed, while Long Chuan stuffed the basketball under the desk and took a sip from his thermos. But their ears were clearly pricked up. Lin Mo turned back and continued, let me brief you on the market situation. Luo An nodded for him to go on. I had someone look into the noise-canceling products on the market this morning. Lin Mo counted on his fingers. Over-ear ones have decent performance, but they're a pain to carry. Of course, when I say decent, I mean compared to similar products. The one you've made is on a completely different level. In-ear ones are even worse. They can't match the over-ears, let alone yours. He set the earplugs on the table, tapping them with his fingertip. If this could be mass-produced, there wouldn't be any real competition in the market for a while. A slurping sound came from Wang Pengzi's side. Lin Mo leaned back, crossing his hands over his knees. I did a rough calculation. Product molding, production line setup, compliance certifications. That's around 3.5 million. He counted on his fingers as he spoke. Then for the first month's marketing, both online and offline, budget 2 million. For offline retail entry fees and displays, budget 3 million. For the first batch of materials, based on 500,000 units, that's roughly 10 million. My family owns a production line, so I can keep manufacturing costs to around 3.5 million. Lin Mo finished and looked up. Initial total investment is about 22 million. The dorm fell silent for a moment, followed by sharp intakes of breath from Wang Pengzi and Long Chuan. Luo An's expression remained calm as he looked at Lin Mo. And the returns, hey. Online pricing at $159, offline at $199. After channel discounts, the average wholesale price is about $120, leaving a gross profit of around 76 per unit. Lin Mo paused. The break-even point is roughly 300,000 units. At full capacity and full sales, the first month's profit would be around 15 million. Once we pass the break-even point, excluding the initial one-time costs, subsequent profits will keep climbing. The dorm was quiet for a few more seconds. Then from Wang Pangzi's direction, a barely suppressed whisper escaped. Holy shit. He immediately shut his mouth and busied himself with wiping his towel. A slight smile played on Luo An's lips. What's the partnership model? He'll handle everything on the ground. Mass production channels, funding operations. I've got it covered. You just provide the tech. After a glance at Luo, and he continued, profit split, you get 40, I get 60. Luo An's gaze drifted to the blanket as if deep in thought. A few seconds later he yawned. Deal. Lin Mo's eyes lit up at the response. Should we draft a contract then? Luo An didn't waste words. He flipped open his laptop, and the room filled with the sound of typing. Wang Pangzi held his phone screen glowing, but hadn't scrolled in ages. Long Chuan was bent over tying his shoelaces only to untie and retie them again. About 10 minutes later, Lin Mo's phone buzzed with a message from Luo An. He pulled it out, a friend request. He accepted, and a document came through. Lin Mo opened it and began to read from the start. It was 8 pages long. Lin Mo read slowly. Midway through, his gaze halted, his brow furrowing slightly. It lasted less than 2 seconds before relaxing. He continued to the last page, then set the phone down. He looked up at Luo An. After a 2-second silence, he said, then consider this my gift to you and G. He'll take 70, you get 30. Luo An, leaning against the headboard, replied without hesitation, fine. Lin Mo stared at him for another 2 seconds as if trying to see through him, then stood up. They'll bring the contract tomorrow. With that, he opened the door and disappeared down the hallway. The dorm was silent for a few beats. Wang Pangzi finally let out the breath had been holding and turned to Luo An. And G, what was that all about? Lin Mo's going to produce the earphones you invented. Shh. Luo An typed as he replied. Wang Pangzi scratched his head. Wait, and G, can earphones really sell for over 10 million? Long Chuan chimed in. Yeah, and what's with Lin Mo? Throwing around tens of millions like it's nothing. Is his family running a bank? Luo An leaned back, his tone flat. Zhengda Group is his family's. The dorm went quiet. Wang Pangzi blinked twice, and Long Chuan's hand holding his cup froze midair. Zhengda Group. Wang Pangzi's voice pitched higher. The one that builds those big towers, eh? Luo An said nothing. Damn. Wang Pangzi slapped his thigh. We've got a mega-rich kid in our dorm. Long Chuan leaned in. You'd never guess it from his low-key vibe. Wang Pangzi clicked his tongue, about to continue when a thought struck him. Hold on, and G. Moi. Earlier he said you'd get 40 and head get 60 and you agreed. Then he changed it to 70-30, calling it a gift. Wang Pangzi frowned. What's that about? I don't get it. Shouldn't a gift mean he adds 10% to the 60-40 split, making it 50-50? How come he's taking an extra 10% from you? Luo An's gaze lifted from the screen to glance at Wang Pangzi, then flicked to Long Chuan, who was also all ears. He looked away. There's a lot you don't understand. We'll talk later. His tone was casual, like it was a trivial matter. But as he spoke, his gaze lingered on Wang Pangzi's face for a moment, subtly carried away by the turn of his head. Wang Pangzi was momentarily stunned, then caught the hint, and let out an, oh, dropping the subject. Long Chuan muttered, I can't follow it anyway. You guys talk about multi-million deals like it's grocery shopping. Wang Pangzi quickly picked up the thread. Hey, that Lin Mo with his family's empire, he could at least treat us to a nice meal. His dad's the chairman, so he's basically a prince, right? Exactly, we should make him splurge a bit. The two chatted away. After a while, Long Chuan grabbed his basin towel over his shoulder. I'm off to shower. The door clicked shut, and the sound of footsteps in the hallway faded. The dorm settled into silence. Wang Pangzi waited a few seconds, confirming Long Chuan was gone, then got up from his bed, closed the door, walked over to Luo An's bedside, and let out a sly chuckle. And G, spill the beans. Luo An didn't look up, his fingers dancing across the keyboard as a cross-sectional diagram of an earbud filled the screen. The curve of the shell, the volume of the inner cavity, the layered structure of the microporous membrane, line upon line stacking upward. Wang Pangzi lowered his voice. That profit split you two were discussing earlier, I didn't quite catch it. Luo An's hands didn't stop. My original proposal was 80-20 in his favor. Wang Pangzi was taken aback. Huh? Why 80-20 again? Why? Once I hand over a design blueprint and a software program, my part is done. Luo An's gaze remained fixed on the screen. It's barely an hour's work from start to finish. Lin Mo has to invest in capital, production, distribution, PR, sales. All of it. He bears all the risk. For him to take 80% and me 20, it's only fair. Wang Pangzi nodded thoughtfully. Besides, the monopoly on this product only lasts about a year. After that, knockoffs will flood the market and the profit margins won't hold up. He paused for a moment. Him offering me 40% outright is just his way of securing a long-term partnership. He wants me to think of him first whenever I come up with something good in the future. Wang Pangzi let out an, Luo pondered for a bit then asked, so why did he change it to 70-30 later? And you agreed? A slight smile curved Luo An's lips. Because in the contract I didn't transfer the patent rights to him. They only have the usage rights, and I can take it back at any time. Wang Pengzi blinked twice. He saw that too, so logically since he bears all the risk it should have been 80-20. But he still gave me 30%, so, he said it was a token of goodwill for our future partnership. Wang Pengzi's mouth hung open stunned for several seconds before his voice cracked. Damn. You guys. You thought through all this in just that short time. Luo An didn't reply, continuing to draw his diagram. After a while Wang Pengzi leaned in closer. And go be honest with me. Were you already guarding against him from the start? Luo An's fingers paused. Pengzi. Huh. Don't let Lin Mo's laid-back demeanor fool you, he's a deep one, Luo An said softly. Even though we're classmates and roommates, we've only known each other for a few days. It's wise to keep some caution. He looked back at the curve he was fine-tuning on the screen. If we end up on the same page in the future, the patent means nothing to me. I'd give it to him freely. But if he ever has other ideas. He paused. The upper hand stays with me. Wang Pengzi, mouth agape, finally managed to choke out, damn. And go, I need to watch my words around you guys from now on. Luo An looked up. Huh. You're way too cunning. I'd be counting the money for you while getting sold off. Luo An glanced at him. No, you wouldn't. Wang Pengzi's eyes lit up. Really? Am I not that easy to fool after all? Luo An's gaze returned to the screen. That's not it. Wang Pengzi waited for the explanation. It's because given how you are deceiving you any further would just be cruel. Wang Pengzi. The next morning during exercises Lin Mo's spot was empty. Luo An glanced over, but didn't ask. At lunch he overheard some of Lin Mo's classmates chatting at the next table. You know Lin Mo from our class. Last night I saw him getting into a luxury car at the school gate. You know what kind it was? The others asked, what kind? The speaker said with envy, a brand new Maybach. Who'd have thought that the always sloppy Lin Mo is secretly a rich second generation? Whoa, really? That's insane. I saw it with my own eyes. Think I'd lie to you. Lin Mo didn't show up for 3 days straight with no contact from him. That evening after dinner Wang Pengzi was lounging in his chair scrolling through his phone when he suddenly yelled, damn. Long Chuan was making his bed. What now? The country's maglev train just hit a new top speed in a test run, over 600 kilometers per hour. Wang Pengzi read from his phone, 600 kilometers per hour. That's faster than a plane taking off. Long Chuan leaned over to look. Maglev, the one that floats. Awesome, it can really run on air. That's why they call it magnetic levitation. The two chatted back and forth while Luo An sat on his bed, initially paying no mind. But the word maglev struck a chord in his mind, and he muttered to himself. Maglev. Not touching the ground. He leaned back against the headboard, his gaze fixed on the ceiling. Luo An thought about the spring damper vibration isolation system his family had designed at home. What if a bed could float too? An image of himself sleeping on a cloud in the sky popped into his head. It felt pretty cool. He opened his laptop and started searching for information on magnetic levitation. Electromagnetic suspension, laying out coil arrays, and generating a traveling magnetic field with current. The technology is mature, but it's not really suitable for home use. Forget the cost, just the power supply alone would require a dedicated circuit. His fingers swiped across the screen, shifting to a different angle. Aerodynamic levitation, like a hovercraft, sprays high-pressure air downwards to create an air cushion. Even less practical, it requires a constantly running compressor noisier than a pile driver. What about superconducting magnetic levitation? Superconductors use flux pinning to levitate in a magnetic field. That's even more extreme, requiring liquid nitrogen cooling to minus 196 degrees Celsius. Keeping a tank of liquid nitrogen in the bedroom and cooling the bed down before sleep. He shook his head and scrolled further. These three approaches all have sound principles, but none of them belong in a bedroom. The problem is that they all do work against gravity, electromagnetic force, air pressure, superconducting repulsion. Essentially, they're all fighting gravity. It's possible, but the cost is too high. Luo An stared at the ceiling for a while. There's one more thing, acoustic levitation. He had seen lab videos before. 2 columns of high-frequency sound waves aligned and opposite create a standing wave. The acoustic radiation force at the nodes can suspend small objects like water droplets or foam balls weighing a few grams. But the catch is it can only lift a few grams. A mattress plus a human body weighs tens of kilograms. The acoustic power would need to be amplified tens of thousands of times. He looked back at the screen and reviewed the data. Lab-grade acoustic levitation devices need tens of watts just to float a few grams. Scaling that up, a bedroom's electrical circuit wouldn't be able to handle it. Also, the wavelength of ultrasound dictates that the object size cannot exceed half a wavelength, about 4 millimeters. A mattress is obviously much larger than 4 millimeters. No, wait. He stared at the experiment video on the screen, his finger pausing. The acoustic radiation force wasn't enough, but he noticed another phenomenon in the experiment data. When the transducer's surface vibrated at high speed, small light objects near, it would be bounced off, as if there were an invisible cushion between the surface and the object. That wasn't acoustic radiation force. It was the high-frequency vibration of the transducer compressing the thin layer of air between its surface and the object. The air molecules couldn't escape the gap in time, getting squeezed repeatedly, forming an extremely thin elastic air film. It wasn't sound waves lifting the object, it was the vibration itself trapping the air in the gap. Luo An sat up a little straighter. This mechanism, high-frequency vibration locking air in a gap to create an air cushion, actually has existing applications in engineering. Hovercrafts use compressors to force air into a cavity under the hull to create a cushion. Air-bearing guideways use high-pressure air injected between the slider and the guideway to achieve frictionless support. The difference is that those rely on external air supply. What he needed was for the base plate itself to vibrate, compressing in place the air layer that's already there. No need to inject any new gas, no compressor, no coils. Just a base plate that can vibrate at high frequency. His fingers created a new file in his laptop's document folder. The file name was Air Film Effect. The principle, an array of transducers generates high-frequency vibrations repeatedly compressing the air in the gap, which cannot escape, thus forming a high-pressure air cushion capable of bearing loads. His thumb hovered over the keyboard. The layer of air between the mattress and the bed frame was itself a ready-made medium. The springs were the vibration transmission path. Remove them and replace them with a base plate vibrating at high frequency. The vibrating base plate traps air, creating an air cushion. This cushion replaces the support function of the springs, but without any solid contact. Vibration isolation efficiency theoretically approaches 100%. The remaining questions were how much power is needed to generate an air film thick enough. Is the stiffness of the air film sufficient to bear a person's weight? How much air will leak? Luo An unconsciously bit at his thumbnail. Just then footsteps echoed in the corridor, pausing briefly at the door. The door was pushed open. Lin Mo walked in carrying a black document bag. He placed the bag on the table, unzipped it, and pulled out a stack of papers. And the contract. Luo An snapped out of his thoughts, took the contract and flipped through it. It was identical to the electronic version from that night, but more neatly formatted with a fresh red company seal stamped on the bottom right corner of each page. He picked up a pen, signed his name on the last page, kept one copy, and pushed the other two back. Lin Mo put the contracts away. Luo An reached over to the bedside, found a USB drive, and tossed it to him. The design drawings and programs are all in there. Contact me for technical issues. Lin Mo caught it and casually pocketed it. The investment was substantial. The family took an extra 2 days to review it. Luo An nodded silently. The family estimates we can start the production line in 3 months. Luo An leaned against the headboard. You're more familiar with this, you decide. Lin Mo grunted in acknowledgement and stood up. He'll update you on the progress regularly. I won't waste your time, or I have a lot to handle on my end. He paused for a moment. I won't be on campus from now on. Call me if anything comes up. Luo An nodded. Lin Mo waved goodbye to Fatty Wang and Long Chuan, then opened the door and left. After the door closed, Wang Fatty scratched his head. And is that how you close a deal worth tens of millions? Luo An didn't look up. What else? Long Chuan clicked his tongue nearby. Man, it feels like you guys are just buying groceries, not negotiating a business deal. After he left, the bed in the dorm room remained empty for a long time. Military training proceeded as usual. Standing at attention, practicing goose steps and drilling formations, day after day. The weather grew hotter and the rubber track on the training field gave off a scorched smell under the sun. Faces beneath the brims of caps were tanned to a uniform soy sauce color. On the morning of the 9th day during assembly, instructor Ma stood before the formation and bellowed, "Attention everyone, grab your personal belongings and board the vehicles within 5 minutes. We're heading to the shooting range." The formation was silent for a second, then erupted. The shooting range? No way. Finally this part. We get to handle real guns. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Wang Fatty slapped Luo An on the shoulder. We get to touch real guns. I've wanted to hold one since I was a kid. Luo An stumbled forward from the force of the slap, glanced back at him, and said, "Don't rub the finish off the gun." A row of white buses waited by the edge of the training field, engines humming. The freshmen swarmed onto the buses like a pot of boiling dumplings. Wang Fatty dragged Luo into a window seat, while Long Chuan squeezed into the row behind them. The noise inside the bus was nearly deafening. After almost an hour of driving, the city's skyline gradually shrank, and the trees on both sides of the road grew denser. Finally, they turned onto a road lined with tall eucalyptus trees. A large iron gate slowly opened, and the buses filed in. The shooting training base. Its training ground was even larger than the school's, its concrete surface bleached white by the sun. In the distance were rows of firing positions, behind which stood a high earthen embankment riddled with dense bullet holes. The students chattered as they got off. The buses were organized into formation by the instructors and led to a row of long tables. Lying neatly on the tables was a row of rifles. Luo An's gaze fell upon them. Type 95 automatic rifles. He had learned about them online before. The bolt mechanism, the gas operation principle, the automatic cycling process. He knew the logic of every part's movement by heart. But this was the first time he had seen one in person. The body gleamed with a cold metallic luster, and the polymer stock felt smooth and matte to the touch. The instructor at the front picked up a rifle and began his lecture. This is the Type 95 automatic rifle caliber 5.8 millimeters. Luo An wasn't listening. His gaze swept from the muzzle to the stock, then settled on the retaining pin on the side of the receiver. He reached out, picked up a rifle from the table, and turned it over. His fingers slid along the seam of the receiver, found the latch, and pressed it gently. The receiver cover popped open. Luo An's movements were gentle, unhurried, as if disassembling a familiar toy. He placed the cover on the table, then the recoil spring, the bolt carrier, and the gas piston. Each part he would first examine in his hand, feeling the shape and angle of its connections before setting it down. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 10 pieces, 20 pieces. The instructor on the platform was still talking. The safety is located here, push it up to. His peripheral vision suddenly caught a student in the ranks with his head down, fiddling with something. The instructor's words faltered. He squinted, put down his own rifle, and strode over. The students in the formation followed his gaze and saw, on the long table in front of Luo An, a neat array of parts. The barrel, receiver, bolt carrier, recoil spring, piston regulator. Large and small, they covered half the tabletop. Luo An was holding a firing pin, examining the angle of its tip against the light from the window. The instructor stood before him, silent. He looked down at the pile of parts on the table, his pupils contracting slightly. Then he reached out, carefully brushed aside some overlapping parts and counted. Over 30, nearly 40 parts. A standard disassembly drill only requires breaking it down into 11 components. The military's own field stripping standard is the same. The instructor was silent for several seconds before speaking. Have you handled guns before? Luo An looked up. No. Then this is. I learned it online on a tablet in elementary school. The instructor was taken aback, then intrigued. You can strip a gun like this just from learning online. He thought for a moment, then stepped back. All right, put it back together. Let me see. Luo An was about to reach for the parts when the instructor called out again, wait. He pulled a stopwatch from his pocket, prepared it, and then shouted at Luo An, go. Simultaneously, he started the stopwatch. The students around them had all fallen silent, their attention fixed on Luo An's hands. Luo An lowered his head and his fingers began to move. His movements weren't fast, but there was no unnecessary pause in any step. He picked up the receiver, fitted the bolt carrier, inserted the recoil spring, snapped on the receiver cover, pushed in the retaining pin. The parts clicked back into place in his hands like perfectly fitting puzzle pieces. About 2 minutes later, he placed the fully assembled rifle back on the table. Done. The instructor glanced down at the stopwatch. 1 minute and 57 seconds. Not fast. Not even close to fast, really. It was nearly twice as slow as the military's passing standard. But that wasn't the point. That was just a matter of proficiency, and not surprising. The real issue was that a college student who had never touched a real gun had stripped a rifle down to nearly 40 parts, and then reassembled it perfectly, without a single error or missing piece. The instructor set down the stopwatch, picked up the rifle Luo and had assembled, and inspected it from end to end. Every pin was in its correct place, every latch was locked securely. He pulled the charging handle, the bolt slid in and out smoothly, producing a crisp metallic clack. The instructor looked up, his gaze fixed on Luo An. Then he turned, walked to a firing position, loaded a magazine, chambered a round, and took aim. Bang! The crack of gunfire echoed across the firing range. The bullet struck dead center of the target. The instructor lowered his weapon, glanced at the target paper, then looked down at the rifle in his hands. He fell silent. Murmurs began to ripple through the surrounding students. No way he reassembled that thing after taking it completely apart. And the instructor even test-fired it, not a single problem. How did he do it? He said he learned it online. You can get this good from the internet. Hey, you think that kid's been shooting guns a lot overseas? Yeah, that's got to be it, otherwise how could he be so skilled? The instructor turned, looking at Luo, and his expression a mix of shock and something else. You? He opened his mouth. Really never done this before. Luo An shook his head. The instructor stared at him for a long moment, then finally waved his hand. Fall back in. During the live-fire exercise that followed, each student was given 5 rounds lying prone to shoot at their targets. Gunshots rang out one after another, crackling like firecrackers during the new year. Luo An held his rifle lying on the ground, following the techniques the instructor had just demonstrated, positioning, aiming. He took a deep breath, held it, and gently squeezed the trigger. Bang! The first shot. The stock kicked into his shoulder, heavier than had imagined. He paused for a couple of seconds, savoring the recoil. Then he fired the second shot. Bang! After the second round, he waited a moment, letting the barrel cool. Then he fired the remaining 3 rounds in quick succession, one after another, without a pause in between. Bang! 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 After finishing all 5 rounds, Luo An stood up and looked at his target. His brow furrowed slightly. The bullet holes were scattered randomly with no discernible pattern. He stared at the target for a few seconds, then picked up his rifle and walked over to the instructor. Instructor, Luo An placed the rifle on the table, pointing towards his target. This rifle. Are the parts loose? The instructor was taken aback for a moment, then picked up a pair of binoculars to examine Luo An's target. He lowered the binoculars. Elaborate. The first 2 shots the barrel was cold, the point of impact was stable. Luo An paused, then continued. For the last 3 fired in succession, the barrel heats up, causing thermal drift. The problem is thermal drift should shift the impact in one consistent direction. But these 3 are scattered, each drift going a different way. This suggests that besides the thermal drift from the heated barrel, there's another issue causing the deviation. The instructor nodded, picked up Luo An's rifle, reloaded it, and walked to the firing point. Bang 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 bang. After 5 shots, the instructor set the rifle down and looked at his target. The distribution of the impact points matched exactly what Luo An had described. The deviation was random. This confirmed the rifle indeed had a problem. He turned to the assistant instructor beside him. Get the armorer over here. A few minutes later, the armorer arrived with his toolbox. The instructor pointed to the rifle on the table. Disassemble it and take measurements. The armorer stripped the rifle down and used precision instruments to measure several key components. The data was ready quickly. The barrel itself was fine, but the clearance in a few connecting parts was slightly larger than standard. The initial assessment was normal wear and tear from prolonged use, reducing accuracy, though not yet to the point of being unserviceable. The armorer looked at the data. The play in the connections from normal, whereas fine for university military training. The instructor didn't respond. He picked up the rifle, weighing it in his hands. It was indeed sufficient for university training. But what if this were a battlefield? During sustained fire, that slight random deviation could be the difference between life and death. He placed the rifle back on the table and turned to look at Luo An. What's your name? Luo An. The instructor repeated the name, then waved his hand. Fall back in. Not far away, Suyu was also watching Luo An with curiosity, then walked up to him. Hey there. Her voice was soft, filled with curiosity. Are you like a military brat? Luo An turned to look at her. What makes you say that? You're skilled in martial arts and shooting. Isn't it obvious? So are you trying to get in good with me? Suyu blinked, seemingly taken aback by his narcissistic retort. She muttered something under her breath, then turned and walked back to her spot. Fatty Wang scrambled up from his position, scurrying over with an excited look. Anjanj, did Suyu just confess to you? Luo An shot him a glance. What's going on in that head of yours all day, eh? Happy times always flew by. On the bus ride back, the cabin was much quieter than on the way there. A day of sun and gunfire had drained all the energy from the new students. Most dozed against their seats while a few quietly discussed their scores. Fatty Wang was asleep beside Luo An, a small trail of drool at the corner of his mouth. Luo An gazed out the window, watching the rows of trees blur past. At dinner time, in a private room in the corner of the base cafeteria, the food had been served. 4 dishes and a soup, homestyle, cooking with steam rising slowly under the warm yellow light. Instructor Ma sat on one side of the round table, facing a man in his early 40s. The man wore a gray Zhongshan suit, the top button fastened with a crew cut, and sat ramrod straight. His chopstick movements were unhurried but steady, the arc from reaching out to bringing back nearly identical each time. The most striking feature was a scar at the corner of his eye, slanting from his brow down to his cheekbone. Faded with age, it was still clearly visible under the light. Instructor Ma knew him as Shinbin, someone from the higher-ups, though his exact role was unclear. He only knew that this man visited the base once or twice a year, never announcing his arrival, simply having a meal in this private room, and casually asking about the training. Shinbin picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks, chewed and swallowed before asking casually, "How's this batch of university students? Any potential?" Instructor Ma put down his chopsticks and straightened up. "There are a few promising ones." Shinbin didn't say anything, just took a sip of tea, waiting for him to continue. "The first is a girl named Suyu," Instructor Ma said. "Her physical fitness is top tier among the female students, but most importantly, she has a very resilient personality." Shinbin nodded slightly, his expression unchanged. "The second one is Wang Hao. He has excellent natural talent, top physical conditioning in this group, and he's genuinely eager to join the military." Shinbin nodded again, still silent. "The third is Zhang Hong. Strong build with exceptional explosive power and endurance. He's a good prospect." "The fourth is Zhou Ming. Steady personality, doesn't talk much, but has excellent mental fortitude." Shinbin listened, not pausing his chopsticks, his face remaining impassive, as if he had heard such assessments too many times. Instructor Ma paused. He set down his chopsticks. "The fifth one is a bit special." His tone shifted. "His name is Luo An." Shinbin's chopsticks froze midair. He lifted his eyes, looking at Instructor Ma. Instructor Ma recounted the day's events from beginning to end, speaking slowly, omitting no detail. When he finished, Shinbin's chopsticks hesitated for a moment. He didn't speak immediately, nor did he continue eating. He placed the food back in his bowl, leaned back in his chair, and was silent for a few seconds. The only sound in the room was the low hum of the air conditioner. Then he reached out, picked up his teacup, took a sip, and set it down. "Send me the files on these 5 people later." Instructor Ma nodded immediately. "Understood." As night fell, most of the lights in the dormitory building had already gone out. Wang Pengzi and Long Chuan sat on the edges of their respective beds, gesturing as if holding rifles. Did you see my shooting stance today? Was it standard? I don't know about standard, but in guest dismantling of that gun was truly a mess, haha. The two grew more and more animated in their conversation. Luo An leaned against the head of his bed, flipping a page on his phone without reading a single word. His eyelids grew heavier. He placed the phone beside his pillow and turned over. I'm going to sleep. Remember to turn off the light. Wang Pengzi immediately lowered his voice. Hey, got it and go. You sleep. We'll chat a bit more. The light was still on. Luo An put in his earplugs and closed his eyes. An unknown amount of time passed. Light seeped through his eyelids, blindingly white. Luo An opened his eyes. The fluorescent tube on the ceiling shone brightly. He squinted and turned over. Pengzi. No response. Pengzi. The only answer was snoring. Luo An propped himself up on his elbows and looked across the room. Wang Pengzi's blanket was bunched up, his body curled inside, snoring. Long Chuan lay face down on the bed, his face buried in the pillow, one leg dangling over the edge. They had left the light on again, not the first time. Luo An stared at the ceiling for 2 seconds and let out a sigh. He threw off the blanket, stepped barefoot onto the floor, and yawned as he walked to the door. The moment his finger touched the switch, he stopped. Then he turned around, walked to the desk, and flipped open the laptop. The screen lit up, casting light on his face. He typed a line. Design a voice-controlled switch program for me. The cursor blinked. A line of text popped up. No basic structural data, no preset parameter template. Please provide the above information or change the command. Luo An stared at the line, his brow furrowing. Can't you figure out something this simple yourself? Unable to execute. Please change the command. Luo An's face darkened. So troublesome. This isn't intelligence, it's idiocy. I need to give you some brains. He stared at Xiaoling's response for a long moment, then exited the control interface and opened the code editor. Xiaoling's program structure lay before him. Receive command match in the preset library, execute. If no match, report an error. The architecture was as expected, but the timing of the freeze was particularly annoying. He wanted to add an extra link: when there's no match, don't report an error, but find a solution itself. First module, a web search interface. When a command fails to match, break it into keywords, feed them into the public API of a search engine, and retrieve the top 20 results. Second module, an information filter. Most of the retrieved content is garbage, forum spam, ad articles, irrelevant paper abstracts. He wrote a simple text filter with a crude rule: only keep pages containing mathematical formulas or numerical tables. The precision wasn't high, but it could cut out 90% of the noise. Third module, an execution verification loop. Extract numerical values from the filtered results, substitute them into the command parameters, and run a simulation. If the deviation exceeded 20%, discard, and try the next one. Only when the deviation dropped below 5% would it formally execute. After typing the last character, he checked the time. 2 in the morning. He compiled and uploaded the code, then reopened the control interface. Design a voice-controlled switch program for me. The cursor blinked a few times. Searching. Seeing that the progress would take a while, Luo An took out the remaining parts from his drawer, grabbed his tools, held a flashlight in his mouth, turned off the main switch, and removed the light switch. 20 minutes later, a simple controller was installed into the switch and reinstalled. With one hand, he grabbed the main switch and flipped it down. Click. The light came on. Returning to the desk, he saw that the process wasn't finished yet. The laptop's fan was whirring loudly, and the body was heating up. The algorithm was too memory-intensive, running it locally was too slow. Then he applied for a free trial cloud server online and deployed the algorithm's main body onto it. After writing the deployment script, he thought for a moment and added an automated resource management module. The logic was simple: if CPU usage exceeded a threshold, automatically request more cloud resources. If traffic was insufficient, automatically find another route. There were plenty of free resources online. It was simply a self-renewing script. The entire chain was encounter a problem, break it down, search for information, filter solutions, verify, and execute. A new message appeared on the screen. 23 related pages retrieved, 4 retained after filtering. Verifying. Verification passed. This saves a lot of trouble. Luo An leaned back in his chair, glanced at the laptop, then at the phone on the table. Since it's come this far, why not make it even more convenient? He opened the phone's developer mode and installed a dialog display window on the phone, allowing direct conversation with Xiaoling through the phone. After a moment's thought, he also added a voice system. This way he wouldn't have to stare at the screen every time to see Xiaoling's output. He could just listen. These technologies were already quite mature on the market. In less than half an hour, both voice control and phone control were fully set up. He said into the phone, "Xiaoling, turn off the light." The screen lit up and Xiaoling's interface popped up. Then a common female voice from the internet sounded, "Okay." As the words fell, a crisp click came from the dormitory's switch, and the room plunged into darkness. Luo An tried a few more times. The program was stable. Satisfied, he nodded, closed the laptop, and returned to bed. "Xiaoling, turn off the light." "Okay." With a snap, the dormitory fell back into darkness. "Xiaoling, what time is it now?" "It is now September 15th, 4:27 and 53 seconds in the morning." A sigh of murmured lament came from the darkness. On not enough sleep again. Sure enough, the next day Luo An was standing and sleeping again. His legs slightly apart, back straight, head drooping slightly, standing but asleep. The drill instructor glanced from afar, opened his mouth, then closed it again. Forget it. Couldn't be bothered. Couldn't manage it anyway. Standing he could still sleep and his posture was perfect. In sparring he couldn't beat him. Could the instructor himself strike a student? What else could you do? Forget it, don't seek trouble for yourself. Let's end this early. Heart tired. The students nearby also saw it, but no one found it strange anymore. Sleep god is at it again. Nonsense, that's how the great ones are. Do you know what a great one means? A great one is someone who does things you can't comprehend as easily as drinking water. Exactly, otherwise how could he defeat opponents with one hand and dismantle a gun like that on his first try? Another classmate chimed in, anyway, I'm convinced. If the great one wants to sleep, let him sleep. If it weren't for the instructor ID, bring him a chair. The few people around held back their chuckles and nodded. The 15-day military training concluded in this peculiar atmosphere. During the parade, Luo An stood in the formation, marching 2 laps with the chance, executing the goose step when required, shouting slogans when needed. Nothing remarkable, but no mistakes either. But his name had already spread to every corner of the school. On the campus forum, someone posted a thread, Jiangqing freshman defeats opponent, with one finger rumored to be the 18th generation successor of Bagua Palm. Dozens of replies followed, and the buzz grew hotter. Really? Bagua Palm? Is that actually real kung fu? I have a friend who saw it with his own eyes during the training. He sent an opponent flying with one hand, just like in a movie. You haven't heard. The fight was caught on the school's surveillance camera, and someone saved the footage and posted it on the forum. I watched the video. It's definitely real kung fu. Damn, which class is he in? Is he handsome? Then the next day another post appeared, target range surprise gun, disassembly, maniac, 95 type rifle completely dismantled, reassembled in 2 minutes. The post detailed everything that happened on the range that day, from disassembly to live fire drills to pointing out loose parts, written as if the author had witnessed it firsthand. The comments exploded. Is this guy ex-military? A freshman, first time touching a gun? Never mind. With the 2 incidents combined, the name Luo An became famous across Jiangxing University. Some called him the 18th generation successor of Bagua Palm, others called him gun disassembly maniac, and still others called him sleep god. This nickname came from a secretly taken photo during training in which Luo An stood in the last row, perfectly straight, eyes closed, sleeping peacefully. 3 screenshots were stitched together into a meme that spread wildly in the freshman group. The legendary triangular warrior can fight, can disassemble, can sleep. Luo An knew nothing of this. He just felt that the training was finally over and he no longer had to get up at 6. On the evening when the training ended, Fatty Wang sneaked out of the school gate mysteriously and came back with 2 plastic bags. One bag contained skewers of grilled meat, the other was filled with canned beer. And Ji Long Chuan, Fatty said, placing the bags on the table, his face glowing with joy. Let's celebrate tonight. Luo An glanced at the beer on the table. Beer? Yeah, we're adults now, we gotta drink. Long Chuan had already come over, picking up a can and examining it. Damn, how Ji, you're amazing. How did you fool the dorm Andy? Fatty Wang shot a sly grin at Luo and then said to Long Chuan, I told the dorm Andy that I was picking up cans for Ng. She didn't even check, just praised me for being sensible and told me to go upstairs. Hee. Long Chuan's eyes widened. How G, you came up with that? Awesome. Luo An looked at the beer, then at Fatty, as if surprised that Fatty could think of such a trick. The 3 sat on the edge of the bed, each opening a can. Fatty raised his can. Come on, Ng. Long Chuan to the end of training. Cheers. Cheers. 3 cans clinked together, spilling a few drops of foam. Luo An took a sip. His brow furrowed. Bitter. And a little astringent. What's so good about this stuff? But Fatty had already gulped down half a can, and when he set it down, foam clung to the corner of his mouth as he let out a loud burp. Ice cold is the best. Long Chuan, not to be outdone, tilted his head back for a big gulp, then coughed from the sting. Luo An watched the 2 of them, picked up his can, and took another sip. Still bitter. But not so bad. After 3 cans, Fatty's words began to flow more freely. After 5 cans, Long Chuan's face was as red as Guangdong, and he hugged Fatty's shoulder, saying, good brothers for life. When all 6 cans were empty, all 3 lay down. Luo An leaned against the bed frame, staring at the ceiling, which seemed to spin. He closed his eyes, then opened them. Still spinning. He heard Fatty mumble, Ng. I'm happy in my heart. Having a good brother like you. It's worth it. Then silence. Long Chuan had already collapsed on his own bed, muttering vague sleep talk. Luo An tried to stand up, but his legs wouldn't obey. He rested for a while, then slowly moved to his bed. When his head hit the pillow, his consciousness cut off. Monday morning, first class. Luo An sat in the last row by the window, his head resting on his arm, eyelids as heavy as lead. The after effects of last night's beer still lingered, his temples throbbing. On the podium, the professor, surnamed Zhou, in his early 40s, wore silver-rimmed glasses, his hair combed meticulously. He was lecturing on the differences between university and high school, his tone unhurried. University is different from high school. No one will supervise you, but it's all about self-discipline. You got into Jiangxing University, which means your high school foundation is solid, but the volume and depth of college knowledge are on a different level. Don't think that just because you're in college you can relax. 4 years go by in a flash. Professor Zhou paused, scanning the room. His gaze landed on the last row. A student was slumped over the desk, head buried in his arms. Professor Zhou frowned. He said nothing, continued for a few more sentences, then glanced over again. The student hadn't moved. He tapped the podium. Some students are already sleeping in the first class. Do you think college is too easy? Fatty Wang gently nudged Luo An's arm. NG. Seeing no response, he muttered, damn. NG had too much last night, can't wake him up. Noticing that even with someone calling him Luo and didn't stir, Professor Zhou's face darkened. He asked the others, what's the name of that sleeping student? The class monitor, Zhao Xiaoqing, stood up. Teacher, his name is Luo An. Professor Zhou was about to respond but paused. Luo An. He pushed up his glasses and looked again at the student slumped over the desk. Is that the one? The gun disassembly maniac mentioned on the school forum. The 18th generation successor of Bagua Palm. The classroom fell silent for a second. Then a chorus of voices answered, not loud, but very clear. Yes, teacher, that's Luo An. Professor Zhou was stunned. Then he stepped down from the podium, walked through several rows of desks, and stopped beside Luo An. He immediately caught a whiff of alcohol and frowned. He curled his fingers and knocked heavily on the desk twice. Dong dong. This time Luo An stirred and lifted his head. His eyes weren't fully open yet, and in his blurry vision was a face with silver-rimmed glasses. Professor Zhou looked at him, his tone softening a bit, but the weight of his words didn't diminish. Luo An, first of all, congratulations on becoming a campus celebrity right after enrollment. But remember, these things are just a flash in the pan. Don't think you're something special. Only knowledge can change your destiny. He paused, then added, I've seen your college entrance exam scores. You barely made the cutoff. You still need to study hard and focus more on your coursework. Don't disappoint your parents who are paying for your education. After listening, Luo An was silent for a moment, then turned his head to glance at Wang Fatty. College was likely his final stop. Wang Fatty probably wouldn't pursue further studies after graduation. For himself, whether he graduated or not didn't matter. He wasn't particularly eager to attend these classes either. He had finished learning the university curriculum years ago. Continuing to sit in class was essentially a waste of time. But since the teacher had gone to such lengths, he felt obliged to respond. He thought for 2 more seconds, picked the most effortless reply, and answered calmly, Sir, it's precisely because I've finished the coursework that I'm delving into things beyond it. Professor Zhou's brow furrowed even deeper. Finished? Luo An nodded. Professor Zhou stared at him for a few long seconds, then shook his head. In his view, this student had probably enjoyed a few days of campus fame and was starting to get cocky. He needed to be brought down a peg to understand that university knowledge wasn't as simple as he imagined. A freshman claiming to have finished the curriculum in the very first class and reeking of alcohol. Wasn't that just arrogance? With that in mind, Professor Zhou returned to the podium, pulled a sheet from his lecture notes, and glanced at it. You say you finished the coursework. Then let me ask you a few questions. If you can answer them, you can sleep in my class whenever you like. The atmosphere in the classroom tightened instantly. Everyone turned to look at Luo An in the last row. Luo An straightened up slightly, rubbing his neck. All right. Professor Zhou picked up a piece of chalk and wrote an equation on the blackboard. A definite integral problem, not particularly complex in appearance, but already challenging for a freshman. Go ahead. Luo An glanced at the board. Then he stood up, walked to the podium, and picked up another piece of chalk. He wrote 3 lines beneath the equation. Finished, he placed the chalk back. Less than 30 seconds had passed. Professor Zhou looked at the process on the board, his gaze sharpening. The answer was correct. Moreover, it wasn't the standard substitution method. He had skipped a step, using symmetry to have the integration interval. A freshman on the very first day, able to spot such symmetry. He looked up at Luo, and his eyes now filled with more scrutiny. It seemed this wasn't just empty talk. Someone in the back whispered. He actually knows it. The voice was low, but those nearby heard it. They exchanged glances, said nothing, but their expressions conveyed the same thought. It seemed his claim of finishing the coursework wasn't just a boast. Professor Zhou averted his gaze, turned around, and wrote another problem on the board. This time the equation was far more complex. It involved variable transformations in multiple integrals, contraction of tensor indices, and a system of partial differential equations with abstract indices. The room fell silent. Zhao Xiaoqing, the class monitor, stared at the board for a few seconds, her brow suddenly furrowing. This problem. Zhao Xiaoqing opened her mouth, her voice not loud, but clear enough in the quiet classroom. I think I've seen it somewhere. The person next to her turned. Where? Last year. It was one of the final problems on the math department's graduation exam, rumored to be among the hardest that year. A few around them exchanged looks. The teacher was throwing the ultimate difficulty at him. Luo An stared at the board for about 10 seconds. Then he moved. First he wrote a coordinate transformation next to the equation, splitting the multiple integral. Next he wrote a set of index simplifications, reducing the order of the tensor contraction parts. Then he substituted the simplified result back into the partial differential equations, and directly presented a general solution form. There was no pause in the entire process. The chalk made crisp rhythmic tapping sounds on the board. After finishing the final stroke, he placed the chalk back into its tray. Zhao Xiaoqing watched the 4 lines of derivation and swallowed hard. She didn't know if Luo An's answer was correct, but her cousin had told her that solving that problem required a full 2 pages of derivation. Yet Luo An had used only 4 lines. Professor Zhou looked at the 4 lines of derivation, his silence lasting longer than before. Seeing the sheer conciseness of the solution before him, even he hadn't expected it. This wasn't just the level of having studied it, this was something only someone who had truly mastered the subject could produce. Professor Zhou had by now abandoned his initial intention to humble the student. He looked deeply at Luo An, and a sense of testing arose within him. When faced with a problem with no standard answer, one that no one in the world had fully conquered, let me see just how far this famous freshman can go. For this third problem, write as much as you can. Professor Zhou turned and wrote an equation on the board. There was no problem statement, no background explanation. But this time it wasn't pure mathematics. The equation mixed density, velocity, temperature, and several coupled boundary integral terms. It covered half the blackboard. The students stared for a moment, then quietly averted their eyes. The previous problems, though difficult, at least clearly belonged to a known field. This one you couldn't even tell which subject it was from. Luo An stood before the board looking at the string of equations, completely motionless. Time ticked by. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. The classroom's silence gradually gave way to restlessness. Someone whispered to the person next to them. What kind of problem is this? He's been standing there for ages. The person beside him shook their head. After a while longer, someone in the back couldn't help but mutter, this problem. Is it even comprehensible to a human? The voice was low, but those nearby heard it, and some nodded in agreement. The earlier problems were hard, but at least you knew what was being tested. This one I don't even know where to start. Another voice from a different corner chimed in quietly. The professor is deliberately making it hard. After all, we're just freshmen. Setting a problem like this. Murmurs spread through the classroom like ripples on water. But Professor Zhou on the podium remained silent. He stood by the edge of the platform, hands crossed in front of him, calmly watching Luo An's back. No urging. No hints. He was waiting. Over 10 minutes passed. Finally Luo An moved. He raised his hand and first wrote a line of annotation in the blank space at the top of the board, dividing the region of shockwave interaction into several parts. Then he began to write. First came the classification of shockwave topology with different regions corresponding to different approximate models. Next was the non-dimensionalization of the governing equations, scaling the complex physical quantities to appropriate magnitudes. Then, using 2 lines of derivation, he performed asymptotic expansions in the different regions. The chalk made a continuous tapping sound on the board. In the middle he paused once, stepped back 2 paces to survey the overall layout, then reached up and erased a few lines in the middle, rewriting a more concise expression. Then he continued. He wrote the treatment of boundary conditions. He wrote the matching process for the asymptotic expansions. He wrote the final expression for the heat flux density. He didn't stop, immediately adding 2 more lines beneath the expression, showing a comparison with known experimental data, noting a high degree of agreement. Finally, he added a line of engineering recommendations. The entire blackboard from the top left corner to the bottom right was almost completely filled with his chalk writing. After finishing the last stroke, he placed the chalk back into its tray. He brushed the dust off his hands. A profound silence descended upon the room. No one dared to utter a word. Those who had been whispering moments ago now stared at the blackboard, speechless. Professor Zhou stood motionless before it, his gaze sweeping over the lines of derivation, twice, as if in quiet contemplation. He was not checking for errors. He was absorbing. Having taught for over a decade, while also conducting his own research, he understood better than anyone the significance of what he had just written. It was the problem of abnormal heat flux caused by shock wave interactions in hypersonic vehicles. He had pursued this very topic since his doctoral graduation, nearly 6 years ago. He had published many papers, yet the core difficulty remained how to calculate the local heat flux density at the intersection of 2 shock waves. The errors in existing semi-empirical models were too large for engineering applications, and the military had pressed him repeatedly for a satisfactory solution, which he had yet to deliver. And now before him stood a freshman who had just entered university, spending less than 20 minutes to fill half the blackboard with derivations. He had used a topological classification of shock waves to decompose the complex scenarios, and then for the most critical case, derived a heat flux expression so concise that even Professor Zhou, after 6 years of work, had never been able to produce it. The professor turned his face a mask of disbelief as he looked at Luo An. How did you do it? His voice was low, but there was no skepticism, no interrogation. Only a barely contained shock. Luo An did not answer. With a casual shrug, he made the act seem as trivial as solving a homework problem. Professor Zhou stared at him for several seconds, then pulled out his phone, opened the camera, and took a photo of the blackboard. He took another photo from a different angle, then pocketed the phone. Glancing at the students, his voice still carrying a taut edge, he said, "Study on your own." With that he picked up his lecture notes and walked out of the classroom without looking back. Luo An called out after the disappearing figure, "Professor, can I sleep now?" A 2-second silence, then the classroom erupted. "What's going on? Why did the professor leave?" "I don't know," someone replied. Look at his reaction. Luo An must have written something incredible. Damn, I think we've got a legend in our class. Luo An returned to his seat and continued sleeping. As soon as he sat down, Wang Pengzi beamed with pride. "See that? That's my bro." He tilted his chin toward the others, his voice pitched just loud enough for the nearby rows to hear. "I told you all, but you didn't believe me. There's nothing my Ange can't do." Those around him, still reeling from the shock, muttered, "Damn, Tsinghua has Wei Shun air at this rate. I think our university is about to have a Luo Shun." Long Chuan turned from the front row, staring at Luo An for a couple of seconds before scratching his head and asking, "And what was all that on the board?" Luo An had already rested his head on the desk, but at the question, he turned his head and glanced at him. "You can't even understand the problem. Don't burden yourself with more worries." Long Chuan paused, thought it over, then nodded seriously. Makes sense." Zhao Xiaoqing, sitting in the front, had remained silent all along. She still held her pen, but the tip had stopped dead on the notebook, not a single word written. From the moment the professor left, she had maintained that posture. A classmate beside her nudged her arm. "Monitor, what was that problem professor gave?" "Don't ask me." Zhao Xiaoqing cut her off, her voice half a tone lower than usual. "I can't understand it either." After saying that, she bit her lip, her gaze shifted from the blackboard to her blank notebook. She could not comprehend a single thing on the entire blackboard, many symbols she had never even seen before. It was far beyond university-level coursework. Possibly, it was something the professors themselves were still researching. She glanced back at Luo An. Was he really a freshman? Martial arts, firearms, and now this. Recalling the professor's reaction, that silenced those repeated scrutinizing glances, she bit the inside of her lip, a heavy weight in her chest. Not from resentment, but because she realized she had never truly seen through this person. From across the aisle, Suyu stared at Luo An dumbfounded and thought to herself, this Luo An. Not only is he skilled in martial arts and firearms, but his studies are freakishly good too. Maybe this competition. The murmurs in the classroom continued for a while until someone mentioned, "Hey, has anyone posted this on the forum? We can't let this slide without a post." A few people nearby pulled out their phones simultaneously. And in the last row, Luo An had already buried his face in his arms, his breathing steady, as if he had fallen asleep. The campus forum posts spread like wildfire, and replies quickly piled up, soaring to the second floor. The poster's ID was "Old Senior About to Graduate," with a drab avatar, clearly a zombie account registered for years, but rarely used. "I'm a senior in the physics department. I was a teaching assistant for Professor Zhou's research group for a year. I recognize the problem in the photo. It's not a university question. It's a military horizontal project my advisor has been working on for 6 years. Last year I checked the literature and asked classmates at Qingbei. They have teams working on this direction too, but they haven't solved it after years. This freshman is absolutely a freak genius." After that reply was posted, the thread went silent for about 3 minutes. Then it exploded. "Damn, a senior has spoken. 6 years of work, and he wrote it all out in less than 20 minutes. Who nicknamed him the gun-smashing maniac? That's too narrow-minded. This guy deserves to be called Luo Shun. Luo Shun. Luo Shun 1. Luo Shun 10086. A title began circulating on Jiangxing University's campus forum, explosive in its own right. Tsinghua has Wei Shun, Jiangxing has Luo Shun. People started digging up Luo An's college entrance exam scores and various rumors since his enrollment. The nickname, Luo Shun, spread like wildfire. Meanwhile, Professor Zhou had returned to his office. He placed his phone on the desk, transferred the 2 photos to his computer, enlarged them, and examined the derivation from beginning to end. Then he sat in his chair silent for a long time. That afternoon, Professor Zhou assembled 3 members of his research group, 2 lecturers, and 1 doctoral candidate. He projected the photos onto the screen and walked through Luo An's derivation step by step. The office fell into a long silence. One of the lecturers, after examining it twice, looked up and asked, "Old Zhou, did your student really write this?" Professor Zhou didn't answer the question. Instead, he said, "Please help me verify every step, every assumption, every boundary condition. I'm afraid I might have missed something." The 3 spent nearly 2 hours fully reproducing the derivation on the blackboard. The conclusion was unanimous: no issues. Not only was it mathematically self-consistent, but the heat flux expression, when compared with existing experimental data, showed a high degree of agreement. It was at least an order of magnitude more accurate than the semi-empirical model they currently used. After a moment of silence, one of the lecturers said, "Old Zhou, if this is correct, then the military's problem is solved." Professor Zhou sat in his chair saying nothing. After a long while, he stood up, picked up his phone, and scrolled to a number. Just after 2 in the afternoon, the phones of every teacher and student at Jiangxing University vibrated simultaneously. In class groups, grade groups, and club groups, the same notice was issued uniformly by each college, per university notification: from today onward, discussing or spreading any information about student Luo An is prohibited. All faculty and students are requested not to discuss, disseminate, or comment on this matter on any platform. Any related content already posted should be deleted. Your cooperation is appreciated. Within 10 minutes of the notice being sent, the campus forum post that had just grown to 7 or 8 pages was already inaccessible. The photo of the classroom's back row casually snapped and attached to that post vanished along with it. Someone privately tried to repost it, but it was wiped clean less than 5 minutes after being published. This was followed by a phone call from university leadership, a stern reprimand, and a warning. After that, no one in the groups mentioned the matter again. Halfway through the second afternoon class, the classroom door was pulled open a crack from the outside. A middle-aged man wearing silver-rimmed glasses slipped in, nodding to the lecturer at the podium. They exchanged a few hushed words. The lecturer glanced towards Luo An's direction. The middle-aged man walked down the aisle towards the back row and stopped beside Luo An. Student Luo An. He bent down, his voice low enough for only the two of them to hear. The principal requests your presence. I am Secretary Lu from the principal's office. Luo An slowly sat up and rubbed the back of his neck. He didn't ask why, nor did he look at the expressions of the classmates around him. He simply stood, tucked his phone into his pocket, and followed Secretary Lu out. As he reached the door, he glanced back at Fatty Wang. Fatty Wang stared back with wide eyes, clutching half a biscuit. Luo An gave a slight downward tilt of his chin, turned around, and left the room. Down the stairs, across the flower beds in front of the administration building, through a glass door, and up the elevator to the 5th floor. The corridor was carpeted in dark tones, muffling the sound of leather shoes. Framed old campus photos hung on the walls, their gray images showing rows of old brick buildings and students in mouse suits. The office door at the end of the corridor was slightly ajar. Secretary Lu stopped at the door and knocked twice. A voice from inside said, "Come in." Secretary Lu pushed the door open and stepped aside. Luo An walked in. The office wasn't large. A bookshelf covered the entire right wall, its shelves crammed with books, some stacked horizontally on top. On the top shelf sat several photo frames with darkening wooden edges. Stacks of documents were piled on the desk by the window. The desktop was covered with a glass plate under which yellowed sticky notes were pressed. A pot of asparagus fern sat at the corner, a damp towel draped over its rim, water stains still fresh. A man stood by the window. Hearing footsteps, he turned. His hair was graying, cut short, undyed, and slightly messy. He wore a dark gray jacket over a white shirt with the top button undone. The lines at the corners of his eyes were deep, as if carved by a knife. He held an enamel teacup, its body printed with faded university name and crest, a small chip missing from the rim. As he looked over, he first gave Luo an appraising glance. "You're here." He tilted his chin towards the sofa. "Have a seat." His voice was a bit hoarse, as if his throat was uncomfortable. Luo An sat down on the sofa. The cushion was soft, but the springs seemed worn, yet let out a creak as he settled. The principal took a seat nearby and placed his enamel cup on the table. He didn't speak immediately, instead observing Luo An's sleep-deprived demeanor, searching his face for a trace of nervousness or excitement. Finding none, he began, "My surname is Chen Yuanzhao. I am the principal of this university. Privately, you don't need to call me principal. Just call me Uncle Chen." Luo An lifted his eyelids, glanced at him, and gave a slight nod. Chen Yuanzhao took a sip from his cup, set it down, and continued in a tone that didn't carry the air of a principal, more like someone casually chatting at a cafeteria. "Professor Zhou came to see me this morning." He paused. "In nearly 20 years of teaching, it's the first time I've seen him so agitated." Luo An didn't respond, only pulling his hands out of his pockets and resting them on his knees. Chen Yuanzhao didn't mind the silence. "The problem you solved this morning, I've seen it too. It's quite remarkable," he said. "It's also a project the military has been tackling with tasks assigned to various universities. I never expected our Jiangxing University to crack it." He paused, correcting himself. "No. For one of our freshmen to crack it." Luo An yawned before speaking. "It's all right. The equation itself isn't difficult, the boundary conditions were just set up in a convoluted way." Upon hearing this, the principal took another sip from his cup, looking at this young man, who spoke with such casual understatement. A prodigy indeed, completely unfazed by it all. In his over a decade as principal, he had seen students in his office who were nervous, excited, or articulate, but this one spoke with the same tone one might use to comment that the cafeteria food was a bit salty today. He put his cup down. "Luo An, it's clear you're an intelligent person, so I won't beat around the bush. I called you here today to hear your own thoughts directly. What are your plans for your university years? What are your thoughts on your future plans?" Luo An thought for a moment, not about what to say, but how to say it with the least effort. Then he chose a truthful statement. "Principal, to be honest, I'm not really interested in studying." The air stilled for a moment. The principal's fingers paused on the cup lid. Luo An continued, his tone as flat as everyday conversation. "When I filled out my college entrance exam choices, it was mainly to accompany a friend. His scores were just enough for Jiangxing University, so I applied to the same one. As for plans," he trailed off with the tail end of another yawn, "I haven't really thought about it." The principal leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping slowly on the armrest twice. Accompanying a friend. That was a reason he had encountered for the first time. He sighed inwardly. What delighted him most was that the university had produced a genius. What gave him the biggest headache was also the genius. With such people you never know what strange and unusual thoughts are running through their minds. The principal looked at Luo An's half-flitted drowsy expression, mentally chewing over the phrase, not really interested in studying, several times. He needed to stay calm. He tapped the cup lid twice with his finger, then spoke, his tone still relaxed. All right, let's set aside your lack of interest in studying for now. He leaned back. You received the notice this afternoon, right? Luo An nodded. Yes, I got it. I also had the post deleted. Don't misunderstand. It's not to suppress you. It's just that what you displayed this morning was too conspicuous. He looked at Luo An. It's not suitable for you to be noticed by too many people right now. Those outside the university, they have noses sharper than dogs. He added, before you've fully grown, it's best not to come into the light. It's beneficial for you. As a smart person, you should understand my reasoning, right? Luo An listened, nodded, and then yawned. Principal, I understand your reasoning, and it aligns with my own wishes. I don't like trouble. What a coincidence, the principal said, setting his cup on the table with a crisp sound. I don't like trouble either. He rose and walked to the window, clasping his hands behind his back as he watched the students running laps on the sports field below. He'll be direct with you. Jiangxing University isn't a top-tier institution. Compared to those 985 universities next door, we fall a bit short. But that thing you wrote on the blackboard today, if it were published, our physics department's ranking would break into the top 3 nationwide. I'm not exaggerating in the slightest. When you graduate from here and make a name for yourself, people will mention Luo and naturally bring up Jiangxing University. By then our admissions officers will be laughing in their sleep. He turned around, looking at Luo An. So my thinking is simple, you must stay at Jiangxing University. Of course, while you're here you can study whatever you want, attend whatever classes you like, and skip the ones you don't. As you please. He paused, recalling the nickname Sleep God from the campus forum, and the corner of his mouth twitched upward. Then sleep. Sleep as much as you need. If any teacher dares to stop you, come find me. Luo An, whose eyelids had been drooping all along, finally let a hint of alertness cut through the haze in his eyes at the word sleep as much as you need. The president sat back down, lifting his enamel mug and pausing at his lips. It's really our good fortune at Jiangxing University. We've stumbled upon a bargain. Oh, right, I almost forgot. What's your friend's name? A faint curve appeared at the corner of Luo An's mouth. This old man had a way with words. Wang Hao. He's in my class. The president caught that slight curve at Luo An's lips, and knew head found the right approach. This student didn't respond to formality. The stiffer the front, the less head care. You had to treat him like a buddy. He'll make the call right here as long as you're at Jiangxing. Even if your friend scores a flat 0, he'll make sure he graduates without a hitch. Hell, even if he wants a degree with honors, he'll swallow my pride and pull strings for you. Uncle Chen's got your back, right? He took another swig from the enamel mug, then fixed his eyes on Luo and added slowly, see, Uncle Chen's laid it all out for you. Luo An tilted his head, mulling it over. President Chun, with that level of salesmanship, it's a shame you're not in marketing. Been there, done that. The president set the mug down with a deadpan look. Back when I was department head, I'd go out and spin tails every admissions season. Turns out some of the students I talked into coming actually went on to do something remarkable. See, that proves I wasn't just spinning tails. I was making long-term forecasts. Luo An studied him for 2 seconds, then let out a barely audible breath through his nose. Not enough. President Chin's brow twitched. The conditions you're offering are at their core meaningless. Luo An lifted his hands from his knees and folded them in front of him. Freedom to attend class as I please, freedom to sleep. Wouldn't it be more comfortable to just sleep at home? President Chin's mouth twitched. Second, Wang Hao's graduation isn't a challenge to begin with. I can handle it myself, and even his future path I can manage. What you're offering? He raised his eyelids. Adds no value. The office fell silent. President Chun held the enamel mug, tilting it slightly. The tea sloshed to the rim and receded. Then he leaned back in his chair, stared at the ceiling for a few seconds. Sleeping in class. Dislikes hassle. Sleeping at home. A thought struck him, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Then he snapped upright, fixed his eyes on Luo An, and spoke slowly, one word at a time. By Mirror Lake. There's a small courtyard. Luo An's half-finished yawn froze. Standalone, 2 stories. Just renovated last year. It was meant for a visiting professor, but he never showed. President Chun raised the mug, took a sip, and peered at Luo An over the rim. Ground floor has a yard with a few ginkgo trees. The second floor window faces the lake directly. No dorm inspections, no lights out. Live there as you please. He noticed the fingers resting on Luo An's knee twitch. The tip of his index finger tapped lightly on his knee, once then again. President Chun seized the moment and turned up the heat. Your friend Wang Hao can move in too. President Chun set the mug down and leaned back into the sofa. 4 rooms. Plenty for the 2 of you. Luo An's eyelids lifted. Additionally, President Chun spread one hand, determined to seal the deal in one go. Any reasonable request during your time here, I'll see to it. With that, he pulled a business card from the holder on his desk and handed it over. Any request? Luo An took the card, glanced at it, then looked up at President Chun. The president's hand still midair froze for a moment at those words. Most requests, as long as they're legal and within the bounds of regulations, are doable. Luo An held his gaze for several long seconds. Then he rose from the sofa, stepped forward half a pace, pulled his right hand from his pocket, and extended it toward President Chun. Deal. President Chun looked at the hand, grasped it, and shook twice. When he let go, his mouth was still drawn tight, but the corners of his eyes were already crinkled all over. He picked up the enamel mug and drained the lukewarm tea in one gulp. Secretary Lu will deliver the keys tomorrow. Luo An slipped his hand back into his pocket and turned toward the door. After 2 steps he stopped. He glanced back. President Chun. If the school ever needs anything from me, he paused as if weighing his words for a fraction of a second. Within my power. With that he pulled the door open and stepped out. The door clicked shut. The sound of footsteps in the corridor gradually faded. That kid's got a conscience after all. President Chun walked behind his desk holding the now cold enamel mug utterly still. After about 5 seconds he set the mug down with a sharp clink against the desk. One hand went to his hip, the other tapped the desktop 3 times in quick succession. The corners of his mouth were being pulled upward from both sides, and no matter how he tried to suppress them, they kept springing back. He paced 2 steps one way, then 2 steps back, and finally came to a halt. Head bowed, shoulders shaking. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. The laughter squeezed out from his throat, bouncing off the walls of the empty office. He collapsed into the chair, which slid back half a foot with a creaking groan. Hands folded across his stomach, staring at the ceiling, toes tapping up and down. That crack running from the light fixture to the corner of the ceiling. Had looked at it for over a decade, and for the first time it actually seemed pleasing. You can't catch a wolf without risking the bait. He leaned back, fingers drumming a rhythm on the armrest. This might look like a loss, but really it's a jackpot. Mid-law he suddenly sat up straight. He reached for the enamel mug, found it empty, didn't mind, set it down, and grabbed his phone. Old Lou. His voice came out a half pitch higher than usual. He caught himself, tried to lower it, but didn't quite manage. That courtyard by Mirror Lake. Bring the keys to Luo and tomorrow. Fresh bedding, new appliances, everything. Get it done now. After hanging up he set the phone face down on the desk. He stood, walked to the window, and clasped his hands behind his back, gazing at the flower beds below. The setting sun slanted through the window, gilding his silver hair with a golden edge. The corners of his mouth stretched upward, and from his nose he hummed a sentence so low that only he could hear it. You 985s and 211s better start trembling. The era of Jiangxing University is finally here. The potted asparagus fern on the corner of the desk swayed gently in the breeze, as if nodding in agreement. When Luo An returned to the dormitory, Fatty and Long Chuan were already waiting for him. As soon as he stepped through the door, Wang Fatty sprang up from the edge of the bed, his cheeks jiggling with a sudden movement. Ange, what did the principal want with you? Luo An closed the door, walked over to his chair, sat down, and took a sip of water from the cup on the table. The principal was worried I wouldn't sleep well in the dorm. Wang Fatty blinked, confused. Huh, he gave me a standalone courtyard to live in. Luo An set the cup down, his tone casual. The dorm fell silent for 2 seconds. Long Chuan stood up from his chair, his eyes wide as saucers. You don't mean one of those standalone courtyards by Mirror Lake, do you? Luo An nodded. Isn't that where the professors live? Long Chuan's voice pitched higher. Can students even stay there? Why not? Luo An lifted his eyelids and glanced at him. Long Chuan's mouth hung open as he looked from Luo An to Wang Fatty and back again, his face a mask of disbelief. Anjai, did I hear that right? He gestured vaguely in front of him, then pointed at his own nose. A freshman? Living in a standalone villa. Damn. Ange, do you have some kind of leverage over the principal? Wang Fatty puffed out his chest, his chin lifting slightly. Don't you know who my Ange is? Is he just an ordinary person? Can you measure him by ordinary standards? Long Chuan blinked, stunned for a moment, then his shoulders slumped. I guess not. Wang Fatty turned his head, his eyes already gleaming. Ange, can you take me to see it? I can't wait. He was already on his feet, looking ready to haul luggage at a moment's notice. Luo An glanced out the window. The sky had darkened and the streetlights had just flickered on. Tomorrow. Long Chuan stood by the window, gazing at the small villa by the lake in the distance, his mouth slightly agape. If I told someone that a guy from our dorm moved into a standalone villa by the lake, do you think they'd think I was bragging? As night settled in the corridor, gradually grew quiet. Long Chuan and Wang Fatty's snores had already started. Luo An leaned against the headboard and put in his earplugs. Xiaoling, turn off the lights. With a click the dorm was plunged into darkness. The next morning during advanced mathematics class. In the back row by the window, Luo An lay slumped sideways on the desk, his face buried in his arms, breathing evenly. The ginkgo leaves outside the window were just beginning to turn yellow, and sunlight filtered through the branches, casting dappled shadows across the desks. A small patch of light landed right on the back of his head. At the podium, the math teacher was explaining the definition of limits, tapping chalk against the blackboard with a rhythmic click. His gaze swept across the classroom and paused for a moment on the seat in the back corner by the window. His eyebrow twitched, but he turned back and continued writing on the board. The situation below was more troubling to him than Luo An's sleeping. There were far more empty seats than usual, and the extra people were all crowded in the back rows. They weren't students from this class. No textbooks, no notes, their eyes all drifting in the same direction. Two girls sat in the second to last row. One of them nudged the other with her elbow and whispered, "It's him, right? Should be. Matches the photo from the forum. You can tell from just the back of his head. Why don't you go around and check?" "You go." The hushed murmurs spread through the classroom like ripples on water. The math teacher turned around and rapped the chalk on the podium. "Those students in the back. If you're not going to listen, at least be quiet and don't disturb others." The two girls immediately lowered their heads. The math teacher adjusted his glasses. Honestly, so undisciplined. The bell rang. The math teacher tossed the chalk into the tray, picked up his lesson plan, and walked out without looking back. In the physics department office, several teachers were chatting over cups of tea. The math teacher slapped his lesson plan on the desk, plopped down into his chair, and took a gulp from his thermos. The tea was scalding hot. He sucked in a sharp breath which only made him angrier. Students these days are getting more and more out of line. A teacher next to him, who taught electromagnetism, looked up. "What's wrong?" "Class 3 freshman year. In my class a student slept through the entire period. Zero respect for the teacher. And fine, he sleeps, but then a whole bunch of students from other classes showed up, just to watch him sleep. Is that proper?" "Class 3 freshman year." The electromagnetism teacher set down his pen and glanced at the math teacher. "That student sleeping in the back. Would his name be Luo An? I think that's the name." The math teacher frowned. "You know him?" The electromagnetism teacher didn't answer directly. He picked up his pen again, flipped a page in his book, and casually tossed out a line. "When you're teaching, you'd better pray that sleeping student doesn't wake up." The math teacher was stunned. "What do you mean?" "If he wakes up, lifts his head, and stares at you." The electromagnetism teacher took off his glasses and wiped them. "Then you might have to consider whether you've explained something wrong." The office fell silent for a moment. The math teacher held his thermos, his mouth slightly open, a look of utter bewilderment on his face. An old professor in the corner peered out from behind his newspaper and pushed up his reading glasses. "You've been on leave for a few days. Something major happened at the school." He then recounted the whole story of Luo An from beginning to end. The electromagnetism teacher nodded in agreement on the side. The math teacher looked at his lesson plan, then at the electromagnetism teacher, his face a picture of incredulity, and finally managed to utter just two words. "Holy crap." After lunch, as Luo An and Wang Hao were just walking out of the cafeteria, Secretary Lu called. A few minutes later, Secretary Lu rode up on an electric scooter from the direction of the administration building, a brown paper envelope in the bike's basket. He parked, pulled two keys out of the envelope, and handed them over. "Luo An, these are the keys to the courtyard by Mirror Lake. One's yours, one's for Wang Hao. The refrigerator, water heater, and other appliances have all been checked. The bedding is all new." He paused. "If you need anything, feel free to call me anytime, or you can go directly to President Chen." Luo An took the keys and weighed them in his hand. "All right, thanks." "You're welcome." Secretary Lu nodded, got back on his scooter, and rode off. Wang Hao leaned and looked down at the two keys in Luo An's palm, then looked up at Luo An. "Two keys. One of them is mine." Wang Hao pointed at his own nose. "What else would it be?" Hearing Angie's words, Wang Hao's face lit up with joy. He snatched a key from Luo An's hand, then, unable to contain himself, started walking and looking back. "And let's go." "I can't wait." Luo An pocketed the other key. "Let's go." The two walked through the path lined with plane trees between the teaching buildings, skirted the flower beds behind the library, and turned onto the trail by Mirror Lake. The lake's surface shimmered with a white glare under the afternoon sun, and the willow branches by the shore hung low, a few nearly brushing the water. The narrow path stretched along the lake's edge into the depths, and at its end a two-story building with gray walls and white windows stood quietly among several ginkgo trees. The courtyard was small and closed by a low bamboo fence, and a few golden ginkgo leaves lay scattered on the stone slabs at the entrance. Wang Hao stood at the gate, tilting his head back to look at the building. "And this place is way too nice. No wonder these standalone houses are for the rich to enjoy." Luo An took the lead, stepping into the courtyard and pushing open the front door, and Wang Hao slipped past him in a flash. "Damn, the living room's huge, the kitchen's big too, and the fridge is brand new. There's even a storage room here. Hey, how do you get to the second floor? Where's the stairs?" "Oh, here, a basement. Ange, look, there's even a basement." His voice echoed from every corner of the lower floor, accompanied by a series of footsteps and the banging of doors opening and closing. Luo An ignored him and went straight upstairs. He needed to check the bedroom, as the place for sleeping was the priority. The bedroom held a solid wood bed by the window with a brand new mattress still wrapped in plastic film. He walked over, pressed the mattress with his hand, then sat down to test it. Outside the window, the lake spread out before him, the afternoon sun shattering into scattered patches of light on the water. He leaned back against the pillow, closed his eyes for a few seconds, then sat up, patted the pillow, and adjusted its position. Below, Wang Hao's footsteps finally converged toward the stairwell. He bounded up the stairs two at a time and shouted from the top, "Ange." This place is awesome, feels like him at a resort. You're going to be late for class. Luo An got up from the bed and reminded him. Wang Fatty pulled out his phone, glanced at the time, leaned against the doorframe, and said, Alright, I'll grab my stuff from the dorm after class and move in. Let's go, Ange. He turned and took 2 steps toward the stairs, but heard no movement behind him. He looked back to see Luo An standing by the window staring at the lake, lost in thought. Ange. Luo An turned his head and asked with a puzzled look, something else. Wang Fatty blinked twice, then pointed behind himself. Aren't you coming to class with me? They'll skip it, just rest here. They'll go next time. Wang Fatty's mouth hung open for a long while before he finally muttered, impressive, waved his hand, and headed back downstairs. The dorm fell silent, and Luo An looked at the brand new mattress. Then he raised his head, shifting his gaze from the bed to the window. The sky was a clear blue with a few clouds drifting slowly, as if being pushed along. He watched those clouds for a long while. A smile slowly crept across his lips, as if something in his mind had been stirred by those clouds. He walked to the desk, sat down, and flipped open his laptop. As the screen lit up, his hand had already glided across the trackpad, twice the cursor, landing on a folder on the desktop. Air membrane effect CN01. He stared at the contents of the document, his thumb pressed between his front teeth. After pondering for a moment, he turned to look at the bed beside him. Better to start with a small-scale test, he thought. Just a cushion-sized one, big enough for one person to sit on. If it can float, then the key parameters, load capacity, stability, and membrane thickness, would all be captured. Soon the sketch design was complete, a circular aluminum alloy base plate, with 16 piezoelectric ceramic pieces embedded on the underside, arranged in 3 rings. When powered on, high-frequency vibrations compress the air between the plate and the ground into an air cushion, causing the plate to float on its own. For the drive head, used the lab's function generator connected to a piezoelectric transducer. He ran through what he needed in his mind. Function generator, power amplifier, lock-in amplifier, and a set of transducers. He wondered if the school's lab had all of them. He picked up his phone and scrolled to the name Chun Yuan Zhao. Luo An pressed the dial button, and after 2 rings the call connected. Hello, Luo An. The principal's voice carried a hint of surprise, the tone rising half a beat. Principal Chun, does the school lab have a function generator and a power amplifier? Function generator. The principal paused for a moment. Yes, the physics department's old lab has one, and there are a few power amplifiers too. A bit outdated though. What do you need them for? I want to build a bed that can float, so sleeping should be really comfortable. The line suddenly went silent. Luo An could hear the hum of the air conditioner vent on the other end, along with the ticking of the old wall clock in the principal's office. After about 3 or 4 seconds, the principal finally spoke, his tone suddenly flat, as if suppressing something. What did you say? Float the bed. He paused. Just to sleep more comfortably. On the other end, the principal slumped into his chair, holding the phone up to his eyes, staring at the receiver, as if he could see through it to figure out what kind of brain Luo An had. Build a magnetic levitation for a bed just to make it float, for a better sleep. What kind of thinking is that? Then he suddenly thought of something else. Although magnetic levitation technology was already fairly mature, a freshman tinkering out a maglev bed on his own could still bring some credit to the school. And on the flip side, if the kid felt the school wasn't supportive and walked away, that would be a real loss. Fine, the principal said, his voice shedding most of its hesitation and taking on a decisive tone. Let's do it. He'll make a call, and you can go over directly. Just say I sent you. Luo An straightened up. Thank you, Principal Chun. They'll also need some materials. Alright, send me a list, and I'll have someone purchase them. Okay, thank you, Principal Chun. The principal's tone no longer sounded like a principal's. More like a resigned investor who had suddenly come to terms with things. No need for thanks. Just don't blow up my lab, that's all. Goodbye. With that, the principal hung up. Luo An drafted a list of the materials he needed, sent it over, closed his laptop, and stood up. He stretched, and the clouds outside the window were still there. He walked out of the dorm and wandered along the back path to the artificial lake. The bench was shaded by trees, and as he sat down, the wood's slight warmth seeped through his pants to his legs. He stretched his legs out, folded his hands over his stomach, and fixed his gaze on the patch of light at the center of the lake, where the sunlight fractured across the water. Luo An watched the lake in silence, his eyes unfocused, lost in thought. The lake breeze came in waves, lifting the hair on his forehead and letting it fall again. Sunlight leaked through the gaps in the leaves, casting small patches of light that danced on his legs, brightening, dimming, brightening again. After what felt like a long time, footsteps sounded in the distance. They were light stepping on the stone path, one after another, neither fast nor slow. The footsteps grew closer and finally stopped beside him. Hello, may I sit here? Luo An's fingertips tapped lightly on his knee. The voice of the newcomer was not loud, but he had heard it before. Luo An's eyes remained fixed on the lake before him. The timbre wove through his mind. School, classroom, shopping mall, streets. Flipping through images one by one until it finally settled on a massive LED screen. Silver-rimmed glasses, dark gray suit with a white laboratory behind him. Tianchi Biotechnology Dr. Lin. Luo An's brow furrowed slightly. Why was he here? Images began to flash through his mind again. Integrating, analyzing, inferring. After a few seconds, Luo An's brow relaxed. Have a seat, Dr. Lin. The man beside him paused briefly, less than a second. Then Luo An heard a faint exhalation, a soft breath expelled through the nose. Thank you. Lin Xian sat down beside Luo An. The bench was wide enough for two, with half a foot of space between them. Luo An kept his gaze on the lake. Lin Xian, once seated, also looked ahead. On the opposite shore, two wild ducks emerged from the reeds, one after the other, swimming slowly. The bell in the teaching building struck 4 times, each chime spaced far apart, as if time itself had been stretched. Lin Xian leaned back, his eyes following the 2 ducks. Nice view here. His tone was casual, as if chatting with an old friend. I'm not bad. Luo An replied with equal nonchalance. After a moment, Lin Xian turned his head, his gaze settling on Luo An's profile. Last time you helped me a great deal. The corner of Luo An's mouth curved slightly. Seeing you come empty-handed, I guess my help was in vain. Lin Xian let out a soft laugh. Do you care about such things? Luo An glanced down at his own hands. That's not necessarily true. Lin Xian didn't respond to that. His gaze returned to the lake, his tone as casual as discussing the weather. You have a real talent for this. Luo An removed his arm from the backrest, clasped his hands over his stomach, and spoke slowly. Not talent. It's just that other things don't interest me. Lin Xian nodded slightly, a small but definite gesture, as if to say I understand. Another stretch of silence. The light on the lake shattered into more fragments, the wind died down, and the willow branches hung still. Luo An unconsciously raised his hand, pressing his thumb against his front teeth. Have you ever at some moment felt that? He paused. His thumb slipped away from his teeth, his hand fell back to his knee, his eyes still fixed on the lake. Felt like you've become very indifferent. He paused again, longer this time, as if searching for the right word. Indifferent to the point of extreme rationality. Lin Xian turned his head. His gaze slowly traveled down Luo An's profile, sweeping over his hands, resting on his knees, over his slightly forward-leaning shoulders, over his motionless eyes staring at the lake. Then he lifted both hands from his knees and crossed them over his chest. His right index finger rose, nudging the frame of his glasses against the bridge of his nose. His eyes half closed, his brow creased slightly inward, forming 2 faint vertical lines. For a long time. So long that the 2 wild ducks on the opposite shore emerged from the reeds again. Then he raised his head, his gaze returning to Luo An's face. His voice was calm, as if stating a long-mulled conclusion. It's not that you've become indifferent. Luo An's fingers stopped on his knee. It's that your emotions are suppressed. Lin Xian's tone was unhurried, each word steady. The processing speed of some people's brains far exceeds the speed at which emotions are generated. He uncrossed his hands, placing one on his knee while the other made a light gesture in the air. When an ordinary person encounters something, emotion comes first, then reason is used to suppress it. Joy, anger, sorrow, delight. These things surge forward and occupy the brain. His hand flipped over, palm facing down, as if pressing something. But when a person's cerebral intelligence reaches a certain level during high-speed operation, it directly severs the pathway of emotional generation. His hand paused in midair. Before joy, anger, sorrow, or delight can even appear, your brain has already calculated the optimal solution, the worst outcome, every possibility. Emotion hasn't even been born before it's judged as an inefficient, redundant interference. His fingers made a gentle swipe, filtered out directly. Luo An's gaze shifted from the lake to Lin Xian's face. Lin Xian tilted his head slightly, the lenses of his silver-rimmed glasses catching the afternoon light. Under specific circumstances, such a brain does not allow itself to produce emotions, those low-efficiency, judgment-impairing products. Silence. A breeze swept across the lake, nudging the willow branches, then retreating. Luo An's thumb had somehow pressed against his front teeth again. He stared at Lin Xian for a long moment, then lowered his hand. How did you know? Lin Xian removed his hand from his knee and clasped both hands in front of him. The development of brain-computer interfaces involves many experiments that the public cannot accept. His tone was flat, with no attempt to conceal. But they allowed me to uncover more secrets of the human brain. Luo An nodded. After a moment, he asked, is there a way to fix it? Lin Xian was silent for a while, then shook his head. Not for now. Then he looked at Luo An seriously and spoke slowly. Perhaps this state isn't such a bad thing. Luo An shifted his gaze back to the lake. But I don't think it's a good thing. Both fell silent. From the reeds on the opposite shore, the wild ducks called out twice. Lin Xian turned his head. Are you interested in school? Luo An shook his head, his eyelids drooping again, his tone returning to that lazy drawl. Not interested. It's just that there's a free lab and free housing here. Lin Xian was taken aback for a moment, then the corner of his mouth lifted. It's getting late. I should be going. He patted the non-existent dust off his trousers, reached into the inner pocket of his suit, and pulled out a business card, handing it over. If you ever get bored, you can come help me. Luo An took the card and glanced at it. It bore the logo of Tianchi Biotechnology and Lin Xian's name. He casually slipped the card into his pocket, then looked up at Lin Xian. You're not even going to mention the compensation. Lin Xian's hand froze in midair. He was stunned for about 2 seconds, then couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha. The laughter echoed across the mirror-like lake, startling the two wild ducks in the reeds into flapping their wings and taking flight. He reached out and patted Luo An's shoulder twice, neither too hard nor too soft. Then he withdrew his hand, turned around. "I'm off." His leather shoes struck the stone path step by step at the same rhythm as when he arrived. Luo An leaned back on the bench, watching the figure in the dark gray suit slowly recede into the distance. After Lin Xian walked away, he stared at the two wild ducks on the lake for a while, his thumb unconsciously rising to his lips, his fingernail wedging between his front teeth. Emotion suppressed. The speed of his brain's calculations far exceeded the rate at which emotions could form. He chewed on these words over and over again. And gee, Luo An looked up. Fatty Wang turned onto the path from the other side of Mirror Lake, two large woven bags slung over his shoulder, a bulging backpack hanging around his neck. With each step the backpack swung, bouncing against his belly. Sweat beaded on his forehead, but his face couldn't contain the excitement. He started shouting from a distance. "I've moved everything over." Luo An stood up from the bench. The fatty walked over to the bench, thudded the woven bags onto the ground, gasped for breath, and then craned his neck in the direction Lin Xian had gone. "And gee, I saw someone sitting with you from afar, just now." He squinted and looked again. Couldn't see clearly. "Is it the principal?" "Lin Xian." Luo An took one of the bags, lifted it, and started walking towards the courtyard. The fatty stepped forward, hefted the woven bag back onto his shoulder, and followed, saying, "Who is Lin Xian?" Luo An walked ahead, taking a few steps before speaking, his pace slower than usual. A very formidable person." The fatty paused mid-step, looking at Luo An's back, then caught up, entered the courtyard's living room, and dumped the bags on the floor. "Damn and gee." The fatty straightened up, wiped the sweat from his chin with his sleeve. "All my life this is the first time I've heard you call someone formidable. Who the hell is this Lin Xian?" Luo An walked to the fridge, opened it, took out 2 bottles of water, and tossed one to the fatty. "Dr. Lin, the one working on brain-computer interfaces. He came to test me." The fatty grunted, took a few sips, put the bottle on the table, and furrowed his brow. "Test you? Test you for what? We don't even know him. Why would he come after you? And how does he know you're here in G?" A barrage of questions, each faster than the last. Luo An unscrewed his bottle cap, took a sip, placed the bottle on the table, and then pressed his hand on the fatty's shoulder. The pressure wasn't heavy, but it was steady. "It's nothing. He just wanted to recruit me." Luo An withdrew his hand. The fatty stared at Luo An for 2 seconds, his shoulders slowly relaxing. "Oh, I see. So in G, did you agree?" Luo An shook his head. "Not considering it for now. I have my own things to do." The fatty blurted out, "Isn't your thing just sleeping? What else is there?" Luo An looked at him, his expression very serious. "Right, it's sleeping. I plan to build a levitating bed to sleep on." The fatty's eyes went wide. He looked at Luo An's face, then at the living room ceiling, then back at Luo An's face. "And gee, the Simmons mattress isn't enough for you anymore." The fatty took half a step forward, pointing at the ceiling. "Are you trying to ascend to the heavens?" Luo An was taken aback by the fatty's words. His thumb rose to press against his front teeth, his eyelids drooped, but his eyes were moving. "Ascend. Ascend," he repeated softly. "And gee." The fatty waved his hand in front of his face. And gee, I was just saying that casually. You're not really thinking about ascending, are you? Can we sleep a bit more normally? Floating is already absurd enough, sleeping in the sky is a bit too much." Seeing Luo An lost in thought again, the fatty gave up. He bent down, hoisted the woven bags back onto his shoulder, and dragged them towards his room. "I'm going to go tidy up my room. You keep thinking, keep thinking." In the following days, it had to be said, this courtyard was indeed quiet, and no one disturbed them. Luo An could sleep soundly even without earplugs. One weekend afternoon after lunch, Luo An was lounging on the living room sofa, looking at a message from Lin Mo, saying the ordered mold production line was already being installed, and they'd start promotional marketing in a few days. Just as he finished reading, Principal Chen called. He pressed the answer button. "Luo An, the materials you wanted have all arrived, and the lab has been cleared out. When old Joe heard you needed it, he gave up the best room." Luo An sat up from the sofa. "Okay, thank you, Principal Chen. They'll be right there." After hanging up, he nudged the fatty's chair leg with his foot. Come with me to the lab." The fatty grunted in response, stood up, wiped his hands, and followed behind Luo An. The two left the courtyard and headed towards the lab. The lab building was on the east side of the campus, a 3-story gray brick building covered in ivy. Pushing open the glass door, a faint scent of rosin drifted through the corridor, the smell of heated circuit boards in a lab. The lab was at the end of the corridor on the top floor, the door ajar, the lights on inside. Luo An pushed the door open. It was larger than he had imagined. It was about the width of a classroom. In the center was a stainless steel workbench. Several cardboard boxes were already neatly placed on it, each with labels. Luo An glanced at them. They were the materials the principal had helped purchase. He opened the boxes one by one and arranged them on the workbench. He took out 16 piezoelectric ceramic discs one by one from the anti-static bags, arranging them on the workbench in 3 rings, 8 on the outer ring, 5 in the middle, and 3 in the inner ring. Each disc was 35 millimeters in diameter, grayish-white on the surface, with silver electrodes plated on the edges glinting faintly in the light streaming through the window. Fatty Wang was initially quite energetic in the lab, looking around and touching things. Before long, he dragged a folding chair from the corner, sat down, and pulled out his phone. Luo An brought out an aluminum alloy base plate 60 centimeters in diameter and 1 centimeter thick. The base plate had 16 circular grooves pre-milled into it, their positions corresponding exactly to the 3 rings he had arranged on the table. Luo An embedded the ceramic discs one by one into the grooves, the craftsmanship very fine, the bottoms flush with the base plate. Fatty, hand me that box. Fatty Wang looked up from his phone, looked around, picked up the small box containing the fine-tuning screws from the table, and handed it over. Luo An took it and screwed 3 screws into the pre-drilled holes on the edge of the base plate. He retrieved a spirit level from a drawer under the workbench, placed the base plate on the lab's hard floor, and crouched down to begin leveling it. Then he connected the output cable of the signal generator to the input of the power amplifier, and from the amplifier's output split it into 16 lines, soldering each one to the electrodes of the 16 piezoelectric ceramic discs. When the soldering iron tip touched the pads, it made a faint sizzling sound. The smoke from the rosin rose and was dispersed by the breeze coming through the window. Fatty opened a window for some ventilation. The fatty grunted, stood up, pushed one window open, and then watched over Luo An's shoulder for about an hour. Luo An dusted off his hands. All right, let's test it. He flipped the switch, and all 16 transducers began to vibrate simultaneously. A sharp high-frequency tone emanated from beneath the base plate, followed by a low hum. The base plate suddenly jerked, jumping about 2 millimeters into the air, before crashing back to the floor with a clang. Fatty Wang jumped back, startled. Damn, you scared me. Did it explode? No. Luo An released the power button and crouched there without moving. He stared at the gap between the base plate and the ground for several seconds. That brief tremor, just now. The air membrane had indeed formed, but only for an instant before its load-bearing capacity collapsed. Luo An resumed his adjustments while Wang Pengzi held his breath beside him. Half an hour later, after tightening the final screw, Luo An straightened his back. He shook out his numb legs, then reconnected the power. The base plate trembled once before slowly rising. A gap of about 3 millimeters appeared between the base plate and the floor, nearly invisible to the naked eye, yet unmistakably present. A steady stream of air blew outward from the plate's edges, scattering dust across the floor. A low, faint hum emanated from the device. Wang Pengzi's jaw dropped. Luo An stared at the 3 millimeter gap for roughly 10 seconds. Then he slowly rose to his feet, placed one foot onto the plate. It pressed down slightly, but held firm. He stepped fully onto it, then slowly sat down. The cushion hovered beneath him. The gap had compressed from 3 millimeters to just over 2. He could feel something supporting him underneath. Not a hard rigidity, nor a soft sinking, but a strange sensation of floating, like sitting on a plank drifting over water, except beneath him was air, not water. Wang Pengzi circled the cushion, crouching to inspect the gap between the plate and the floor. And it's actually floating. Luo An sat cross-legged on the cushion. Push it. Huh. Push it. Wang Pengzi extended a finger and prodded the side of the cushion. It slid outward half a meter with almost no resistance, like shoving a curling stone across ice. Luo An quickly extended a foot to break against the floor. Good. There's indeed no friction in the horizontal direction. He stepped off the cushion. Shaoling logged it. On a distant workbench, a laptop screen glowed, its microphone icon flashing a brief green light. A female voice emanated from the speakers, steady and impassive. Go ahead. Luo An flexed his cramped legs, gazing at the cushion, still hovering 3 millimeters in the air. Load capacity approximately 100 kilograms, power draw approximately 150 watts, unrestricted horizontal drift, requires a hard flat surface, heat dissipation for the amplifier, is unstable. CN01 theoretical validation passed. The air membrane effect is confirmed viable. Hover height. Luo An recited all the verification data and conclusions. Xiaoling recorded. Wang Pengzi walked over to the laptop. A document window was open on the screen, every word Luo An had spoken displayed in perfect detail. Not a single character missing, not a single number or unit incorrect. The cursor blinked at the end of the final line. And what is this? Fully automatic. That advanced. Xiaoling, did you make this yourself? Yeah, just a simple interactive program. Mainly for convenience. Oh. Wang Pengzi straightened up, glanced at the screen again, then turned to Luo An. Why not just use the built-in one on your phone? It's not good, and a lot of the features are impractical. Not suited to me. Luo An unscrewed the fine-tuning bolts from the base plate and placed them into a small box. If I make my own, I can design whatever functions I need at any time. Wang Pengzi thought for a moment and nodded. Yeah, true. The fat man then bent over, leaning close to the screen, studying Xiaoling's interface. And can Xiaoling chat? Luo An flipped the cushion over, carefully inspecting the wiring throughout. Didn't design that function into it. He glanced back at the fat man with a puzzled look. Why would you want to chat with a pre-programmed program? Wang Pengzi was stumped by the question, momentarily at a loss for words. Well, I don't know either. I mean, don't all the AIs online have chat functions? After finishing his inspection, Luo An flipped the cushion back over and sat down on it, staring at the laptop Wang Hao was viewing across the room. He then shifted his gaze toward the workbench. A bottle of mineral water stood at the corner about 2 meters away. He reached out a hand. His fingers fell far short of the bottle. He retracted his hand and sat on the cushion for a moment. Still too troublesome. Can't move, that won't do. I'd still have to walk over there. Hearing this, Wang Hao wore a look of utter speechlessness. And you've elevated laziness to an art form. Luo An ignored him, got off the cushion, and walked over to sit in front of the laptop. The screen was lit. Xiao Ling's terminal window minimized in the bottom right corner. He opened a new design document, his fingers settling onto the keyboard. If it's going to move, it first needs to break free from the power cord. He typed the first line, muttering as he went. Conventional energy storage. Recover vibration energy to extend battery life. The keyboard clattered for a while, then he paused, pressing his thumb against his lip. Stability. Accelerometer, gyroscope, data fusion, with Kalman filtering. His thumb pressed against his lip again, biting down twice. Sunlight crept from the workbench across the room to the corner, then climbed from the corner onto the windowsill. Days passed, shuttling between the courtyard residence and the lab. In the meantime, he had the principal procure additional sensors and materials. Half a month later, one afternoon. In the lab, Luo An sat on the cushion, hovering a few millimeters off the ground, but now it was fitted with an aluminum alloy frame embedded with several sensor modules he had newly installed. Holding a device resembling a game controller, he gently nudged the joystick with his thumb. The cushion glided half a meter to the left. Another nudge, half a meter to the right. The movement was slow, testing the stability of the sensors and locomotion. As he was calibrating the turning sensitivity, a knock sounded at the door. Dong, dong, dong. Luo An didn't look up. It's unlocked. The door swung open, and a voice he hadn't heard in nearly a month drifted in from the entrance. Ange, when did you guys get a private courtyard villa? Lin Mo stepped inside. Just called Wang Hao. He said you've been holed up in the lab every day? What are you? Lin Mo's gaze landed on the center of the lab, and his words caught in his throat. He stood at the doorway, tilting his head, watching Luo An sit atop a disc-shaped object gliding back and forth across the floor. He approached with a bewildered expression, circled the cushion halfway, then stopped, hands in his pockets, weight shifted onto one leg. Ange, what the hell is this thing? Lin Mo stepped closer to examine it. A remote-controlled go-kart. Luo An set the controller on the cushion and planted his feet on the floor to stand. Something like that. He walked to the workbench, pulled up a stool, sat down, and gestured to another chair. Something on your mind, Oi? Lin Mo snapped back to attention, walked over to the chair Luo An had pointed to, and sat down. Oh, nothing major. Just finished up the work on my plate, thought I'd come by and give you an update. Luo An gave a slight nod, swiveled his chair half a turn, and faced his laptop screen. The screen displayed a design diagram of a cushion and several lines of program code. He glanced at it, let his fingers fall on the keyboard, and began tapping away rapidly. After typing for a while, without hearing Lin Mo speak, he continued without pausing. Go on, say what you need to say. I'm listening. Only then did Lin Mo scoot his chair forward. The factory is just about ready. This week we're training staff and calibrating equipment. Mass production starts next week. We're rolling out ads online and offline simultaneously, and the initial feedback is better than expected. He pulled out his phone, swiped a couple of times, found a video, and turned the screen to show Luo An. The footage showed a digital products experience store in a mall with a dozen or so people queued up outside. Next to the counter, a trial area had been set up, and a clerk was handing a pair of earbuds to a young man in a baseball cap. The young man put them on, and his expression froze for a moment. Then he covered his ears with his hands, and took them away, then covered and uncovered them again. Finally, he looked up at the clerk, his lips clearly mouthing, "Holy crap." The scene cut to a middle-aged man in a suit standing in the middle of a mall corridor. Around him were promotional broadcasts, children's screams, and store music. He just stood there, taking off the earbuds and putting them back on, repeating the motion several times. In the end, he turned and walked to the counter, pulling out his wallet. Lin Mo tapped the screen with his finger. Right now, dozens of partner stores nationwide have demo units out for customers to try. I told the sales staff, don't introduce the product when customers come in. Just put the earbuds on them and let them feel it for themselves. Of those who try it, 8 or 9 out of 10 place an order. He put the phone back in his pocket and leaned against the chair. Online, I got a rising star from a recent web drama to shoot a promo video, spent some money boosting it, and the results are solid too. Lin Mo rubbed his fingers together. Of course, the key is the sales strategy. I put it right on the page. Seal can be broken for trial, full refund if not satisfied. As of yesterday, orders have hit 150,000 pairs, and it's still climbing exponentially. He paused. Oh right, before the official launch next week, I'm planning to leverage my dad's influence and connections to throw a launch event. And you want to say a few words? Show your face or something. After all, you're the one who invented the thing. Luo An's eyes were still fixed on the screen. He tapped a few keys without turning his head. Xiao Ling, add obstacle avoidance modules and algorithms to the cushion. If problems come up during the process, figure them out on your own first. Understood. A steady voice came through the speaker. Luo An swiveled his chair around and looked at Lin Mo. Too much trouble. Not going, and don't mention me. I don't like being gawked at. Lin Mo nodded as if had expected that answer all along. But his gaze was no longer on Luo An's face. He was staring at the laptop screen. The code editor window was spitting out new lines of code one by one, then it stalled, the cursor blinking twice. The browser popped up on its own, opening several pages at once, scrolling so fast it was hard to follow. Lin Mo's brow slowly knitted from flat to tight. "And this is..." Luo An had already walked over to the cushion, bent down, and picked up a screwdriver from the floor. A simple voice interaction program. With that, he walked to the workbench, picked up a sensor module, and started taking it apart. Lin Mo said nothing. He turned back and stared at the screen. The simple voice interaction program Luo An had mentioned opened another web page on its own, an academic database Lin Mo couldn't make heads or tails of. The formulas on the page were dense, and the scrolling speed he roughly estimated at 7 or 8 pages per second. Then it switched back to the code window and began modifying parameters. After the changes, it ran a simulation automatically. An error popped up. Another forum page opened. He watched for about 2 minutes. Something in his mind twisted. Then he slowly turned his head and looked at the cushion. Aluminum alloy baseplate foam seat. Lin Mo muttered to himself, if Ange can call that thing simple, then this cushion. He walked over and looked it over from top to bottom. Suddenly he felt his pant leg rustle slightly, as if something was blowing against it. He paused, crouched down, knelt on the floor, and pressed his face close to the ground to peer underneath the cushion. His eyes bulged. There was a gap between the base plate and the floor, just a few millimeters, but he shifted angles and looked carefully. Empty. Nothing there. Only that invisible current of air steadily blowing outward. Still kneeling, he looked up at Luo An. "And is this go-kart hovering?" Luo An didn't look up. Lin Mo lowered his head again, staring at the few millimeter gap, frowning. "Magnetic levitation," he muttered to himself, then shook his head. "No, magnetic levitation doesn't work like this." He stood up, took 2 steps back, looked left and right, then crouched back down. Every now and then exclamations like "holy crap" and "no way" slipped out of his mouth. A few minutes later he stood up. He glanced at the laptop on the desk, then down at the cushion. Finally his gaze landed on Luo An, who was still tinkering at the test bench. He was silent for a while, his eyes slowly sweeping across the lab. The yellowed signal generator, the old amplifier, the half-soldered circuit board on the desk. In the end his gaze settled back on Luo An, and his expression shifted like someone reassessing the value of something. He walked over to Luo and placed one hand on the edge of the workbench and tapped the surface lightly with his fingertips. "Ange." Luo An didn't pause his screwing motion. "Have you ever thought about having your own lab?" Lin Mo's tone sounded casual, but his words came out slower than usual. "The equipment and environment here are outdated. I can tell you enjoy research, and I've got plenty of space on my end." He paused. "So what do you say? Think it over." The screwdriver in Luo An's hand stopped. He slowly turned his head, his gaze meeting Lin Mo's eyes. He said nothing. 2 seconds later he looked away. The moment he averted his gaze, Lin Mo felt his heart skip a beat for no reason. Those eyes just now seemed to have flipped him inside out. Luo An set the screwdriver on the table and picked up a soldering iron to work. Lin Mo stood there in place, that inexplicable feeling growing stronger. Then he gritted his teeth and spoke. "Ange, about the lab. I'll admit I've got my own motives mixed in. I want more chances to work with you down the line. Honestly, I don't care much about the money itself. I just really want to achieve more. When I was in middle school, I got into a fight once." He twisted the red string around his wrist. "It wasn't anything serious, just some jerk from the neighboring class with a smart mouth. I beat him up. I hit him hard. Someone tried to pull me off, saying to let it go because his father was Lin Jinhai." Lin Mo's pace was unhurried, his voice low, as if recounting something that had little to do with him. "The guy shoved his would-be peacemaker aside and pointed right at my nose, cursing me out." He paused. In the distance through the window came the muffled thud of a basketball hitting the ground. He said, "What the hell do you think you are without your old man? You're nothing but a waste. If you've got the guts, kill me." Lin Mo mimicked the tone from back, then letting his tongue linger heavily on the word waste. Then he pointed at the classmates gathered around and said, "Ask them. If it weren't for your dad, who the hell would want anything to do with you?" Lin Mo lowered his hands and clasped them together. After he said that, I looked around at everyone. Every single one of them avoided my gaze. That was as good as admitting he was right. I didn't tell my family about it, but my dad found out anyway. He paused. That night after dinner, my dad put down his chopsticks and said to me, "Son, relying on your old man isn't shameful. What's shameful is relying on him and nothing else. It's time you grew up." Lin Mo let out a soft laugh, short a puff of air through his nose. "My mom told me something too. Your father fought a lot of people when he was young, but he didn't fight to make people fear him. He fought because there was nothing else that could make them respect him. If you want others to respect you, to truly believe in you, you have to have real skill first. And later, when we're gone, those same people who smile at you now will be the first to turn their blades on you." He raised his head and looked at Luo An. "Later at my dad's company annual party, I went to toast a few of his old subordinates. These were men who had been with my father for over a decade. Usually they'd greet me with a cheerful young master and pat me on the shoulder, saying like father like son. But that day I walked up to the private room and heard what they were saying inside. Lin Mo's tone turned cold. Young master? What young master? Old Lin is impressive, truly impressive, but his son. Just look at him. A second-generation heir. All that inheritance won't last long in his hands. He's good at eating, drinking, and having fun, but when it comes to real business. He unconsciously rubbed the knot on the red string, then looked up at Luo An again. From that moment on I understood completely. Without my father I was nothing but a waste in their eyes. The smiles, the politeness, the brotherly camaraderie. It was never for me, Lin Mo. It was for Lin Jinhai. He slowly unclenched his fist. So from then on I threw myself into learning at my father's company, and took my studies seriously all the way through high school and college. I just wanted to prove that I'm not a waste. He paused. But brother, and rest assured, when it comes to the lab, I won't deny I have my own motives. But unless you give the word, I won't breathe a single word about anything you're researching. He looked at Luo An. Luo An was still fiddling with the sensor module in his hand, wrapping a wire around a terminal with slow, deliberate movements. The lab fell quiet, broken only by the faint rustle of the wire as he worked. After about 10 seconds, he set the calibrated sensor down, stopped his hands, and looked up. He scanned the lab once more. Lin Mo's words echoed in his mind, then another image surfaced. A silver-gray liquid buried in a bottle beneath the crooked willow tree by the river. He turned his gaze back to Lin Mo. There are indeed many things that can't be done in this lab. A pause. He'll need quite a bit of equipment. I'll let you know once I've sorted it out. In the meantime, you can start preparing a separate independent lab for me. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. No problem, brethren. Construction is our family's trade. We've got plenty of resources for that. The image of the silver-gray liquid flashed through Luo An's mind again. Oh, and one more thing. I need a 1-kilometer radius with no people and no buildings. Lin Mo rubbed his chin and muttered, 1 kilometer. 1 kilometer. Then he looked up. There is a place. On the northern outskirts, we had a farmland consolidation project. It got shut down and the land's been sitting idle ever since. The surrounding area is all wasteland for miles. It fits your requirements perfectly. Luo An nodded. Take the construction costs out of my dividends. The money. Lin Mo started, then caught himself and changed his tune. All right, brethren. They'll keep it on the books and deduct it from the earplug dividends later. Just as Luo An was about to speak, there was a knock at the door. Thump, thump, thump. Come in. The door swung open. A tall, thin figure stepped in, wearing a dark hoodie, carrying a medium-sized cardboard box. The box's edge pressed against his chin, obscuring his face. Luo An straightened up slightly, looking toward the door. The box tilted to one side, revealing Su Ye's face. Luo An's brow furrowed slightly. What was she doing here? Su Ye set the box down by the door, straightened up, and dusted off her hands. This is your package. They'll just leave it here. Then she glanced at Lin Mo, then back at Luo An. I haven't seen you in class for a while. I thought you dropped out. Luo An looked at the cardboard box, then at Su Ye. A silence of about 2 seconds. Are you doing delivery on the side now? Su Ye blinked, caught off guard. Then she said, I came all the way here to see you. I couldn't exactly show up empty-handed, so I figured I'd bring your stuff along. Lin Mo looked at Su Ye with surprise, giving her an appraising once-over. Not bad. You're learning fast. Luo An ignored the remark and cut straight to the point. What do you need? Su Ye cleared her throat. I wanted to ask for your help. Not interested. Su Ye hadn't expected such a blunt refusal. She quickly added, this one benefits you too. Not interested. Su Ye stared at him dumbfounded. Don't you want to know what it is? No. She looked at his utterly indifferent face and tried once more. It really does benefit you. I'm not lying. Luo An replied with equal emphasis, and I'm really not interested. Not lying. Su Ye looked at him in disbelief, then gave him a thumbs up. You win. Goodbye. With that, she turned and strode out of the laboratory, muttering under her breath as she went, I refuse to believe I can't find someone. Her footsteps and murmurs quickly faded into the corridor. After Su Ye left, Lin Mo looked at Luo An and said, Anch. You? Luo An waved a hand dismissively. I know what you're thinking. I just don't want to get entangled in trivial matters and waste my time. Hearing this, Lin Mo nodded in sudden understanding. Oh, I see, no wonder. Just as the words left his mouth, hurried footsteps echoed from the doorway, followed by Wang Pengzi's booming voice barging in. Anch. Wang Pengzi pushed the door open, holding 2 bottles of water. His steps faltered slightly upon seeing Lin Mo. Still chatting. Lin Mo replied. Wang Pengzi walked over to Luo and setting one of the bottles on the edge of the lab bench, his face wearing the expression of someone who had been holding something in for far too long. Anch. Su Ye was here, wasn't she? Just left, Luo An replied casually. Wang Pengzi let out a knowing chuckle. I told you last time she was confessing to you, but you said I was overthinking it. What did I say? Convinced now. Luo An turned his head to look at him, his gaze like that of a scientist reassessing a flawed physical phenomenon. Seeing Luo An's expression, Wang Pengzi grew even more animated. You don't know? Just now, when the principal asked me to bring you these things, so you came to find me. She asked why she hadn't seen you in class for so long. I told her you were busy in the lab. Then she took the stuff and said she'd deliver it herself. He spread his hands wide, his face a portrait of, isn't it obvious? What girl carries something this heavy all this way just for a casual acquaintance? If that's not interest, what is? Lin Mo, after listening, leaned back in his chair with an expression of admiration. That's a well-reasoned analysis. Wang Pengzi raised his chin towards Lin Mo, winking exaggeratedly. Right? With her slender arms and legs, would she do this if she wasn't interested? I ask you, isn't your big bro's judgment just spot on? Lin Mo nodded. Spot on. Luo An looked at the portly man, speechless. Fatty, if you keep making wild guesses, I swear I'll have you bedridden for half a month. He made a bagwazang hand gesture. Seeing the stance, Wang Pengzi shrank his neck, not daring to speak further. But the pout on his lips showed he was unconvinced. He unscrewed his bottle, took a gulp, and leaned back on the folding chair, his gaze sweeping across the lab before landing on Lin Mo. Hey Lin Mo. He rested the bottle on his thigh. Tell me, with Angie's earphones, how much does he stand to make? Lin Mo, leaning back, shifted his gaze from Luo An to Wang Pengzi. Why do you ask? Planning to manage Angie's finances. Wang Pengzi leaned forward. Why not? Just tell me. Lin Mo thought for a moment, tapping his fingers on his knee. Based on the current order growth rate, shipments could reach 350 to 400,000 units. After deducting channel discounts, materials, and production line costs, the gross profit per unit is over 70 yuan. He tilted his head. Ange gets 30%. You do the math. Wang Pengzi stared at the ceiling, his lips moving silently. As seconds ticked by, his brow furrowed deeper. Finally, he looked back at Lin Mo, chin raised. Can't you just give me the number directly? Lin Mo wiped his face, letting out a long sigh from his nose. After taxes, what goes directly into Angie's pocket is roughly 5 million yuan. That's for the first month. Wang Pengzi's hand jerked the water bottle, nearly rolling off his knee. He snatched it up, his eyes wide as saucers. How much? 5 million. That much in the first month. That's just the first month. Whether it grows depends on the market. Wang Pengzi slowly turned his head to look at Luo An. Luo An was typing on his laptop, his expression. Well, to be precise, utterly devoid of expression. And did you hear that? Wang Pengzi's voice rose half an octave. 5 million. You're about to join the ranks of the nouveau riche. I heard. Then you've got to get me a top-tier high-end laptop, Ange. The most premium one available. Watching Luo An fiddle with his computer, looking utterly distracted, Wang Pengzi pursed his lips. He turned back to Lin Mo, took a deep breath, and plunked his water bottle onto the lab bench. Lin Mo, you're loaded now. How about treating us to a proper meal? Lin Mo lifted his hands off his knees and gave a slight shrug. No problem. He'll arrange it for tonight. He had already pulled out his phone, swiped the screen, dialed a number, and pressed it to his ear. Hey, it's me. Reserve a table for tonight. I'm bringing some friends over. Just have the kitchen decide on the dishes. Yeah, okay, we'll discuss it when we get there. He hung up and lifted his chin. All set. Linqing Pavilion tonight. Wang Pengzi muttered, rich folks sure talk differently, before pulling out his own phone and scrolling through his contacts. Just watch, we're going to bleed you dry tonight. I'm calling Long Chuan too. That guy's been complaining in the dorm for ages, saying he's going to make you pay. Hey Long Chuan. The rich guy's treating tonight. Yeah, Lin Mo. Of course the lobster has to be a meter long. Right, start fasting now, save your appetite for tonight. Yeah, okay, talk later. Lin Mo's eyelid twitched as he listened. A meter-long lobster. In the evening, Luo and Wang Pengzi, Lin Mo, and Long Chuan walked side by side towards the school gate. A dark gray sedan was already parked by the curb outside. The car was long, and the three-pointed star emblem on the hood glinted in the setting sun. A middle-aged man in a white shirt leaned against the car door. Seeing Lin Mo approach, he stubbed out his cigarette and opened the rear door. Wang Pengzi, being large, took the front passenger seat, while Luo An and the others sat in the back. The sound of the car door closing was heavy, not the usual thud, but a solid muffled thump, like closing a refrigerator door. Wang Pengzi shifted his weight on the leather seat once, then again. He first gaped, looking around, then reached out to touch the leather stitching on the door panel, his fingertip tracing the white thread. Nice car. It really feels different. He looked down at the seat beneath him, pressing his palm against the leather. This leather's so soft. He raised his head again, his gaze sweeping across the center console screen to the driver's side dashboard, where the edges of the air vents glowed with a soft blue ambient light. His eyes fell upon the surface before him, gleaming with a polished sheen. He leaned in closer and saw his own reflection mirrored there, every detail from his eyebrows rendered with perfect clarity. Look at this reflection, it's clear enough to use as a mirror. He straightened up, his fingers hovering beneath the glass panel above his head, not daring to touch it. He glanced back at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, what's this thing up here for? Lin Mo lounged in his seat, one arm resting on the door's armrest, and cast a casual glance upward. Sunroof, reading lights, and the emergency call button. The stout man's fingers wavered between a few buttons before pausing over one bearing a phone icon, shielded by a protective cover. Whoa, press this, and someone comes to rescue you. More or less. Lin Mo withdrew his arm from the armrest and rubbed his fingers together. It's got vehicle tracking. They'll contact you to assess the situation and arrange for an ambulance or other assistance. The stout man clicked his tongue in admiration, pulled his fingers away from the button, and sank back into his seat. Now that's luxury. Outside the window, streetlights flickered on one by one. Orange light cascaded from the roof edge down to the window sill, then, with the next lamp, crept from the floor mats up to the seat backs. The sky darkened swiftly. The outlines of distant buildings visible moments ago had dissolved into a grid of glowing square windows. Long Chuan leaned forward from the back seat, his hand resting on the back of Wang Pengzi's chair, and pointed at the ceiling with his other hand. "Brother Hao, check this out." The stout man tilted his head back. The headliner was a deep-colored suede, but now it was studded with countless tiny points of light, as if someone had pressed a handful of crushed stars into the fabric. Extremely fine lines connected the points of light, tracing the shapes of constellations in certain areas. The stout man's mouth slowly fell open. "Wow, that's gorgeous." A single point of light suddenly flared to life, streaking from one end of the ceiling to the other, trailing a delicate ribbon of light behind it. "Holy crap, a shooting star." Long Chuan was also looking up, his eyes reflecting the myriad lights. "Brother, and look, it even has a meteor effect." Luo An sat by the window in the back. He glanced up at the ceiling. The meteor had reached its center, its luminous tail slowly fading. His gaze lingered on the starry sky for a second, then looked away. "Damn." The stout man's voice boomed from the passenger seat. "You rich bastards really know how to live." He lowered his head, twisted around to face Lin Mo, and pointed at the ceiling. "Lin Mo, how much did this set you back?" Lin Mo shoved his hands into his pockets and sank deeper into his seat. "The optional starlight headliner. Around 100 grand or so." The car fell silent for a beat. Then came the sound of 2 sharp intakes of breath, and the stout man's gaze drifted back up to the fleeting lights. "A starlight headliner costs as much as a whole car." He stared at the shooting stars streaking across the ceiling. "You decadent rich, I'm definitely bleeding you dry tonight." Long Chuan nodded vigorously from the back, his chin practically jabbing into his collarbone. Lin Mo let out a puff of air from his nose, the corner of his mouth quirking up slightly, but he said nothing. Outside, the streetlights receded one after another, the gaps between them growing wider. The car turned into a narrow lane, the road constricted, and the shadows of tree trunks on either side slammed against the vehicle in rapid succession. At the end of the lane stood a wooden gate flanked by 2 lanterns whose soft glow was just enough to illuminate the characters Lin Xinggu carved into the lintel. The car came to a stop. A doorman hurried over to open the door. Wang Pengzi was the first to step out of the front passenger seat, his foot crunching on the loose gravel below. He stood up straight and looked around. Gray brick walls, dark tiled roofs, a clump of bamboo growing in the corner, its tips reaching up to the second-floor windowsill. "This place is pretty remote." The others got out one by one. Lin Mo unbuttoned one button of his suit jacket, slid his hands into his pockets, and walked towards the entrance. Luo An stood still for a moment, stifling a yawn, then looked up at the 3 characters above the door before lowering his head and following. A middle-aged man in a dark mouse suit stood at the entrance, his hair combed back neatly. Upon seeing Lin Mo, he stepped forward and gave a slight bow. "Young master, the private room is ready." Lin Mo waved a hand dismissively. "It's fine, I'll take them up myself. No need to fuss." The man nodded and retreated to the side, his gaze briefly sweeping over the people behind Lin Mo before quickly looking away. Lin Mo led the way inside, his pace unhurried. They passed through a hallway and entered a courtyard, small, square, and paved with bluestone slabs. In the center sat a stone vat home to a few koi fish. Lily pads floated on the water's surface, and a flower bud nestled at their edge. A pomegranate tree grew in the corner of the yard. Its trunk wasn't thick, but its branches spread wide, bearing several green-skinned fruits. Wang Pengzi quickened his pace to walk beside Lin Mo. "That guy called you young master. This place, isn't it?" "My parents own this place," Lin Mo said as he walked, pulling his hand from his pocket to point at the wooden carvings on the corridor pillars. "Lin Xinggu is named after them." Long Chuan lagged a step behind his mouth agape, his eyes sweeping across the courtyard. "This place must have cost a fortune. Just how rich is your family, Lin Mo?" Lin Mo didn't answer, continuing forward. Passing through the courtyard, they arrived at a 2-story wooden building. It wasn't tall, with upturned eaves and a few bamboo leaves resting on the tiles. "This place is basically just for the Lin family to entertain friends and distinguished guests. It's not open to the public." He paused. "Far from the city, quiet and easy to talk." Wang Pengzi let out an oath, then added, "See, rich folks always pick secluded spots like this to do business." Long Chuan nodded in agreement, deeply convinced. Several paintings hung on the walls of the corridor, depicting landscapes with varying shades of ink. Luo An, bringing up the rear, let his gaze drift over the paintings, and then looked away. The staircase was at the end of the corridor. It was wooden, not wide, just enough for 2 people to walk side by side. Each step creaked underfoot, but it wasn't the sound of something about to collapse. It was the kind of creak that let you know it was solid but insisted on announcing its presence. Wang Pengzi bent down to inspect the carvings beneath the handrail, reaching out to touch the raised patterns. "Nice craftsmanship." Lin Mo glanced back at him. "You know your stuff?" "Not just saying it looks good." Lin Mo continued up. The second-floor corridor was carpeted in dark green. Private rooms lined both sides, their doors closed, each with a wooden plaque above the frame bearing a different name. Lin Mo walked to the room at the very end and pushed the door open. Wanlan Hall. The private room was spacious with a round table set in the center draped in a dark tablecloth. The Lazy Susan was made of solid wood, and a small pot of orchids sat in the middle. One window was half open, revealing a bamboo grove in the courtyard. The leaves swayed gently in the night breeze. Against the wall stood a row of wooden cabinets adorned with several porcelain pieces painted with blue patterns. In the corner a wooden rack held a few thread-bound books, their spines too faded to read clearly. Fatty Wong pulled out a chair and sat down. "This place is really nice," he said, looking around. "Low-key, but I can tell everything here isn't cheap." Long Chuan sat down, as well, running his hand over the tablecloth. "This tablecloth is better than my bedsheet." Lin Mo took off his jacket and draped it over the back of his chair. He picked up the teapot and poured tea into Luo An's cup first. The amber liquid streamed out steadily, steam rising from the cup. He then filled Wang Fatty's and Long Chuan's cups, and finally his own. Setting the teapot down, he took a sip from his cup. "The food will take a moment. Let's have some tea first." Long Chuan took a sip and turned to the fatty. "Hey, have you guys heard about that competition?" He frowned, trying to recall, and gestured vaguely with his fingers. "You can win prize money, and guess how much for first place? 10,000 yuan. Wang Fatty was blowing on his tea when he heard this. He paused, then set the cup down. "What competition? Be more specific." Long Chuan scratched his head. "It's that computer thing, networking, attacking and defending." Wang Fatty grew more confused, his brow furrowing. "Attacking and defending? Like a video game?" Luo An leaned back, elbow resting on the armrest, palm cradling his cheek, and let out a sigh. "CTF, capture the flag, an intellectual contest in cybersecurity." Seeing Wang Fatty's still puzzled look, he slowed down. "Simply put, in a simulated environment, you either solve puzzles to get flags or attack and defend against each other, finding vulnerabilities, gaining privileges, cracking passwords, and reverse engineering." Long Chuan slapped his thigh. "Yeah, that's what Inga said." Wang Fatty nodded finally. "Oh," he said, then turned to Long Chuan. "Who the hell knows how to do that?" Long Chuan gave him a contemptuous look. "I meant Inga, not you." He turned to Luo An. "Inga, you're so good at this, why not give it a shot? You can even get credits for it." Luo An, still leaning back, pulled his gaze away from the bamboo outside the window. "Not going." "Why? Not interested." The fatty raised a hand to stop Long Chuan from asking further. "This kind of game is too low for Inga. He won't be interested. Give it a rest." Just as he finished speaking, there were two knocks on the door, and it slid open. A waiter entered with a tray, setting dish after dish on the table. First came a cold appetizer arranged like a flower with sauce drizzled in the center. Delicate. Then soup, one bowl per person. As the lids were lifted, steam billowed out. Next was steamed sea bass topped with slivers of scallion and ginger, sizzling as hot oil was poured over it. Then came braised pork belly cut into neat squares, skin side up, glistening with a glossy sheen. With each dish, Wang Fatty let out an his chopsticks darting out to grab a bite, chewing twice, then another waiting for the next course. Long Chuan ate more slowly, but kept his chopsticks moving. Luo An also began eating, trying a bit of everything. The door to the private room opened again. This time 2 waiters entered, one in front, and one behind, carrying a large white platter. The platter was enormous, taking up half the table. On the platter lay a lobster. Its shell gleamed, a brilliant red head facing forward, with 2 long antennae draping over the edge of the platter, extending a considerable length. The body was sliced into thick pieces, neatly arranged on a bed of ice. The meat was translucent white, accompanied by a small dish of dipping sauce and a plate of lemon slices. Wang Fatty's chopsticks froze midair, his mouth slowly falling open. Long Chuan was also stunned, staring wide-eyed at the lobster, a piece of braised pork suspended before his lips, forgotten. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair, lifting his chin slightly. "Chinese ornate lobster." Long Chuan was the first to snap out of it, turning to Wang Fatty. "Damn, Fatty, a lobster this big. I thought you were full of shit when you called me this afternoon." Wang Fatty was dazed for a moment, then set down his chopsticks and reached into his pocket. He pulled out a yellow palm-sized measuring tape. Under the astonished gaze of the group and the waitstaff, Wang Fatty pressed the end of the tape against the base of the lobster's tail, held the casing with his thumb, and pulled. With a sharp zip, the yellow tape extended from the tail all the way past the head. A wisp of cold mist like white vapor curled through the air in the wake of his motion, twisting under the lights. The tape went taut, the number stopping at 66. Wang Fatty looked down, then at the lobster, then back at the number. He turned to Lin Mo. "Not even a meter." Lin Mo watched this entire sequence, of vein pulsing in his temple. He raised a hand to cover his face, but his shoulders trembled with barely suppressed laughter, a few short chuckles escaping, before he slowly wiped his hand down his cheek. "Wang Fatty, do you have any idea what a meter-long lobster means?" Wang Fatty still held the tape, the band still stretched against the lobster's tail. Lin Mo took a deep breath. "Every single one has to live for over 50 years to reach a meter, and most of them are priceless. I only saw one that hit a meter earlier this year. It sold for 570,000. He pointed at the lobster on the platter. This one at 66 centimeters is already a treasure of the establishment. Wang Fatty blinked, looked down at the lobster, then at the number on the tape, then back at Lin Mo. Holy shit, are you serious? That's insane. He swallowed hard, and the tape retracted with a snap back into its casing. Then, how much? How much is this one? Lin Mo squinted at him for a moment, then spoke slowly word by word. 160,000. As the last word landed, the tape measure slipped from Wang Fatty's hand and clattered onto the table. He deflated like a punctured balloon, his legs giving way as he collapsed heavily back into his chair with a sharp screeching scrape. Long Chuan beside him had long since had his mouth hanging open, staring at the lobster on the table, speechless. 5 minutes later, half the lobster was gone. The shell lay scattered across the lazy Susan, a few drops of sauce splattered near the dipping dish, and the lemon slices were squeezed out of shape. Wang Fatty's mouth was stuffed full, his cheeks bulging like he had 2 ping-pong balls tucked inside. He chewed with audible smacking sounds, bits of white lobster meat clinging to the corners of his mouth. 160,000. 160,000. He mumbled indistinctly, then picked up another piece of shrimp, stuffed it whole into his mouth, and chewed twice. This single bite cost me several thousand. He swallowed, caught his breath, and reached out with his chopsticks again. Vile rich man, goddamn extravagant. Long Chuan, not to be outdone, flicked his chopsticks rapidly, stuffing his mouth even fuller than Wang Fatty's. Unable to speak, he emitted a series of sounds through his nose, nodding, while chewing, his eyes fixed on the remaining shrimp on the plate, as if fearing someone would snatch it. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair, holding a wine glass, watching the two devour the food like a whirlwind. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Eat slowly, no one's fighting you for it. Wang Fatty ignored him, picked up another piece, and before shoving it in, held it up to the light. The shrimp meat glistened translucent, its texture clear. 160,000. Just look at this meat, like jade. With that, he bit off half, chewed twice, and squinted his eyes. Luo An sat nearby, his chopsticks resting on the rest, his tea already refilled twice. He glanced at Wang Fatty, then at the half lobster on the plate, and took a sip from his cup. Just as he set down his cup, the private room door was knocked twice. Lin Mo stood up and walked over to open it. As the door slid open, a middle-aged man and woman stood at the entrance. The man, around 50, was not tall, but had broad shoulders, exuding a calm, steady presence. He wore a dark jacket over a white shirt, no tie, with the top button undone. His hair was neatly combed with a few white strands at the temples. The woman beside him, gentle and elegant, wore a plain knit sweater, her hair pinned up, and smile lines at the corners of her eyes. Lin Mo stepped aside. Why are you here? Lin Jinhai first swept his gaze across the room, passing over Wang Fatty's greasy mouth, then glanced at the equally disheveled Long Chuan, and finally paused briefly on Luo An. I happened to be entertaining friends downstairs, and the manager said you were here, so I came up to see. Su Wanxing chuckled softly beside him. Your father insisted on coming up to say hello when he heard you were treating your classmates to a meal. Lin Jinhai didn't respond to that, stepping into the room. Seeing this, Wang Fatty hastily put down the lobster claw larger than his face, swallowed his mouthful in a hurry with his Adam's apple bobbing, and scrambled to his feet. Long Chuan also rose hastily. Hello, uncle. Hello, auntie. Luo An likewise stood, his posture steady, back straight, yet not stiff, neither flustered nor overly eager, his voice calm, with barely a ripple. Uncle, auntie. Lin Zhenhai's gaze lingered on Luo An for an extra 2 seconds. This young man, standing among a group of students, showed not a trace of nervousness, but exuded a composure far beyond his years. Unhurried, unflinching, his eyes steady, without the slightest flicker. Sit, everyone sit. Don't be polite. He walked to the table, but didn't take a seat immediately, letting his gaze slowly pass over each face. Lin Mo told me the headphones about to go into production were designed by one of his classmates. Lin Jinhai paused, his gaze returning to Luo, and his tone calm, yet carrying an unmistakable scrutiny. That would be you, wouldn't it? Luo An merely gave a slight nod. No extra explanation, no attempt to engage, not even a change in expression. The room fell into an odd silence for a moment. Lin Jinhai looked at him, not speaking immediately. Most young people under his gaze would either be nervous, tense, or trying too hard to impress, but this one remained as steady as a deep pool from start to finish, betraying no emotion, displaying remarkable composure. Lin Jinhai spoke calmly. I've seen those headphones. A very fine product. Su Wanxing stepped out from behind Lin Jinhai, smiling at everyone. You're all Lin Mo's classmates, right? Make yourselves at home, no need to be formal. Wang Fatty grinned. Okay, auntie. Lin Zhenhai's gaze remained fixed on Luo An for a moment, then he slowly said, Lin Mo has always had good judgment. The friends he makes I've always been at ease about. As he was about to continue, Su Wanxing gently patted his arm. Lin Jinhai paused, then glanced at his wristwatch and addressed the group. Sorry, I have friends waiting downstairs. I won't disturb your youthful gathering. He turned to Lin Mo. Lin Mo, treat your friends well. Got it, Dad. As Lin Jinhai passed by Lin Mo, he murmured, that friend of yours is not simple. Keep him close. Lin Mo kept his hands in his pockets, saying nothing, but a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. At the door, Lin Jinhai suddenly stopped. Oh, about that piece of land to the north. He turned to Lin Mo. You mentioned this afternoon. What did you plan to do with it? Lin Mo's gaze flickered almost imperceptibly toward Luo and too quick to notice. I want to build a place there somewhere to bring friends to relax in the future. Lin Jinhai looked at Lin Mo, then gave Luo a brief glance, paused for 2 seconds, and nodded. Fine. That land has been empty anyway. Do what you want. He paused, then added, if you need anything, have your Uncle Zhou arrange it. Lin Mo nodded. Lin Jinhai turned to leave, but after 2 steps stopped and looked back at Luo An. Come by the house sometime. Luo An gave a slight bow of his head, still concise. Okay. Lin Jinhai said no more and walked straight out of the room. Su Wanxing followed, pausing at the door to give everyone a warm smile and a wave before leaving. The door closed softly. The room was quiet for 2 seconds. Wang Fatty plopped back into his chair and let out a long breath. Damn, Lin Mo, your dad has that big boss aura. Got me all nervous. Lin Mo pulled out a chair, sat down, picked up a piece of braised pork, and chewed slowly. He just looks serious. He's actually fine. Relieved, Long Chuan turned to Luo An and asked in a low voice. And how come you didn't look nervous at all? Luo An slightly puzzled glanced at Long Chuan and said with a hint of matter-of-factness, why should I be nervous? Long Chuan was speechless. After the meal, Lin Mo drove the 3 back to school. The car stopped at the school gate. Before getting out, Long Chuan casually asked if Lin Mo would be attending classes. Lin Mo said he had hired a tutor at home as he couldn't leave the headphone project. Long Chuan muttered, man, 4 in the dorm, 2 live in villas, 1 goes home, and I get the whole 4-person room to myself. Lin Mo also arranged a time with Luo and to visit the land together. After a few more exchanges, they parted ways. The next morning, the lab curtains were drawn halfway, sunlight slanting in through the window. Luo An sat cross-legged on a cushion, controlling it to move slowly forward. On the floor before him were several empty cardboard boxes placed at staggered positions. The cushion floated forward half a meter, automatically decelerated before the first box veered around it, and the second obstacle, then the third, were all successfully circumvented. He came to a halt before the final cardboard box. Obstacle avoidance was functioning flawlessly. Next came the physical operation of detaching the controller, essentially designing a navigate on autopilot system for the cushion. Luo An stepped off the cushion, crouched down in front of the workbench, and typed a few lines of code framework into his laptop. Wang Pengzi sat on a nearby folding chair, legs crossed, holding his phone horizontally, while his thumbs tapped furiously on the screen. A rapid burst of sound effects emanated from the device. Push up, push up. Don't fall back, push through. The kill, give me the kill. Give it to me. Damn it, you dog raves, why did you steal my kill? Holy crap. You even took my cannon minion. Fine, you're so good. Screw it, MAFK. Listening to his teammates' furious curses, Wang Pengzi couldn't help but snicker. However, his laughter was abruptly cut short as a mocking voice came through the speaker. A07 Yasuo, what are you laughing at? Wang Pengzi instantly bristled with anger, yelling at his phone, damn. It's the Graves who stole your kill, and minions, what's that got to do with me? Just as he was about to launch into a full-blown argument, Luo An's voice cut in Pengzi. Wang Pengzi quickly put down his phone. What's up, Inch? Hand me the 6mm hex wrench. Wang Pengzi acknowledged with an oath, shuffled over to the toolbox, rummaged through it, and pulled out a hex wrench to pass over. Luo An took it and tried to tighten a screw, but it felt loose. He checked the size marking on the tool. It was a 4. This is a 4, I need a 6. Oh, 6. Wang Pengzi rummaged again, found another one, and handed it over. Luo An tried it, but it slipped, stripping the screw head. He set the wrench aside. This one stripped. Give me a good 5. Alright. Wang Pengzi dug through the box and passed another one. Luo An took it, worked without pause, unscrewed the bolt, and placed it in the magnetic tray on the table. Seeing Luo An still busy with his head down, Wang Pengzi withdrew his hand from the toolbox and reached into his pocket. Also grab me a 50 microfarad SMD capacitor. Wang Pengzi's hand, which had just touched his phone, quickly pulled back. He crouched in front of the toolbox, hand hovering, scanning the rows of component boxes. Then he turned his head, frowning. An SMD capacitor, 50 microfarads. What does it look like? Luo An described it without looking up. It's black, tiny, with silver solder terminals on both ends. Oh. Wang Pengzi turned back, rummaged through a few component boxes, picked up several small items to inspect, then put them down. He searched some more. After about 10 seconds, he held up a small component. This one. Luo An glanced over. That's a resistor. Oh. Wang Pengzi tossed the resistor back into the box, searched for a while longer, and finally opened his hands in defeat. And I can't find it. What exactly does it look like? Got a picture. Luo An's movements suddenly paused. He slowly turned his head. A picture. He stared at Pengzi's righteous expression for a couple of seconds. Then, setting down the wrench, he stood up himself, walked over to the metal cabinet, opened the third drawer, and picked out a capacitor from the row of SMD capacitors. As he walked back to the workbench, he glanced at Pengzi. Pengzi was still crouched by the toolbox, hands on his knees, following him with his eyes. Luo An sat down, holding the capacitor. This one. Wang Pengzi leaned in to look, blinking. It's this small. How's anyone supposed to tell the difference? Luo An didn't respond, placing the capacitor back on the table with a slight frown. This was far too inefficient. He needed a professional assistant. Or a professional auxiliary tool, one that wouldn't require complicated repetitive communication. He mentally ran through a few existing solutions. The standard industrial 6-axis robotic arm driven by joint motors boasted high precision and heavy load capacity. But those were for moving heavy objects. They'd take up too much lab space, and with limited arm reach the base would need to be moved for distant targets. They had their limitations and were susceptible to obstructions. Moreover, the motors generate noise when active. He could wear earplugs, but some experiments couldn't tolerate noise or vibration. Pneumatic solutions had similar issues and weren't suitable. He didn't need such a bulky machine. He needed a different approach, something slender and flexible. Luo An pressed his thumb against his front teeth, pausing in thought. Electroactive polymer. Carbon fiber fabric. He muttered a few terms, then turned and opened his laptop. Seeing him start typing, Wang Hao stayed quiet, moving to a stool to scroll through his phone. He ended up browsing for over 3 hours, only stopping when the battery was nearly dead, then pocketed the device. Looking up to see Luo An still at the computer, he got up and leaned over. He tilted his head, observing the screen for a long moment. It displayed a 3D design with several slender tube-like structures extending from a central point, crisscrossing in space. And what's this? Luo An didn't turn around. A design. Wang Hao leaned in a bit closer, his eyes scanning the lines. I know it's a design. He scratched his head. I mean, what is this tentacle monster thing? Luo An continued typing. After a few seconds, he hit the enter key, rubbed his eyes, stretched his chest, and then pointed at the screen. A flexible robotic arm. The main materials are fabric woven from carbon fiber strands and electroactive polymer. Wang Hao blinked. Huh, I know carbon fiber, that's for rich folks, but what's this electroactive polymer? And shouldn't a robotic arm look like that? He mimicked a typical mechanical arm shape with his own arm. That kind is too bulky and limited. This one is more flexible, and with several units we can cover the entire lab. Wang Hao looked at the screen again, his expression showing he was trying hard to understand. Sounds pretty impressive. Seeing his expression, Luo An knew he hadn't understood a thing. It's just a robotic arm with a different shape that can do the work for you. Wang Hao suddenly had an epiphany. Oh, a tentacle monster robot arm. Luo An didn't comment, simply picking up his phone, opening the principal's WeChat chat, and sending over a file. Principal Chen, could you please purchase these materials for me? He added another message. The list also includes an EAP, but there's no domestic standard compliant one available. Poly-K in the US has standard products. Could you please contact them through the school's procurement channel? After sending, he pocketed his phone and stood up. Let's go get some food. Wang Hao was taken aback for a moment, then also stood up. You got it. In the principal's office, Chen Yuanzu's phone vibrated. He picked it up and saw a document and 2 text messages from Luo An. He let out a sigh, deflating like a punctured balloon. His fingers trembled slightly as he opened the document, scanning the items one by one. Carbon fiber tubes, PVDF piezoelectric film micro cameras, 3-finger soft grippers, high voltage operational amplifiers, STM32 controllers. The total cost wasn't too outrageous. But his eyelid twitched when he saw electroactive polymer. What does this kid want with electroactive polymers? His gaze continued downward. And it has to meet the standards of Poly-K in the US. His temples began to throb again. Another procurement hassle. He leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling for a long moment, then muttered under his breath, this kid really doesn't treat me like an outsider. He sat up straight, picked up his phone, and dialed the number. The phone rang a few times before it was answered. Hello, principal. The background noise included the clatter of dishes. Luo An eating. Yes, at the cafeteria. Chen Yuanzhao sighed again. I looked at your list. Carbon fiber electroactive polymers. What are you trying to build this time? There was a brief pause on Luo An's end. A flexible robotic arm. What? A robotic arm? Yes. Chen Yuanzhao opened his mouth to say something, then swallowed the words back. I'll find fine. They'll have the General Affairs Office handle it. He'll inform the procurement department about the polymer to contact that company you mentioned. He paused, then changed his tone. Luo An. Yes. I've been buying things for you left and right, but the budget is really starting to struggle. The other end of the line was silent. Chen Yuanzhao cleared his throat. You know, if you could produce some results for the higher-ups, it would be much easier for me to request funding. Then I'd get you anything you want without a second thought. But as the accounts stand now. A few seconds of silence passed on the other end. Alright, I'll do it as soon as possible. Chen Yuanzhao was stunned. Really? Yes. His tone immediately brightened. Great. As long as you know what's expected. Oh, by the way. He shifted the subject. What's the status of that levitating bed you mentioned last time? There was another silence. Not done yet. Chen Yuanzhao almost choked. Alright, go ahead and finish your meal. He hung up, placed the phone on the desk, and leaned back heavily, the chair groaning under him. He stared at the ceiling, motionless. After a while, he slowly raised a hand and covered his face. This kid. Then he abruptly sat up straight. No. I can't be the only one bleeding dry here. I need to drag someone else into this. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. A week passed in the blink of an eye. During that time Lin Mo came to see Luo and once taking him to look at the wasteland. As Lin Mo had said, it was an abandoned farm field with weeds growing half a person tall. The area was open and unobstructed, spacious enough to accommodate a laboratory. Luo An handed him a simple blueprint for the laboratory structure. It was a square building with one floor above ground and one below, no fancy design, yet not small in size. Lin Mo took it and flipped through a few pages, nodding slightly. With this structure, I can have my family's construction team work in 3 shifts around the clock. The main structure and exterior walls can be done in 2 months. Luo An stepped forward and pointed at several spots on the blueprint. These foundations need extra reinforcement. This area cannot be below the C50 standard. Also, for the roof of the basement level, the steel structure needs to be doubled. Lin Mo followed his fingers silently, taking note. Alright, I'll arrange it. After that, Lin Mo left to make preparations without further disturbance. That afternoon, Luo An was alone in the lab. On his computer screen was a detailed internal layout with every area marked for purpose, dimensions, and equipment notes. The clarity was almost rigid, but the silence didn't last long. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the door, followed by the sound of someone kicking it. Thud, thud, thud. Luo An's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. It's unlocked. A breathless female voice came from outside. My hands are full, can you open it for me? Luo An stopped what he was doing and turned his head towards the door. Suyu. Why her again? He got up and walked over to open it. Suyu was holding a large cardboard box, its height nearly reaching her chin. A thin layer of sweat coated her cheeks, and a few strands of hair were stuck to her smooth forehead. Luo An stepped aside to let her in. She walked in a few steps, bent down, and slammed the box heavily onto the floor. Bang! She straightened up and casually wiped the sweat with the back of her hand. Luo An stood nearby watching her, and said, are you planning to work as a full-time courier? After wiping her sweat, Suyu looked at Luo An with some embarrassment. Can we talk about it again? Luo An asked, puzzled. About what? About what I mentioned last time. I've looked everywhere and can't find a suitable person. Looking around our class, you're the best fit. Luo An said with resignation, what is it? Sensing a change in his tone, Suyu quickly spoke up. I'm entering the school's cybersecurity offensive and defensive competition. The team needs 3 people, and I really can't find reliable teammates. I can only turn to you. We're in the same class after all, so just do me this favor. Luo An looked at Suyu's exaggerated expression. Can't you just find anyone for this kind of competition? If you can't find suitable people, why not just skip it? Suyu quickly explained, it's different. Getting a place in this competition earns you credits. Luo An frowned. I don't have the time, I'm not interested in it, and I don't need the credits. I have no reason to help you. Hearing Luo An's words, Suyu's face fell. He really was a hexagonal warrior, flawless in every way. Then, as if a thought struck her, she continued. Alright. The competition is actually very short, just 2 or 3 hours, and it's on campus, just a few steps away, and I promise if you help me this once, you'll get my credits, and from then on I'll never bother you again. I really need this credit for the sake of being classmates, please. Hexagonal warrior, no, I mean God, Luo. Luo An thought it over. If it was just a matter of 2 or 3 hours and it was on campus, it would be worth it to keep her from pestering him in the future. Otherwise, Suyu would probably keep coming around and wasting his time. With that in mind, he looked at Suyu and said, deal. Suyu was momentarily taken aback, then clenched her right fist and pulled it to her waist, exclaiming, yes. Alright, it's settled, then no backing out. They'll call you when the competition starts. With that, she clapped her hands, turned, and headed for the door, as if afraid Luo An might change his mind. She paused at the threshold. She glanced back at Luo An and said, oh right. We still need 1 more person, 3 in total. Help find another one, will you? Then she vanished out the door, her hurried footsteps echoing down the corridor before fading into silence. Luo An stood still, gazing at the empty doorway, his brow furrowing slightly. Women are such a hassle. I should install a lock on this old lab's door next time, he murmured softly, as if speaking to himself. Just then a large face popped into the doorway. It was Fatty Wang, who had just finished class. As he reached the entrance, he saw Luo An staring at him, and his whole body gave a visible jolt. Damn, and you staring at the door like that without a word scared me half to death. He patted his chest and stepped inside. What's up, Inch? Luo An snapped back to reality, his lazy demeanor returning. Nothing, Suyu just came by. Fatty, who had been glancing around, immediately wore a sly expression at the mention of her name. His lips curled up uncontrollably, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. But this time he had learned his lesson and didn't dare tease as he had before. He scanned the room, his gaze landing on the newly arrived box on the floor, and smirked. And what did Suyu want? She wants me to join the CTF Capture Theft Flag competition. Fatty's eyes darted around, as if rummaging through his memory. Oh, that thing Long Chuan mentioned last time, right? Fatty patted the box, wearing an expression of utter understanding. Then Suyu probably came for nothing. This kind of low-level game isn't worth your time, Ange. I agreed. Fatty was stunned. Huh, seriously. He leaned in, scrutinizing Luo An from head to toe. And weren't you not interested? The words had barely left his mouth when his expression shifted from confusion to a sudden dawning realization, as if pieces of a puzzle had clicked into place. Oh, He drew out the syllable. Right. Makes sense, perfectly reasonable, no problem at all. He nodded vigorously. Yeah, join it gives Suyu a taste of a top-tier match. As Fatty was still reveling in his own excitement, Luo An's voice drifted over. You're joining too. Fatty's chatter came to an abrupt halt. He slowly turned, pointing a finger at his own nose. Me, I am joining too. Wait. And I still don't even understand what this thing is. I just know it's for network experts. He spread his hands. I'm fine with playing games, but this. He looked at Luo An with the sincerest expression possible. And aren't you overestimating me? Luo An replied casually. You're overthinking it. I just need you to fill a spot. You can play your games. Fatty was taken aback. Oh, well that's fine then. He pondered for a moment, then felt something was off. No wait, there's a problem. Moi. I don't have a laptop. Luo An glanced at his own laptop on the desk. He only had one, he couldn't very well split it in two. Then let's go buy one tomorrow. Fatty rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Well, I was planning to wait until summer break to buy one anyway. This is a good excuse to ask my dad for some money. That way I can game at home after school too, and I won't have to use the school's computers. They lag like crazy for gaming. With that, Fatty Wang picked up his phone and made a call. The next morning the two of them took a taxi to the computer mall again. Same floor, same store, same bald boss with his shiny head still wearing that polo shirt stretched tight over his belly. As they approached the counter, the boss was smoking a cigarette, head tilted, staring at the screen, fingers clacking on the keyboard, muttering curses under his breath. Damn, that movement is insane. Dodging perfectly every time. 9 out of 10 skills dodged. If that's not a hack, he'll eat my monitor. He slammed the enter key a few times. Watch me report this cheater. Luo An and Fatty stood nearby, but the boss was so engrossed he didn't notice them. Fatty was in no hurry, craning his neck to watch the boss gameplay with great interest. After a while he couldn't help but chime in. Yeah, report him. I hate those script users too. The boss paused his actions, turned around, and looked at them. He first glanced at Fatty with a puzzled look, then his gaze shifted to Luo An's face, and stopped. As if digging through his memory, a hint of surprise crossed his features. Oh, it's you two. Long time no see. He tossed the mouse aside, and stood up to greet them. What can I get you this time? Luo An didn't answer, casually scanning the nearby counter as if it had nothing to do with him. Fatty stepped forward. Boss, this time it's for me. Recommend me something that can run League of Legends with all graphics maxed out without lag. The boss was momentarily stunned. You play too? Then feigning deep thought, he said, these games nowadays have really high quality graphics and are quite demanding on the GPU. If you want max settings without lag, the price might be. He trailed off as if suddenly remembering something and instinctively glanced at Luo An again. His expression turned sour, and he sighed inwardly, deciding not to cause himself any trouble. He then turned and grabbed a laptop from the shelf, placing it on the counter. This one's 6450 yuan, more than enough for max settings. This time he quoted an honest price, no tricks, no markups. He pushed the laptop toward Fatty, but kept his eyes on Luo An. Young man, want to take a look at it? Luo An cast a brief, indifferent glance at the laptop. No need. Hearing Luo An's reply, the old man didn't hesitate. With swift, practiced movements, he turned around, pulled a system USB drive from beneath the counter, plugged it in, and tapped a few keys on the keyboard. It took only about 10 minutes or so to install the system. Once finished, he closed the laptop and slid it across the counter towards the stout young man. Done. If you have any problems in the future, just come straight to me. He then looked at Luo An and offered a smile. Young man, be sure to send some more business my way. Luo An gave the shop owner a nod, then followed the stout young man who had just paid out of the store one after the other. On the afternoon of the third day, in the laboratory, Luo An sat in front of the computer reviewing the parameters of several pieces of equipment he was considering adding to the procurement list. A clatter of hurried footsteps sounded from the doorway, followed by a loud voice. Ange, open up quick. It was the stout young man, his voice laced with obvious panting. Luo An paused, then quickly got up and walked over to pull the door open. The scene outside gave him a moment's pause. The stout young man stood at the front, holding one corner of a large cardboard box, his face slightly flushed from the strain. The principal was at the opposite corner, still barking out instructions, with 2 other people manning the remaining corners. The 4 of them were carrying a box nearly a meter square, wrapped in a layer of transparent stretch film and crisscrossed with several packing straps. Its sides were plastered with labels, fragile arrows pointing up, anti-static symbols, and several English shipping manifests. Easy. Put it down right here, the principal directed. The 4 of them worked together to carry the box inside and set it on the ground, producing a dull thud. The stout young man straightened up, shaking his hands. Man, this thing is heavy. With the box on the floor, Luo An finally got a clear look at the other 2 men who had been carrying it. One wore a gray mouse suit, had a knife scar at the corner of his eye, stood ramrod straight, and was around 50 years old. The other was slightly younger, with an equally sharp and upright build, standing quietly. Military bearing. Luo An's gaze lingered on their faces for a moment before shifting to the principal. Noticing his look, the principal grinned. Hey, you've got quite the pull, kid, he said. Getting the principal and 2 leaders to haul your stuff is probably a first in history. As he spoke, he clapped his hands, then gestured towards the two men. Luo An, let me introduce you. He first looked at the man with the scar. This is Shin Bin from the Military Commission Political Work Department. Then he looked at the other. And this is Zhao Gang, also from there. After finishing the introductions, he turned back to the two men and tilted his chin towards Luo An. This is Luo An, the one I told you about. Shin Bin gave a slight nod. We've heard of you. Luo An returned the nod, but remained silent. With that brief exchange, they were formally acquainted. The stout young man stood nearby, a look of surprise in his eyes. It was only through the principal's introductions that he realized the men helping carry the box were high-ranking officials. After a brief silence, Shin Bin's gaze shifted slightly, landing on the stout young man. The stout young man was taken aback by the look. He glanced left and right, confirming the gaze was indeed on him, and for a moment, he didn't know what to do. He instinctively looked toward the principal. The principal gave him a subtle, almost imperceptible hint. The stout young man caught on instantly. Oh, right, I just remembered I have something to do. He'll get going, Ange. You guys talk. He said, starting to head for the door when a voice rang out. Fatty, sit down. The voice was quiet but firm. The stout young man's steps faltered, and he froze in place. He turned his head, looking from Luo and to the two officials, and the principal, a look of deep conflict on his face, unsure whether to stand or go. Finally, he gritted his teeth, turned back, and plopped down onto a stool. Shin Bin glanced at Luo, and a flicker of barely perceptible surprise in his eyes, as if re-evaluating the young man before him. Then the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and the air grew still for a moment. The principal coughed, stepped forward, and interjected with a laugh. Wang Hao here is Luo An's childhood friend. He's family. It's fine, it's fine. He waved his hand, then turned back to Luo, and with a relaxed tone. Director Shin and the others happened to be at the school on business today, so I suggested we drop by. Nothing major. Shin Bin didn't acknowledge the principal's attempt to lighten the mood. His gaze remained fixed on Luo An. After a 2-second silence, he finally spoke. The materials Professor Zhou brought back last time he paused, that algorithm. It solved a critical problem for China's 6th-generation fighter jet development. The principal's smile faded slightly as he listened. He knew exactly what that meant. The whole world was racing to develop a 6th-generation fighter. China hadn't started earliest, and the hypersonic thermal management of the engine had been a major bottleneck. The stagnation temperature at the shockwave interaction points was simply too high for existing material systems to withstand. They suffered repeated ablation and required constant replacement, never meeting the standards for service. The military had been stuck on this problem for nearly 5 years, spending hundreds of millions without any breakthrough. And Luo An, a newly enrolled university student, had solved it on a blackboard in the span of a single class. The principal was well aware that once the 6th-generation fighter was finalized and deployed, the landscape of international air power would be rewritten overnight. It wasn't just about having one more advanced fighter, it was a symbol of shifting from chasing to matching and even surpassing in certain dimensions. The days of treading carefully in the face of foreign technological superiority would be a thing of the past. We would like to formally invite you. Are you interested in coming to work for the military as a full-time researcher? Luo An looked at Shin Bin. Not interested. The tone was calm, as if he were discussing something completely unrelated to himself. Shin Bin didn't see any resistance or impatience on Luo An's face. It seemed the young man was simply genuinely uninterested. He stared at him for a few more seconds, then let out a soft sigh. He didn't push the matter or say anything more. All right, I won't force it. He paused for a moment, then added. But if you ever need anything or run into any trouble, feel free to come find me anytime. Luo An glanced at him and gave a slight nod. He didn't refuse. Watching this from the side, the principal felt a surge of amusement. Good kid. Rejected the offer cleanly, but didn't kick away the ladder that was offered. It was as clear as day. Cooperation is fine, but trying to control me. Not a chance. He had both spine and brains. All right, let's call it a day. The principal clapped his hands. The goods are delivered, you've seen the man. Now let's not disturb the young man's work. Then the principal turned and left with the two of them. Their footsteps echoed down the corridor and soon faded into silence. Luo An stood at the doorway for a moment, watching, then closed the door. Fatty was still sitting on the stool, his legs trembling from the earlier commotion. He looked at Luo An as he walked back, hesitated, and spoke in a weak voice. And go, we were so defiant. Will they hold a grudge? After all, commoners shouldn't fight officials. What if they come looking for trouble later? Luo An glanced at Fatty, then sat down at the computer. Don't worry. With me here, they won't bother you. This reassurance calmed Fatty considerably. He pulled up a chair and sat beside Luo An, then asked, and go, why didn't you join them? With your skills, wouldn't it be effortless to become an official there? Trouble. Fatty shrugged. Well, that's the Ngu style indeed. His tone lightened again. But it's better this way. If you had gone, it would be hard to find you to hang out. Luo An replied, turning his gaze back to the screen. He opened a folder named Spirit. Fatty sat beside him and glanced at the screen. Spirit? What's that? The name of the flexible robotic arm. Why that name? Precise and agile. Fatty said, oh, and asked no more. The folder contained various design parameters and program codes. Luo An stared at the screen for a few seconds then spoke. Xiaoling, create a new document and sync the experiment log. A clean female voice came from the speakers. Understood. Luo An stood up, turned the laptop, so the screen faced the center of the lab. Fatty followed him to the box, tore off the stretch wrap, cut the strapping, and opened it. Lifting the thick top layer of cushioning foam revealed neatly stacked silver anti-static bags. He took out each bag, sorted them, picked up scissors, and sliced open one bag, pulling out a segment of silver-gray polymer component. Its surface was smooth with a subtle matte texture, light as a feather, and had a soft, springy feel, like a silicone strip. Fatty took it and squeezed, surprised. This thing is soft and squishy like jelly. Luo An explained, electroactive polymer. It's soft when not powered and deforms when electricity is applied. By controlling the voltage in different areas, we changed the bending direction. Fatty Seto squeezed it twice more and handed it back. Luo An placed the actuator segment on the workbench and opened another box nearby. He pulled out a black fabric with a fine woven texture matte finish. What's this? Carbon fiber woven cloth. Luo An spread the cloth on his hand. For the outer shell of the robotic arm. Tough, yet flexible. Fatty touched it and clicked his tongue. Luo An moved all the materials to the workbench and began to work. Fatty watched behind him for a while, found it boring, and went back to playing games. The next afternoon, Luo An stood before the workbench in the lab. On it lay an assembled, flexible robotic arm, as thick as a child's wrist, 3 meters long, wrapped in a fiber shell over the polymer with a tiny gripper at the end. A closer look revealed several microprobes at the base of the gripper. Several thin wires ran along the actuator surface connected to a control board. Luo An stared at the screen, fingers tapping the keyboard. Xiaoling, load the bending test sequence, target angle 45 degrees forward. Loaded. Voltage ramping to 800 V. On the workbench, the robotic arm bent quietly, smoothly, without tremor. Angle achieved, error 0. 5 degrees. Record. Recorded. Xiaoling's voice was crisp. Current test completion 63. Recommend continuing with torsion test sequence. Continue. The arm moved again. His phone rang. Luo An glanced at the screen and answered. Hello. Luo An, the competition is tomorrow at 9 a.m. Don't forget. The address is the Network Security Lab in the Computer Science building. It was Su Ye's voice, speaking rapidly, then hanging up after stating the matter. Luo An replied, got it. The call ended. Luo An turned his attention back to the screen. Xiaoling, continue. The arm repeatedly bent and twisted, test data scrolling upward. Time flowed quickly in this quiet rhythm of work. Outside, the light shifted from bright to amber, then sank into dark blue. Luo An rubbed his brow and looked out the window. It was already dark. He glanced at the system time in the bottom right of the screen, 2047. 9 tomorrow. Troublesome. He muttered softly. He straightened up, rolling his neck. Xiaoling saved data and shut down. Save. The speaker's voice fell cleanly and the screen went dark. Luo An stood up, tidied the materials on the desk, carefully placed the robotic arm back into its box, and locked the cabinet. He clapped his hands and turned toward the door. His hand was already on the handle when he suddenly stopped. He looked down at his empty hands. He turned back, looked at the laptop on the table. Luo An was silent for 2 seconds, then sighed softly. Need a backup computer. He walked back, closed the laptop, and tucked it under his arm. He turned off the light. The door lock clicked shut, the corridor lights came on, and his footsteps faded away. The next morning, 8:25 a.m. The Information Engineering building of Jiangxing University's Computer Science School was already bustling. A red banner hung at the entrance reading, the 17th Jiangxing University Cybersecurity Competition. Students trickled in, some carrying laptop bags, others holding thermoses. A few gathered on the steps, whispering and discussing the competition format. By the time Luo An and Fatty arrived, several lines had already formed at the registration desk in the lobby. Student council staff worked behind the tables, checking student IDs, issuing participation badges, and handing out water bottles and schedules. You two, what are your contest numbers? A girl with a ponytail looked up and asked. Luo An gave his number. The girl flipped through a stack of forms, found 2 badges, and handed them over. 3rd floor, Information Engineering Building, Network Security Lab. Sit according to your table number. The competition starts at 9 a.m. sharp. You must be in place by 8:50. Phones on silent or off. No external internet access throughout. Simple rules: capture the flag and submit via the platform. See the schedule if you don't understand. Her words came fast, clearly repeated many times. Luo An took the badge, but before he could look at it, a familiar voice came from beside him. Over here, over here. Suyu emerged from the room at some point, holding a bottle of mineral water. Approaching the two, her gaze lingered on Luo An's face for a second before shifting to Wang Hao beside him, her eyes carrying an unconcealed hint of skepticism. She hesitated for a moment, then leaned in and lowered her voice. Luo An, you. Are you really bringing him? Suye's brow furrowed slightly, her lips parted as if she wanted to say something, but she swallowed the words back. Unable to contain herself, she muttered quietly. Is he even capable? Last time I casually asked him a few basic questions in class. His answers were just. She didn't finish the sentence, but the implication was crystal clear. Hey, this seemingly familiar classmate, I don't like what you're implying. He puffed out his chest and waved his participation certificate. Who are you looking down on? Once the competition starts, he'll dazzle you. Suyu said nothing, but the faint subtle curve at the corner of her mouth clearly spelled out, you dazzle me. That was exactly the effect the fatty wanted. He talked tough on the surface, but he knew perfectly well you don't understand a thing. With my bro in here, I can just play games. There's no need for me to lift a finger. But he wouldn't say that out loud. He had to maintain the right aura. Suyu didn't dwell on it further. She checked her watch and said, let's go, we should head over. The three of them walked up the stairs. At the corner of the second floor, the sound of voices and sporadic keyboard clicks from above could already be heard. Reaching the third floor and pushing open the fire door, a wave of air-conditioned coolness, mixed with the scent of electronic equipment, heat, washed over them, instantly refreshing. The competition area was set in an open, spacious computer lab. Long workstations stretched out in rows, each table equipped with power strips and network ports. No fixed computers were provided. Contestants pulled their own laptops out of their bags. ThinkPads, Legions, MacBooks, Alienwares. Every brand imaginable. Desktops were cluttered with mice, portable hard drives, external keyboards, and various adapters. Some were copying toolkits onto USB drives, others were plugging in network cables to test the internet connection, and a few had already opened terminal windows on their screens with command lines flashing rapidly. At the front of the room hung a massive electronic screen with a deep blue background, white text scrolling to display team numbers, solve problem counts, and real-time rankings. The numbers ticked over silently. The competition hadn't started, so the ranking column was all zeros, but an intangible pressure was already spreading. The lighting was dimmer than a normal classroom. Only a few rows of ceiling lights were on, with the primary illumination coming from the cool, blue-white glow of the screens, casting an esports-like pallor on everyone's face. Most of the students already seated wore hoodies and t-shirts. Some were adjusting their keyboards, some were reviewing the flow charts, and a few were leaning back in their chairs with their eyes closed. The entire room was quiet, with only the occasional low murmur of conversation immediately silenced by a student council member raising a hand to signal quiet. The air was filled only with the clatter of keyboards and the low hum of laptop fans. The judges' area was set up to one side at the front. Two teachers in white shirts sat there conversing in low tones, flanked by two graduate-student-looking teaching assistants who were staring at a computer screen, presumably the back-end operations staff. A student with a camera slung around his neck crouched by the aisle, snapping photos of the contestants entering, likely sent by the student union to write a news report. The fatty scanned the room, then leaned in and whispered to Luo, and, bro, and this isn't what I expected. I thought it'd be like a League of Legends tournament venue. Luo An didn't reply. His gaze swept across the big screen and then over the open terminal windows around him. His expression unchanged, he picked up his laptop bag and headed towards Zone C. Luo An took his seat at C19, with the fatty at C20 in the middle and Suyu at C21 on the far right. The three sat in a row, each opening their laptops. Suyu was the fastest. Power on, plug in the network cable, open the browser, log into the competition platform. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, lines of commands scrolling rapidly on her screen, clearly having prepared thoroughly in advance. Luo An unhurriedly pulled out his laptop, turned it on, and then opened a few web pages, quickly browsing through them. They were all basic materials on CTF competitions, common problem types, flag submission formats, and the like. Things related to network information that he hadn't paid much attention to before. The fatty sitting in the middle opened his computer and then looked awkwardly to the left at Luo An's screen, then to the right at Suyu's screen. One was browsing information, the other was typing commands, leaving him feeling utterly superfluous. He hesitated, then leaned over to Luo An and whispered, bro, and what should I do now? Luo An, without taking his eyes off the screen and still scrolling, replied casually, whatever. The fatty. Suyu heard the fatty speak and glanced over. Her peripheral vision caught Luo An's screen, which prominently displayed a CTF introductory primer page. She froze, then asked with suspicion, you're learning on the spot. Luo An replied indifferently, what else? Suyu was speechless. After a 2-second silence, she couldn't help but ask, you haven't looked at a single thing in all these days. Once the competition starts, the external network will be cut off here. Luo An, still staring at his screen, replied unhurriedly, there are still 16 minutes. Suyu. She took a deep breath and said nothing more, but thought to herself, I couldn't have misjudged him, could I? Wang Hao is already ridiculous enough. If Luo An is also. This is my future on the line. The fatty's gaze darted between the two of them, then he shrank his neck, silently pulled out his phone and opened his game launcher. A moment later, his phone blared with a tinny sound, drawing the attention of everyone in the silent competition hall. That student, please turn your phone to silent. The judge on the podium frowned and warned the fatty. The fatty's neck retracted, and he quickly switched his phone to silent. Looking up, he saw everyone around him, including Suyu, staring at him as if he were an idiot. He then silently slid his phone under the desk out of sight and pressed the button to start matching in the game. 12 minutes later. Luo An closed his last web page. He leaned back in his chair, propped his elbow on the armrest, cradled his cheek in his palm, and his eyelids began to slowly droop. Suyu glanced sideways, her eyelid twitching slightly. But she said nothing, turning back to continue coding. At that moment at the judge's table at the front, a teacher in a white shirt stood up, walked to the microphone, and cleared his throat. "Quiet, please." The noise in the room instantly subsided. "The competition is about to begin. Let me reiterate the rules." He spoke unhurriedly, yet every word was clear. This competition adopts the Jeopardy format, covering 4 categories: web, reverse engineering, cryptography, and miscellaneous. The difficulty increases progressively. Each problem corresponds to a flag in the format flag. Submit on the competition platform, and the system will automatically grade your answers. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the room. Attacking the judging server, attacking other competitors' devices, or exchanging answers is strictly prohibited. Any violation will lead to immediate disqualification. Any questions? The hall fell silent. No one spoke. The teacher nodded, glancing back at the countdown on the big screen. Remaining preparation time, 000010. All right. He turned around to face the audience. All competitors, get ready. The numbers on the big screen began to tick down. 10, 9, 8. The only sounds were the whirring of fans and the ticking of the countdown. 7, 6, 5. Luo An remained, propping his cheek on his hand, eyelids half closed, as if he could fall asleep at any moment. 4, 3, 2, 1. The competition begins. As the words faded, a dense clatter of keyboard strokes erupted almost simultaneously across the hall, like a sudden downpour. On the big screen, all teams still had 0 points, but the rankings had begun to shuffle based on submission times. Suyu moved the instant the word begin left his mouth. Her fingers flew, windows popping up one after another on her screen, with characters scrolling rapidly in the command line. Her mouse never seemed to pause. Opening problems, analyzing, attempting, submitting. Her actions were as fast as a machine. Nearby competitors stole glances and silently clicked their tongues in amazement. Luo An had also begun, but his way of moving was a completely different style from those around him. He maintained his half-slouched posture with his cheek in his hand, one hand resting on the keyboard, tapping unhurriedly every now and then, pausing and then tapping again. Occasionally he shifted positions, moving his chin from his left hand to his right, lazily scanning the screen as if browsing an online store. 10 minutes later, the rankings on the big screen updated. First place, D12, 450 points. Second place, B070, 420 points. Sixth place, C19, 300 points. Hey, look at that one in Zone C. A few second-year students in the observation area had gathered outside the glass wall of the computer lab, pointing and whispering through the glass. Which one? That one, the one propping his cheek. They followed the gaze. Luo An was half leaning in his chair, left hand cupping his chin, right hand tapping away at the keyboard idly. What's his score? 300 points, still ranked 6th. He's 6th. The person glanced back at the big screen, confirming C19 indeed had 300 points. Damn. Look at his attitude, like he's in the terminal stage of laziness. How can someone like that even? Before he could finish, another person slapped his shoulder hard. Whoa, forget about that terminally lazy guy for a sec. Look at the fatty next to him. Is he playing a game? They followed his gaze. Sure enough, next to the lazy one sat a rotund guy, head bowed, both hands hidden under the desk, thumbs swiping rapidly across the screen. The glow reflected on his face, flickering. Though they couldn't see the details, his posture and concentration were definitely not for checking information. Whoa, seriously? Playing games during a competition? What games? Someone couldn't resist using their phone's zoom to get a better look. After a moment, he put the phone down with a complex expression. Honor of Kings. What rank? Couldn't quite see the rank. Mid-sentence he whipped his head around. Is that the damn issue here? A male student with a buzz cut in the back row couldn't hold it in anymore. From the periphery, he shouted towards the competition area. Hey fatty over there. This is a competition. Can you show some damn respect? Wang Pengzi, who was in the middle of an intense lane fight, was startled by the shout, his hand jerking and nearly costing him first blood. He looked up bewildered, noticed several people staring at him, and quickly lowered his head again. But he didn't close the game, he continued his lane fight. Seeing his indifference, the buzz-cut guy got even angrier and yelled towards the judge's table. Referee, that fatty over there is playing a game under the desk. Several competitors were drawn by the shout and turned to look. The teacher in the white shirt at the judge's area looked up, followed the buzz-cut guy's gaze to the chubby student hunched over, frantically swiping his phone under the desk. His temple throbbed, then he closed his eyes and let out a long breath. The rules do not prohibit engaging in other recreational activities. The hall was silent for a beat. The buzz-cut guy opened his mouth, but couldn't find a rebuttal, cursing under his breath as he looked away. Hearing the judge's words, the chubby guy breathed a sigh of relief, feeling more confident. He then boldly placed his phone on the desk and continued playing. The next instant he felt a murderous aura emanating from beside him and swallowed hard. He turned his head, stiffly meeting Suyu's eyes. Suyu gritted her teeth and said, "You are indeed blinding me." She turned back and resumed typing code. The chubby guy guiltily shrank his neck and silently hid his phone under the desk again. Luo An paid no attention to the little drama. He released the keyboard, leaned back, stared at the screen, his expression as if a thought had just struck him, and began to ponder. After a while he moved. Instead of tackling the next problem, he opened a new window. Lines of code appeared on the screen, and the pace of his typing was entirely different from before. The interface on the screen kept switching, sometimes a command line, sometimes a clean dialog box, and sometimes streams of incomprehensible data. The few web penetration techniques he had casually used while solving problems made him suddenly wonder, was his own laptop's defense sufficient? Many files, documents, and design blueprints on his computer were sensitive. It would be troublesome if any of them leaked. Anyway, there was plenty of time left, no rush on the problems. He might as well take this opportunity to do a thorough check, while having Xiao Ling record these attack methods simultaneously. From now on, system protection can be left to Xiao Ling to monitor. Window after window popped open on the screen, data streams, scrolling rapidly. He typed a few commands, then paused, as if waiting for a response. Occasionally Xiao Ling's replies popped up in the dialog box. Anomalous scan detected, blocked. Source IP logged. Port scan attempt rejected. SQL injection attempt detected. Please confirm if this is your action. A faint smile touched the corner of Luo An's mouth as he typed a reply. Confirmed. Continue. Time passed minute by minute. The rankings on the big screen shifted constantly. Suyu held steady, clutching 470 points in second place, her fingers never ceasing since the competition began. A fine layer of sweat beaded on her forehead, but her eyes remained fixed on the screen, never wavering for a moment. Meanwhile, C19 Luo An's score had not changed since 10 minutes later. It had remained at 300 points. His ranking dropped from 6th to 9th, then to 12th, and finally to 16th. In the spectator area, people gradually turned their attention to the two most unusual contestants on the field. One had been lazy for 10 minutes before starting to focus, but his score never increased. The other was even more bizarre. After shouting "Timmy" at the start, he immersed himself in a game, completely disregarding the competition. The 3.5-hour competition quickly entered its final stage. The countdown on the big screen showed less than 5 minutes remaining. On the judge's dais, the teacher in the white shirt stood up, stretched his neck, took a sip from his thermos, glanced at the rankings on the screen, and shook his head slightly. The teaching assistant beside him leaned in and whispered, "This year's final problem still hasn't been fully solved by anyone." The teacher put down his thermos, his gaze sweeping across the venue. "As expected. I knew it when the problem was set. It's too difficult for college students." The assistant nodded. "The top 3 are basically set. Team D12 is firmly in first place with 750 points. The girl from C21 is also strong with 700 points in second. The third place only has a little over 400 points." The teacher hummed, his eyes casually scanning the big screen, pausing at the row for C19. 300 points, ranked 16th. He remembered that number. It had been in 6th place in the first 10 minutes, and then never moved again. Logically, someone who could get 300 points in 10 minutes shouldn't fail to gain a single point in 3 hours. Strange. At that moment, Suyu stared at the final problem that had been stuck on her screen. She took a deep breath and tried again, but it still didn't work. She frowned. She could only unlock the first layer of the 400-point final problem, earning 100 points. She let out a deep breath, then looked up at the big screen. Herself, C21, 700 points, ranked second. Her eyes swept down and saw Luo An's C19, 300 points, ranked 16th. She froze. Why is it still 300? What has he been doing all this time? She leaned over the fat guy and glanced at Luo An's screen. It was full of command lines and pop-up windows, but on closer inspection the content clearly had nothing to do with the competition problems. Suyu frowned, puzzled, and stared at him. Luo An snapped back to reality at the shout, lifting his fingers from the keyboard and blinking. Seeing Suyu's expression of "What are you doing?" he instinctively glanced at the big screen. Ranked 16th, 300 points. He also looked at the countdown. Remaining time, 000148. Only then did he remember that he was still in the competition. He had been so absorbed in testing the system that he completely forgot about it. "Sorry, I forgot." Suyu looked at Luo An with incredulous eyes. "What did you say?" "Forgot." Luo An didn't reply. His fingers had already landed back on the keyboard. He closed the chat window with Xiao Ling and opened the problem list. There were 2 problems left, a high-difficulty comprehensive problem worth 300 points and the final problem worth 400 points. His fingers began to move incredibly fast. No hesitation, no pause. As if he already knew the answers and was just typing them out. When the countdown stopped at 0043, the score for C19 on the big screen began to jump. The ranking jumped from 16th directly to 8th. Time ticked by second by second. 0040, 0020, 0010. On the judge's dais, the teacher in the white shirt stood up, cleared his throat, and prepared to announce the end of the competition. From the spectator area came scattered applause and sighs. Some cheered for the team they had chosen that remained firmly in first place, while others lamented for the team that had fallen short at the last moment. But just as the countdown hit 003, the numbers on the big screen jumped again. The original first place was pushed down to second, and the new first place became C19, 1,000 points, a perfect score. Ranked first. The entire venue was silent for 3 full seconds. Then the spectator area erupted. Holy crap. Who got a perfect score? C19. Which one is C19? Someone who had been paying attention to Luo and recognized him immediately. That one, the guy with his chin in his hand. The one with terminal laziness. This guy actually got a perfect score. Wasn't he at 300 points just now? He cleared 700 points in the last minute. He solved the final problem too. Suyu stared at the 1,000 on the big screen, completely frozen. She slowly turned her head to look at the person beside her who had already resumed his chin-resting pose with half-lidded eyes. Her mouth slightly open, but she didn't know what to say. On the judge's dais, the teacher in the white shirt held his thermos, the cup raised to his lips, but not drinking for a long time. The teaching assistant beside him opened his mouth. Teacher. The final problem has been solved. The teacher was silent for a long time, then put down the thermos. I see. He looked again at the C19 number on the screen, paused for a few seconds, and then spoke slowly. I never imagined someone could solve it. It seems I underestimated this batch of students. In the spectator area, someone stared at the figure in Zone C who had resumed his chin-resting pose, feeling increasingly familiar. Suddenly he slapped his thigh. I remember now. This terminal laziness guy is. Never mind. This person is Luo the Prodigy. Several people nearby turned their heads at the same time. Luo the Prodigy. What Luo the Prodigy? The legendary big shot who suddenly appeared a few days after the start of the semester. The one who solved a problem on the classroom blackboard that even the military was struggling with. That's why he's called Luo the Prodigy. Really? The news was suppressed by the school within half a day. Later someone secretly posted on the forum and was summoned by the school, almost expelled. Moreover, Luo the Prodigy hardly attended classes afterwards. So many people in the school didn't know him, and even if they did, they had never seen him in person. Hearing this, those who had seen the news on the forum that day recalled it simultaneously. Their eyes all turned to the lazy figure in Zone C. Holy crap, it's him. Then this score makes perfect sense. The competition ended. The rankings on the big screen froze. First place, C19, 1,000 points. Second place, ID 12, 750 points. Third place, C21, 700 points. And besides Luo An's eye-catching score, the most striking was the only one who scored 0 points, C20 Wang Hao. A perfect score might be rare, but a 0 score was absolutely unprecedented. When the referee announced the end of the competition, the fat guy had just finished his last team fight. He looked up bewildered and glanced around. It's over. Suyu took a deep breath and leaned over slightly. Looking at Luo An, who had already resumed his chin-resting pose with eyelids drooping again, she asked softly, Did you really learn this only today? Luo An glanced at her out of the corner of his eye, still resting his chin on his hand. I learned it before, just reviewing. The referee declared the competition over, signaling for all contestants to wait briefly. A teacher in a white shirt at the front of the computer lab picked up the microphone, cleared his throat, and the room gradually fell silent. The contestants this year are all quite impressive. Most of you managed to reach the second layer of the final challenge problem, which is commendable. He set down the microphone and flipped a page in his list. Next, I'd like to invite Suyu in third place, Lu Cheng in second place, and Luo An in first place to come up to the stage. As his words faded in the lounge beside the computer lab, a middle-aged man who had been sitting in a chair looking at his phone raised his head upon hearing the name, Luo An. It was Principal Chun. He glanced towards the competition area, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Luo An. Why would this kid come to participate in this? Hadn't he always been holed up in the lab? He watched as Luo An and the other two walked up to the stage from their respective spots. The teacher in the white shirt turned sideways and nodded to them. Each of you say a few words. Just a casual chat. Lu Cheng, who wore glasses, took the microphone, a bit nervous, and cleared his throat. Getting second place in this competition is quite unexpected. Thanks to my teammates, thanks to the teachers. They'll keep working hard. There was a smattering of applause from the audience. Suyu took the microphone, her tone calm. My performance was about average this time. It's a pity I couldn't break through on the final problem. He'll review it again when I get back. Thank you, everyone. The applause was a bit more enthusiastic this time. The microphone was passed to Luo An. He took it, paused for a moment. Nothing I want to say. Then he handed the microphone back. The audience was silent for a second, followed by a low murmur of laughter and discussion from the spectator area. See, this is how masters talk. So distinctive, unpretentious, and low-key. The teacher in the white shirt's hand paused midair as he reached for the microphone, letting out an awkward laugh. This student is quite humorous. Now let's invite Principal Chun to present the certificates and souvenirs to the top 3. As his words faded, Principal Chun, wearing a jacket and carrying a few small bags, walked out of the lounge and cheerfully ascended the stage. He took out the certificates and souvenirs one by one, handed them to the top 3 contestants, and patted each of them on the shoulder. When he reached Suyu, he smiled and nodded. Suyu, well done. Suyu accepted the certificate. Thank you, Principal. The principal continued forward, arriving before Luo An. He handed over the certificate, looked at him, and asked with a hint of curiosity in his voice, "How come you thought to enter this competition?" Luo An took the certificate. Helping out. He offered no further explanation about who he was helping or what he was helping with. The principal didn't press further. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he placed the souvenir in Luo An's hand and patted his shoulder. He gave him another look, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. This kid hides his abilities well. He excels in information security too. After distributing the souvenirs, the principal stepped aside. The teacher in the white shirt picked up the microphone again. Additionally, after discussion, the review panel has shortlisted two teams: Lu Cheng's team for second place and Su Ye's team. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the audience, and his tone softened slightly. Before the provincial competition registration, the team member lists can be adjusted. If you feel your team composition isn't ideal, you might consider swapping in a classmate with a stronger foundation. After all, the intensity of the provincial competition is on a whole different level compared to the school-level contest. When he said, "Consider swapping in," his tone paused noticeably, and he cast a meaningful glance in the direction of the hefty student. The implication was clear: finding anyone would be better than scoring 0. However, Luo An, without a moment's hesitation, spoke up directly, "No need. I'm not participating." The entire venue fell silent for a moment. The teacher in the white shirt was taken aback. "Not participating? The principal on stage heard this, but didn't speak immediately. He first turned his head and quietly asked a nearby teacher a few questions, as if trying to understand the situation. The teacher leaned in and whispered something in his ear, and the principal's eyebrows rose slightly. This was followed by a very low, suppressed exclamation, "What?" He finished it in just a few minutes. Principal Chen pondered for a moment, then a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. He quickly took 2 steps to stand before Luo, and his tone shifting. "Luo An, you're the only one who got a perfect score this year. If you could get a decent ranking in the provincial competition, it would bring honor to the school. Why not give it a try?" Luo An opened his mouth to speak. "Principal, I'm really not INTE." But before he could finish the word "interested," the principal had already raised his hand, pressing down on Luo An's shoulder, effectively cutting off the rest of his sentence. I understand. I know you're definitely not interested in this." He withdrew his hand, let out a sigh, and softened his tone. "You see, you'll be retiring in a few years. I'd just like to scrape together some achievements in these final years. Also, you've seen the competition. It's just a matter of 2 or 3 hours. It won't take up much of your time." Then, glancing around with his peripheral vision, he leaned in closer to Luo An and lowered his voice. "How about doing this for me, just for my sake?" Luo An was silent for a few seconds. It indeed wouldn't take much time, and the principal was a decent person, always quick to approve paperwork. "All right." He glanced at the hefty student in the audience. "He'll participate, but I don't guarantee he'll win." The principal's eyes lit up, and he waved his hand hastily. No problem. Just do your best. A ranking would be great, but if not, no one will blame you." Luo An didn't say anything more, which was taken as tacit agreement. The teacher in the white shirt coughed lightly, seizing the moment to take over the conversation. Then it settled. The team leaders of both teams should submit their participant lists soon. Afterward, the student union members organized all the contestants to gather in front of the computer lab for a group photo. The camera flashes went off a few times, officially marking the end of the day's competition. It was almost 1 o'clock by the time everyone dispersed. Luo An and the hefty student grabbed a quick bite at the cafeteria before heading straight to the laboratory. Sitting down at the workbench, he opened his laptop. Xiaoling opened the control terminal for Spirit and run the final recognition, obstacle avoidance, and grasping tests. Record the test parameters. Understood. Time passed amidst the repeated testing and debugging of Spirit. Evening. At the Tianchi Biotechnology building, the floor-to-ceiling windows of the top-floor office were bright, with the setting sun streaming through the glass, casting a long golden streak of light across the floor. Lin Xian sat in his office chair holding a cup of tea, his gaze fixed on the city skyline outside the window, as if lost in thought. His phone vibrated. He set down the teacup, picked up the phone, and glanced at it. It was a text message. After reading it, Lin Xian's lips curled into an involuntary smile. He put down the phone, opened his laptop, and typed in the URL for Jiangxing University's official website. The page loaded, showing the latest news headlines. The headline read, "The 17th cybersecurity competition of our university concludes successfully. Student Luo An takes the crown with a perfect score." The article featured a large group photo with dozens of faces crammed into the frame. Luo An stood in the middle left, holding his certificate, his expression as impassive as ever. Lin Xian stared at the photo for a few seconds, a look of appreciation and surprise in his eyes. He shook his head slightly and chuckled to himself. Quite a few hobbies. Just as his voice trailed off, a knock came at the door. "Come in." The door opened, and a secretary in professional attire stood at the entrance. "Dr. Lin, Mr. Harlan Lockwood from the United States has arrived." Lin Xian closed his laptop, stood up, and nodded. Take him to the meeting room. He'll be right there." One afternoon a week later, the dismissal bell had just rung, and the hallway was filled with the sound of students packing up their bags. Fatty Wang shoved his textbooks into his desk and was about to leave when Long Chuan called out to him from nearby, heading to An's place again. Yeah, he replied. Fatty tucked his notebook under his arm. Want to come along for a look? Long Chuan shook his head. Can't. My younger brother has his final year of college entrance exams coming up. My mom wants me to go home and tutor him after school. Fatty let out a sympathetic sigh. Oh. Your mom really dotes on your brother, making you trek all the way back to tutor him every day. All right, I'm off then. Long Chuan grunted in acknowledgement and bent down to pack his own things. Fatty walked out of the classroom, stopped by the convenience store to grab 2 cans of cola, and headed toward the laboratory. In the corridor leading to the lab, sunlight slanted and casting long orange-gold streaks across the floor tiles. And had mentioned last night that the spirits were debugged and installed. Perfect timing to see what they looked like. Fatty reached the lab door, clutching his notebook under his elbow, and turned the doorknob with his other hand. As he pushed it open, a can of cola slipped from his grasp, and he fumbled to catch it. At that very moment, he looked up and saw the scene inside the lab. He froze completely. His mouth began to fall open involuntarily. Fatty instinctively rubbed his eyes with his hand, then opened them again. The lab was still the same lab. The familiar equipment, the familiar workbenches, the familiar smell. But the walls now bore 5 spirits' mechanical arms as thick as a baby's arm, evenly distributed around the room. Each spirit had a mounting assembly at its base about 1 meter long and nearly twice as thick, which extended the already 3-meter-long spirit to nearly 4 meters, anchoring it firmly to the wall. The matte black carbon fiber shell was woven with subtle patterns, its lines sharp and clean. 5 spirits now covered the entire lab. For a split second, Fatty almost thought he'd stumbled into an alien base. 2 of the spirits were coiled flat against the wall, their sinuous, winding postures resembling 2 dormant snakes, utterly motionless. Another one hung its head low in the center of the lab, suspended about 2 meters above the ground. Its tip blazed with a bright light, projecting a cold white conical beam that converged on a single point. In the very center of that circle of light, Luo An was crouched on the floor in front of the meditation cushion that had been left untouched for a while. Luo An held a pair of tweezers in his left hand and pinched the edge of a tiny component with his right. Fatty was about to call out to him when Luo An, without even lifting his head, reached his left hand to his side, palm up, and said in a tone as casual as ordering from a menu, "No." For wrench. What happened next made Fatty swallow the word, and that was already at the tip of his tongue. The spirit near the tool cabinet, which had been coiled against the wall, suddenly seemed to come alive. Its head uncoiled and extended, moving with incredible speed, yet utterly silent. It glided across the 2-meter distance, and the delicate microgripper at its tip precisely reached into the toolbox. It flipped the latch, lifted the lid, and clamped onto the handle of the No. 4 wrench, a seamless sequence of motions. Then the arm retracted and the wrench was gently placed into Luo An's open palm. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. The cold touch of metal had barely registered in his palm before Luo An closed his fingers, gave the wrench a half-turn with a flick of his wrist, and bent back down to tighten a nut on the base of the cushion. The whole process was simple, efficient, quiet, and smooth. Fatty. His mind was already racing with 1,000 expletives. He stood at the door staring blankly at the tentacle-like spirits for a few seconds, then watched as Luo An shifted his weight to the left, transitioning from a crouch to a half-kneel, seemingly searching for a better angle to apply force. The moment he moved, the spirit that had handed him the wrench almost preemptively retracted 1/2 meter to give Luo An space. Meanwhile, the spirit responsible for illumination gently rotated its head, and the light spot shifted silently, precisely recovering Luo An's new work area. Fatty watched these spirits, which seemed almost alive, and found himself completely speechless. He swallowed hard, steadied himself with a hand on the doorframe, and stepped across the threshold. The instant he crossed, 3 spirits that had been in idle standby mode moved simultaneously, their heads swiveling in unison toward the door. The motion was so fast it was like 3 predators opening their eyes in the dark at the same time. Fatty's heart skipped a beat. Then a pinpoint-sized red light flickered to life at the tip of each spirit's head, and 3 thin red beams shot out, sweeping across Fatty's entire body from left to right, top to bottom, with smooth, precise movements. The scan was brief, just over a second. The red light vanished as quickly as it had appeared, and the mechanical arms turned back, falling silent once more. Fatty stood frozen in place, not daring to move. And he said, his voice cracking slightly, "What was that red light? Does this thing you're working on have a sniper rifle attached?" Deeply focused Luo An finally looked up at the sound of Fatty's voice, glanced at him, then returned to the cushion in his hands. "It's a new object scanning feature for the lab. The spirit needs to record things, and the algorithm incorporates your parameters into its avoidance program." Pausing mid-sentence, Luo An looked up at the idle spirit. "Shaoling, modify the parameters for active scanning of new objects. Only one spirit on standby needs to perform the scan and share the data." With that, he lowered his head and continued tightening screws. From the direction of the laptop across the room, Shaoling's voice came through. "Understood. Modifying program parameters." Modification complete. Luo An gave a soft in acknowledgement. Fatty muttered a damn that's creepy. Under his breath then tiptoed around the spirit that had fetched the wrench and crouched down beside Luo An. As soon as he settled, the spirit responsible for lighting shifted slightly aside, as if making room for him. Fatty blinked, taken aback, then a grin spread across his face. He winked and deliberately shuffled closer to the spirit. The spirit moved aside a bit more. Fatty's grin widened, and he shuffled again. The spirit, squeezed into a tight line by Fatty's advances, seemed to run out of space. It paused for a moment, then rose up, arced over Fatty's head, and slid smoothly to Luo An's other side, readjusting its angle to cast the light spot back onto the cushion. Stop messing around. Go play somewhere else. Fatty shrank back a little with an "oh," then his gaze drifted to another idle spirit. He got up, walked over, and stared at the silent black mechanical arm pressed against the wall for a few seconds. Recalling how Luo An had simply reached out for the wrench moments ago, he cleared his throat and addressed it tentatively. "Hand me a screwdriver." 2 seconds later, the spirit remained completely still, quiet as a decoration. "Fatty." The stout man furrowed his brow and repeated the action, yet still received no response. He scratched his head and turned to look at Luo An. "This. How does it work?" Luo An didn't look up, his hands continuing their work. After a moment, he set down his tool and stood up. "Come here." Unsure of what was happening, the stout man rose and followed. Luo An walked over to the laptop and retrieved a device from a drawer. It was slightly larger than a palm and thicker than a phone, with a matte black metal body. The front housed an elongated black scanning surface ringed by a strip of indicator lights. He connected the device to the laptop, and a pale blue indicator light flickered on. "Xiaoling, register a new account with full permissions." "Understood. Initializing program." After a brief pause, Xiaoling's voice came through the laptop's speakers. "Ready." Luo An gestured with his chin toward the stout man. "Place your palm on it." The stout man complied, pressing his right palm against the black scanning surface. The surface grew slightly warm, and the pale blue light blinked a few times. "Palm print registered." The stout man was taken aback. "That's it." Luo An remained silent. The laptop promptly emitted Xiaoling's voice again. "Please specify authorization level." "Luo An maximum." After a brief silence, Xiaoling's voice returned. "Confirmation granting the new account maximum authority. This will open full control over all connected and future devices." "Confirm." Luo An casually grunted in acknowledgement. After another few seconds, Xiaoling's voice chimed in once more. "Applicant, please step back 3 meters." The stout man glanced at Luo An, who nodded his approval. The stout man stepped back a few paces and stood still. The next second, all 4 sprites except the one providing illumination moved simultaneously. They extended from the walls, gliding silently to surround the stout man from 4 directions. Their front ends projected fan-shaped red beams, sweeping steadily from his head to his shoulders, torso, and legs, all the way down to his feet. The entire process was silent and swift, like a comprehensive precision scan. When it concluded, all 4 sprites retracted their beams and returned to their original positions. Biometric features recorded. Before the stout man could relax, Xiaoling added, "Please count from 1 to 10 in a standard accent." At a loss, the stout man turned to Luo An. Luo An, leaning against the desk with arms crossed, gave a slight nod. The stout man cleared his throat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. A 3-second silence followed. Voice recorded. Data streams scrolled rapidly across the computer screen before Xiaoling's voice sounded again. "How should I address the new highest authority user?" The stout man paused, then puffed out his chest. "Wang Hao." Permission registration complete. Luo An closed the palm scanner, casually returned it to the drawer, and tossed out a single word, "Done." Then he turned and walked back to his cushion, crouched down, and picked up the tool he had set aside. The stout man stood still, looking from the permission registration complete message on the laptop screen to Luo An, who was already engrossed in his work again. He scratched his head. "So what do I do now?" Luo An didn't turn around. "Just tell Xiaoling what you need. If you're unsure, ask Xiaoling. Don't bother me for now." The stout man acknowledged with an "oh," and let his gaze drift back to the sprites resting silently on the wall. He cleared his throat and spoke tentatively, "Xiaoling." "Here." Xiaoling's voice came from the laptop, crisp and clear. The stout man's eyes brightened slightly. After a moment's thought, he said, "Get me that notebook on the table." The sprite closest to the table stirred, extending from the wall, gliding soundlessly to hover above it. Its gripper precisely picked up the notebook and delivered it steadily to the stout man. Taking the notebook, the stout man's lips curled into a smile. "Give me a pen too." Another sprite pulled a pen from the holder and offered it to him. The stout man twirled it in his hand, then added, "All right, put the notebook and pen back." The first sprite took the notebook and placed it back precisely on the desk, while another returned the pen to its holder. The stout man nodded approvingly. He found a chair and sat down. His eyes lit up again as he spoke. Scratch my back for me." The sprite remained motionless. The stout man waited a couple of seconds. "Xiaoling." Parsing command. "Please wait." Xiaoling's voice came from the laptop, carrying a hint of processing delay. The stout man sat in the chair, scratching his own head in confusion. A few seconds passed. Command identified scratch back. No match found in standard action library. Searching relevant knowledge. Another few seconds passed. Search complete. Generating execution plan. Compiling motion parameters. The stout man blinked watching the sprites on the wall. One of them adjusted its gripper's angle, retrieved a soft silicone tip from the tool rack, and attached it. Then it moved silently to behind the stout man, adjusting its height to align with his back. The silicone tip gently pressed against his back and scratched twice, with just the right pressure and precision. The stout man was startled, then burst out laughing. Haha, that tickles. Enough. See Dao Poo, see Dao Poo. The moment he spoke, a loud knock echoed from the door. Bang, bang, bang. Before it swung open, and Lin Mo strode in. The instant he crossed the threshold, one of the dormant sprites on the wall suddenly stirred. Just as it had with the stout man, its head whipped toward the door, and a thin red beam shot directly at Lin Mo. Lin Mo froze, instinctively flinching to the side, raising both hands with palms open to shield his face from the light. What the hell? The red light lingered on him for less than 2 seconds before extinguishing. The sprite's head retracted, resuming its silent position on the wall, as if nothing had happened. Lin Mo lowered his hands, his wary gaze sweeping across the black mechanical arms. His voice still carried a trace of lingering surprise. And what are these? Luo An turned his head, glanced at him, and said, mechanical arms. What's up? Lin Mo steadied himself, his eyes still fixed on the mechanical arms. Well, a few companies are interested in buying the headphone patent, so I came to discuss it with you. Luo An listened, then lowered his head again. Have a seat. Let me finish this first. All right. Lin Mo responded, his gaze lingering on the mechanical arms as he moved to the side and pulled up a chair. As he sat down, he turned and saw the stout man grinning at him. Noticing Lin Mo's gaze, Wang Hao waved him over. Come, let me show you something cool. Lin Mo glanced at the fat man, then scooted his chair closer to him. The fat man cleared his throat, leaned back, and casually said to the air, bring me that pen on the table. As the words left his mouth, one of the spirits nearest the table slid silently to its surface, its claw precisely gripping the pen and retracting to offer it to the fat man. The fat man took the pen and raised an eyebrow at Lin Mo. Lin Mo's gaze lingered on the spirit for a few seconds, then shifted to the fat man. You can control it just by speaking. Of course. Lin Mo fell silent, his eyes returning to the black mechanical arms quietly waiting on the wall, his curiosity gradually turning into deep contemplation, as if he were rapidly calculating something in his mind. After a moment, he leaned forward slightly. Can I try? The fat man's smile faltered for a second. Well, Lin Mo caught the fleeting hesitation in the fat man's expression, his brow twitching almost imperceptibly. He then naturally straightened back up, cutting off the fat man before he could finish. Forget it, I might not control it well, and I don't want to risk breaking it. You go ahead and try it for me. Luo An, who was busy with the meditation cushion, paused for a brief moment in his work before continuing. The fat man's expression relaxed, a flicker of something unusual passing through his eyes as he sat up straighter. All right, tell me, how should we test it? Lin Mo scanned the room, his gaze finally settling on the 2 cans of cola on the table which the fat man had brought but hadn't touched. Can it open a can of cola? The fat man was taken aback, scratching his head. Should be able to. Let me try. With that, the fat man cleared his throat again and pointed at the cola can. Xiaoling, open this can of cola for me. There was no immediate reaction, but the fat man was prepared this time and didn't rush. Command parsing. Please wait. Xiaoling's voice came from the laptop. The fat man waited. About a few seconds passed. Command recognized, open the cola. No match found in standard action library. Searching relevant knowledge. After another few seconds. Search complete. Generating execution plan. Compiling action parameters. 2 spirits moved simultaneously. One descended to table height, its claw securely gripping the can's body to hold it steady. The other followed closely, its head lowering above the can's top. The claw tip adjusted its angle with precision, probing towards the edge of the pull tab, pressing gently and applying slight force. Click. The tab was pulled open, releasing a crisp sound of pressure. The spirit holding the can released its claw and quietly retreated to the side. The one that opened it then gripped the top of the cola can and offered it steadily to the fat man. The fat man took it, looked down at the cola in his hand, then grinned at Lin Mo. See? Pretty awesome, right? Lin Mo stared blankly at the cola in the fat man's hand, not saying a word. The fat man took a sip, placed the can on the table, and added, open one for Lin Mo too. The spirit that had retreated stepped forward again to secure the other can, with another following suit, replicating the process. Click. It then offered the opened can to Lin Mo. Lin Mo reached out and took it. He looked down at the cola in his hand, then raised his head to look at the mechanical arms that had just completed the task. After a long while, Lin Mo shook his head slightly, muttering involuntarily, holy shit. He glanced at Luo An, who was still fiddling with the cushion on the floor, then his gaze returned to the idle mechanical arms on the wall. The commercial value of this thing is immeasurable. This is nothing like those industrial robotic arms in enterprises. Those are bulky, clumsy, and every single action is pre-programmed. but in guest creation is compact, agile, and controllable simply by voice. The most crucial point, however, judging from what came out of Nguest's computer earlier, is that the program for opening a cola can didn't exist before. In just a few seconds, it generated the entire sequence from scratch. At this thought, he took a soft breath. This is beyond incredible. This isn't just for home use, it's perfect for commercial applications too. Nursing homes, care facilities, rehab centers. It could be used everywhere. Lin Mo paused. This is a product that transcends its era. Seeing him staring blankly at the cola in his hand, the fat man leaned over and waved a hand in front of his eyes. Hey, what are you mumbling about? Lin Mo snapped back to reality, blinked, and looked at the fat man. Oh, nothing. The fat man grinned and leaned back in his chair. Pretty awesome, right? Lin Mo nodded, his voice still carrying a hint of awe. Yet truly amazing. He then raised his hand and took a sip of the cola. Footsteps approached from behind. Luo An dusted off his hands, walked over, and pulled up a chair to sit. He picked up a cloth from the table to wipe his hands, then without looking extended his hand to the side. Water. As the command was given, the spirit nearest the water dispenser slid over silently, took a paper cup, filled it with purified water, and handed it steadily to Luo An. Luo An took a sip, set the cup down, and finally looked at Lin Mo. Speak your mind. Lin Mo was taken aback. Huh. He then quickly composed himself, sitting up straighter. Oh, right. Recently, a few companies that manufacture shared sleep pods came to tour my headphone production line. They're interested in buying our patented technology to use in their products. Luo An didn't answer immediately. He lowered his head and thought for a moment, then glanced at the calendar on the wall. The patent grants should be coming through in the next few days. He paused, looking at Lin Mo. How extensive is your family's involvement in manufacturing? Lin Mo shook his head. Not much, actually. Our main business is construction with some foreign trade on the side. Luo An pondered for a moment. For future products, don't go through the hassle of manufacturing them yourself. The lead time is too long. Also, I'm not selling my patents outright. The deal will be an initial license fee plus royalties. He paused, then continued. The 3 key patents for the headphones: low computational adaptive filtering, composite physical electronic noise cancellation, and non-stationary noise delay compensation, must be licensed as a bundle. No individual sales. He looked at Lin Mo. You decide on the price. As long as it's fair. You know the market better than I do. Lin Mo took mental notes and nodded solemnly. Understood, and go. Luo An's gaze then swept over the laptop screen, where a file listing a full equipment procurement list was open, a significant sum in itself. He averted his eyes and looked back at Lin Mo. Go ahead and set up a new tech company. In the future, I'll put any new patents under that company, and you can handle them as you see fit. Hearing this, something stirred in Lin Mo's heart. Doesn't Go truly trust me with this? He lowered his gaze, silent for a moment, then gave a firm nod. All right, and Go. He'll get on it tomorrow. Luo An gave a soft M. Lin Mo finished the can of cola in his hand. By the way, brother and I've been monitoring the construction progress at the lab. Based on the current pace, it should be completed by the end of next month. Luo An leaned back in his chair and nodded. He'll send you the interior design later. All right, brethren. Also, the earphones have been fully launched in the market. The response has been excellent and shipments are faster than expected. Lin Mo placed the empty can on the table and stood up. I won't take up more of your time. I need to go prepare for the new company. He took 2 steps toward the door, then stopped and turned back to Luo An. By the way, brother and I have an idea. Go ahead. What if we set the new company's address right next to the lab? I could build a 3- or 4-story office building nearby for the company's premises. Eventually, the employees will need a proper workspace. Besides, industrial buildings like that go up quickly. With a bit of effort, it'll be done in a few months. Luo An nodded. Sure, handle these details as you see fit. Seeing Luo An's approval, Lin Mo said no more, turned and strode out of the lab. The sound of footsteps faded down the corridor until it was barely audible. The lab fell silent for a while. Pongzi, sitting in his chair, withdrew his gaze from the doorway and suddenly spoke. Brother, and I think Lin Mo is actually a pretty good guy. Luo An nodded gently. I know. He took a sip of water from his cup. That's why I'm putting him in charge of the new company. Pongzi uttered an "oh," and then, as if a thought struck him, scratched his head. Brother, and then why didn't you let me handle it? Luo An turned and looked him up and down, his tone flat. Fine, you do it then. Pongzi was stunned. Tell me what to do right now. Pongzi opened his mouth. Well, first ask someone how to set up a company. Luo An looked at Pongzi, whose eyes were darting away. Still want to go? Pongzi shook his head vigorously. No, I think it's better to let Lin Mo handle it. Luo An didn't reply. He finished the last sip of water, set the cup on the table, and began to pack up his things. Pongzi helped pack up, then another thought came to him. Brother, and shouldn't we give the company a name? Luo An thought for a moment, his gaze casually sweeping over the laptop screen. Let's just call it Xiaoling. Keep it simple. Pongzi was taken aback, then chuckled. That's really casual. Let's go. Luo An picked up his laptop bag and headed for the door. Pongzi quickly grabbed his own bag and hurried after him. On the way back to the courtyard, Pongzi walked beside Luo An. Brother, and it's National Day holiday the day after tomorrow. Are you going home? Then he'll come to your place during the holiday. After saying that, Pongzi kicked a pebble with his foot, sending it skipping across the lake's surface, creating ripples. By the way, brother, and did you know Long Chuan goes home every day after school to tutor his little brother? Luo An shook his head as he walked. Pongzi clicked his tongue. Long Chuan said his mother made him go back. And his mother really? It's an hour's trip each way, so 2 hours commuting every day? Couldn't she just hire a tutor? Pongzi leaned in and lowered his voice. I bet his mom is actually a stepmother, and that kid isn't Long Chuan's real brother. Luo An stopped and turned to look at Pongzi. It's a pity you're not a detective. Pongzi grinned. I'm just guessing mainly because I feel bad for Long Chuan. Luo An continued walking toward the courtyard, his voice drifting back. Long Chuan's little brother is named Long Yuan. He's his real brother. Pongzi was taken aback and quickly caught up. Brother, and how do you know Long Chuan's brother is called Long Yuan? The two figures walked on, chatting back and forth, heading toward the courtyard. At the same time, in a meeting room somewhere in the capital of Huaxiao, the lights were bright and steam rose from teacups on the table. The curtains were drawn tight, and on the wall hung an unusually detailed map. Clearly not an ordinary one you'd find on the market. A few people sat scattered on both sides of the long table, most in their 50s. Some wore civilian clothes, others military uniforms. At the head of the table sat a man with graying hair. He closed the last file in his hand and placed it on the table. The room fell silent for a few seconds, everyone waiting for him to speak. He picked up his teacup, took a sip, set it down, and slowly swept his gaze across the room, finally resting on a seat near the end of the table. There sat a man in a gray Zhongshan suit with a scar at the corner of his eye, sitting upright. It was Shunbin, the same man who had visited Luo An at the lab last time. That young man named Luo An, UNSC. How did he strike you? As his words fell, several pairs of eyes shifted to Shunbin. Shunbin put down his pen and pondered for a moment. He's a promising talent worth cultivating vigorously. He paused and added, but his personality is also very distinct, and he has a strong sense of subjectivity. If we rely solely on ideological persuasion, it probably won't work. As soon as he finished, a burly middle-aged man from across the table snorted. What? Does he expect us to beg him? His tone wasn't overly aggressive, but the weight in his words was heavy. Those with talent should bear the corresponding responsibilities. How many talents has the country nurtured? Isn't it all for times like this? If it weren't for people like us who risked their lives back, then would these young people have the comfortable life they have now? The more he spoke, the more agitated he became. He tapped his finger on the table. Look outside. Where isn't there war? If the country weren't holding up the sky for them, could they be so comfortable? They don't appreciate their blessings. I think these young people nowadays are just too well-fed and need a good lesson. He then snorted and turned his head away. Shunbin didn't rush to refute him. After he finished, he calmly replied, times have changed, old Lu. With young people today, the more you pressure them, the more they push back. I'm not saying he shouldn't contribute, but the way we get him to contribute needs to change. Old Lu set his teacup down on the table. Times may have changed, but the principle hasn't. What's the difference between having talent and not using it, and not having it at all? Shunbin remained calm, looking at him. I'm not saying he doesn't need to contribute. I'm saying the approach has to be right. If you try to force him with orders, he'll agree verbally, but resist internally. Can the results be good? In the end, wouldn't that just waste the country's time? Old Lu frowned, and was about to speak when a voice interrupted. Enough. The voice wasn't loud, but both men fell silent at once. The man at the head of the table set down his teacup, his gaze shifting from Shunbin to old Lu, then back. He didn't continue the topic. Shunbin. Yes. Keep observing him a bit longer. If the opportunity arises, there are some technological bottlenecks the country is facing. Let him have a try. If he has any requests, as long as they're reasonable, try to meet them. Shunbin nodded. Understood. The man at the head of the table said no more, reopening the file in front of him. The meeting continued. The next afternoon, after the school bell rang, the school gate was bustling with traffic and a throng of people. Luo An and Fatty squeezed out of the crowd and stood by the roadside waiting for a cab. Fatty was craning his neck, scanning for a taxi, when his peripheral vision caught a familiar figure nearby. Long Chuan was bending over halfway into a taxi when his peripheral vision also caught sight of them. He backed out, straightened up, and waved in their direction. Ange. Hauga. Luo An gave him a slight nod. Fatty raised a hand in a casual wave. Heading back. Yeah, the cab's waiting, so we'll get going. Long Chuan waved again. All right, see you around. As he spoke, an empty taxi pulled up in front of Luo An. Luo An opened the door, and with Fatty bent down, and climbed into the car one after the other. The door shut, and they quickly merged into the traffic flow. The crowd at the school gate gradually dispersed. Suyu stood on the steps beside the newsstand. She watched the taxi carrying Luo An disappear at the intersection. When she averted her gaze, her face was utterly expressionless. If any of her classmates had seen her at that moment, they might have done a double take. They couldn't quite put a finger on it, but something about her felt profoundly unfamiliar. A black sedan slowly pulled up in front of her. Its paint was gleaming, and the windows were so darkly tinted that the interior was nearly invisible from the outside. The driver got out, walked around to the rear, and opened the door. Suyu bent down her hand, bracing the top of the door frame, and lowered her head to get in. As her gaze swept across the back seat, her movements froze for a split second. Just for that instant, the way she drew her legs and became noticeably more guarded. When she pulled back, her knees pressed tightly together. She sat down with deliberate softness, her back straight, not daring to lean back. Her head was bowed low, her expression hidden. Her hands were clasped tightly on her knees, thumbs rubbing against each other in a nervous, repetitive motion, the tips of her fingers turning pale. A thud. The car door closed. The black sedan pulled away from the curb, merged into the traffic, and quickly vanished from sight. The taxi, meanwhile, had turned into a narrower alley. Fatty glanced out the window, picked up his bag, and said, "We're here. Pull over here, driver." Fatty got out with his bag, bent down to speak into the car. "And you'll come find you tomorrow." Luo An gave a slight nod. Their homes were only a street apart. The taxi soon stopped again. Luo An paid, got out with his bag, went upstairs, and knocked on the door. Footsteps approached from inside, followed by Lin Xiuying's voice through the door, "Coming, coming." The door opened. Lin Xiuying stood there, still wearing her apron, her hands damp, clearly having just been busy in the kitchen. She gave her son a once-over and stepped aside from the doorway. "The food's just ready. Come and wash your hands and eat." Luo An grunted in acknowledgement, changed his shoes, and entered. The TV in the living room was on the volume, turned down low. A plate of cut cantaloupe sat on the coffee table. The range hood hummed in the kitchen, and the aroma of braised pork and sweet and sour ribs wafted out. Luo Zhangwo was sitting on the sofa, holding an unlit cigarette between his fingers. Seeing Luo An come in, he lifted his eyelids slightly. "You're back. Luo An carried his bag into his room, then came out to wash his hands. Dinner was lavish: braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, steamed sea bass, a stir-fried seasonal vegetable, and a soup. Lin Xiuying wouldn't normally make so many dishes for herself at home. She made them specially today for her son's return. Though had only been away for a little over a month, she had missed him quite a bit. The three of them sat down. Lin Xiuying picked up a piece of braised pork and placed it in Luo An's bowl. "How's school?" "It's all right. Is the cafeteria food okay?" "It fills you up." Luo Zhangwo, sitting across from him, took a sip of soup and chimed in, "How's the dormitory?" Luo An didn't pause his chopsticks. "I'm not staying in the dorms." Lin Xiuying's chopsticks froze for a moment. "If not the dorms, then where?" "The school assigned me a separate residence." There was a 2-second silence. Lin Xiuying and Luo Zhangwo exchanged a glance. Luo Zhangwo's chopsticks hung midair, and Lin Xiuying blinked, as if she couldn't quite process what the phrase "assigned a separate residence" meant. "What residence?" Lin Xiuying put down her chopsticks and asked again. Luo An finished chewing what was in his mouth before speaking. "There's an empty residence on the east side of the school meant for professors. The principal asked me to move in there." Luo Zhangwo asked, puzzled. "Are you close with the principal?" "We've met a few times." Lin Xiuying stared at him for a few seconds. "Wait. Why would the principal assign you a separate residence on his own?" Luo An paused for a moment. "I solved a problem a professor posed during class. The principal found out, was afraid I'd leave, so he gave me a nice place to stay." Lin Xiuying and Luo Zhangwo exchanged another glance. They knew what kind of mind their son had. For the principal to think so highly of him as to personally arrange his housing, there was no doubt had solved something extraordinary. Lin Xiuying was silent for a while. Then she picked up another rib, placed it in Luo An's bowl, and lowered her head to eat her rice. The way her son had said those words made a stone press down on her heart again. An ordinary child, upon receiving such treatment at school, would have spoken with at least a hint of pride, even if not deliberately showing off. But the way her son said it was more like an analysis. This is the situation, these are the reasons, and the conclusion is that he now lives in a separate residence. Although it wasn't the first time her son had been like this, she still felt a pang of tightness in her chest. She looked up at him, then looked away, and gave him another serving of vegetables. After a moment, Lin Xiuying spoke again, her voice soft. "How are you getting along with your classmates?" "There's not much time to get along." "Why? I haven't been going to class." Lin Xiuying and Luo Zhangwo both froze again. Luo Zhangwo frowned and took over. "Not going to class? Then what do you do at school?" "I just stay in the lab." "What do you do in the lab?" "I'm planning to build a bed that can float. I think it would be really comfortable to sleep on." The two of them exchanged another brief glance. A floating bed. In any other family, they'd think the kid had lost his mind from studying too hard. But from what they knew of their son, if he said he was going to build a floating bed, he most likely meant it. Moreover, they knew Luo and almost never lied. It felt as if lying was simply too troublesome for him. Luo Zhangwo looked away, picked up his bowl, and took a big bite of rice. "All right, do whatever you want to do. Just be careful." Lin Xiuying picked up another rib and placed it in Luo An's bowl. The sound of the TV, the clinking of dishes, and occasional bits of small talk filled the room. The meal was eaten at a leisurely pace. After dinner, Luo An helped clear the dishes, then went back to his room. He opened his laptop and in passing pulled a stack of scratch paper from his school bag. A paper on acoustic radiation force was open on the screen. He quickly scrolled down a few pages, stopping to study a schematic of a transducer array for a moment, then made a few strokes on the scratch paper. The pen tip paused on the paper for a moment, and he muttered softly, "Reaction force." Then he drew a set of concentric circles beside it, marking a lambda, and several phase parameters next to them. After finishing, he glanced at it, pondered for a moment, then flipped to the next page, and continued drawing. The room was filled with nothing but the soft rustling of the pen tip gliding across the paper. When he finally looked up again, the sky outside the window had turned completely dark. Luo An gathered the draft papers into his school bag, closed his notebook, and went to take a shower. By the time he finished, it was nearly 9:30 p.m. As he passed the hallway, he noticed the light in his father's study was still on, with the faint sound of pages turning emanating from within. Luo An walked over. The door wasn't fully closed, just slightly ajar. He glanced inside, and saw Luo Jiangwo seated at the desk, a stack of documents spread out before him. He pushed the door open. Hearing the sound, Luo Jiangwo looked up at him for a moment before lowering his head back to the files. "Still awake?" he asked. "About to sleep. What about you?" "Still have some work to finish, then I'll turn in." Luo An leaned against the doorframe and glanced at the items spread out on the desk. They were directory tables for project completion archives. A4 sheets densely printed with grids detailing project names, archive numbers, dates, and storage locations. Several places bore traces of manual corrections with sticky notes stuck beside them carrying handwritten remarks. "Can't finish all the work." Luo Jiangwo didn't even look up. "There's an inspection after National Day. I haven't finished entering the catalog for these new archives yet. They'll have to work overtime at the office for the next few days." Luo An walked over and observed for a few seconds. "These archives, how are they organized?" Luo Jiangwo rubbed the bridge of his nose and explained casually, "Every day new engineering archives arrive from various units. I have to verify whether the materials are complete, then categorize and number them and log them into the directory. It used to be all handwritten, but we switched to computer entry a couple of years ago. However, the classification and numbering rules are still the old way. I have to consult the manual one by one, checking as I go." He pointed to a well-worn blue booklet beside him, its edges frayed. "This is the Urban Construction Archive Classification Outline. For every archive that comes in, I have to look it up first to find the corresponding classification code, then check the latest number in that category, and then continue the sequential number." Luo An picked up the blue booklet and flipped through it. It wasn't thick, but it was densely packed with various classification codes. JG for construction engineering, SC for municipal engineering, GD for pipeline engineering, DL for electrical engineering. Within the main categories were subcategories under JG. There were JG01 for construction drawings, JG02 for completion drawings, and JG03 for acceptance documents. You have to look it up every time. I can't memorize it. The classification is too detailed. Even after all these years, I still have to consult it. Luo An frowned slightly, set the booklet down, and looked at his father. "Your efficiency is way too low." Luo Jiangwo was taken aback. Having his work criticized as inefficient by his son after a lifetime on the job stung his pride. "What do you mean inefficient? Your dad's efficiency at work is among the best in the unit." Luo An didn't take the bait. "Finish what you're doing first. He'll optimize it." Luo Jiangwo muttered under his breath. "Fine, let's see what kind of optimization you come up with." With that, he lowered his head and continued cross-referencing the archives against the directory. Luo An pulled over a chair and sat down beside Luo Jiangwo. Half an hour later, Luo Jiangwo finished verifying the last archive, closed the folder, and said, "All right, now what?" Luo An reached for the blue booklet and flipped through it from cover to cover. "Tell me all the numbering rules you use." Luo Jiangwo sat down, pulled out a sheet of A4 paper from a drawer, and began listing as he spoke. "There are 9 main categories: construction engineering, municipal engineering, pipeline engineering, electrical engineering, landscape engineering. Each main category is divided into 3 to 5 subcategories, and the subcategories are further divided by year. The numbering format is main category code, subcategory code, year, and a 4-digit sequential number. For example, construction drawings in construction engineering would be JG01, 2024 to 0001. Luo An organized this information in his mind as he listened. He then took the paper, scanned it from top to bottom, and asked, "How long does each step take you?" "Verifying the materials takes about 5 to 10 minutes. Looking up the code in the manual takes 2 to 3 minutes, and entering the number into the system and double-checking it takes another few minutes. All in all, each archive takes about 15 to 20 minutes. How many do you get a day?" "At most 30 to 40. At least a dozen or so." Luo An nodded slightly. He picked up the blue booklet from the desk, flipped through it, then searched for the standard electronic version on the computer. Within minutes, he had created an electronic reference table. Then, building on the existing spreadsheet, he added a new page and wrote a script. Luo Jiangwo sat beside him, clueless about what he was doing, only watching as the tables on the screen switched back and forth with occasional lines of incomprehensible code popping up. "Done." Luo An turned the screen halfway around. "You type the keyword of the project name into this cell, and the classification will match automatically." Luo Jiangwo, skeptical, leaned in and picked up a new archive at random, a completion drawing for a municipal project. He typed a few characters into the computer, Xingfu Avenue. The moment he finished typing, the main category cell automatically displayed municipal engineering, the subcategory showed completion drawing, and the sequential number was filled in accordingly. He was stunned for a moment, then tried another archive, this time an electrical engineering file. After entering the keyword, a series of subitems were auto-filled. Luo Jiangwo stared at the screen for several seconds. So this is possible. He picked up the manual again to double-check entering keywords and verifying, correct. He tried several more in succession. Luo An stood by for a while, watching his father test it repeatedly and confirming there were no issues. Is it sufficient? If not, I can build a more user-friendly system tomorrow, but he'll need to create the software first. Without lifting his head, Luo Jiangwo replied, "It's good enough, it's more than good enough. This is already excellent." Luo An didn't say anything more and turned to walk toward the door. "I'm going to bed then." Luo Jiangwo, still not looking up, casually responded, Go on. Get some sleep." The sound of the door closing echoed, and the study fell silent again. Staring at the screen, Luo Jiangwo couldn't help but mutter softly to himself, "This is really handy. Not bad at all." The next morning, Luo An was still asleep. The clatter of dishes came from the living room. The bedroom door opened and Luo Jiangwo stepped out, sporting prominent dark circles under his eyes, yet his face was beaming with excitement, showing no signs of fatigue. Lin Xiaoying looked up and was taken aback. "What time did you get to bed last night? You've got dark circles." Luo Jiangwo pulled out a chair and sat down. Let me tell you, our son helped me with some high-tech stuff last night. I was up late testing it, and it's just amazing. Today I'm going to show those guys at the office what real efficiency looks like." Lin Xiaoying shot her husband a look. "Look at you all puffed up." Luo Jiangwo took a gulp of porridge and added, half mumbling, "Well, of course. Look whose son made it." The City Construction Archives office was located in a gray building in the old town on the third floor, with windows overlooking a street largely shaded by plane trees. As Luo Jiangwo pushed open the door, he wore an air of barely contained pride. Usually he'd just nod upon entering, but today he went out of his way to greet everyone in the office. "Morning, Lao Zhou." "Morning." "Morning, Xiao Lu." Several people in the office looked up at him simultaneously. Lao Zhou sized him up and quipped with a grin, "Lao Luo, you're this happy after working overtime. What's the occasion?" "Win the lottery." "Better than winning the lottery." Luo Jiangwo tossed out the remark, walked to his workstation, sat down, and opened his laptop. Old Zhou and the others exchanged glances, but didn't press further, each lowering their heads to continue their work. Luo Jiangwo placed all the files he needed to process today on his desk. He began inputting information, cross-checking, and saving, then moved on to the next one. 1 file, 2 files, 3 files. In less than an hour, half of the stack on his desk was already done. Luo Jiangwo leaned back in his chair, glanced at the time, 9:50 a.m. At this hour on a normal day, he'd still be flipping through the manual codes of the first file. He took a sip of tea, leaned back, and let his gaze sweep across the office. Then he picked up his cup and walked over to the water dispenser for a refill. On his way back, he passed by Old Zhou's workstation and paused to glance at his screen. Old Zhou was staring at a spreadsheet, typing in codes one by one. Luo Jiangwo clicked his tongue. "Tisk tisk tsk. Too slow." Old Zhou looked up and glared at him. "Scram." Luo Jiangwo wasn't offended. Shaking his head, he sauntered back to his own desk, sat down, and processed a few more files. By 10:45 a.m. the entire stack was finished. He checked the time, and then looked at his now empty desk. Yesterday this same workload had taken him all day, forcing him to bring the rest home and work until 8 or 9 at night. Today, it wasn't even lunchtime yet. Luo Jiangwo pushed his chair back, stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and began to pace. He strolled from his desk to the window, gazing at the plane trees outside. Then he paced back, pausing briefly by Old Zhou's desk to peek at his screen. Then, with his hands still behind his back, he wandered over to the water dispenser. He poured a cup of water and took a slow sip. As he paced back again, Old Zhou looked up at him. "Lao Luo, why are you so idle today? I've seen you wandering back and forth all morning." Luo Jiangwo stopped in his tracks. "Hey, with nothing to do, what else am I supposed to do but stroll around? You're done with your work. With this little bit of work, how long do you think it takes?" Luo Jiangwo took a noisy slurp of his tea and sauntered back to his seat, leaning into the chair. "Hey, I've got nothing to do this afternoon. There's no clocking in for the National Day overtime anyway. How about I go fishing this afternoon, or maybe play some cards?" Such a hard choice. Old Zhou looked at Luo Jiangwo's smug, insufferable expression, refusing to believe he had finished so quickly. He got up, walked over to Luo Jiangwo's desk, and peered at his computer screen. Luo Jiangwo, who had been watching Old Zhou out of the corner of his eye, feigned a yawn and stretched, casually shifting his body to the side to give Old Zhou a better view. Old Zhou scanned the screen, roughly counting the files. His face filled with disbelief. "You did all this morning?" "Of course." Luo Jiangwo ran a hand through his hair. "What's there to be surprised about? It's just that you guys are too slow. Watch me show you what real efficiency looks like." With that, he stood up and pulled a file from the stack meant for tomorrow. Hearing this, the other people in the office looked up. Old Lu set down his pen, and Xiao Lu poked his head out from behind his computer. "Let's see what's got Lao Luo acting so smug all morning." Some smiling, some looking puzzled, they gathered around Luo Jiangwo's desk. Unhurriedly, he sat down, placed the new file on the table, and typed a few keywords into the input box. The main category popped up automatically, the subcategory popped up automatically, and the serial number connected automatically. The whole process took less than 10 seconds. The office fell silent instantly. Luo Jiangwo leaned back in his chair. See that? Now that's efficiency. Old Zhou stared at the screen for a long while muttering, that's incredibly convenient. He then tried inputting one himself, watching the category autofill, and shook his head. How on earth is this done? Before Luo Jiangwo could respond, Xiao Lu, who had been quiet all along, leaned in for a closer look at the screen, frowned, and said, that's not right. Everyone turned to look at him. Xiao Lu was the office's computer, was it? Everyone went to him for spreadsheet problems. He examined the table structure on the screen again, pointing at the matching logic in the input box. No, this is wrong. I know Excel's built-in functions too. Lookup if those can do matching, but they're static. For example, if you type in Happiness Avenue, the corresponding category in the table is fixed. 1 is 1, 2 is 2. If it matches, it shows up, if not, it gives an error. But yours is different. For the same project name, the classification codes for the construction drawing and the completion drawing are completely different. The spreadsheet itself can't possibly determine which category this file belongs to. That's a whole different thing. He turned to Luo Jiangwo. I've researched this before. I wanted to make a little tool for automatic file classification, but after tinkering for days, I couldn't get it to work. There's no way this is something Excel's standard features can do. After hearing this, old Zhou looked back down at the screen. Lao Luo, how exactly did you make this? Luo Jiangwo leaned back, took a sip of tea, and the smugness in his voice finally became impossible to hide. My son made it for me. The office went quiet for another 2 seconds. Old Zhou was stunned. Your son? Luo Jiangwo put down his cup. Last night, I brought the unfinished work home right. When my son saw me working so late, he felt bad for me, so he made this for me. Old Zhou patted Luo Jiangwo on the shoulder. Lao Luo, you've raised a good son. He cares about his old man, and he's talented too. Luo Jiangwo felt a surge of pride, took a sip of tea, and mumbled in response, what can I say, it's all in the genes. Beside him, Xiao Liu's eyes lit up. Brother Luo, what does your son study? He's really good. Just started his freshman year. Luo Jiangwo tried to keep his tone casual, but the corners of his mouth were practically reaching his ears. Old Zhou glanced at Luo Jiangwo's screen again. Hey Lao Luo, why don't you ask your son if he could make one for us too? I've got a ton of files as well. Right, old Lu chimed in. Lao Luo, you can't just enjoy this all by yourself and forget about your brothers. Yeah, Lao Luo, set us up with one too. We'll treat you to dinner tonight. They all crowded around, chattering away. Overwhelmed by the flurry of praise, Luo Jiangwo raised his cup to his lips and then set it back down. Looking at the circle of expectant eyes around him, he couldn't refuse. He nodded. All right. I'll ask him when I get home and see if he has the time. A smile played on Luo Jiangwo's face, but his mind was already in a whirl. Damn it, I was too busy showing off. I have no idea if the kid will even be willing to help when I get back. The living room was quiet in the afternoon. Luo An sat behind the coffee table, a stack of draft paper and a laptop spread out before him. Several windows were open on the screen, and beside it lay a design diagram for far-field acoustic radiation force covered in dense annotations. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Ange, it's me, open up. Fatty's voice came through the door, urgent and breathless. Luo An put down his pen and went to open the door. As soon as it opened, Fatty squeezed his way in, still panting. Man, it's scorching outside. He kicked off his shoes while talking, then turned familiarly into the living room. Fatty looked around, glancing about the space. Ange, our uncle and Annie not home. Luo An walked back and sat down behind the coffee table. My dad's working overtime and my mom went to the mall. Oh. Fatty acknowledged, then went to the fridge, pulled it open, scanned inside, and grabbed a bottle of cola. He twisted off the cap and took a swig. What are you up to? Just looking at some stuff. Fatty leaned over to look at the dense diagrams and formulas on the screen, felt dizzy, and quickly averted his gaze. He plopped down onto the sofa, opened his own laptop, and said, stop looking at that, Ange. Let's get online, let's play. Fatty was already furiously logging into the game. Luo An glanced at Fatty's excitement, closed his current window, and opened the game client. They both logged and formed a party and entered the matchmaking queue. Fatty said, "I'll play ADC bottom. Then I'll support. And you pick Thresh again like last time. Your hooks are so accurate. I'll play Varus, I've been practicing him." Luo An nodded, and in the champion select screen, he locked in Thresh. Fatty locked in Varus. The game began. The early landing phase was relatively stable. Fatty pushed the wave and farmed, handling himself quite well with Luo An coordinating beside him. Their years of synergy were still there, the pace steady. Luo An didn't throw his hooks much at first. He was observing the enemy AD carries' movement patterns, when they would sidestep, which direction they leaned during farming intervals, and which way they retreated toward the tower when pressured. His initial hooks weren't too aggressive, some hit, some missed. But he was constantly adjusting each hook based on one more piece of data than the last. After a few minutes, he had formed a rough, predictive model of the enemy AD's movement habits. He threw another hook predicting the enemy's retreat path, and it landed perfectly. Great hook, and get him. Fatty charged in and unleashed a flurry of attacks. Luo An remained silent, following up with a quick combo that locked down the enemy ADC. Seeing the situation turn bad, the enemy support tried to flee, but Luo An whipped out another Q hook, hitting them dead on. They focused fire and took down the support. A double kill. Nice. Fatty yelled. He glanced at the minimap, a light bulb going off. And let's go gank mid. They cleared the minion wave and stealthily made their way through the river towards mid lane. The enemy mid laner was pushing the wave near their tower. Fatty emerged from the river brush, starting with his ultimate, launching a chain of corruption towards the enemy mid. Just as the chain was about to connect, the enemy flashed away. Fatty was stunned for a second, then fired off a Q skill. The enemy sidestepped it easily, as if they knew the projectile's trajectory in advance. Luo An followed closely, calculating the enemy's dodge landing spot. Based on the mid laner's movement habits observed so far, there was an 87.6 probability the hook would land if thrown now. He confirmed the numbers. He flashed forward for a predictive Q. The moment Thresh's hook wind-up animation began, the enemy mid laner's movement changed instantly. It wasn't prediction. It wasn't reaction. It was as if in the exact same frame he pressed Q and the animation started, the opponent had already adjusted their course. Luo An raised an eyebrow in surprise, his lips parting slightly. What the hell? Fatty, who was next to him, had already started cursing. That reaction is insane. I threw an R, and a Q you flashed, and hooked all missed. We're not facing another script hacker, are we? Luo An didn't respond. They retreated to the bottom lane and continued farming for another 10+ minutes. As the mid-game team fights began, teammates called for a group up mid. Luo An positioned himself on the flank looking for a hook. During that time, while supporting Fatty bottom, he periodically panned the camera mid to study the enemy mid laner's landing habits, movement rhythm, and timing for dodging skills. He had basically confirmed it. This wasn't human reaction. Luo An threw a hook. He furrowed his brow slightly. Sure enough, in the same frame the wind-up began, the enemy changed direction. Meanwhile, a 5-on-5 brawl had broken out mid lane. Over a dozen skill shots flew back and forth in the narrow river. The enemy mid laner weaved through them like an eel, a step left, a step right, narrowly dodging every single one by a hair's breadth. Apart from a few point-and-click abilities that hit, they barely got touched by anything requiring prediction. Without any suspense, they were wiped out, and the enemy pushed straight in and destroyed their nexus. How the hell are we supposed to play against this? Fatty slammed the mouse down. This stupid game, so many scripters, it's disgusting. I'm going to report him. He opened the report interface and checked off the options one by one. Luo An leaned back on the sofa, staring at the post-game screen, his gaze settling on the word hack. Fatty submitted the report, leaned back, and sighed. Ugh, I wish I had a hack too. Luo An turned to see Fatty still scrolling through the match history, muttering about the details of the unfair fight. Then he switched his screen. Play a game by yourself for now. Fatty was taken aback. Huh, what are you going to do? Luo An opened a web browser and typed a few words into the search bar, Python game script. He pressed enter. As the results loaded one after another, Luo An muttered softly, if you can't beat them, join them. What did you say? Fatty asked, not catching it. Seeing that Inch didn't reply, he glanced at his screen, didn't understand it, and looked back at his own computer. Alright, I'll play one then. He started a new game, put on his headphones, and began muttering to himself again. Luo An leaned back on the sofa and clicked on the first result. It was a Python tutorial for beginners explaining how to use the pinpoot library to simulate mouse and keyboard operations. He quickly skimmed through it, importing libraries, listening for key presses, simulating clicks. The logic wasn't complex. He scrolled through a few more articles, saw some examples of automated scripts, and noted the key concepts. Luo An then changed his search terms. Memory reading and writing. This content was more advanced. Read process, memory process handles base address offsets. He switched back and forth between several technical posts. Looking at this content, Luo An muttered to himself, with just scripts you can't go deep enough. Need to take it a step further. Then the pages on his screen changed one after another. CE's memory scanning, x64 dbgs breakpoint, debugging methods of DLL injection, the logical framework of behavior simulation. 17 minutes later, he closed the last technical documentation page. He opened the code editor. After finishing a match, the chubby guy tossed his headset onto the desk and leaned back with a long sigh. Ugh. Lost again. This support is as useless as a weak chicken. He turned to look at Luo An. And let's queue up together. I need a decent support. Luo An ignored him, saved the file in the editor, unplugged the USB drive, and extended his hand. Give me your computer. The chubby guy was taken aback. What do you need my computer for? Even as he asked, he pushed the laptop over. Luo An took it, plugged in the USB drive, copied the generated program into it, and began installing and configuring it. The chubby guy leaned in to watch, seeing an interface pop up on the screen, a list of English options on the left corresponding to the number keys on the right side of the keyboard. The chubby guy was stunned for a moment, then asked tentatively, what's this? Luo An didn't look up, a countermeasure specifically for scripts. The chubby guy's eyes lit up. How do I use it? Luo An pushed the computer back to him. Start a game first. He'll teach you when we encounter one. The chubby guy started a match with a mix of doubt and curiosity. As it turned out, the game was indeed flooded with scripts. After a few movements from the enemy ADC in the bottom lane, Luo An had already confirmed they were running a script. The enemy ADC dodged a skill with another small sidestep. Luo An squinted, chubby fall back to the tower. The chubby guy was confused but complied. Once he was under the tower, before he could ask why, Luo An said, "First click on the enemy ADC to select them, then move your mouse next to the tower and press the number 1 on your keypad." The chubby guy did as instructed. He clicked on the enemy ADC, moved the mouse to the tower, and pressed 1. The next moment, the scripted ADC was yanked to the tower as if by some invisible force. They couldn't move, as if caught by Morgana's Q, flailing but unable to escape that spot. The chubby guy's eyes went wide. This. Damn. But he froze for only a second before reacting, unleashing a barrage of attacks. The tower was also firing. A few basic hits later, the script-using ADC fell to the ground. The chubby guy turned around, beaming with excitement. "Ange, this is insane. It's like Urgot's ultimate." Then he glanced at the enemy support standing there dumbfounded and grinned slyly. He clicked on the support, moved the mouse to the tower, and pressed 1. Another corpse appeared under the tower. "Haha, this is great, this is great." On the public chat, the enemy support typed, "What just happened? How did we suddenly end up under their tower?" The chubby guy ignored it and typed back, "You script-using bastards, aren't you good at dodging? Go on, dodge again. Let me see you take 2 more steps. They'll break your legs." After a few times, both teammates and enemies noticed what was happening in the bottom lane. "What was that ADC hacking? Is that a monster pulling hack from MapleStory?" Another added, "Even though he's killing our ADC, that guy was definitely scripting. Good riddance." The chubby guy typed, "You're welcome. From now on, call me the script Terminator." His teammates cheered him on. "Nice job, those scripters deserve it." From the enemy side, "Our ADC is AFK now." This left the chubby guy frustrated. He hadn't had his fill of kills yet. "If I can't see them, I can't click on them. What do I do now?" Luo An said softly from beside him, "Press 2 on your keypad." The chubby guy pressed it skeptically. In an instant, the fog of war lifted, revealing the entire map. The chubby guy exclaimed, "No way, this has that too. Hehehe, you think hiding in the fountain saves you?" He clicked on the ADC hiding in the spawn pool, moved the mouse, and pressed 1. "Get over here." Another corpse appeared at his feet. That match was an absolute feast of kills for him. After it ended, the chubby guy asked, still craving more, "And what other features are there?" Luo An said leisurely, "There's also invincibility, map-wide teleport, 0 cooldowns, infinite mana, 1-hit kill, infinite gold, and a button to blow up the enemy base instantly." The chubby guy's jaw dropped as he looked at the keypad. "These number keys are like the nuclear launch buttons for League of Legends. Shouldn't I hit ranked and climb to challenger?" He was about to start a ranked match when the sound of a lock turning came from the front door. The door opened. Lin Xiaoying walked in first, carrying several shopping bags, with Luo Zhengwo following behind, also holding items. Luo An glanced up at them. "Why are you two back together?" Lin Xiaoying set the bags on the entryway cabinet and changed her shoes. "I asked your dad to pick me up. There was too much to carry." After changing her shoes, she walked into the living room and spotted the chubby guy on the couch. "Oh, Hao is here too. Stay for dinner tonight. They'll stir-fry a couple extra dishes." The chubby guy immediately stood up from the couch and greeted them politely, "Hello, Uncle and Auntie." He then scratched his head. "Sure, I'll stay for dinner. Sorry for the trouble, Auntie." Lin Xiaoying smiled and waved it off, carrying her things into the kitchen. Luo Zhengwo changed into slippers, strolled over with his teacup, and sat down at the other end of the couch. He glanced at the chubby guy's laptop screen. The game was just loading in. Luo Zhengwo didn't rush to speak. He blew on his tea, took a sip, and then, as if casually, said, "Son, that program you helped me with yesterday was pretty handy." Luo An grunted in acknowledgement and looked up at his father. Luo Zhengwo set down his cup, rubbed his fingers on his knee, opened his mouth, then closed it again. Luo An said directly, "You want a copy for your colleagues too, right?" Luo Zhengwo faltered, then rubbed his nose. Well, yeah, something like that." He turned to his son. "Is that okay?" Luo An extended his hand. "Give me your computer." Luo Zhengwo immediately got up, grabbed his laptop, and placed it on the coffee table. Luo An took it, his fingers flying across the keyboard. A dozen seconds later, he stopped, organized the files, and pointed to a compressed folder on the desktop. "Just copy this file to them tomorrow." Luo Zhengwo stared at the new folder on the desktop, somewhat stunned. "This. It's done already." Luo An withdrew his hands. It wasn't anything complicated to begin with. Luo Zhengwo looked at the folder on the desktop, coughed dryly, and said, "All right then. You two keep playing." He closed the laptop, tucked it away carefully, then pulled out his phone and walked toward the study, scrolling through his contacts. The door clicked shut. Moments later, the sound of Luo Zhengwo making a phone call came from the study. Despite the closed door, the insulation was clearly not great, and his slightly exaggerated hearty voice carried through. "Hey, old Joe. Everything's all set. No trouble at all. I'm his father. If I ask him to do something, how could he refuse? It's all small stuff. Yeah. Okay. All right, easy enough." Luo An listened to the voice coming from the study, and a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. The next morning when Luo An woke up, the living room was eerily quiet. He glanced at his phone. It was a little past 10. Walking out of his room, he found the living room empty and the kitchen empty as well. A note was pressed under a plate on the dining table written in Lin Xiaoying's handwriting. Breakfast is in the pot, heated up in the microwave before eating. Your father has gone to work, and I have to work overtime today too. You'll have to fend for yourself for lunch. Luo An put the note down, lifted the pot lid to take a look. A few steamed buns, and a bowl of porridge. After finishing his breakfast, he walked over to the sofa in the living room, sat down, and opened his laptop. The screen had just lit up when a frantic knocking came from the door. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately followed by Fatty's loud voice, which was deafening even through the door panel. Ange, open up, we're doomed. Something terrible has happened. Luo An closed his laptop and got up to answer the door. As soon as the door opened, Fatty rushed in, clutching his own laptop, his facial expression looking like half the sky had fallen. Ange, my account is gone. Luo An glanced at him, then turned and walked back to sit on the sofa. Wasn't it fine yesterday? Fatty followed and plopped down beside him, placing his laptop on the coffee table. It's that cheat program of yours. I wanted to rank up last night, so I kept using it. I probably got reported. When I tried to play this morning, I saw my account had been banned. How long is the ban? Hearing this, Fatty's face suddenly turned ashen. He tilted his head back, staring blankly at the ceiling with a look of utter despair. 50 years. He'll probably have to wait until I retire to get it unbanned. Luo An leaned back against the sofa. Getting banned for using cheats was bound to happen sooner or later. Why not just create a new account? Fatty immediately reacted as if his tail had been stepped on. He sat up straight, turned to Luo An, and said, it's not the same. I've had that account for years. It has tons of skins that I painstakingly saved up money to buy. Most importantly, some of them are limited edition. You can't buy them anymore. Luo An looked at Fatty's hopeless expression, subconsciously pressing his fingernail against his teeth, a slight frown forming on his brow as a school cybersecurity competition flashed through his mind. He sat up straight and opened his laptop. All right. It's a good chance for Xiao Ling to iterate and improve in this field. Fatty was stunned. What do you mean, iterate? Luo An didn't look up, his fingers already flying across the keyboard. Nothing. They'll help you get your account back. Really? You can get it back. A glimmer of hope instantly returned to Fatty's face as he scooted closer to Luo and to look at the screen. A black terminal window popped up on the screen with a cursor blinking in the top left corner. While operating, Luo An softly uttered a command, Xiao Ling, record and analyze. An emotionless electronic voice emanated from the laptop speaker's recording. Luo An's 10 fingers danced across the keyboard, windows popping up and closing one after another on the screen. After a short while, Xiao Ling's voice sounded again. Target detected, the game company's public domain. Initiating subdomain port scanning and service fingerprint identification. A few seconds later, an outdated test server has been discovered exposed on the public network with low security. It is recommended to perform a full port scan to further probe for entry points. Luo An's fingers didn't stop. These kinds of entry points usually have default passwords. No need to waste time scanning. He directly accessed the phpMyAdmin backend on the test server. He entered the initial default password and logged in successfully. Xiao Ling paused for a second. Optimizing program. Optimizing command execution priority. Conflict detected. Correcting priority rule for default passwords on specific entry points is now higher than port scanning. Correction recorded. Luo An searched through the database for a while and found a configuration file for the production environment. Xiao Ling. Here. Analyze this key. Analyzing. This key can access the game company's internal management API gateway, and through this gateway one can send query requests to the production database. Recommendation: acquire temporary credentials. Following the analysis results, Luo An used the key to pass the API gateway authentication and obtain temporary credentials. He then used the API gateway channel to sneak into the internal network and connect to the production database. Rows of user data tables began to scroll down the screen. Xiao Ling target account located, account ID 6827341, nickname man like the wind, registration date March 2019. Status banned. Luo An scrolled the screen. Fatty caught a glimpse of his own game ID appearing on the screen and froze for a second. Yes, that's it, that's my account. He leaned in for a closer look, seeing his account information listed line by line. Luo An didn't respond, continuing his operations. First, he changed the ban flag to 0 and set the ban expiry time to a date in the past. Next, he switched to the anti-key verification table and replaced the DLL hash associated with the account with a normal value. Xiao Ling simulate an attack path. A low hum of computational activity came from the speakers. Xiao Ling began simulating in the background from entry to privilege escalation, meticulously deducing, patching, and rededucing every step. The database's defenses were breached once, so it added a layer of verification, which was bypassed, then added another. Luo An's gaze shifted away from the window where Xiao Ling was still simulating. He figured Fatty would continue using cheats anyway. He decided to solve the problem once and for all. Subsequently, Luo An began to access the anti-cheat server. Shaoling Jenkins Service Detected Version 2. 319. This version has CV202345203 vulnerability, allowing remote code execution. The exploit chain was readily available, so he applied it directly. In less than a minute he obtained ordinary privileges, and then escalated to root. He implanted a module into the kernel. Encountering Luo An's new intrusion method, Shaoling's voice proactively sounded again. Module recorded. Constructing reverse defense plan. The laptop fan spun up a notch as Shaoling began simulating again, this time simulating a reverse defense plan against the module Luo An had implanted. This time Luo An didn't pay attention to Shaoling's simulation. He started the final step, clearing traces. Deleting logs, turning off audit flags, setting a self-destruct switch. All done. Luo An withdrew his hands, leaned back against the sofa, tilted his head to look at Fatty, and said done. Fatty had been staring at the screen with his mouth agape the whole time. Hearing Luo An speak, he snapped back to reality. Done. Yeah. Try logging into the game. Skeptically, Fatty opened the game client and entered his account and password. Login successful. He navigated to the account information page. The ban record was completely clean, not a single entry. Holy crap, it's really unbanned. He looked again, confirming it was indeed unbanned, and the status was normal. My account is finally back. Even if you use cheats in the future, the system won't detect it. This account is now immune unless manually cleaned by a human. Fatty's jaw dropped. That awesome. Does that mean I can run rampant in the Rift from now on? Theoretically speaking, yes. After the account was unblocked, Fatty never moved from the sofa in Luo An's house. He no longer called Luo An to support him, for now Fatty was terrifyingly strong. He directly queued for ranked matches, clicking furiously into the queue. Luo An leaned against the other end of the sofa, glancing at Fatty's exuberant demeanor. This was for the best. He wouldn't have to support him anymore. Luo An never liked gaming anyway, especially since Fatty was terrible at it. He shifted his gaze back to his laptop screen, opened a folder, and continued working on a design draft he had left unfinished yesterday. The clatter of Fatty's keyboard and mouse echoed through the living room all day. At noon, they casually ordered takeout and ate a few bites. Fatty wore headphones, chatting with his teammates, his voice so loud it could be heard 2 floors away. Brothers, with me. In this round, it's a guaranteed win. Watch closely, you'll show you what it means to be an otherworldly celestial. 3 minutes later, the public chat exploded. All opponent ADC, what the hell is that on our side? All opponent top, damn, scripts are one thing, but no cooldown. This is outright cheating, man. This is just too absurd. All opponent jungler teleporting across the whole map. And they don't ban this. Is this game's anti-cheat just for show? All opponent support, brothers, let's all report this bastard. Should we keep this account for the new year, or what? Insulting me. Fatty smirked when he saw someone calling him a bastard. Then he clicked his mouse on the player who insulted him and arrogantly pressed the number 1 on the keypad. Come here. Absorption art. They'll take you to our base's fountain for a laser bath. Luo An heard this and paused his finger on the touchpad. He glanced at the screen, then at Fatty. Inwardly, he mused that with Fatty's level of arrogance, he wondered how long he could keep playing this account. Didn't he hear me say that manual intervention could still get it banned? He shook his head and decided to let it be. If problems arose, he would handle them later. With that thought, Luo An turned his attention back. Fatty kept killing the player who had insulted him, grabbing him every time he respawned and tossing him into his own base's fountain for a laser bath. The opponents were wailing in despair while his teammates were jubilant. Jungler, damn bro, this hack is insane. Where did you get it? Teach me. Midlaner, bro, this cheat is legit. First time I've seen someone use hacks in League of Legends. Add me, let's climb together next round. Top laner Godfather, I want to reach Challenger 2. Fatty waved grandly and said in voice chat, alright, group up with me next round. They'll carry you all to victory. At 3 in the afternoon at the Tingyue Interactive Anti-Cheat Technology Center. A bespectacled young man named Zheng Yu sat at a workstation, his role being a report review specialist. Thousands of reports flooded in daily, with the system automatically filtering out obviously invalid ones, leaving the rest for him to review one by one. Today he stared at a record reported by over a dozen people within a short period, his brow furrowing deeper. The target of the reports was Man Like the Wind. He clicked on the game replay, watching as time ticked by second. His eyes widened more and more. What the hell is this? He opened another replay. The more he watched, the more absurd it became. This is a hack. He habitually glanced at the system detection results. Anti-cheat system detection result, no anomaly. He paused, then refreshed. No anomaly. He refreshed again. No anomaly. Zheng Yu fell silent. The hack's functions were absurd to this degree, yet the anti-cheat system hadn't flagged it once. He stood up and called out to his team leader's workstation, Brother Lu, come take a look at this. Technical team leader Lu Peng walked over, leaning down to look at the screen. Zheng Yu played the replay. Look at this. Lu Peng watched for a dozen seconds, frowning. Hack. Right. Now look at this. Zheng Yu switched to the system detection results interface. Lu Peng saw anti-cheat system detection result, no anomaly, and paused. He reached for the mouse and refreshed it himself. No anomaly. He refreshed again. No anomaly. Luo An said nothing, staring at the screen for several seconds. Then he straightened up, picked up his phone, and said, "Send me the replay. He'll go find President Zhou." 15 minutes later, 7 people sat in the conference room of the Anti-Cheat Technology Center. Technology Director Zhou Yun, in his early 40s, had been at TUF for 8 years and was one of the original architects of the anti-cheat system. Technical team leader Luo An, along with 5 core technical experts. The replay of Man Like the Wind's match was projected on the screen. After the replay ended, the room fell silent for a few seconds. Zhou Yun spoke. "The issue now isn't whether it's a hack or not. The issue is why the system can't detect it." No one answered. Zhou Yun scanned the room, tested on-site. Use a clean computer, run the hack, and see if the system detects it. The test was quickly arranged. A technician took a company-issued test laptop with a freshly installed system, pristine and clean. They logged into a test account, used a common hack available on the market, entered the game, activated the features. 3 minutes later, the system popped up, a window: third-party, unauthorized program detected. Banned. Zhou Yun stood behind, watching the screen. The system is fine. So the problem lies with that account itself. Open an admin spectate account and see what he's doing now. The technician used the admin backend to pull up the real-time match status of Man Like the Wind. The ID was online, currently in a ranked game. Soon, using a God's Eye View account, they silently entered the game. Everyone in the conference room gathered around. Then, silence. No one spoke. The person on the screen was playing as if it were a different game, doing whatever he pleased. The room grew quieter the more they watched. Zhou Yun stared at the screen, silent for a few seconds. A hack with this many functions, and the system never detected it once. Zhou Yun was silent for a moment. Investigate this account from the database to the servers, check everything. 2 hours later, no anomalies were found. Check the ban records and audit logs. The technician worked for a while, then looked up ban records. Completely clean, no anomalies. What about the audit logs? Also clean, no traces of third-party access. Luo An frowned. Then how did he do it? Then the scan results from the anti-cheat server came in. Brother Luo, I used an external device to find a kernel module in the anti-cheat server. What kernel module? Never seen it before, but its purpose is clear. It specifically targets this account, intercepting all detection requests and returning no anomaly directly. Can you trace the source? The technician investigated for a bit longer, then shook his head. No operation logs, they've been cleaned. Luo An stared at the screen, silent. He turned to Zhou Yun. President Zhou, there are only 2 possibilities. Either it's an inside job, and the person manually cleared all traces after the operation, or this person is a master, and a top-tier one at that. Zhou Yun looked at the screen at that pristine account. After a long silence, Zhou Yun spoke. No one in the company would be stupid enough to take such a risk for a game account. Zhou Yun paused for a moment. Don't touch this account for now. Keep him online. Compile the relevant evidence, and go to Captain Shun of the Cybersecurity Division. Ask him to expedite the handling. Go now. These past few days, a legend had been circulating through the League of Legends community. A player known as Man of Wind had burst onto the ranked ladder out of nowhere. What made him a legend wasn't his skill, but the fact that he was the only player on the entire server who could use cheats with impunity. Teleportation, pulling enemies, full map vision, infinite gold, no cooldowns. His arsenal of absurd abilities ran rampant through the game with zero restraint. News of this spread like wildfire through every player group. Some refused to believe it, and checked his match history only to find days of consecutive ranked wins, each game's stats more ridiculously anomalous than the last. People filed reports, but the next day the player was still rampaging through ranked matches, more brazen than ever. In no time, anyone hoping to climb the ladder dared not queue up. They all said, forget it, once this guy hits Challenger we can avoid him. The Man of Wind was of course none other than Fatty himself. That morning Fatty rode his electric scooter, bringing Luo into his own home. He had no choice. After days of ordering takeout at Luo An's place for lunch, he was thoroughly sick of it. Fatty had called his mother early in the morning to say they'd be back for lunch. The two went upstairs with practiced familiarity, entered the door, and changed their shoes. Fatty's mother was bustling in the kitchen, the sounds of the range hood and clattering spatula blending together. Hearing their arrival, she poked her head out for a glance. Ain't here. You two go play for a while. They'll call you when the food's ready. Okay, Auntie. Luo An responded, then followed Fatty into the bedroom. The room was small, a bed, a desk, a wardrobe, and in the corner was a pile of hundreds of comic books, ones Fatty had read as a child and couldn't bear to throw away. Beside the stack sat a pair of dumbbells, and mounted into the wall was a pull-up bar. Fatty flopped his laptop onto the desk, plugged in the power, and deftly opened the game client. He tugged at his collar, reached over for the air conditioner remote, and pressed it with a sharp beep. Luo An sat down on the edge of the bed, opened his own laptop, and pulled up a design schematic. The clatter of keyboards and clicks filled the next 20-odd minutes. Time to eat, came a shout from the kitchen. Without looking up, Fatty called back, be right there, just finishing this match. About 10 seconds later, a louder, more warning-laden voice boomed from the living room. All you do is play games all day. I'm counting to 3, and if you're not out here by then, I'm smashing that computer of yours. Fatty's neck shrank in fear. He knew his mother all too well. When she said shed count to 3, she meant it, And when she said shed smash the computer shed actually do it. He glanced at the screen. The match was only halfway through. Then something occurred to him. His finger reached for the number pad and pressed 9. The game on the screen froze without any warning, then the camera rapidly panned toward the enemy's base. All of the enemy's towers were still standing, yet the invincible base exploded on the spot. Shards scattered as a massive victory banner flashed across the screen. Fatty grinned wide. How lucky I've got this feature. He snapped the laptop shut and yelled out coming. Then turning to Luo and he added, Ange, let's go eat. Meanwhile, in another city, in another neighborhood, a young man in his 20s sat before his computer staring at the screen, showing his base exploding. His face shifted from normal to ashen, then from ashen to beach red. His mouth hung open as he stared at the huge defeat on the screen for a long while. His base. Destroyed. Not a single tower lost, and the invincible base had just blown up. He sat there, eyes bulging, frozen for a good 10-odd seconds. Then he shot to his feet and flung his keyboard over. Screw this. The keyboard bounced off the desk, sending a few keycaps flying. Teleporting. Invincibility. Starting the game with full build. I put up with all of it. But my invincible base. You can blow that up too. You cheating piece of trash. If I ever find out where you live, I'll end you. The more he fumed, the angrier he got. Then grabbing his monitor with both hands, he opened his mouth and bit down viciously on one corner of it. His teeth ground against the plastic casing with a grating squeak as he bit and howled, his voice turning tearful. I'll bite you to death. You animal. Meanwhile, the culprit himself, Fatty, was gnawing on a braised pig's trotter when he suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose and kept eating. Delicious. Mother Wang heard the sneeze and looked over. I keep telling you not to blast the AC so much. Caught a cold, have you? With his mouth still full of pig's trotter, Fatty mumbled back, I just sneezed, I don't have a call. Before he could finish, a loud crash came from the kitchen, the sharp shatter of a ceramic bowl hitting the floor. All three people in the living room froze at once. Still chewing, Fatty turned his head and asked what happened. Mother Wang got up and headed for the kitchen. Lao, what's wrong? Fatty set down his trotter and followed. Luo An put down his bowl and chopsticks and trailed behind. In the kitchen, Father Wang was crouched on the floor in front of him, the shattered bowl, rice and soup splattered everywhere. His right hand hung suspended in the air, fingers trembling uncontrollably. Mother Wang knelt down and reached for his arm. What happened? Did your hand slip? It's nothing. Father Wang shook his hand. Just lost my grip for a second, it slipped. He stood up and his right hand twitched involuntarily again. Mother Wang stared at his hand, brows furrowing. Your hand. Has it been doing this a lot lately? No, just once in a while. Don't give me that. Last time you held a teacup, you spilled it all over my table. Father Wang said nothing and went to grab a broom to clean up. Mother Wang sighed. Why don't you go to the hospital tomorrow, get it checked out, maybe take an x-ray. Take an x-ray for what? You are making a fuss over nothing, Father Wang said, a note of irritation creeping into his voice. It's just my hand feeling a bit numb sometimes. It goes away after a while. Isn't that normal at my age? Still, you should get it checked to be sure. Enough, drop it. Let's clean up and eat. Luo An stood at the kitchen doorway, his gaze fixed on Father Wang's right hand. The fingers were still trembling slightly, not much, but persistent. He frowned. Intermittent numbness, unilateral decline in fine motor control of the hand. Luo An spoke up. Uncle, would you mind letting me take a look at your hand? Father Wang was taken aback, eyeing Luo An with suspicion. Mother Wang and Fatty also turned their heads, confusion in their eyes. After 2 seconds of hesitation, Father Wang extended his hand. Luo An stepped forward, pressing 3 fingers onto Father Wang's wrist. His middle finger rested on the Guan pulse, index finger naturally on the Cun pulse, and ring finger on the Qi pulse. A light touch barely registered a pulse, only with firm pressure could he feel it. Deep, thin, weak, with a rough, astringent quality, like running a fine wire across sandpaper. The right hand's Qi pulse was notably weaker and deeper than the others. Mother Wang and Fatty stood to the side, eyes widening slightly, as they watched Luo An's focused movements. Fatty couldn't help but ask, and you know how to take a pulse? Without looking up, Luo An replied, I read some books back home when I had nothing to do. I don't have much practical experience, so it might not be entirely accurate, but I should be able to get a general sense of things. The pulse throbbed beneath Luo An's fingertips. Deep hidden beneath the surface, the flow of qi and blood moving in the inner layers. It was thin and weak, the vessels lacking fullness, the vital energy insufficient to propel the circulation. It was rough and sluggish, the blood viscous and stagnant with blockages at the meridian level. Taken together, this indicated a deficiency of qi and blood compounded by blood stasis and qi stagnation, the impaired flow leading to obstruction of the meridians. 2 minutes later, Luo An withdrew his hand and looked at Wang's father. Uncle, from your pulse the flow of qi and blood is not smooth and your meridians may have some obstruction. According to the classical texts of Chinese medicine, this presents as the early stage of a Bai syndrome. He paused, his tone turning earnest. However, pulse diagnosis is only a supplementary reference, and my experience is limited. I'd suggest you go to the hospital for an electromyography to check the function of your peripheral nerves and see if there's any early damage. It's better to be safe. If there's nothing wrong, you can rest easy. if there is, early intervention is key. The kitchen fell silent for a few seconds. Wang's mother was the first to react, nodding vigorously. Right, listen to Anan. You know how steady he is, he never speaks carelessly. We'll go get it checked out right after the holiday. Wang's father didn't respond, glancing at Luo and then at his own hand, and let out a vague Fatty stood nearby, scratching the back of his head. After the meal, Fatty rode his electric scooter, carrying Luo An back. The October wind blew against them, carrying a hint of chill. Fatty rode slower than usual, as if weighed down by something on his mind. After a long while he finally spoke. Ange. My dad's hand. Fatty swallowed hard. It's not Parkinson's, is it? Luo An sat on the back seat, not answering immediately. Based on what I know so far, no. Fatty let out an audible sigh of relief, but pressed on immediately. Then what is it? Is it serious? It could be big or small. Fatty was taken aback. What do you mean? The symptoms point to a peripheral nerve issue, or it could be caused by cervical spine compression. We'll only know for sure once the test results come back. Fatty let out a dull The scooter turned into the alley leading to Luo An's home. As they neared the entrance of the residential complex, Luo An spotted two middle-aged men not far ahead, walking toward the compound. Dressed in suits and ties, they seemed out of place against the surroundings. As the scooter passed them, Luo An caught one of them speaking in a low voice while the other listened and nodded. Luo An furrowed his brows slightly, then looked away. The scooter entered the compound and stopped at his building. Fatty killed the engine and pulled out the key, but Luo An caught another glimpse of the two men out of the corner of his eye. They were heading straight toward his building. One of them glanced down at his phone, then looked up at the building number, as if verifying something. Luo An reached out and stopped Fatty, who was about to head upstairs. Fatty blinked in confusion. What's up, Inch? Luo An didn't reply. Fatty followed his gaze. The two men had already reached the entrance of the stairwell. They glanced at Luo An and Fatty, but didn't pause, making their way directly upstairs. Just as they were about to pass by Luo An, he spoke. No need to go up. The one you're looking for is me. Both men halted mid-step. The one in the shirt walking ahead turned around and gave Luo An an appraising look. A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. His companion also stopped, one hand still resting on his briefcase. The man in the shirt paused for 2 seconds, then spoke. Win-like man. Fatty froze at the name, instinctively leaning close to Luo An's ear and whispering, Ange. I think that's my game character's name. Luo An didn't respond to Fatty, nor did he answer the man in the shirt. Seeing no reply from either of them, the man took it as confirmation and straightened up. Let me introduce myself first. We're from Tungyue Interactive, the agency for that game you two play, the LOL one. He paused. My name is Zhou Yun, technical director of the Anti-Cheat Technology Center. He stepped aside slightly. This is Lu Peng, our technical team lead. Fatty's heart skipped a beat. Oh crap. This is bad. Using cheats. And now the game company has come all the way to his doorstep. They're not here to make me pay up, are they? I'm done for. This is it. After the introductions, the man in the shirt swept his gaze between Luo An and Fatty a couple of times, finally settling on Luo, and his tone carrying a hint of barely concealed curiosity. Before we get down to business, I have a question. How did you know we were here for you? We haven't met before, have we? Luo An frowned slightly and spoke softly. I guess. After a pause, he countered directly. What's your purpose? Zhou Yun's smile didn't waver at the two replies, but his eyes darkened just a fraction. This man before him, composed, strong-willed, clear-headed. He needed to gauge this young man's character first to pave the way for the real matter at hand. From what he could see, this one wouldn't be easy to handle. He cleared his throat and put on a wry smile. After all, you two did damage our company's game first. Don't you think you owe us a seat upstairs and a glass of water? Luo An looked at him and didn't take the bait. He spoke calmly, as if stating a conclusion already proven. Personal use of cheats without profit is a civil breach of contract. The game company can ban the account. Even if the police get involved, the maximum fine is 5,000 yuan. He paused. I doubt your company is short on that kind of money. Zhou Yun's smile froze for an instant. Then he recovered, putting on a cheerful expression. True enough. 5,000 yuan means nothing to the company. He paused, his tone dropping slightly. But if this matter really gets brought to the table, trust me. With my capabilities, you'd have to spend several times the effort to deal with the fallout. He stared at Luo An's face, hoping to see some reaction. Unfortunately, there was none. Luo An looked at him and said evenly, You should consider yourself lucky that I don't see malice in your eyes. He paused. Let's get to the point. Don't waste time. Zhou Yun didn't respond immediately. He couldn't shake the feeling that this young man was utterly beyond his control. His usual conversational tactics, applying pressure to gain leverage in negotiations, seemed to have no effect on this person. And a young man under 20 facing a corporate conglomerate showed not a trace of fear in his eyes. At that thought, he dropped his earlier probing demeanor, his tone and gaze turning noticeably more serious. He no longer treated the person before him as an ordinary college student. What should I call you? Luo An. Zhou Yun fixed his gaze on Luo An and said, Mr. Luo An. He paused, his tone growing earnest. Today we are not here to investigate the cheats or the database intrusion. Your actions within our servers from a technical standpoint are undeniably impressive. Our purpose today is simple. We wish to hire you as an expert in combating black market operations for our anti-cheat department. He glanced at Luo and then continued with a hint of resignation. You must be well aware of the massive user base our flagship game League of Legends commands in China. The in-game purchases alone generate an annual revenue of roughly 15 to 20 billion yuan. Coupled with the entire esports and content ecosystem, it fuels a colossal market worth hundreds of billions, even approaching 1 trillion yuan each year. He shifted his tone, but this is a competitive game at its core. Once fairness is compromised, the consequences would be devastating. Scripts and cheats have always been our greatest concern. Over the past 2 years, the player count has notably declined due to these scripts. Our company has invested substantial resources to combat them, yet with minimal effect. Luo An listened, a rapid succession of thoughts flashing through his mind. If he took on the role of game security consultant, it would mean engaging in a relentless battle against a vast underground industry of cheats and scripts, a time-consuming and labor-intensive endeavor. This was not merely about implementing a single protective measure. Every moment, this immense black market evolved and updated, demanding constant maintenance. Too troublesome. Luo An was about to refuse, then paused. He thought of Xiaoling. Xiaoling's current architecture was command-execute feat, capable of handling explicit tasks and utilizing search engines to self-complete. But it lacked one crucial element: the ability to autonomously iterate in complex strategic confrontations. Anti-cheat was a natural training ground, not in the technical sense, but in strategic training. Cheat developers would devise ways to circumvent detection, analyze detection rules, and adjust their cheats' behaviors accordingly. This was a dynamic process of confrontation where each round of attack and defense forced the defender to update their strategies. If Xiaoling were entrusted with overseeing the entire anti-cheat system, it would need to do more than just execute rules. It would have to observe, identify the behavioral patterns of new cheats, summarize, extract common features, and generate detection logic, reverse engineer, deduce the developer's thinking based on the cheat's evasion methods, anticipate, preemptively deploy defenses before the next wave of cheats emerged, and self-evaluate. Review its own judgments, identify what was correct and what was not, and refine its models. These 5 steps formed a complete cycle in each round. This was precisely what Xiaoling lacked. It could currently handle known problems, but when confronted with unknown adversaries, it could only await instructions. If trained in this real-world adversarial environment of anti-cheat, Xiaoling's autonomous learning and decision-making capabilities would undergo a qualitative leap. Moreover, the data volume was immense, behavior logs from tens of millions of players, which would serve as an intensive boot camp for Xiaoling. With this thought, Luo An's gaze returned to Zhou Yun. To what extent can you open up your data interfaces, eh? Zhou Yun was taken aback. Full behavioral logs, encrypted transmission, read-only, no write access. Luo An averted his eyes. Agreed. He paused. But I have one condition: I will only help you solve problems, not be bound by your company, and I will not come to your office. Zhou Yun frowned, silent for a few seconds. He quickly weighed the options in his mind. No constraints, no office attendance. Essentially operating completely independently. The risk was the lack of an employment bond, but if he could truly solve our problems. Zhou Yun looked up, agreed. As long as Mr. Luo An can resolve our issues, everything else is secondary. He paused and continued. Since we have reached a preliminary consensus regarding compensation, our company has offered a sincere proposal, 5 million. He shifted his tone. However, this 5 million is structured as a performance-based agreement. 1 million is guaranteed. The remaining 4 million will be determined based on the final results. He added, we fully acknowledge your technical prowess, but this is company policy. I hope you understand, Mr. Luo. Agreed. Luo An replied, then glanced at Zhou Yun. Anything else? Zhou Yun was taken aback. Was he being so bluntly shown the door? He gave an awkward smile. No, that's all. He'll go back and prepare the follow-up procedures. Once the company approves, he'll personally bring the contract. Luo An hummed in acknowledgement, and they exchanged phone numbers. Zhou Yun pocketed his phone and walked toward the neighborhood exit. Lu Peng nodded at Luo and turned and quickly followed. After rounding the corner near the gate, Lu Peng finally let out the words he had been holding back. Brother Zhou, I have a question. Why did you reveal our bottom line right away? 5 million. That's the company's lowest offer. I saw how readily he agreed. Maybe we could have sealed it at 2 million. Zhou Yun walked toward a sedan parked by the roadside. Because this man is unreadable to me. Lu Peng was stunned. Zhou Yun continued. I've met countless people, but I've never seen anyone so calm. Excessively calm. I couldn't detect any emotion on his face. Lu Peng responded. Yeah, this Luo An is indeed different from the average person. Zhou Yun opened the driver's door. When we're out negotiating, if you can't glean useful information from a person's face, you can't tailor your approach. To be safe, offering 5 million outright is the most prudent move. The two got into the car. Zhou Yun settled into the driver's seat, while Lu Peng opened the passenger door and climbed in. The engine started, and the sedan glided slowly forward. Gazing at the road ahead, some thoughts were not suitable for a subordinate. The 5 million came from the group's coffers, not from his own pocket. His purpose here was to secure this man and solve his department's problems. Nothing else was his concern. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a roar of an engine came from behind. A black SUV accelerated sharply, then swerved abruptly, cutting directly in front of Zhou Yun's car. Zhou Yun slammed on the brakes, his body held back by the seatbelt. Damn it! Can't you drive? He rolled down the window and was about to stick his head out to curse, but then he saw the SUV's door open and 2 men in uniform step out. The words on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back. He pulled his head back in. Not far from the roadside, a middle-aged man with his head down was flipping a pancake at a street stall. Judging by his technique, he seemed to be a novice. Hearing the commotion, he looked up toward the scene. One of the uniformed men approached Zhou Yun and gave a casual salute. Good day, routine check. Please present your driver's license and vehicle registration. Zhou Yun hastily retrieved the vehicle registration from the glove compartment, then pulled out his driver's license. As he handed them over, he asked tentatively, "Officer, is there some misunderstanding?" The police officer took the documents without a word, glanced down at them briefly, then cast a quick look toward the passenger seat and a sidelong glance at the back seat. He then returned the documents, speaking in a leisurely tone. "Where are you coming from?" "The company." "Which company?" "Tingyue Interactive Entertainment." The officer frowned slightly, repeating the name, Tingyue Interactive Entertainment. "What brings you here?" "Discussing some business." "Business? In this residential area?" "Yes." "Who were you visiting?" Zhou Yun felt a twinge of unease, though he hadn't done anything illegal, and quickly replied, "Luo An. How do you know him?" "Oh, it's like this. He created a cheat for our company's game. His technical skills are impressive, so the company sent me to invite him to serve as our anti-cheat security consultant." The officer nodded, glanced at Lu Peng in the passenger seat, and asked, "Your colleague?" "Yes, officer. This is Lu Peng from my department. He came along with me." Lu Peng in the passenger seat quickly nodded at the officer. A moment of silence followed. Zhou Yun noticed the officer continuously tapping on a thick black tablet device in his hands. Unable to contain his curiosity, Zhou Yun asked, "Officer, is there something wrong?" The officer continued operating the tablet for a moment longer, then tucked it away and saluted Zhou Yun. "Nothing. We've been conducting routine checks in this area lately. There's been a thief on the loose. Sorry for the inconvenience. Drive safely." Zhou Yun quickly forced a smile and nodded, saying, "Oh, all right, thank you, officer. They'll be on my way." The car window rolled up. Zhou Yun shifted into gear and pressed the accelerator. The vehicle continued forward. Lu Peng muttered in confusion from the passenger seat. "What era is this? Still thieves?" Zhou Yun didn't respond. He glanced at the rearview mirror, then fixed his eyes on the road ahead, harboring the same confusion. But he had a feeling the police stop was likely connected to Luo An. It was too inexplicable, too perfectly timed. Stopped by police right after leaving and pulled over in such a dangerous manner. Zhou Yun drove toward the company full of doubts. The officer who had questioned him stood still, watching Zhou Yun's car drive away. He then turned and walked back, and as he passed the Jianbing stall by the roadside, his eyes met the vendor's for the briefest moment, followed by an almost imperceptible shake of his head. Meanwhile, Luo and Fatty returned home. The moment the door closed, Fatty couldn't hold it in anymore. "Damn, and I thought I'd have to pay them compensation this time. If my mom found out I was tracked down by a game company for cheating, she'd break my legs." He followed into the living room and said, "Still, and you're a legend. Not only did you not pay up, you made 5 million instead. But lately your money-making speed is just insane." Fatty plopped onto the sofa, staring at the ceiling and mumbling, "Based on my parents' salaries, 1 month is 2 people together. 1 year is 10 years would be. Damn, this one payment alone would take my parents 50+ years of working non-stop to earn." After finishing his calculations, Fatty noticed Luo and wasn't paying attention, busy typing away on his laptop. He leaned over to look, didn't understand it, and figured he was probably working on that anti-cheat thing. Fatty pulled back, sat up straight, opened his own computer, and hovered his mouse over the League of Legends client. He turned to Luo and so the cheat. Should I still use it? Luo didn't lift his head. What do you think? Fatty shrugged. Well, I guess not. Since you've become their anti-cheat consultant, playing with cheats right in front of the consultant would be pretty inappropriate, huh? But anyway, I've had my fun these past few days. Already reached master rank, ha. Luo glanced at Fatty, already beginning to adjust Xiaoling's framework on his computer. Cheats only burn through your interest in the game ahead of time. Fatty paused, scratched his head, and said, "That makes sense. My urge to game today definitely isn't as strong as it was a few days ago." On the last day of the National Day holiday, Luo typed the final character at his computer. The foundational framework of the anti-cheat system was complete, a self-adaptive detection engine running under Xiaoling's architecture. Once Zhou Yun's contract came through, connecting the interface would allow immediate deployment. He closed his laptop and glanced out the window. The holiday was over. The next morning, the two arrived at school. Fatty headed toward the teaching building with his backpack. "I'm off to class. They'll bring you lunch at noon." Luo acknowledged and headed toward the laboratory on the other side. Arriving at the lab, he pushed open the door, and a wave of stale, unventilated air rushed at him. A thin layer of dust covered the desk's countertops and corners. Luo An walked to the wall and flipped on the power switch. The fluorescent lights overhead flickered twice before turning on. At the same time, the 5 black carbon fiber robotic arms on the wall gave a slight tremor. The spirits had completed their self-check. A red indicator light the size of a pinpoint lit up at the front tip of each robotic arm, blinking rapidly for a moment before shifting to a blue breathing light in standby mode. Luo An set his laptop on the desk and opened it. Xiaoling cleanup. Received. The lab's ventilation system automatically activated, and all 5 spirits on the wall lit up with blue operational lights. 2 of them unfolded from their coiled state and slid silently across the ceiling. One descended to above the workbench, its gripper having already picked up a cleaning cloth, sweeping steadily across the surface left to right, trapping the dust into the cloth. Another descended to floor level, its gripper picking up a handheld vacuum from the corner, moving slowly along the baseboards and table legs, silently sucking up the floating dust. 2 more were also cleaning the lab's corners. The last one remained suspended near the ceiling, its front-end microcamera overlooking the entire room like a coordinator. The 5 spirits each went about their tasks, and the lab became visibly cleaner. Luo An didn't watch them. He tapped a few keys to bring up a simulation model of the transducer array. In less than 10 minutes, as the humming ventilation system quieted down, the air in the entire lab had also become fresh and crisp. Then Xiaoling's voice sounded cleaning complete. Air particulate concentration has returned to standard levels. Luo An acknowledged, his eyes never leaving the screen. He pulled over the now-dusted chair, sat down, and tapped a few more keys. Xiaoling. Here. Initialize a new project, codename CN02. Log the following experiment data: transducer array parameters, driving signal waveforms, and thrust data. All archived in real time. Project CN02 created. Logging system ready. Luo An pulled up the transducer array model and began redesigning the layout. The issue with the air film suspension was the near-field effect. The transducers had to be flush against the ground to compress the air. The load-bearing capacity plummeted the moment they were even a millimeter off the ground. To truly lift off, a different path was required. Have the transducers emit high-intensity ultrasonic waves downward, leveraging the nonlinear effects of sound and air to generate radiation pressure. The transducers themselves would experience an equal and opposite reaction force, pushing the cushion upward. This was Newton's third law, pure unadulterated thrust. The reaction force from a single transducer was too weak. An array was necessary. Dozens of small transducers would form a single unit, each with independently controlled phase. By adjusting the delays, the ultrasonic beams would converge into a focal point below. At the center of this focused sound field, the thrust density would increase dramatically. Fundamental frequency at 25 kHz, element spacing at half a wavelength. Recorded. Overlay the second harmonic, optimize the phase difference, and simulate the peak pressure. Simulating. Estimated time 47 seconds. Luo An leaned back in his chair, waiting for the results. Having Xiaoling around made things much more convenient. Previously, he would have had to type out these calculations line by line. Now, he could delegate everything to Xiaoling. 47 seconds later, a set of data flashed onto the screen. Dual frequency overlay plan, peak pressure improved by approximately 320 compared to single frequency operation. Recommending the superposition of the second harmonic over the fundamental with a pi2 phase difference as the optimal solution. Luo An glanced at the screen and nodded. Add a vortex phase to the periphery of the sound field for horizontal stabilization. Vortex phase model loaded. Central acoustic trap effect. The cushion will automatically correct itself if it drifts from the center. Simulating lateral stiffness now. Lateral stiffness vortex phase. He continued to fine-tune. He went through parameter after parameter with Xiaoling running simulations in the background. When he finally looked up from the screen, the light outside the window had brightened considerably. The laboratory door was pushed open. Fatty poked his head in. "And gee, what did you buy this time?" The principal looked like he was in pain. Luo An turned around and saw Fatty coming in with a box in his arms, a plastic bag with takeout containers dangling from one finger. "Just some components I bought from the principal before the holiday." Fatty responded with an "oh," set the box on the floor, then placed the plastic bag on the workbench, dusting off his hands. "And gee, don't overwork yourself. Come eat first." Luo An glanced at the takeout on the table, set down what he was holding, and pulled over a chair to sit. Fatty dragged over a chair as well, and snapped apart a pair of disposable chopsticks. The two of them ate in silence for a few bites. "And gee," Fatty said with a mouthful of food, "my dad's hospital checkup results came back this morning." Luo An took a bite of rice, but didn't respond. The doctor didn't find any major issues. They think it might be a cervical spine issue pressing on a nerve, which is why his hand is numb. Fatty's tone lightened a bit. They prescribed some medication to improve blood flow and relax muscles. He just needs to take better care of his neck. It's not a big deal. Luo An nodded. Good to hear it's nothing serious." Fatty chuckled twice and shoveled in a couple more bites of rice. After finishing, he packed the empty containers back into the plastic bag and stood up. Alright, and G, you get back to it. I'm heading out to play some ball. Luo An acknowledged him. Fatty patted his pants and turned to leave the lab. As the door closed, Luo An sat back down at the desk, his gaze falling on the box of components. He walked over and opened it, revealing neatly arranged brand new piezoelectric transducers with higher resonant frequency precision and several times the power density. Beside them were power modules, signal processing boards, and flexible circuit substrates. He picked up a transducer, weighing it in his hand. Xiaoling, record the analysis and assembly procedure. Understood. Luo An picked up a transducer, aligned it with a position on the base plate, and carefully secured it. A sprite hovered silently by his shoulder, its camera focused on his hand, scanning quietly. After he installed 2 more, the sprite extended its gripper, picked up another transducer, and handed it to him. Luo An took it and installed it. After 2 more, another sprite descended, picked up a transducer, and tried to position it on the base plate. Just as it was about to align, Luo An spoke, "Rotate it 2 degrees to the left." The sprite adjusted its gripper angle. Luo An stared at the alignment for a moment. "Reduce the tilt angle by 0.5 degrees. The sprite made a micro adjustment and set it down steadily. Its gripper held the transducer in place as another sprite glided over, fitted with a micro screwdriver which it used to secure the screws. Eventually, all 5 sprites were busy, some passing materials, some aligning positions, some doing the installation. Gradually, Luo An completely stepped back, simply watching over the repetitive work and occasionally making corrections. By the afternoon of the next day, the cushion CN02 from Luo An's design was finally complete, standing in the center of the laboratory. Luo An stepped back to observe the silver-gray baseplate on the floor. 64 transducers were neatly arranged in a spiral array on its underside. Xiaoling, power on for testing. Ramp up to 10% power. Powering on. Array self-check passed. Beam focusing normal. A faint vibration began to emanate from the air beneath the baseplate. A frequency beyond human hearing, but the energy within it was palpable. The baseplate began to rise. 1 centimeter. 3 centimeters. 10 centimeters. Suddenly, Luo An's brow furrowed. As the baseplate ascended past a dozen centimeters, it began to tremble slightly. The amplitude fluctuated unpredictably, not a drift, but an instability. Luo An stared at it for a few seconds. The power curve was stable. The beam phase showed no drift. There were no vibration sources nearby. He crouched down and meticulously inspected the transducers around the baseplate. There were no signs of short circuits, no burn marks, not even an unusual smell. My design can't be flawed, he thought with a frown. Xiaoling shut down. The subtle vibration beneath the baseplate gradually subsided, and the baseplate slowly descended to the ground. Shut down. He reached out, grabbed one of the sprites by its neck, and switched on its high-intensity light, aiming it at the silver baseplate. He examined it thoroughly inside and out, his gaze finally settling on the screws. Measure the torque on each one. Scanning. The heads of the other 4 sprites were swapped for micro-torque screwdrivers, and they began checking the screws one by one. After a dozen or so seconds. Row 9 screw, 7 insufficient torque. Tighten it. One of the sprites glided over, swapped in a micro screwdriver, aligned it with the screw, and retightened it. Luo An stood up and took a few steps back. From now on, after sprite assembly, add a reinspection step to the final process. Assembly process updated. Reinspection step added. Just as Luo An was about to continue testing, his phone rang in his pocket. Luo An answered the phone, and Zhou Yun's voice came through the receiver, noticeably more courteous than during their last meeting. "Mr. Luo and I've brought the contract. I'm currently at the security gate completing the entry procedures. Where would it be convenient for us to meet?" Luo An pondered for a moment, choosing a location closer to himself. "There's a small pavilion north of Teaching Building No. 3. Let's meet there." A brief acknowledgement came through before the line went dead. Luo An glanced at the meditation cushion on the ground, then tucked his phone into his pocket and left the laboratory. Outside the school gate, Zhou Yun had just put away his phone when the security guard handed him a registration form through the window. "Your entry procedures are complete. You may go in, but please refrain from entering the dormitory areas. Only public zones are accessible." Zhou Yun took the visitor's pass. "All right," he said, then asked the guard, "By the way, could you direct me to Teaching Building No. 3? The guard pointed in a direction. Zhou Yun expressed his thanks and headed that way. The campus paths were wide, flanked by green belts, with the sports field and academic buildings visible in the distance. As he walked and observed his surroundings, his mind drifted back to the morning's events. He had originally planned to come in the morning, but was called into the deputy general manager's office before he could leave. There, General Zhang regarded him with a stern expression. "Zhou Yun, what exactly have you been up to these past few days?" Confused, Zhou Yun replied, "Haven't I just been handling the department's security consultant matters? I went with Liu Peng for the initial cooperation talk with Luo An. Since returning, I've been at the company for the past 2 days, as you know." General Zhang stared at him for a long moment, his expression gradually softening into a sigh. "That's strange then. The criminal investigation police came by this morning, and they were asking about you." Zhou Yun was taken aback. "Asking about me? What for?" Zhang said the questions weren't overly complex, just whether Zhou Yun was an employee, and if they had arranged for him to discuss cooperation with Luo An. As he heard this, the memory of being stopped and questioned after leaving Luo An's house that day flashed through his mind. At this, Zhou Yun shook his head, thinking to himself, who exactly is this Luo An? After just one meeting, they're checking up on him at the company. I should tread carefully. Rounding a flower bed, he caught sight of teaching building No. 3. His gaze shifted northward, spotting a pavilion where a man sat head bowed, scrolling through his phone. Zhou Yun quickened his pace towards the pavilion. Hearing the footsteps, Luo An looked up. As Zhou Yun entered the pavilion, a professional smile was fixed on his face. Mr. Luo An, I hope I haven't kept you waiting long. Luo An acknowledged him with a grunt, his gaze lingering for a moment on Zhou Yun's noticeably different attitude. Let's skip the pleasantries and get down to business. Zhou Yun nodded and pulled a stack of documents from his briefcase, spreading them out on the stone table. Luo An picked one up and quickly scanned it, flipping to the valuation adjustment mechanism clause at the back. Finding it largely consistent with the agreement, he picked up a pen and turned to the signature page. Neither man spoke much. Zhou Yun pointed out the required signature spots page by page. Not far away, the principal had just exited the administrative building, intending to return to his office. Passing by teaching building No. 3, he caught a glimpse of two figures in the northern pavilion. He recognized one of the backs instantly, Luo An. Opposite him sat a middle-aged man in a suit with a pile of documents spread across the stone table. The principal slowed his steps, looking over with a puzzled expression. In the pavilion, Luo An signed the last page and pushed the contract back. Zhou Yun took it carefully, placed it in his briefcase, and stood up. I won't take up any more of your time, Mr. Luo An. Regarding the data interface, our technical department will prepare and contact you. Luo An nodded. Zhou Yun turned and walked back the way he came, not wanting to linger a moment longer, fearing he might be stopped and questioned again before even leaving the campus. As he rounded teaching building No. 3, the main road to the gate lay ahead. Just then a voice came from behind him. Hello, please wait a moment. Zhou Yun shuddered. No way, I haven't even left the campus yet. Are they after me again? He turned and saw a middle-aged man in a dark jacket, standing a few steps away, his features gentle, not looking like a policeman. Zhou Yun breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Seeing him turn, the man approached. Hello, I'm the principal of this school. I saw you coming from the pavilion over there. May I ask your business with Luo An was? Zhou Yun steadied himself and smiled. Hello, principal. We're from Tungyue Interactive Entertainment. We've signed a technical consultant contract with Mr. Luo An, hiring him as our anti-cheat security advisor. The principal's eyebrow arched slightly. A technical consultant. What is this kid up to now, working as a security advisor for a gaming company? Puzzled, the principal carefully chose his words. May I ask how this collaboration came about? He added, as the principal, it's necessary for me to understand when students engage with external organizations. It's also for the students' safety. Zhou Yun nodded and briefly recounted the events. As he listened, the principal's eyelids began to twitch involuntarily. What on earth has this kid been doing during the National Day holiday at home? When he heard that his company was hiring Luo, and with an annual salary of 5 million, the principal's eyes widened in shock. 5 million. Hiring a current student as a technical consultant. How skilled must this technology be to command such a salary? He then looked at Zhou Yun and asked, what was the company name again? Tungyue Interactive Entertainment. The very popular game League of Legends is ours. The principal frowned in thought for a moment, then his expression relaxed, and he nodded. Ah, Tungyue Interactive Entertainment. That puts my mind at ease. Sensing the conversation was wrapping up, Zhou Yun tentatively asked, Principal, if there's nothing else ill. The principal snapped out of his thoughts and quickly waved his hand. All right, yes. I won't keep you then. Zhou Yun bid a polite farewell and turned to walk briskly towards the school gate, mentally chanting, hurry, hurry, hurry. Only after he had passed through the main gate and scanned his surroundings outside did he truly relax. The principal stood in place, watching Zhou Yun's receding figure, thinking to himself that he needed to pay more attention to Luo, unless the kid be lured away one day without his knowledge. He then recalled the 5 million figure. From now on, if this kid wants to buy anything, he'll have to pay for it himself. Remembering the purchases, he slapped his forehead. Right, that levitating bed he's been tinkering with, what's the progress on that? He then glanced towards the direction of the laboratory and started walking over. Principal Chen walked along the corridor of the laboratory, muttering under his breath. 5 million. He paced forward while murmuring. At the end of the corridor was the door to the laboratory. He stopped at the door and knocked twice with his knuckles. From inside came Luo An's voice. The door is unlocked. His voice was as calm as ever. The principal grasped the door handle, pressed down, and pushed it open. The door swung silently. Just as he lifted his foot to step in, his gaze naturally shifted from the door handle to the interior of the laboratory. His raised foot froze in midair. His pupils contracted and his eyes widened more than usual. In the center of the laboratory, the cushion he had seen last time was now floating about 1 meter above the ground. No strings were holding it, no supports were propping it. It simply hovered there quietly, gently rising and falling in tiny motions like a buoy on the water's surface. Without realizing it, the principal's mouth had fallen open. As his gaze moved, he saw several black tentacle-like appendages protruding from the wall. Some were suspended in midair, their heads pointed directly at the floating cushion with a red light glowing at the tips, slowly moving across the black surface. Others coiled on the wall, retracted and motionless. A thought crossed his mind, could this be the robotic arm that kid mentioned last time? Did robotic arms come in such a shape? His Adam's apple bobbed. He swallowed. Then he stepped forward, his footsteps light, as if afraid to disturb something. He stepped over the threshold, skirted around the scattered toolboxes on the floor, and walked to the workbench. Luo An did not turn around. Principal Chun, please have a seat for a moment. Let me finish this set of experiments. Principal Chun, still not fully recovered from the scene before him, stammered. Oh, okay. You go ahead. No rush. Luo An did not respond further. His gaze shifted from the cushion back to the dancing data on the computer screen. Occasionally, he raised a hand to swipe the screen's light reflecting on his face. Xiaoling, adjust the phase deviation of the 7th element in the 9th row by 0.3. Receive. A short electronic tone came from the speaker. The principal followed the sound and glanced at the laptop beside Luo, and the sound came from there. The screen was filled with dense characters and waveforms. Xiaoling, what is that? He was muttering to himself when his gaze inadvertently swept across and suddenly froze. That cushion was still floating in the air. He had been so focused on the black mechanical arms earlier that only now, when he looked at it again, did his heart give a sudden jolt. This wasn't magnetic levitation. He had always thought Luo An was building a magnetic levitation system. Principal Chin quickly glanced under the cushion. There should be a magnetic track under a magnetic levitation system. Moreover, magnetic levitation couldn't rise to such a height. Normal magnetic levitation was at most a few millimeters the thickness of a coin. He tilted his head left and right, scrutinizing it several times, clicking his tongue in amazement. Just as he was about to raise his head and ask, "What's the principle?" he caught sight of Luo An still staring at the screen in his peripheral vision and swallowed the words. Then he began to calculate in his mind. If this thing were taken out to technology exhibitions, project roadshows, industry academia, matchmaking events, and under the banner of the school, what weight would it carry when provincial and ministerial leaders saw it? Having spent half a lifetime in education, the school lacked precisely this kind of attention-grabbing item. At that time, the school's reputation would rise, and so would his own. But as soon as this thought emerged, he paused. No, the technological value of this thing might be far beyond what he imagined. Principal Chin's gaze returned to the floating cushion. Exposing it unprepared might not be a good thing. Moreover, this thing, whether it would be useful to the country, he wasn't sure. He still needed to consult Shinbin. Last time, Shinbin had instructed him to keep observing and have a talk later to see what the military stance was. Just as he was thinking this, Luo An's voice suddenly came from beside him. "Principal, is there something you need from me?" The principal was startled and snapped back to reality. He looked at Luo An's face, which was no different from usual, then turned his head to glance at the cushion that had already landed on the floor and the black tentacle-like mechanical arms on the wall. He raised a finger and pointed at them. "Did you develop all of these yourself?" Luo An hummed in acknowledgement, picked up his water cup, took a sip, and set it back on the table. The principal's gaze returned to the cushion, and he pointed at it again. "What is the principle behind this? It doesn't look like magnetic levitation." "I never said it was magnetic levitation." Principal Chun was taken aback by Luo An's words. It seemed the kid had indeed never said that. It was always his own assumption. "Luo An, can you tell me what the principle of this levitation is?" Luo An didn't refuse. He briefly explained the principle of the cushion's levitation. After listening, the principal nodded, marveling inwardly that this kid truly dared to think and act. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, his expression changed, and his tone became somewhat tense. "Luo An, you haven't applied for a patent for these things, have you?" Luo An glanced at him. "Why would I apply for a patent? I made these for my own use. I don't intend to sell them." The principal visibly relaxed. That's good. He leaned forward slightly, his tone turning serious. "Let me tell you, Luo, and remember this, if you ever want to apply for a patent, you must tell me first. I estimate that these things of yours will most likely need to be filed as classified patents." After saying this, seeing Luo An's completely indifferent expression, he paused, thought of the military, and then continued. "By the way, can you give me a copy of the documentation for these things? They'll take it to Shinbin to have a look and confirm whether it falls under classified patents." Upon hearing this, Luo An's brow furrowed slightly. He didn't respond immediately. From the principal's eyes and words, he could tell that the principal was indeed considering his interests without excessive selfish motives. If he gave it to Principal Chun to take over, it would be equivalent to handing it over. He didn't really care whether he handed these things over or not. Luo An glanced at his computer desktop. Inside a folder, there was a large list of equipment purchases which were intended for the laboratory Lin Mo was building. It included many items and equipment that ordinary people couldn't purchase, and even Lin Mo and the principal couldn't easily obtain them. There were also some specially customized materials that no enterprise could complete in a short time. He withdrew his gaze, picked up his water cup, and took another sip. Since it was inevitable to deal with the authorities then, this thing couldn't be given away for free. With that thought, Luo An looked back at the principal and said, "All right." The principal's face just lit up with joy when Luo An added, "But I have a condition." The principal paused, then waved his hand generously. "What conditions? Name them. I have a batch of equipment that I might need their help to procure." The principal looked puzzled. "What do you need that requires the state to procure it for you?" "A lot. I'll give them the list of equipment I need." Seeing that Luo An didn't elaborate, Principal Chun didn't press further and simply nodded. Then Luo An extended his right hand flat into the air. "Xiaoling, bring me a new USB drive." Before the principal could process the meaning of these words, movement caught his peripheral vision. The nearest black robotic arm on the wall moved silently, extending like a living creature, its joints swinging in fluid arcs as it reached towards the iron cabinet in the corner. The gripper precisely latched onto the handle and pulled. The drawer slid open. Inside were several brand new USB drives. The arm's gripper released the handle, dipped its tip slightly, and picked one up. The motion was clean and precise, without a single unnecessary tremor. Then it retracted, turned, and steadily placed the drive into Luo An's outstretched right hand. The entire process took less than 5 seconds. No continuous detailed commands, just a simple spoken sentence. Principal Chun was stunned. His heart sank heavily. This level of conversational understanding. Principal Chen's gaze fell on the arm that had already retreated back into the wall, and he swallowed hard. Just how far had this kid's creations progressed? Luo An took the USB drive from the arm and casually plugged it into his laptop. His fingers tapped on the keyboard, the mouse clicked through several folders, dragging files into the drive's directory. Mid-operation, his fingertips suddenly paused on the trackpad. It hovered for 2 seconds. Then he retracted reselect, avoiding Xiaoling's files, and subsequently dragged the equipment list in as well. He unplugged the drive and handed it to the principal. The hovercraft's design and specs, the robotic arm's structural drawings, and the equipment list are all in there. The principal took it, clutching it tightly in his hand, as if afraid it might shatter if dropped. "All right, I'll be going then." He waved his hand, turned, and walked out, his pace noticeably quicker than when he arrived. Reaching the lobby downstairs, the principal suddenly stopped, slapped his forehead. "Ah, damn." He glanced back at the staircase behind him. "Got so caught up in this I forgot about the 5 million. He paused for a moment, then waved his hand again. "Forget it, that's not important right now." With that, he pulled out his phone, and while walking towards the office building, he scrolled through his contacts, found Shun Bin's number, and pressed the call button. After watching the principal leave, Luo An withdrew his gaze and tapped a few keys on the keyboard. A low hum emanated from the bottom of the meditation cushion as it lifted off the ground, slowly rising to a height of 1 meter and hovering there. He stood up, walked over to the cushion, placed his palm on it, and pressed down slowly. The cushion sank a few centimeters, like pressing down on a floating board on water. There was a counterforce, but it wasn't firm enough. When he released his hand, it floated back to its original position. Based on the sinkage and pushback force just measured, the effective payload was less than 10 kilograms. It was still far from being able to support a person. The lift was still insufficient. Luo An stared at the floating cushion, his thumbnail unconsciously biting into his lip. Planar radiation. The sound waves spread out too diffusely. The energy couldn't be contained. What if the sound waves were made to loop around a few more times beneath the cushion? Work on the radiating surface. Add microstructures to the surface, causing the sound waves to repeatedly reflect and interfere between the structures, confining the energy to the area directly beneath the cushion. It would be equivalent to adding a resonant cavity to the sound field. Also, multiband composite driving could be used with different structural scales corresponding to different frequencies working simultaneously to increase the average thrust density. The direction was clear. Luo An withdrew his gaze, turned to face the computer, placed his fingers on the mouse, and began modifying the original design. Xiaoling, look up the effects of sub-wavelength periodic structures on acoustic field localization from the last 5 years. Receive. The secondary screen on the right side of the laptop lit up lists of papers, scrolling rapidly. Xiaoling automatically filtered out a few highly cited ones, their thumbnails lining up. First paper. The secondary screen expanded, a paper displaying figures, formulas, and simulation cloud maps in neat rows. Luo An's peripheral vision scanned the screen while his hand on the mouse never stopped. The cursor dragged out a new area on the design, pulling several reference lines between dimensions and spacing. 1 week later, the abandoned farmland on the northern outskirts had been transformed. In the middle of the withered yellow grassland, a large area had been leveled. A single-story building crouched low on the open field, its steel frame fully enclosed, covering over 1,000 square meters square and neat. It looked nearly complete, with only some finishing touches remaining. Right next to it, the outline of another building had risen more than halfway. A 3-story span, almost ready for its roof. A temporary road had been cut from the end of the main thoroughfare, a compacted gravel path running straight through the grassland to the site's entrance. At the entrance stood a simple project sign, with several engineering vehicles parked nearby. The edges of the site were stacked with remaining construction materials, and a few construction machines were still running. Lin Mo stood by the side of the laboratory holding the construction drawings. Next to him was a middle-aged man in his 50s wearing a safety helmet crouching on the ground to inspect the foundation's corners. Lin Mo handed over the drawings pointing to a spot near the edge. Uncle Lee here on the south side of the basement warehouse on this level at a lifting platform with a double-beam 100-ton gantry frame. The platform should descend directly to the basement warehouse's main door. Uncle Lee took the drawings, looked where Lin Mo was pointing, then looked up and gestured to gauge the site's position. That's doable. Quite a hefty tonnage, almost shipyard dock specs. What's the budget? Go with a budget standard of 1 million. I want absolute quality guaranteed. Uncle Lee squinted, estimating the load-bearing capacity and pit space, then nodded. Alright, I'll have the foundation and steel structure in that area reinforced. Lin Mo flipped the drawing to the next page. Also here, the fire resistance rating can't be lower than level 2. He flipped another page and circled an area with his finger. Use acid and alkali-resistant materials for the entire floor and walls. Good quality ones. Uncle Lee noted it all down. Finally, Lin Mo pointed to the very center of the drawing. The central experimental area needs comprehensive vibration damping. The entire zone also needs electromagnetic shielding. After hearing this series of requirements, Uncle Lee put down his pen, straightened up, looked at the lab that was already taking shape, and let out a sigh. Shall I? The specs for your lab here are not low at all. Lin Mo also followed his gaze to the building that now stood with its steel frame complete and outline clear. But in his mind, he saw the scene inside Luo An's lab. He withdrew his gaze, his voice low but calm. Uncle Lee, honestly, I'm even worried these specs might be too low. Uncle Lee turned his head to look at him, his lips moving as if to offer a word of caution, but he swallowed the words back. He had worked alongside Lin Jinhai for most of his life and knew what Xiao Mo was like as a child, a spoiled, good-for-nothing playboy. It was only in recent years that he had improved. He had made some achievements with that headset project recently, but it was still just the beginning. With such a huge investment here, what if it all ended up being a fool's errand? Seeing his hesitant expression, Lin Mo smiled. Uncle Lee, I know what I used to be like and I know what you want to say. But don't worry, I know exactly what I'm doing now more than ever. Some things I can't tell you, but there is one thing I can reveal. Lin Mo took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping across the area, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. This place, then the future, will definitely be a place where miracles can happen. In the capital, at the West Mountain Command Center's second-floor conference room, the final page of the presentation just finished displaying on the projection screen. Several rows of eyes were fixed on it, and the room fell silent for a few seconds. Shinbin set down the remote, withdrew his gaze from the screen, and turned toward the head of the table. That concludes the latest research results from Luo An as submitted by Principal Chun. After speaking, he took his seat. The table was quiet for a moment. The white-haired man at the head of the table didn't rush to speak. He took a sip of tea, slowly swept his gaze across the room, and finally settled on a person sitting diagonally across from him. That man in his early 50s wore a pair of silver-rimmed glasses. A stack of printed blueprints and data was spread out before him. Mingyuan, take a look. Zheng Mingyuan adjusted his glasses, but didn't speak immediately. He flipped through the materials again, as if mentally reviewing his thoughts before finally speaking. Regarding this robotic arm system called ELF, I've been researching it ever since Shunbin handed it to me yesterday. He paused, his brow furrowing slightly. The structural design and mechanical transmission are quite mature, clearly showing a solid foundation. But he flipped through a couple of pages, tapping his finger on a specific blueprint. It seems to lack a crucial set of drive interaction logic programs. He looked up, his fingertip tapping the drawing. Based on the blueprints and data, the hardware of this robotic arm is indeed very solid. But to achieve the level of understanding mentioned in Principal Chen's report, relying solely on what's in this document, I don't think it's enough. Either Luo An has another set of interaction programs, a more complete and mature control logic that isn't included in this document. He closed the stack of blueprints. This robotic arm is already an iterative leap compared to similar products. However, it doesn't need to be classified as a national defense patent for now. It can be commercialized, and its value in the commercial sector would actually be even greater. He then picked up another document and flipped it open, tapping his finger on several design drawings. But this levitation technology is different. His tone grew heavier. Its research value is exceptionally high. Based on the design drawings and parameters, it's not yet a finished product. The load-bearing capacity is a major issue. According to his annotated data, the effective payload is probably less than 10 kilograms. Zheng Mingyuan put down the drawings and looked at the head of the table. The concept is brilliant. Using existing foundational conditions to find this path and actually build it is impressive. If the load-bearing issue is resolved later, its military research value would be immense. He closed the materials. My recommendation is that this levitation technology must be patented for national defense and must not be leaked. He put his glasses back on and said no more. The man at the head of the table leaned back in his chair, his fingertip idly rubbing the lid of his teacup. After a few seconds of silence, he turned his head towards Shinbin. By the way, didn't you say he had some requests? Shinbin stood up, walked back to the screen, picked up a USB drive from the table, and plugged it into the computer. After a few clicks, the projection changed to a list. It was densely packed, spanning several pages. His condition is that he's willing to hand over all these research results for free. But he wants us through our official channels to help him procure all the equipment on this list. Shinbin finished speaking and stepped aside, allowing the list on the screen to be fully visible. The room fell silent for an instant. Then came a dull thud. Old Luo, known for his temper, slammed his hand on the table, rattling the tea in the cups. Who does he think he is? He glared at the pages of the list on the screen, his face flushed red. This is beyond asking for the moon. Do you have any idea how much this equipment is worth? Huh. And these items, he pointed at several lines on the screen. And this one, even our own military would have a hard time getting our hands on it. The more he spoke, the angrier he got, his voice echoing off the conference room walls. He's a college student. What does he want all this for? To build a nuclear weapon. Someone nearby muttered in agreement, but the voice was quickly suppressed. A voice from another direction interjected. Old Luo, calm down first. The list is long, but given the results he's presented, if that levitation tech is as valuable as Old Zheng says, investing in this equipment isn't excessive. Old Liu's neck stiffened. Not excessive. Do you know how much this batch of equipment costs in total? He's a freshman who just started college. It's true he's achieved something, but he can't just dictate terms like this. Shinbin stood still, waiting for Old Liu's voice to fade before calmly speaking. Old Luo, hear me out first. He then looked towards the head of the table. We can start preparing the equipment for him. After all, he's already handed over the technology without us giving anything in return. That shows good faith. Shouldn't we show some of ours? He paused. Besides, we need to think long-term. How can we be sure he won't develop something even more groundbreaking in the future? Dealing with someone like Luo An requires a nuanced approach. We can't treat it like a simple business transaction with merchants, or we might end up losing more than we gain. Old Luo snorted and turned his head away. He had a hot temper, but he wasn't foolish. He understood the logic in Shinbin's words. So despite his pride being wounded, he didn't argue further. The table fell silent for a while. The man at the head of the table set down his teacup, the bottom, making a soft clink against the table. Let's set this aside for now. He looked at a person at the end of the table. Procurement, start the material investigation and preliminary preparations. That person nodded. The man at the head didn't continue this topic, shifting his gaze to the other side of the long table. Last time Luo An already solved the thermal management problem for the 6th-generation fighter. What issues remain unresolved? A middle-aged man in military uniform put down his pen and sat up straight. Sir, the bottleneck in thermal management has indeed been broken. The algorithm Luo An provided essentially paved the way for the thermal flow issues caused by shock wave interactions. Currently, after full system validation of the 6th-gen fighter, solutions have been found for the other subsystem problems. He paused. But one remains. Anti-stealth. He opened the file in front of him, pointing to a line of annotation. Our current stealth methods are sufficient against traditional radar. But that's all they are, sufficient. If we can't achieve truly overwhelming stealth performance, then this 6th-gen fighter can't be considered a true 6th-gen fighter. He paused again. We need a completely new approach. Besides relying on external shape and coatings for stealth, we need more effective and comprehensive stealth capabilities. He closed the file. The man at the head of the table was silent for a few seconds. Then he looked up, turning to Shinbin. Let's give this problem to that kid to try. His tone wasn't heavy, but the meaning was clear. If he can solve it, the equipment he wants is easy to discuss. If he can't, then we'll keep observing. Shinbin nodded. Understood. In the laboratory of Jiangxing University, Luo An watched the call interface, with Zhou Yun fade to black on his phone screen. He set the phone down on the desk and sat before his computer. The data interface from Tunghua Interactive Entertainment was already prepared. He pulled up his terminal, typed a few commands, and opened a new window. The SDK package they had sent over had already been received. It was a compressed archive. Upon extraction, it contained 3 items: a dynamic link library file encapsulating the core capabilities of data collection and encrypted transmission. There was also an API document defining the data format, transmission protocol, and authentication key integration method. Additionally, there was a read-only backend account that could access the full behavioral logs. The data was relayed server-side, with the game server pushing behavioral logs directly to the address Luo An had designated. Luo An skimmed the API document and filled in the configuration parameters into the receiving end he had built. Xiaoling. Here. A short electronic tone emanated from the speaker. I'm entrusting this batch of data to you. First parse the document, then integrate the data stream. The secondary screen lit up, and the API document pages scrolled rapidly across it. After a dozen or so seconds, Xiaoling's voice sounded again. Document parsing complete. Data format understood, establishing encrypted connection. Luo An leaned back in his chair, observing the status bar on the main screen. Data stream connection successful. The first batch of behavioral logs began to pour in. Luo An let Xiaoling handle it autonomously. Occasionally he would reach out to adjust a parameter panel, or after Xiao Ling completed a run he'd scan the results and add a filtering condition. Most of the time, he simply watched. The data on the screen surged in waves one after another. Xiao Ling processed these behavioral logs, analyzing mouse trajectories, operation intervals, and skill release timing to distinguish between scripts and genuine human operation habits. Upon discovering a new class of anomalous patterns, it would generalize the features and generate detection rules. When encountering evasion techniques deliberately designed to bypass detection, it would trace the clues to infer the creator's logic, proactively blocking potential future variants. After completing a round, it would review its own performance, what it had caught, what it had missed, and refine its underlying model. Only when it encountered a bottleneck would Luo An offer a hint. Tens of thousands, then hundreds of thousands of records continued to flood in. In the darker corners of the screen, data spread out like a boundless sea. After about half an hour, Xiao Ling's voice sounded once more. First round of deployment complete. Real-time monitoring initiated. Current detection coverage 97. 3. Luo An stared at the screen for a while longer. Xiao Ling was running a second round of optimizations in the background. The data stream was stable and the detection coverage was slowly climbing. He reached out and tweaked a few parameters related to behavioral logic, pushing out a new version of the judgment thresholds. As he lowered his hand, a voice boomed from the corridor before the door even opened. And go. The next moment, the door burst open with a bang. Luo An turned to see Fatty rushing in, followed by Lin Mo. And go. Fatty said, a hint of excitement in his voice. Lin Mo's here to bring us money. He gestured towards Lin Mo. A lot of money, and go. We're rich this time. Lin Mo gave Luo An a slight nod, and Luo An returned the gesture. Lin Mo then pulled over a chair, sat down, and took out his phone, handing it to Luo An. And go, he began. The first month's financial report from the earphone project just came in. He swiped his finger across the screen a couple of times. After deducting channel fees, materials, production costs, and amortizing the initial investment of over 20 million, the net profit is nearly 17 million. He showed the phone to Luo An. Your 30% share after taxes is 5,200,000. Luo An nodded. Lin Mo retrieved his phone and pulled a bank card from his pocket, offering it to him. And with the patent licensing fees from those hibernation pod companies that came through earlier, including the initial fees and first installment royalties. I've rounded it up. On this card, 8 million. And go, please keep it safe. Luo An looked at the card, hesitated for a moment, then took it. What's the progress with the new company? Lin Mo sat back and put his phone away. The company is registered. Fatty mentioned you chose the name, Xiao Ling. He glanced at Fatty. The full name is Xiao Ling Technology Co. Ltd. It's registered at the new office building in the northern suburbs. All the paperwork is done. Luo An nodded. He'll hold on to this 8 million for now. Any future earnings will be transferred to the tech company's account. We'll have many expenses ahead. Fatty stood nearby, his eyes fixed intently on the card in Luo An's hand. And good, now that we're rich, shouldn't we go grab some barbecue to celebrate? Luo An turned his head to glance at the sky outside the window, then looked down at his phone. It was past 6 o'clock. All right, let's go. He turned back to the screen and typed a couple of commands. Xiao Ling, keep running. Log any new issues into a separate document. He'll review it tomorrow. Understood. A short electronic tone came from the speaker. Luo An closed his laptop and stood up. The three of them tidied up, locked the lab door, and headed out. After leaving the campus, they walked along the street towards the food stalls. They hadn't gone far when Fatty suddenly gestured with his chin towards the front. Hey, isn't that Long Chuan? At a bus stop ahead, a person with a backpack was looking down at his phone, seemingly waiting for a bus. Long Chuan. Fatty called out. Long Chuan looked up, glanced over, and upon seeing them raised his hand in greeting. Fatty quickened his pace to catch up. Heading home again? Yeah, Long Chuan replied with a smile. And go, Lin Mo, where are you all headed? We're going for some barbecue, Fatty said, pointing behind him. Wanna come along? Before Long Chuan could answer, there was the hiss of air brakes from the roadside. A bus pulled up to the stop, and its doors opened. Long Chuan glanced at the bus door, then turned back and waved his hand at them. Now you guys go ahead. I need to get back. With that, he turned and boarded the bus. Just before the doors closed, he turned his head and waved at them once more. Then the doors shut, the bus pulled away and left the stop. Fatty turned back, shrugged at Luo An and Lin Mo, and said, well, let's get going then. They turned down a couple of streets, heading towards a barbecue place recommended by a classmate. The night market stalls along the entire street were just starting to stir. Nearby shops were moving tables and chairs outside. They arrived at the entrance. It wasn't a large place. A few plastic tables and chairs were set up outside, and the smell of charcoal and cumin wafted down the street. The three found a spot in the back and sat down. Fatty picked up the menu, scanned it, and with a wave of his hand, ordered a mountain of food: lamb skewers, beef skewers, chicken wings, grilled eggplant, grilled chives, and oysters. As Fatty called out the orders, the owner jotted them down. Luo An, seated across, turned his head, his gaze landing on a stall selling stinky tofu, not far away. The stall was set up under a streetlight, and the oil in the wok was sizzling. He paused for a moment, then his gaze shifted to the other corner of the street. It was a Jianbing Guozi stall. His gaze then settled on the vendor's hands moving upwards. The worn baseball cap on the vendor's head effectively blocked Luo An's view of his eyes. Luo An looked away, his brow furrowing slightly. Lin Mo sitting beside him noticed Luo An's expression and couldn't help but ask, "And go, what's wrong?" Luo An shook his head, his brow relaxing slightly. "It's nothing." Lin Mo didn't press further, uncapping the teapot on the table and pouring a cup for each of them. The stout one was still scrolling through his phone, muttering, "The reviews for this barbecue place online are pretty good, huh?" While waiting for the food, the three chatted idly about school. After about 10 minutes, the owner came over with a grill tray. The lamb skewers sizzled with oil, the aroma of cumin and chili powder hitting their noses directly. The stout one picked up a skewer and urged, come on, try this place's craft, see if it lives up to the hype." Each of them grabbed a skewer and took a bite. The flavor is really good." As they ate and talked, the atmosphere gradually relaxed. Luo An took a bite of the garlic eggplant and casually asked, "How's the progress at the lab?" Lin Mo was gnawing on a chicken wing and swallowed before replying, "The main part is almost done. It's October 23rd now. At the current pace, everything should be wrapped up by the end of December. And the office building? That one's faster, simpler than the lab." Lin Mo wiped his hands. "The renovation is already set to start, probably done by the end of November." Luo An nodded and didn't ask more. The stout one finished chewing his meat, picked up another skewer, and casually asked, "Hey, by the way, does the office building have a gym?" Lin Mo wiped his hands and gave him a rough rundown. The first floor is the lobby and exhibition area. In the future, Ange can display any products there, or if partner companies visit, there's a place for tours and negotiations. The second floor is the employee office area, including the cafeteria and lounge. The third floor is for management, finance, sales. Those departments are all on that floor. The fourth floor is reserved for us. Lin Mo paused. Mainly a few offices, a gym, a cafeteria, a few rooms for sleeping and resting, and a reception room. And I plan to make the rooftop an open-air leisure and activity area. After hearing this, the stout one's eyes lit up. That's so complete. Then we might as well just live at the company. Lin Mo smiled. Sure, there are enough rooms, stay whenever you want. When designing it, we already considered that Ange might spend every day in the lab. Having a place to stay makes it easier to rest. The stout one nodded in agreement. Lin Mo suddenly thought of something and asked, "Oh right, stout one. You said you and Ange are childhood friends, so how did you two meet when you were kids?" The stout one finished chewing his meat, put down the bamboo skewer, and wiped his mouth. "That goes back to kindergarten." He then tilted his head, slightly paused, smiled, and continued, "Let me tell you, that day, I was eating chips behind the slide and 3 punks from the senior class came to pick a fight with me. I can't remember the exact reason. I was timid back then, so I just started crying. Then I saw Ange run over." The stout one mimicked Luo An's pose from back then. He looked at those punks super cockily, "You see. Like this," he crooked his finger and said, "You 3 little brats, come on, hit me." Lin Mo blinked, and then those 3 punks charged at him. The stout one grinned. But who knew Ange had hidden a rope on the path beforehand and tripped those brats flat on their faces, ha. Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh. Luo An, who was drinking water on the side, also had the corners of his mouth curl up slightly. "From then on I started following Ange." Lin Mo nodded, and the three chatted idly for a while longer. When the conversation turned to the spirits in Luo An's lab, Lin Mo suddenly changed the subject and said, "Speaking of the spirits, Ange developed it, just reminded me. I heard that company Tianchi Technology, the mechanical prosthetics they're developing. Like robotic arms, but different from Angie's stuff. I heard it's already passed clinical trials. It might not be long before they officially perform surgeries on disabled people to install these mechanical prosthetics." The stout one had been about to stuff roasted chives into his mouth, but stopped upon hearing this. He glanced at Luo and then turned and asked, "Is that the company researching that brain-computer interface?" Seeing Lin Mo nod, the stout one put down his skewer. "I remember seeing their promotional ads before. Back then the movements looked slow and seemed hard to control, but I didn't expect them to progress this fast. I heard recently that their core technology made a huge breakthrough. Now the mind control is already very agile." The stout one nodded and said, "That's good, at least it's a good thing for those disabled people." Luo An on the side lowered his gaze and thought Lin Xian's figure surfacing in his mind. The conversation drifted on casually, the sound of charcoal crackling mingling with their voices as the barbecue stretched on for nearly 2 hours. When 2 handfuls of skewers had piled up on the table, the stout one leaned back in his chair and let out a burp. Stuffed." Lin Mo checked his phone. It was past 9. "Almost time. Let's go." Lin Mo paid the bill. The stout one argued briefly, but didn't win, and the three got up to head back. The night breeze carried a chill, and the streets had fewer people. After walking about 5 minutes, a black sedan slowly pulled over and stopped ahead of them. The window rolled down, and the driver gave Lin Mo a nod. Lin Mo stopped, turned to Luo An and the stout one, and said, "I need to head out first. There's still a pile of work waiting for me at the company. I also have to keep an eye on the lab, so I won't go back to school with you too." The stout one patted his shoulder. "All right, take it easy on the road." Lin Mo then looked at Luo An, "I'm off then." Lin Emma waved and bent down to get into the car. The door closed. The black sedan made a U-turn and merged into the traffic. The stout one stood there watching for a moment, then sighed. Linmo's really busy now. And shall we head back too? Luo An withdrew his gaze. Let's go. The two walked along the road toward the school. As they neared the school gate, a black sedan slowly pulled up beside them. The stout one instinctively stepped half a pace in front of Luo An. The rear door opened. A leather shoe touched the ground first, then the figure slowly straightened up from the car. Silver-rimmed glasses, dark gray suit the streetlight, casting a long slender shadow behind him. Lin Xian. He closed the car door with a gentle motion, almost silent. Once standing, his gaze settled on Luo An. Then it shifted to the stout one blocking in front, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Your friend. Luo An nodded. Lin Xian then gave a slight nod to the stout one, acknowledging him. The stout one recognized the man as Lin Xian from Tianqi Biotech and took half a step back, making room. Lin Xian's gaze returned to Luo An's face. He slowly pulled an envelope from the inner pocket of his suit and held it out to Luo An. This is some of my recent research findings. I hope it can be of use to you. Luo An glanced at the envelope offered to him, then looked up into Lin Xian's eyes. For a brief 2 or 3 seconds. He reached out, took it, and casually tucked it into his coat pocket. Lin Xian didn't wait for him to speak. Seeing that he had accepted it, the corner of his mouth curved slightly him off. With that, he turned, bent down, and got into the car, his movements crisp and clean. The door closed. The black sedan slowly pulled away and merged into the traffic, its taillights trailing 2 streaks of red light into the night. Luo An stood still, watching the black sedan vanish into the night. His brow furrowed slightly. This man certainly had a purpose, but Luo An knew too little about Lin Xian to decipher his intentions yet. Ange. Came Fatty's voice from beside him. That was Lin Xian, the one who came to find you at school last time, right? Luo An snapped back to reality, giving a slight nod before turning to walk back into the campus. Let's go, he said. Fatty glanced back once, then quickly caught up. It was past 11 at night. In the second-floor bedroom of the annex, only a bedside lamp was lit. From the next room came the faint sound of Fatty's snoring. Luo An lay in bed staring at the ceiling for a while, then reached for the envelope resting on the nightstand. He picked it up and turned it over in his hands. An ordinary craft paper envelope, unsealed, with the folded edges of paper visible inside. A moment later, he slipped out a single sheet folded twice. He unfolded it. Handwritten words in black ink, immaculately neat with a hint of cursive strokes, the endings sharp and decisive. Luo An's gaze settled on the first line and slowly read on. Luo An, recently I've discovered a method that might work for you. The principle is simple. It's about the sense of smell. Scent is the only sensory input that bypasses the thalamic filter and goes directly to the limbic system. So you can use the same scent as a marker before and after intense mental exertion. This can condition your brain. When that state recurs, the smell will automatically trigger the switch. This is just a hypothesis, as I have no one to verify it with. Only you can try it yourself. Lin Xian, after reading Luo An, set the letter down. Another figure flashed briefly through his mind. He folded his hands behind his head, stared at the ceiling, and remained still for a long time. From the next room, Fatty's snores came intermittently, and outside the window the occasional chirp of an insect drifted in. After an unknown stretch of time, he suddenly murmured softly, so low it seemed meant only for himself, "I'm curious. What exactly is your purpose?" The next day at noon, in the laboratory, on the table sat 2 empty cafeteria meal boxes, chopsticks resting across one. Just as they finished eating, 3 knocks sounded at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Luo An. It was the principal's voice. The door opened, and Principal Chen stepped in. Seeing Fatty there too, he paused briefly, then smiled. Wang Hao, you're here as well. Fatty quickly stood up. Yes, Principal, just having lunch with Ange here. The principal nodded with a smile, said no more, and walked over to Luo An. While Fatty tidied up the meal boxes, the principal sat down across from Luo An. After a moment of contemplation, he began, about that matter last time. He trailed off, hesitated, his lips moving as if to continue, then stopped. After a few seconds, he waved a hand. I'll forget it. I'll skip the pleasantries. According to word from over there, even with their involvement, your equipment list would take considerable effort to procure. Before he could finish, Luo An lifted his gaze. Not enough leverage. The principal paused, then nodded. Something like that. Luo An showed no surprise, leaning back in his chair. As expected, I never planned to rely on those 2 items to solve all the equipment issues. He looked at the principal. Principal Chen, you've brought their conditions as well, haven't you? The principal was taken aback, then gave a wry smile, not denying it. Right. He pulled a USB drive from his pocket and slid it across the table. Our country's 6th-generation fighter jet has one last stealth problem unresolved. Without solving it, it can't truly be called a 6th-generation fighter. He paused. Current stealth tech still follows the 5th-generation approach. If you can crack this problem, then that batch of equipment you want becomes an investment for them, not a concern. The principal leaned forward slightly. After all, some of those items you're asking for are controlled by their respective governments. They wouldn't sell even for money. So you have to show them your value, and then they'll go all out to help you resolve the equipment issue. After the principal finished, Luo An nodded, his expression unchanged. The principal then let his gaze wander around the laboratory. The levitation device on the floor, whose final form was still uncertain, the mechanical arms extending from the wall, and the lines of scrolling code on the screen. A few seconds of silence. Then the principal spoke again, his tone completely different, as if casually mentioning something unrelated. Luo An, how do you see yourself in China? Luo An's hand about to insert the USB drive into the computer paused. The usually calm expression on his face slowly furrowed like a stone dropped into still water. He set down the USB drive, leaned back, tilted his head slightly, and looked at the ceiling. Fatty, sitting in his chair, stopped scrolling on his phone. The lab fell silent. Luo An's gaze fixed on a point on the ceiling, as if seeing something, yet seeing. Images began to flash through his mind. The mulberry tree at the village entrance near his hometown, the white goose at his grandmother's house, his parents sharing a meal at the table, Wang Hao, who had been with him for so long, international news on the evening broadcast, classmates had met only once, the screwdriver lying quietly on the lab table, clouds in the sky, mountains, seas, and lakes. Countless images flooding through his mind, without order, without logic. They all came rushing out at once. After another long moment, Luo An finally spoke, his voice low as if organizing his thoughts. I've never thought about that question. He paused, and both Principal Chun and Fatty perked up their ears. I don't resent China, just as I don't resent having the surname Luo. It's a default setting, not something that needs to be defended. He paused again. But I just thought. Everything I remember is here. He extended his index finger and traced a small circle on the table, then tapped lightly at its center. These are the things I care about, and they all exist on this land. So, he lowered his gaze to the USB drive in his hand, spinning it once. Rationally speaking, I hope it does well. Because if it doesn't, these things wouldn't exist. He fell silent for a few seconds. Gazing at the USB drive, he pressed his fingers against it slightly, the metal shell dimpling under the pressure. More images flashed through his mind. The contrails left by fighter jets streaking across the sky, tank treads churning through muddy roads. Black smoke rising from ruins. Finally, a mushroom cloud slowly rising from the horizon like a flower that should never have bloomed in the mortal world. And at the very center of that flower, a drop of silvery gray liquid slowly materialized. He flipped the USB drive over and set it down, adding silently in his mind, but is one China. Enough. The laboratory fell silent. The principal stroked his chin with a slight frown, thoughtfully savoring Luo An's recent words, remaining quiet for a long moment. Then he looked at Luo and nodded, and spoke with a hint of appreciation in his tone. Genuine and honest, a fine piece of material. All right, you two stay here. He'll head back now. If you need anything, feel free to call me. The principal supports you. Luo An nodded at Principal Zhang, who then turned, pulled open the door, and walked out. The sound of footsteps gradually faded down the corridor. Fatty, sitting in his chair, pushed off the floor with his feet gliding over beside Luo An. And go, why did Principal Chen suddenly ask you about that? Luo An leaned back in his chair, tapping his finger on the desk. Maybe he wanted to ask himself, or maybe someone sent him to ask. Fatty was stunned for a moment, then lowered his voice. And Gus, so what you said just now. Were you bluffing the principal? Luo An glanced at him. Principal Chun has always looked out for me. Why would I bluff him? He paused. Besides, when have you ever seen me tell a lie? Fatty thought seriously for a while, then nodded. That's true. Since we were kids, I don't think I've ever seen you lie and go. Luo An didn't reply, instead plugging a USB drive into the side of his laptop. The screen lit up, showing several folders on the USB drive. He clicked one open, and a window popped up. The laptop screen already cluttered with several windows. The data from Tingyue, still running, the robotic arms log window scrolling in the background, and a few processes Xiao Ling had left running, was crammed together. The already small screen was nearly full, and the system's performance was reaching its limit. I need to sort out the computer situation. He then said to Fatty, call the computer store owner, and have him assemble a desktop PC. Fatty scratched his head upon hearing this. I don't have his number. Luo An said nothing, then slowly closed his eyes. Images in his mind flashed by rapidly like a fast-forwarded film, finally freezing on the counter of the bald owner's shop on the second floor of the computer mall. A transparent business card holder was stuck on it, stuffed with a stack of cards. The image zoomed in, revealing the name, phone number, and company name on them. Luo An opened his eyes. He picked up his phone and started dialing. Fatty watched from the side, muttering, must be convenient having such a good memory. Clearly he was already used to Luo An's remarkable memory. The phone rang twice before it was picked up. Hello, who is this? Hello, Boss Zhang. This is Luo An. There was a pause on the other end. Which Luo An? Luo An thought for a moment. The one you asked to show you a student ID. There was silence for 2 seconds, then a voice of sudden realization. Oh, it's you. What's up? Help me build a desktop PC. I'll add you on WeChat, and send the specs over. Get it assembled as soon as possible, and have it delivered. If it's for you, don't worry. They'll get it sorted. Luo An grunted in acknowledgement, hung up, then added the contact on WeChat, and sent the configuration list. He put the phone down and sat back at the computer. On the screen was the file he had opened earlier, which he began scrolling through page by page. Fatty checked the time on his phone and stood up. And Guam heading off. Class is about to start. Luo An hummed in response, his eyes not leaving the screen. Fatty pulled the door open, closed it behind him, and his footsteps faded away with a patter. The lab quieted down. Luo An continued flipping through a few more pages, then suddenly stopped. On the screen was a technical overview stating that existing stealth methods mainly targeted specific frequency bands, and low-frequency radars below this band could capture residual echoes. The 6th-generation fighter jet under development required full-band omnidirectional and full-time stealth. The efficiency of traditional radar-absorbing materials declined exponentially across a wide spectrum, so simply adding more material was no longer a viable path. Over a dozen pages of data were attached below. He quickly scrolled through it, covering frequency ranges from tens of megahertz to tens of gigahertz, the radar cross-section requirements for different bands, measured absorption, curves of materials, and the attenuation performance of existing coatings at various incident angles. The data was comprehensive, but the conclusion was singular: the passive approach had hit its ceiling. Halfway through, he already knew how to solve it. He leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the desk twice. The principle isn't complicated. Just cancel out the reflected waves. He muttered to himself, conveniently, I already have the tools for this. He opened another folder containing the technical documentation for his self-made noise-canceling headphones. While flipping through it, he murmured, the headphones use a microphone to pick up noise, generate an inverted phase, and cancel it out. This involves receiving the detection wave, sending back an inverted phase, and reducing the reflected wave to zero. He swiped his finger across the trackpad, flipping to another page of parameters. The principle is the same: wave interference cancellation. It's just that headphones use piezoelectric elements. This requires a conformal array. He flipped another page. The frequency bands differ. The difference between sound waves and electromagnetic waves, but the superposition principle hasn't changed. The algorithm framework can be directly adapted. Increase the sampling rate at adaptive tracking. He closed the file, leaned back, and thought for a moment. Swap piezoelectric elements for conformal array elements, sound waves for electromagnetic waves, LMS for EKF. He verified the logic in his mind, confirming it was sound. His fingertips landed on the keyboard. In the lab, only the sound of typing remained. Dense, continuous, unbroken. A dozen or so minutes later, he struck the final enter key. He released his hands and leaned back in his chair. Done. He glanced at the completed file on the screen, then picked up his phone, scrolled through the call log, found the principal's number, and dialed. It rang twice before being answered. Luo An, what's the matter? The principal's puzzled voice came through. Principal, could you come back to the lab? There was a pause on the line. What's wrong? Is the problem from the military too difficult? Or, do you need my help? No, it's just that it's done. Should Principal Chen come to take the USB drive, or should I bring it to you? There was about 2 seconds of silence on the other end. Then he heard a dull thud, thump, as if the phone had slipped from the principal's hand and hit the floor. This was followed by a rustling sound. Then a nearly roaring voice exploded through the phone. What's done? Don't tell me you've finished it. The stealth technology for the 6th-gen fighter jet. It's done. Completed. Yes. The line suddenly went dead silent. It was quiet for a long time. So long that Luo An pulled the phone away to check, confirming it was still in the call. Then the principal's voice came through, clearly trembling with a mixture of disbelief and barely contained excitement. You wait there for me. Don't leave. I'm on my way. The call ended. The lab had barely quieted for 5 minutes when a burst of urgent footsteps echoed from the corridor. Not walking, running. And growing closer. Then the door was shoved open from outside, slamming against the wall with a loud bang. Principal Chun burst in, one hand braced on his knee, the other pointing at Luo, and bent over and gasping for air. He opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. Luo An glanced at him and said to the side, Xiao Ling, bring Principal Chen a chair and a glass of water. The moment the words left his mouth, a black mechanical arm slid across the desk, grabbed a paper cup, paused briefly at the water dispenser, filled it with warm water, and delivered it steadily to the principal's hand. Another mechanical arm pushed a chair from the corner, gently pressing against the back of his knees. The principal glanced at the cup offered to him, then turned to look at the chair that had appeared behind him. His gaze lingered on the 2 mechanical arms that had already returned to their positions. He said nothing, but his expression clearly conveyed how convenient this all was. He plopped down into the chair, took the cup, gulped down a big sip, and set it on the desk. After catching his breath for a while longer, he waved a hand. Haven't run like that in ages. I nearly couldn't catch my breath with these old bones. Luo An didn't respond, waiting for him to recover. The principal took 2 more deep breaths, sat up straighter, his expression gradually turning serious as he fixed his gaze on Luo An. Luo An, what you said on the phone, is it true? Already solved. Luo An nodded. The principal kept staring at him, as if searching his face for confirmation. You're not joking. This is a problem the military researched for 2 or 3 years without solving. He glanced down at his watch. Has it even been half an hour since I gave you the USB drive? About that. The principal leaned forward, lowering his voice. You can't be messing with me now. My heart isn't strong. I can't handle a shock. Luo An leaned back in his chair, his tone flat. Do I look like someone with the leisure to joke around? This remark earned a nod of approval from Principal Chun. Then Luo An continued, I just made a pair of earphones a while back for quiet sleep. Looking at their requirements, my earphones happened to solve the problem perfectly. So there was no need for new research. Just adjusting the software, hardware, and parameters was enough. As he spoke, he pulled out the USB drive and handed it over. The principal reached out to take it. As his fingers touched the drive, Luo An noticed Principal Chin's fingertips trembling slightly. The principal held the USB drive, looked down at it, then looked back up at Luo An. Well, then I'll take it and hand it over to them. You absolutely must not deceive me. If it doesn't work after I deliver it, my old face will be slapped swollen. Luo An watched him clutching the drive with obvious unease, leaned back, and said, how about you leave it here for now, and come pick it up in a few days? The principal almost reflexively tightened his grip on the USB drive in his palm. No need, no need. I trust you. I'm going right now. With that, he turned and strode toward the door with long steps, muttering under his breath, if all this could be made public. The reputation of my Jiangxing University. Reaching the door, his hand already on the handle, he suddenly stopped and turned around. All right, almost forgot. Luo An looked at him. That anti-gravity technology of yours has been classified as a national defense patent. You can't share it privately. But this. He pointed at the black mechanical arms on the wall. This one's fine. Use it, show it off, no problem. Luo An nodded. Only then did the principal pull the door open and step out. When he reached the stairwell, his pace slowed. He looked down at the USB drive in his hand, tightened his grip again, and hurried down the stairs. When he reached the bottom and passed by the small pavilion, he suddenly stopped. He raised a hand and slapped his forehead. Forgot to bring up the 5 million again. Forget it next time. Back in the lab, Luo An sat down at his computer. The files on the desktop were still open. He reopened the design drawing for the anti-gravity cushion. He studied it for a while, reorganizing his thoughts in his mind, then placed both hands on the keyboard. Kyoto Shishan Command Center, the conference room on the second floor. The curtains were drawn and fluorescent lights illuminated the room brightly. Several documents were scattered across the long table, and the tea in the cups had been refilled round after round. The meeting had been going on for quite some time. The atmosphere wasn't exactly relaxed. Old Lu slammed his palm on the table. The enamel cup jumped, splashing tea onto the surface. Those damn Americans, always using these sneaky tricks. The room fell silent for 2 seconds. That railway in Stan Country would already sent the engineering team over and were ready to start construction, and then at this critical moment, they suddenly unilaterally broke the contract and refused to cooperate. We weren't charging a single cent, building the railway for free, and they still backed out. If it wasn't the Americans threatening them from behind, I'll write my surname upside down. Shinbin leaned back in his chair and added in a low voice, with Stan Country's size, they really can't withstand that kind of pressure. Old Lu snorted, picked up his enamel cup, took a swig, and set it down. Damn it, we were so close. Once this railway is built, goods can travel directly from Stan Country's rail line straight to the Middle East. He paused, lowering his voice slightly. At that point, the Strait of Malacca won't be the only option anymore. Silence fell over the table. Everyone in the room had understood the strategic weight of this railway since the day the project was approved. Goods reaching the Middle East by land, making the Strait of Malacca no longer the sole route. You understand it, and so do they. That's why they've invested so heavily to pin down Stan Country. And Stan Country, a small nation, caught in the middle. On one side, a railway offered for free, while on the other, threats of trade sanctions and security promises. Anyone sitting in that position would find it hard to hold firm. Logic is logic, reality is reality. The table fell quiet for a long while and no one spoke. The man at the head of the table didn't respond either. He paused for a few seconds, then turned his gaze to the other side of the table's end. What about your side? In that seat sat a middle-aged man in civilian clothes, a document resembling a list spread before him. He leaned forward slightly. Recently, several organizations we've been monitoring have started having their people enter the country frequently. He flipped open the file in front of him. They're all coming in under the guise of tourism. Scattered routes, staggered timing, no visible connection on the surface. But after cross-referencing the backgrounds of several of them, the pattern points quite clearly in a certain direction. Where are they staying? The man at the head asked. Concentrated in these cities. He tapped his fingertip on the list. Jiangxing is among them. The man at the head picked up his teacup, took a sip, and set it back down. Keep everyone under close watch. Already arranged. The man at the head nodded and was about to pick up another document when the door was suddenly pushed open with a sharp crack. Everyone in the meeting room turned to look at the entrance. A young man in training uniform stood at the door, chest heaving, clutching a folder in his hand. He realized his entrance had been too loud, but there was no time to recover. He looked directly at the head of the table and spoke urgently. Reporting, Chief. The preliminary verification results from the aviation side are in. The expressions of everyone at the table shifted. Shinbin was the first to react, saying, explain clearly. The young man caught his breath, steadying his voice. The solution Luo An provided. The verification team began setting up the test environment the very night they received it. The preliminary verification results from the first round are in. He glanced at the folder in his hand, as if confirming he hadn't misspoken. It works. The results are even better than expected. The meeting room fell silent for about 2 seconds. Then came the sound of chairs scraping. Zheng Mingyuan had already risen, extending his hand. The data oi. The young man handed over the folder. Zheng Mingyuan took it, opened it, and quickly scanned a few pages. His brow furrowed deeper, not in doubt, but in absorption. Old Lu also stood up, walking over to look over Zheng Mingyuan's shoulder. After a moment, he glanced at Shenbin, saying nothing. Shenbin remained seated, but his fingers tapped twice lightly on the table. The man at the head of the table lifted his cup lid, took a sip, and set it down. Give us the details. The young man straightened up. The verification team constructed a scaled-down test platform in an anechoic chamber, using a signal generator to simulate radar wave illumination and conformal array elements for out-of-phase transmission. In frequency hopping mode, the EKF algorithm achieved over 90% accuracy in predicting subsequent frequencies after capturing the first 5 hops. He paused. Reflected echo intensity dropped by nearly 20 decibels in key frequency bands. He added, based on current data, the verification team estimates that with full-scale array density and increased transmission power, this could reach 30 decibels. At this number, even Zheng Mingyuan looked up. 30 decibels. Everyone in the room knew what that meant in the radar field. Old Lu cursed under his breath. Is this kid some kind of prodigy? No one responded. Because no one had the time to. Zheng Mingyuan had already flipped to the later pages, reading as he spoke. The scale platform still has gaps compared to the real system. The array density and power are not on the same scale. But the principle has been verified. He closed the materials and adjusted his glasses. And with this data, the engineering challenges might not be as daunting as we initially thought. He looked at the man at the head of the table. I recommend we immediately initiate full-scale verification. The man at the head of the table didn't answer immediately. He leaned back, his fingertips slowly tracing the cup lid twice. Then he sat up straight, brought his palm down, and struck the table heavily. A dull thud. Good. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the room. Just when we needed a solution, one arrives. He looked at the head of the aviation department. Full-scale verification starts immediately. I want you to oversee it personally. Have the team work hard. I want results before New Year's Day. He paused, his voice deepening. We're going to make sure they have a miserable Christmas. The head of the aviation department stood up. Yes, sir. The man at the head of the table withdrew his gaze, picked up his teacup, took a sip, and set it down. His voice was low, but each word landed with weight. This railway in Stanland. Huaxiao is going to build it no matter what. No one at the table spoke. But the excitement in the room was palpable. The man at the head of the table didn't dwell on the topic. He set down his cup, his fingertip tracing the lid, his tone softening slightly. In just half an hour, we've solved a problem that eluded us for 3 years. He slowly scanned the room. Everyone share your thoughts. Shinbin put down his pen and leaned forward. Based on Principal Chen's briefing, I believe it's necessary for us to formally send a dedicated person to make contact with him. His tone was unhurried, but every word was clear. At the very least, we need to ensure he doesn't develop any negative feelings toward us. Additionally, regarding the equipment he requested, I suggest we resolve it as quickly as possible. After all, helping him solve these problems is in turn helping us solve the problems we might face in the future. He paused. Given the potential he has shown thus far, Luo An is definitely someone we should invest in significantly. At this, many around the table nodded in agreement. A middle-aged man sitting next to old Lu nudged him with his elbow and whispered with a smile, Old Lu, why aren't you picking a fight with old Shin today? Old Lu shot him a glare. Do I look like someone unreasonable? He snorted, glancing towards Shinbin. Besides, that kid Luo An really is something else. What can I do about it? If you were that impressive, I'd respect you too. A chuckle rippled through the room before quickly subsiding. The man at the head of the table swept his gaze over everyone, and seeing no further objections, he picked up his teacup, took a sip, and set it down. Then let's proceed as Shinbin suggests. He looked at Shinbin. All departments will fully cooperate. You've met Luo An before, so you'll handle the liaison. Shinbin nodded. Understood. The man at the head of the table had nothing more to add. He picked up the documents, flipped through them once more, and closed them. He placed them on the table. Meeting adjourned. In early November, a chill had already settled over Jiang City. At 7 in the morning, just as the sky had fully brightened, Luo An sat in the lab. On the screen was a batch of logs that Xiao Ling had organized the night before, back-end data from the anti-cheat system, records of anomalous account behavior intercepted from Tingyue Interactive. Thousands of lines densely packed. He quickly scanned through them. Xiao Ling had already highlighted the key points, and nothing seemed critically wrong. He leaned back and glanced at the desktop computer in front of him. It was the one Boss Zhang from the computer market had delivered a few days ago, a full setup costing 45,000 yuan, a whole tier above the laptop beside it. Xiao Ling's response speed had also noticeably improved. Luo An had deployed Xiao Ling's core programs entirely on this machine, but the data was synchronized, allowing Xiao Ling to control both computers and run on either at any time. All primary computations and data processing, however, went through the desktop. Luo An switched through a few windows, confirmed everything was running smoothly, and was just closing them when footsteps echoed in the corridor. The door creaked open a crack. Fatty's head poked in. "And let's go. The principal's already urging us." Without turning around, Luo An replied, "Almost there." He minimized the log window and said to the screen, "Xiaoling, keep an eye on this. Notify me if anything comes up." "Okay." Luo An closed the lid of the laptop beside him, unplugged the power cord, and packed the mouse, USB drive, and charger into his bag. He turned and headed for the door. "Let's go." Fatty led the way. The two of them walked through the corridor, descended the stairs, and made their way briskly towards the school gate. The November morning wind rushed against their faces and Fatty shrank his neck. Near the school's main gate, a white minibus was parked on the plaza. A red banner hung in front of the vehicle with white lettering that read Jiangshan University Team. Through the windows, it was clear that many people were already seated inside. The principal, clad in a dark jacket, stood outside the door, deep in conversation with the teacher in charge, old Zhao. Upon seeing Luo An and the other approaching, he waved them over. "Hurry up, we're only waiting for you two." Luo An walked over with Fatty trailing behind. The principal gestured towards the bus with a tilt of his head. "Get on." Luo An nodded and boarded. The bus was nearly full. In the back rows on the right sat another team. Luo An recognized a few familiar faces from the last school competition. Lu Cheng was seated by the aisle, flipping through a notebook. In the middle rows were a few student union members. Some had cameras resting on their laps, others were checking voice recorders, likely tasked with capturing footage and providing support. Old Zhao took a seat in the front row, and the principal settled in next to him after boarding. Suyu sat alone by the window in the third row on the left, looking over with a melancholic expression. Luo An averted his gaze and took a seat by the window in the very front row. Fatty stuffed his backpack onto the luggage rack and sat down beside him. Suyu leaned out from the back row, her face pleading for mercy. "It's the provincial competition now, and you're still bringing him. We're definitely doomed this time." Luo An didn't turn around. "Wasn't it you who told me to pick the team in the first place? Besides, I never said I was determined to win this one." He turned to look at Principal Chun in the front seat. "Right, Principal Chun." Principal Chun covered his face and slowly nodded. Right. Fatty spun around and jutted his chin at Suyu. "So my seemingly familiar classmate, didn't I dazzle you at last month's competition?" Suyu was speechless. "Go ahead, try spending another day gaming." Fatty calmly pulled out his phone and flashed the screen at her. "Don't worry, it's fully charged, more than enough for a whole day." Suyu's mouth twitched. She stopped looking at him, turned to gaze out the window, and let out a deep sigh. The doors closed. The minibus started moving slowly, exited the school gate, and merged into the main road's traffic. After over an hour's drive, Luo An dozed off against his seat. He woke up to Fatty patting his shoulder. "And go, we're here." Luo An opened his eyes. The vehicle had already stopped. Outside was a vast plaza in front of the school, with crowds streaming from all directions towards an imposing gymnasium. Red helium balloons floated in the air, suspending banners that read the 19th Jiangbei Provincial University Network and Information Security Competition. The place was teeming with people, competing students, teachers, and volunteers, clustered in groups at the entrance. The cacophony of voices penetrated even through the glass. Luo An frowned. He disliked such scenes. With so many people, the information became chaotic, sounds, movements, and glances all flooded and simultaneously, forcing his brain to expend extra energy, filtering through the noise. He closed his eyes briefly, suppressing the unnecessary sensory input. When he opened them again, his expression had returned to calm. The principal stood up from the front row and clapped his hands. "All right, let's perk up. Reaching the provincial competition is already the best result Jiangshan University has achieved in years. Whatever happens today, the school will give you due credit." A few scattered murmurs of acknowledgement sounded in the bus. The door opened, and the noise surged inside. Luo An grabbed his laptop and got off. Fatty jumped down after him, stretching lazily. "After sitting for so long, we finally arrived." He craned his neck around, taking in the scenery. The plaza was packed with buses from various universities, their names all too familiar. Several bore the prestigious label of Project 211 Universities. Students from those schools descended from their buses, chatting and laughing in small groups as they walked towards the gymnasium. When their gazes swept over Jiangshan University's minibus with its slightly faded emblem, they let out faint chuckles before being greeted by staff and escorted towards the venue. Fatty was stunned for a moment. He leaned closer to Luo An and whispered, "I thought there'd be some kind of grand welcome. Turns out no one's even looking at us. It's like we're just tourists here." He jutted his chin towards the gymnasium entrance, where several cameras were set up on both sides, their lenses all focused on the teams from those prestigious schools, with flashes popping relentlessly. Old Zhao approached and casually remarked to the students nearby, "That's Jiangbei Polytechnic University, consistently in the top 3 of the provincial competition. And that's Huaxia University of Science and Technology, last year's champions. A total of 62 teams are competing this year. Making it to the top 8 would be a great achievement." Fatty clicked his tongue, but said nothing. Principal Chun was among the last to get off. He straightened his collar and had only taken a few steps onto the plaza when he saw a man approaching. The man was in his 30s wearing black-rimmed glasses and a staff badge on his chest. Principal Chen's steps faltered for a moment before he quickened his pace to meet him, extending his hand. Hello. I'm Chun Yuanshao, the principal of Jiangxing University. The man shook his hand, offering a professional smile. Principal Chun, welcome. Before Principal Chun could say another word, he turned and called out Xiao Lu, take the Jiangxing University team to the venue. A volunteer who looked like a student hurried over. The man turned back to Principal Chun with a smile. I'm sorry, Principal, we're really short-staffed today. I still need to attend to other teams. Principal Chen's hand lingered in the air for a moment before he withdrew it. No problem. There are indeed many teams today. You go ahead, we can find our own way. The man nodded and turned to walk towards another bus that had just arrived. Principal Chen stood still, his smile still in place. But his gaze drifted into the distance where a team from a prestigious university was being escorted towards the venue by 3 people. Leading that team was a face he recognized, the department head of that university, flanked by 2 teachers, one on each side, cheerfully guiding the group. Principal Chen glanced again at the receding figure of the man with black-rimmed glasses. His smile gradually faded and the corners of his mouth tightened for a moment. He looked down at the roster in his hand, saying nothing. Luo An raised an eyebrow, looking at the man's retreating back and then at Principal Chen's slightly drawn-in chin. Old Zhao called out from the front, let's go, everyone follow me. We need to head to the venue to register first. The group followed in succession. Luo An, carrying his laptop bag, walked behind the team towards the venue. After a few steps, as he passed Principal Chen, a hand suddenly pressed down on his shoulder. The force wasn't heavy, but it was firm. Luo An stopped and turned his head. Principal Chen wasn't looking at him, his gaze fixed on the bustling crowd ahead. Luo An, help me out this once. Principal Chen took a deep breath. After all, I am the head of this institution. These people clearly look down on our Jiangxing University. Luo An looked at him, silent for a moment. Then he shrugged and replied softly, what kind of effect do you want? Principal Chen's expression and tone remained perfectly calm, but Luo An noticed the skin at his temple twitching faintly, once, twice, as if something was being forcibly suppressed beneath the surface. Principal Chen spoke, his voice low, yet each word was enunciated with deliberate clarity. Do everything in your power to slap them hard in the face for our Jiangxing University. Luo An pondered for a moment. Then he sighed and strode towards the arena. After a few steps, his voice drifted back softly. Bullying these college kids really isn't something to be proud of. The main entrance of the gymnasium stood wide open, with several queues forming at the entrance where volunteers were checking the name lists. Luo An walked over with his laptop bag and joined the end of the line. The chubby guy turned his head from the front and asked, and what were you and Principal Chen chatting about? Nothing much. Then why did Principal Chen look like he'd swallowed a lemon? Luo An didn't respond. The line shuffled forward a few steps. Ahead was a long table draped in a blue cloth with several volunteers seated behind it, stacks of participant badges and info packets laid out on top. When their turn came, old Zhao handed over the university's official documents. The volunteer flipped through the list, then pulled out several info packets from a box behind him. He glanced up, scanned the group in line, and counted them, 6 people from Jiangxing University, all present. Old Zhao nodded hastily, yes, all here. All right. The volunteer then slid the packets across the table. Jiangxing University, 2 teams, 6 people total. Pick up your badges over there, then enter the inner arena via the right passage. The seating area is marked. Old Zhao acknowledged and gestured for everyone to move aside. Luo An took his own packet, tore open the seal, and glanced inside. The chubby guy leaned over. And what number are you? C07. MC08. So you walked up from behind, C09. The interior of the gymnasium was far more expansive than it appeared from outside. The overhead electronic display was still dark, its deep gray screen looming like a colossal wall, silently overlooking the entire venue. Teams from various schools milled about between the seating sections, their chatter, footsteps, and the scraping of chairs blending into a low, constant hum. Luo An averted his gaze and headed towards Section C with his laptop bag. Section C was located at the far right, tucked near the back. He followed the numbered markings along the floor until he found a table with a white label reading Jiangxing University Machine No. C07. It was a standard foldable long table with a network cable and a power cord trailing out from underneath. Luo An set down his bag, pulled out a chair, and sat. He plugged in the power, connected the network cable, and booted up his laptop, linking into the competition network. He flipped open the rulebook and scanned it. The morning session was Jeopardy-style problem-solving, 5 categories, 3 questions each, web, PWN, reverse crypto, and miscellaneous. The score tiers were the same as the school qualifiers, 50, 150, 300, though the difficulty differed. Even counting first blood bonuses, the maximum achievable score was capped at 1100. The afternoon session was AWDP attack defense with 62 teams, 10 minutes per round, 24 rounds in total. Submitting a flag in attack earned 100 points, defending each round earned 50. When Luo An reached the final rule, a slight smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. He closed the rulebook and leaned back in his chair. A few rows ahead was Section A, and to his right across an aisle was Section B. Several teams had already set up their equipment. Some were typing code, some debugging scripts, and others leaning back in high-back chairs with their eyes closed. The gymnasium was filling up. The entrance was still lined with queues. A volunteer was blocking one team and explaining something to them. That team had only 2 people standing at the table. The third was clearly absent. The volunteer shook his head and pointed to the side. The 2 individuals reluctantly stepped aside and pulled out their phones to make calls. A piercing static noise crackled from overhead. Luo An looked away. The electronic display lit up. The deep gray screen glowed with a blue-white light, and a line of text emerged at its center: 19th Jiangbei Province Collegiate Network and Information Security Competition. The clamor in the gymnasium quieted down a notch. A male voice came over the loudspeaker. All teams, please take your assigned seats. Teams with missing members, kindly proceed to the registration desk to complete check-in. The competition will officially commence in 5 minutes. During that brief 5-minute wait, the team that had been short 1 member arrived, and all personnel were accounted for. A judge took the stage and went over the rules, much the same as what was printed in the rulebook, until he read out. The morning session runs for 3 hours, and the afternoon session starts at 2 p.m. until 5 p.m., also 3 hours. Luo An frowned slightly upon hearing this. He muttered under his breath, "Does it have to be this long?" Suyu, seated beside him, tilted her head. "Did you not read the competition rules before coming?" Luo An gave a slight shake of his head. Suyu turned back and remained silent. The signal indicating the start of the competition rang out. The chubby guy with practiced ease pulled out his phone and opened a mobile game. Suyu shot him a glance, but couldn't be bothered to say a word. Luo An didn't rush to open the problem list. First he masked his own tracks, then systematically scanned across the machines one by one. He was checking the hardware information of each target server. Over 10 minutes later, Luo An stared at the data on his screen, pondering for a moment. Then he opened a browser and typed in a few keywords. Provincial competitions allowed contestants to consult reference materials. This was in itself part of the skill set, swiftly locating accurate and usable information within a sea of data. As for cheating, every participant had to submit their operational logs after the competition. Every action was traceable, so there was no need for it. This worked out well, saving Luo An from having to look up materials during the lunch break. Luo An opened his browser and began searching. His first keyword was Intel CPU microarchitecture. Then came instruction set, reference manual, datasheet, and microcode update. Web page after web page opened. He read with intense focus, his gaze darting rapidly across the screen, occasionally pausing to mentally verify a passage. Time slipped away in the glow of the screen. Beside him, Suyu was typing furiously, her keystrokes rapid and dense. Over on the chubby guy's side, his game was also getting intensely heated, though his screen seemed to be graying out with alarming frequency. Half an hour later, Luo An closed the browser. He set up a Symix virtual hardware platform on his computer. Then, spending nearly another hour, he completely replicated Intel's microcode. For the rest of the time, he focused on a single task: analyzing, dissecting, reassembling, and debugging. Windows on his screen switched endlessly, data streams scrolled through the terminal. Xiaoling's data analysis quietly initiated in the background. Luo An remained immersed in his analysis, peeling back layer after layer, then reconstructing it all over again. Occasionally, he would pause, staring at a particular segment of microcode for a long while, then he'd delete it, rewrite it, and debug it again. Over and over. He lost track of time. With just a few minutes left in the morning session, Luo An suddenly furrowed his brow. His fingers hovered above the keyboard, frozen in place. His pupils contracted slightly. At that moment, Suyu on the right side of the chubby guy typed the last command on her keyboard and pressed enter. A red error message popped up on the screen. She tried again. Still an error. She stared at the error message for 2 seconds, let out a breath, and lifted her hands from the keyboard. Time was running out. It was too late. She glanced at the score in the top right corner: 550 points. 3 lines of numbers sat quietly in the scoring column. 1 easy web challenge worth 50 points, 1 medium challenge worth 150 points. 1 hard reverse challenge worth 300 points. 1 easy miscellaneous sign-in challenge worth 50 points. The rest was all blank. In the rankings, the name of Jiangxing University was almost at the very bottom. She let out a soft sigh. It had been the same during the school competition. Luo An had spent the early part of it spacing out, and she had wondered if he was even capable. But in the final minutes, he swept through everything, surging straight to first place, submitting a perfect score at the last second. She glanced sideways at Luo An, thinking to herself, he wouldn't pull that trick again today, would he? Luo An remained motionless, staring at his own screen. She glanced again at the chubby guy who was looking down at his phone. What a familiar scene. Both of them still at 0 points. Suyu checked the time again. Less than 5 minutes remained. She lowered her voice. Luo An, you're not really planning to submit a perfect score at the last second again, are you? There was no response. Suyu looked away, waited for a while. Checked the time again. Looked at Luo An again. He was the same as before. There wasn't even a visible rise and fall of breath. In the gymnasium, people had started packing up their equipment. The sound of chairs being dragged came from all directions, mixed with scattered conversations and footsteps. Someone over the loudspeaker was reminding everyone of the remaining time, the voice bouncing off the walls of the vast hall several times before fading away. Suye's brow slowly furrowed. Time ticked by second. For minutes. 3 minutes. 2 minutes. Luo An still hadn't moved. Suyu grew restless. She kept alternating her gaze between the countdown clock in the top right corner and Luo An unconsciously digging her fingers into the edge of the desk. Her fingernails left a faint white mark on the plastic edge. The noise in the gymnasium grew louder. Some were discussing, some were packing up, and some were already heading out with their laptop bags. A few rows away she overheard someone asking, "Who managed to solve the third reverse challenge this time?" Another voice replied, "Forget it, I spent an hour and a half on it, and got nowhere." Suyu glanced at her own 550 points again. Second to last. If Luo An started now at his speed. She did a quick calculation. Even if he submitted at the last second and aced all the remaining problems, breaking into the middle of the pack wasn't impossible. Less than a minute remained. She glanced sideways at Luo An. He still hadn't moved. Suye's heart sank little by little. The countdown numbers turned red. 10, 9, 8. Suye's breathing became noticeably quicker. Even if Luo An possessed extraordinary abilities, starting now would be too late. She stared at the countdown, then at Luo An. Then back at the countdown. The numbers on the screen ticked down one by one. 7. She was still waiting. Waiting for a miracle. Waiting for Luo An to suddenly spring into action, his fingers flying across the keyboard, submitting at the final second. 6. Luo An's fingers still hovered in place. 5. Suddenly a voice from beside her startled Suyu. "Look how nervous you are." The chubby guy had put down his phone at some point, leaning over with his chin almost resting on Suye's desk. "With my bro in here, what are you afraid of?" Suyu steadied herself, ignored him, and kept her eyes on the countdown. 4, 3, 2, 1. The countdown hit 0. A pop-up appeared on the screen. First half ended, followed immediately by a rolling score summary table. A dense list of school names and scores lined up together. Suyu instinctively scanned the first screen. All scores started from 600. Her eyes slid down all the way to nearly the very bottom before finding the line. Jiangxing University, 550 points. Ranked 62nd. There were 62 teams in total. Last place. Suyu stared blankly at the big screen, then slowly turned her head, her gaze shifting to the chubby guy's face. "Right with your bro in here." Her voice was calm. "Then please explain to me, what does it mean that we're in last place now?" The chubby guy opened his mouth. He looked at Luo and then at the glaring ranking on the screen. For a moment he was speechless. It didn't make sense. How could there be a problem that Bro An couldn't solve? Ignoring Suyu, he gently patted Luo An's arm. Bro An. Luo An blinked. After a few more seconds, he slowly extended his hand and closed his laptop. A click. The sound of the lid shutting was especially clear in the quiet corner. Just as the chubby guy was about to speak, a rush of hurried footsteps came from behind. The chubby guy turned around. Lu Cheng walked over quickly, his face expressionless. Second place in the school competition, a senior, the captain of another team. He walked up to their table and stopped. He didn't look at Suyu nor at the chubby guy, his gaze fixed directly on Luo An. Luo An looked up and met his eyes. Lu Cheng's chest heaved as if he was suppressing something, his voice squeezed through clenched teeth. "I admit you're strong. At the school competition, you got a perfect score at the last second. I respect that." He paused, his voice starting to tremble, whether from anger or anxiety. "But this is the provincial competition, a contest that matters for our school's reputation. I may not be as good as you, but I know what it means to give it my all." He pointed towards the big screen, his finger almost shaking. "But what about you? It's one thing to bring this guy who's been gaming all morning, but you should at least score some points." The chubby guy frowned, about to speak, but Luo An held out his hand to stop him. Lu Cheng's voice grew louder. "And look what happens. Not only does this slacker get 0, you get 0 too." He gritted his teeth, his chest heaving violently. "You were our best hope from Jiangxing University to achieve something, and now you're the worst. Dead last." He practically hammered out those final 2 words. People at a few nearby tables turned to look. Suyu opened her mouth wanting to say something, but didn't know what to say. She glanced at Luo An. He stood there having heard the whole speech, his face expressionless. He just furrowed his brow slightly. Then he spoke, his voice calm and light. "You wouldn't understand." Lu Cheng was stunned. "And I don't feel like explaining. It's too much trouble." With that, Luo An picked up his laptop, swept his gaze across the room, spotted Principal Chun in the rest area, and turned to walk towards him. Suyu stood in place, watching Luo An's figure disappear into the crowd. She opened her mouth, then closed it. She let out a sigh. She didn't know what to say either. The chubby guy shot a glare at Lu Cheng, then quickly hurried off after Luo An. Principal Chun stood at the edge of the rest area, hands in his jacket pockets. From this vantage point, he could see most of the competition ground. Contestants were gradually rising from their seats. Some stretched, some stared at their phones, while others had already begun chatting with those nearby. The rankings on the big screen had not yet been taken down, and there on the very last line was the name Jiangxing University. Principal Chun stared at that line for a long while. His face showed no anger, only confusion and bewilderment. Nearby team leaders from other schools huddled together, their voices drifting over, neither loud nor soft. What's going on with Jiangxing University this year? No idea. They're not strong, but they've never been this bad. Last place. That's really hard to justify. Who's their supervising teacher? Why isn't anyone doing something? The corner of Principal Chen's mouth twitched, but he did not turn around. Just moments ago he had shared Su Ye's belief that Luo An would once again pull off a stunning surprise at the last moment, as he had in the school competition, and silence all those who looked down on Jiangxing University. But what on earth was happening now? Then seeing Luo An approach him, Principal Chen opened his mouth, his voice laced with confusion. Luo An, what is this? Luo An did not explain. Instead he said, find a quiet place, I need to tell you something. Principal Chen's gaze swept the surroundings, then fell back on Luo An. Perhaps things were not as he had imagined. He nodded. Let's go outside. With that he turned and headed toward the side exit of the venue. Luo An followed. The fatty also quickened his pace to catch up. The three of them weaved through the crowd, exited through the side door, and disappeared around a corridor corner. Back at the competition ground, Suyu remained where she was. She watched Luo An's figure move through the crowd, reach the rest area, exchange a few words with Principal Chen, and then the three of them heading toward the side door together. Her gaze followed them until the door closed, only then did she look away. Lu Cheng stood beside her, not having left yet. He glanced at the glaring ranking on the big screen, then at Suyu. After a moment of silence he spoke, this isn't your fault. Suyu said nothing. Lu Cheng continued, his tone much gentler than when he had spoken to Luo An earlier. You alone scored 550 points. That's already impressive. He paused, his voice lowering a bit. The main responsibility lies with those two. One played games all morning, the other sat around doing walk knows what. Suyu let out a soft but did not respond. Lu Cheng glanced again toward the side door, his lips moving as if he wanted to say more, but in the end he just sighed. There's still the AWDP this afternoon. If you want to switch teams. He paused for half a second, choosing his words carefully. Our team can make room for you. Suyu turned her head and looked at him. No need. With that she continued without pause, heading straight for the rest area. Not far outside the venue there was a pavilion. At this hour the participants were either still inside the arena or already on their way to the cafeteria. There was hardly anyone around the pavilion. It was very quiet. The fatty stood on the small path outside the pavilion, his back to it, his gaze sweeping back and forth across the surroundings. Inside the pavilion, Principal Chen and Luo An stood facing each other. Principal Chen listened to Luo An's words, nodding from time to time. Then his voice suddenly rose several notches. Really? Are you sure? Luo An nodded. Based on my current analysis and testing, my hypothesis has been theoretically proven. Principal Chen's brows furrowed tightly. He lowered his head, staring unfocused at the surface of the stone table before him for a long time. After a while he lifted his head. This is no joking matter. Do you have any way to verify it? Luo An thought for a moment. He'll try this afternoon. He paused. If what I expect actually happens on site, then. He stopped for a moment. They're going to have their hands full. Principal Chen crossed his arms, his gaze settling back on the stone table. Silence. A long stretch of silence. Long enough that even the fatty 2 meters away couldn't help but glance back. Then Principal Chen raised his head, his eyes fixed on Luo An's face. No one else knows about this, right? Luo An nodded. He tilted his head slightly toward where the fatty was standing. If fatty didn't overhear, then for now only the two of us are in the know. From 2 meters away the fatty turned back with a somewhat embarrassed look. Brother and him standing this close, how could I possibly not hear? You know. He trailed off, realizing neither of them was paying him any attention. He muttered a few words to himself, then turned his head away and resumed scanning the area. After another moment the fatty felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned around. Principal Chen stood before him, his expression one of seriousness the fatty had never seen before. Wang Hao. The fatty's back straightened instinctively. This matter is of utmost importance. Remember, not a single word of it must leave your lips. The fatty looked at him, then at Luo An beside him. He averted his gaze and nodded earnestly. Don't worry, Principal Chen. I know what I'm doing. Principal Chen looked at him, gave an and then patted his shoulder. Come on, let's go eat first. With that he turned and headed toward the cafeteria. At 2 in the afternoon contestants began filing into the venue. The teams walking in front had participant badges hanging from their chests that were different from those of ordinary teams. Dark blue lanyards with the school names embossed in gold. Jiangbei Industrial University. Huaxia University of Science and Technology. Teams that consistently ranked in the top 3 at the provincial competition. When their members walked in, their pace was neither hurried nor rushed. Some had their hands in their pockets while others carried only a slim laptop. As their gazes swept over the other teams in the arena, there was no extra expression on their faces. It was as if they were looking at passers-by not worth paying attention to. They found their seats and sat down, but didn't rush to set up their equipment. They leaned back in their chairs, chatted a bit, and laughed. Their morning ranking had them far ahead of the rest. For them a top 3 finish was already a foregone conclusion. In contrast, members of several mid-tier teams nearby were already nervously checking their network cables, testing connections, and flipping through notes. A subtle tension filled the air. At the edge of the competition ground, a female reporter in a blue jacket walked briskly to the row of seats where Jiangbei Industrial University was. The group had been leaning back in their chairs chatting. Seeing the reporter approach, the young man on the outside stood up first. The two next to him also rose. One of them casually straightened his collar. The female reporter extended the microphone. "Excuse me, from the Provincial Education Channel. Mind if we have a quick chat?" The young man who had stood up first smiled. "No problem, go ahead." The gold embossed characters on his dark blue badge glinted on his chest. "Confident about this afternoon's competition?" "Confidence? Absolutely." The young man slipped his hands into his pockets. "We've been training for AWDP for 2 months straight, running through every offensive and defensive tactic imaginable. Any opponents you're particularly wary of?" He pondered for a moment. "The Huaxiaotech teams have always been formidable. We've clashed with them several times." His tone grew more serious when mentioning Huaxiaotech. After a brief pause, he added, "The other teams are quite impressive too. I hope they perform well this afternoon." His words were polite, yet carried an air of unshakable confidence that dismissed all rivals. The female reporter pressed further. "So do you have faith in winning the championship?" A bespectacled young man beside him interjected. "Winning is always the goal. Who comes to a competition aiming for anything less than first?" He adjusted his glasses, a slight smirk playing on his lips. "But whether we actually take it, only the final whistle will tell." Another teammate nearby crossed his arms, a similar hint of a smile on his face. The female reporter thanked them and turned, heading towards the Huaxiaotech area. The Huaxiaotech members had already noticed the interview taking place. As the reporter approached, several of them rose to their feet. One person tugged at his rolled-up sleeves. With time short, they exchanged a few similarly brief questions. She lowered her microphone and walked away. By the time Suyu reached Zone C, Luo An was already seated. His laptop was open, the screen's glow illuminating his face. Suyu glanced at the display, then pulled out her own chair and sat down. She plugged in the power, connected the network cable, and launched the competition platform. A judge stood at the front of the arena, microphone in hand, announcing the rules for the second half. "The second half is the AWDP attack with defense protocol," his voice boomed through the speakers. "It consists of 24 rounds, each lasting 10 minutes. He glanced down at his notes before continuing. "On the offensive side, successfully submitting another team's flag earns you 100 points per flag. On the defensive side, each round your target machine passes the checker's verification earns you 50 points. He lifted his head, his gaze sweeping across the room. "Regarding the rules for downtime penalties, each team uses the target machines provided by the organizing committee. If your target machine is breached and goes down, you lose 50 points per round." He paused, his tone growing heavier. "Furthermore, if within any 3 consecutive rounds your target machine is taken down by an opponent's attack, rendering you unable to effectively participate in the confrontation, your team will be immediately disqualified and eliminated from the remainder of the competition." A momentary hush fell over the audience. "During the competition, you may consult reference materials, but attacking the competition platform itself is strictly prohibited. Any violation will result in immediate disqualification." As Suyu listened, she mentally ran through her preparations. Her specialty was web, and in the afternoons, AWDP web services would be the primary target for both attack and defense. Her arsenal of common payloads and hardening scripts was ready. The judge's announcement was drawing to a close. "And so I declare the second half of the competition officially open." The moment the words left his mouth, the arena erupted in a cacophony of keyboard clatter. Suyu was about to start when from the corner of her eye she noticed the stout guy's hands weren't reaching for his phone. She paused, turning her head to look. He was sitting upright in his chair, gaze fixed forward, occasionally scanning left and right. His usual casual demeanor was gone. Suyu glanced at Luo An, who was staring intently at his screen, then shifted her gaze back to the stout guy. "Not playing your game?" He turned his head to look at her. "Lost all morning, don't feel like it anymore." Suyu was taken aback. Seeing him not gaming was oddly unfamiliar. She shook her head, said nothing more, and turned her focus back to her own screen. Her fingers found the keyboard, and the afternoon's battle began. In the distant spectator area, Principal Chun sat near the aisle, hands resting on his knees. From this vantage point, he could see most of the arena, but most importantly that row of equipment. On the massive overhead screen, rankings and scores had already begun to fluctuate. The afternoon's AWDP was underway. Principal Chen's gaze settled on Luo An's position, his brow furrowed slightly. Footsteps sounded from behind him. A man walked up and stood beside him. Principal Chen glanced sideways. The man was in his 50s, wearing a gray mouse suit with a crew cut. A scar ran from the corner of his eye diagonally down to his cheekbone. "Shinbin." They exchanged a nod of acknowledgement, then stood side by side, facing the same direction. After a few moments of silence, Shinbin turned his head and gave a slight wave towards someone behind him. A man in a dark work uniform quickly approached and stood before him. Shinbin's gaze remained fixed on the arena, his head tilted slightly, his voice a low murmur. "Take the men down and prepare." He paused for a beat. "And make sure you don't blow your cover." The man gave a hushed acknowledgement, understood. He then swiftly melted into the crowd, milling about, disappearing from sight in moments. Shin Bin averted his gaze looking towards the rows of equipment at the edge of the arena. Before long, a dozen or so figures had silently materialized near the target machines at the arena's edge. Dressed in the same dark uniforms, they moved with hushed efficiency, drawing no attention from the surrounding competitors. Once in position, they gave a barely perceptible nod towards the spectator stands. Shin Bin saw it. He returned a subtle nod of his own. Back on the arena floor, Luo An's peripheral vision caught the silent figures appearing beside the target machines. He lifted his right hand from the desk. His index finger extended. It hovered above the enter key, paused for a second, then slowly pressed down. The moment the key sank, the data streams on his screen flickered and surged, refreshing rapidly. Luo An withdrew his finger and leaned back in his chair. His eyes remained glued to the screen. After 2 or 3 seconds, a voice from the other side of the arena called out, "I can't connect to my target machine." The voice wasn't loud, but those in the nearby rows heard it clearly. They turned to look. The person was frantically clicking their mouse. The connection status window on their screen was a solid gray. "Mine's down too. Zone A is affected as well. This side is cut off too." The scattered cries quickly swelled into a chorus. Someone stood up, yanked out their network cable, and plugged it back in. Nothing. Another person restarted their client and tried to log back in. Still no connection. Some turned their heads towards the judge's table. Over at the Huaxiao Tech section, several people looked up almost simultaneously. They exchanged glances. One of them leaned back, his gaze sweeping across the arena. Most of the participants were on their feet, some fiddling with cables, others rebooting computers, and some just staring blankly at their screens. The one seated in the middle checked the time. Only 10 minutes had passed since the start. He withdrew his gaze, his voice barely a whisper, taking down every target machine in the arena in one go. "We might be dealing with a master." No one beside him responded. He continued, "Restart the target machines. Don't rush to attack, get the defenses up first." His voice was low, but his tone was decisive. Several people simultaneously switched to the target machine management interface. Someone clicked restart, others began checking defense scripts, and someone else typed commands to inspect the system status. Their movements were swift, and their roles were clearly defined. The university's caliber showed itself at this moment. There was no panic. Everyone knew what to do. But after a dozen or so seconds, someone muttered, "The restart command isn't getting any response." "Same here. The status bar is frozen." The person in the middle remained silent and tried to restart himself. He sent the command. He waited. The status bar was equally stuck on waiting for response. He tried again. Same result. He took his hands off the keyboard and stared at the screen for a few seconds. Over at the Zhongbei industrial team, not far away, several people were doing the same thing. Restart. Frozen. Try again. Still frozen. Almost simultaneously, people from both sides looked up, their eyes meeting for a brief moment across the rows of equipment. No one spoke, but the same confusion was evident in their eyes. Suye's fingers were still resting on the keyboard. She had been defending her own target machine, fending off several waves of attacks. Suddenly, all the attacks stopped. It wasn't that she had successfully defended, it was that the opponent had simply stopped attacking. She froze for a moment, then quickly checked her own machine. The system was normal, services were online, no anomalies. She looked up and scanned the competition area. Most people were standing up. Some were pulling network cables, some were rebooting computers, some were staring blankly at their screens, and others were shouting towards the judge's table. Voices mingled into a cacophony. Looking at the scene, a thought seemed to strike her. She turned her head to look at Luo An. Luo An was leaning back in his chair, head tilted, staring at something in the distance. Suyu watched him for a few seconds. "Did you do this?" Luo An remained fixated on the distance. The judge stood by the monitoring console at the front of the arena, looking down at the screen in front of him. On the monitor showing the connection status of the 62 target machines, all were marked red except for a single green dot. He stared at the screen for a couple of seconds, then clicked refresh. The screen was still filled with red. He tried reconnecting to the management console. The connection was normal and data could be retrieved, but the online status of the target machines remained unchanged. He frowned, hesitated no longer, and turned to wave towards the edge of the arena. A young man in dark work clothes quickly ran over. The judge leaned and said a few words in a low voice and gestured towards the target machines. The technician nodded and walked over to the rows of machines. He crouched down in front of the first one, reaching out to touch the chassis. A person standing nearby, also in dark work clothes, took a silent step forward. The man, head bowed, leaned close to the technician's ear and whispered a few words. His voice was so low that no one nearby could hear what was said. The technician listened, stunned for a moment. Then he stood up. He turned and quickly walked back to the judge, leaned in, and whispered a few words. After listening, the judge glanced towards the target machines. Only then did he notice that a person was standing next to each machine. He was silent for 2 seconds, then picked up the microphone. "May all contestants please remain quiet," his voice boomed from the loudspeakers, overpowering the noise. "Staff are investigating the issue. Please return to your seats, and do not leave the competition area." The noise subsided somewhat, but there was still some murmuring. The judge put down the microphone and said no more. He and the technician turned and walked together towards the backstage passage at the side of the arena. in the spectator stands. From the moment Luo An pressed enter and the first shout of, "I can't connect," arose in the arena, Principal Chun and Shun Bin's eyes had not left the field. At that instant their brows furrowed deeply. Then they exchanged a glance. Both realized that Luo An's words had been confirmed. As the judge and technician disappeared into the backstage passage, Shun Bin gave a slight nod towards the personnel near the target machines. Then he averted his gaze. The next moment a dozen or so people, each assigned to a machine, crouched down and took out screwdrivers from their toolboxes. Their movements were natural, as if they were performing routine maintenance. He opened the side panel of the computer in front of him and reached inside. A dozen seconds later the side panel was closed again. They stood up, each now holding a piece of metal too far away to see clearly. They placed the metal pieces into a box and stored it in the bottom layer of the toolbox. Then they moved to the next target machine. Crouching down, opening the chassis, repeating the same procedure. In less than 3 minutes. Except for the one target machine still running normally. All the other halted target machines had been disassembled and inspected. Then they turned and walked towards the exit of the arena. Their pace was neither hurried nor slow. Just like ordinary maintenance staff. They drew no attention. In the spectator stands, Shin Bin watched the last person disappear into the corridor, then withdrew his gaze. He turned his head and said to Principal Chun, "He'll go handle things with the organizers." With that he turned and walked towards the backstage passage. Principal Chun remained in place. His gaze fell back to the arena, sweeping across the dozens of target machines. Then it shifted towards Luo An. Luo An was sitting in his seat, his screen lit, his actions indiscernible. Principal Chun watched for a few seconds, then looked away. He muttered under his breath, "This has blown up into a real mess." Then he relaxed, adding, "But it's no longer my concern." A dozen or so minutes later the judge's figure finally reappeared at the entrance to the passage on the organizer's side. He walked to the center of the arena. The noisy scene gradually quieted down as the contestants saw the judge return. He was holding a piece of paper in one hand. He raised the microphone with the other hand, his voice echoing throughout the venue. "After verification by the technical team, it has been determined that the team from Jiangxing University, using effective attack methods, caused the target machines of the other 61 teams to be completely paralyzed, rendering them unable to continue effective offensive and defensive operations." The murmuring in the audience instantly ceased. Currently, only Jiangxing University's target machine in the entire arena is functioning normally. He paused for a moment. According to the competition rules, the champion of this provincial final is Jiangxing University. The silence lasted for about 2 seconds. Then chaos erupted. "What? Jiangxing University? Which Jiangxing University? They were dead last this morning, you know that." "Impossible. All 61 machines are dead. What did they use to attack?" Someone stood up. "Are you kidding me?" The scene erupted into chaos instantly. Voices clamored from several directions at once. Some raised their hands toward the judge's panel, while others argued in hushed, heated tones with their own teammates, the volume steadily rising. On the Jiangbei industrial side, the man seated in the middle leaned back, his brow deeply furrowed, then turned his head to cast a glance toward Huaxiao Technology. The members of Huaxiao Technology exchanged glances. One teammate muttered under his breath. "One Jiangxing University team took down everyone." No one responded, but the disbelief was plain on their faces. From further away, voices of doubt began to rise. "This is absurd. We all know their strength. Dead last in the morning, and now they sweep the entire competition in the afternoon. Who the hell believes that? You think this is a movie?" Another person chimed in agreement. "There's definitely something fishy going on here." The murmurs grew louder. Someone stood up abruptly and shouted toward the judges' panel. "Judges, we don't believe Jiangxing University has this kind of skill. Show us the proof." Another voice added, "Otherwise it's rigged. You're all in on it." With someone taking the lead, the others grew bolder, rising to their feet and gesturing accusingly toward the judges. "Yeah, if you've got the skills, show us the evidence. Make us believe it." The judge watched the reaction from the stage, his face a mask of impassivity. Yet inwardly he felt a surge of helplessness. Where the hell am I supposed to get proof? He recalled the visitor in the backstage area, the credentials flashed, and the stern non-negotiable warning. He then looked up at the Jiangxing University team, his gaze first landing on Luo, and then moving to his laptop. The rules required a final log check, but they weren't about to let him inspect their computer. What could he possibly do? He let out a heavy internal sigh. After waiting a few more seconds, he picked up the microphone again. "Please, all participating teams maintain order." His voice was louder this time, but the crowd below didn't fully quiet down. A colleague leaned in and whispered something to him. The judge listened for a moment, his eyes brightening with a new idea. He then bowed his head in a brief consultation with his colleagues. Shortly after, one of them walked over to Luo An. He stopped before him, bent down, and whispered a few words. Luo An replied with a single word and gave a nod. The man straightened up, walked back to the judge's panel, and leaned in to whisper to the head judge. The judge listened, nodded, and let out a long, slow breath. He picked up the microphone again and walked to the center of the field. "Since there are doubts about this competition's outcome." The noise from the crowd gradually subsided. All eyes turned toward him. After deliberation by the judging panel, and with the consent of this year's champion team. He paused. You may select one team to engage in a single attack-defense match against the Jiangxing University contestants using the last remaining target drone. A stunned silence fell over the arena. If the team you put forward wins, Jiangxing University is willing to forfeit the championship title. The moment he finished, a low buzz of discussion rippled through the crowd again. But this time it was short-lived. The captains of several prestigious university teams exchanged glances. No one spoke, but their gazes unanimously drifted in the same direction. The captain of Huaxia Technology sat there, not turning around, not standing up. Yet all the surrounding eyes rested on him, having already voiced the answer for everyone. The murmuring below gradually faded. Huaxia University of Science and Technology, a team that consistently ranked in the top 3 at the provincial competition. And this year's squad was widely recognized in the circle as the most likely to take the championship. The judge followed the collective gaze, then raised the microphone. Huaxia Tech, do you accept this challenge? The captain of Huaxia Tech stood up. We accept. The judge nodded, his gaze sweeping across the audience. Any objections from the other participating teams? A few seconds of silence. No one spoke. The judge lowered the microphone, waited a moment longer to confirm the quiet, then raised it again. All right, here are the simple rules. Both teams will attack the same target drone simultaneously. Whoever gains control scores points. The longer you maintain control, the higher your score. The match lasts 60 minutes. The team with the most cumulative control time at the end wins. He paused. You have 10 minutes to prepare. The arena fell into a deeper quiet. All attention was fixed on the two teams. The judge scanned the entire venue once more. When it was completely silent, he raised a hand. Begin. The moment the word left his lips, the Huaxia Tech team bowed their heads in unison. They moved swiftly, fingers flying across keyboards, some whispering, terse exchanges of ideas. Their movements were sharp and efficient. A team clearly accustomed to working in perfect sync. On the other side, Luo An stared at his screen. A fleeting image of Principal Chun crossed his mind. He muttered to himself, what kind of effect do I want? Then he raised his hands, fingers settling on the keyboard. The stout young man beside him found himself in an awkward spot. With such a large crowd, no one would have noticed him before. Now every eye in the arena was fixed on the two teams. With so many people staring, he felt embarrassed to pull out his phone. But he couldn't just sit there doing nothing, not with all that attention. He rubbed his hands on his knees, put them down, picked them up again, not knowing where to place them. He glanced at Luo An. He sat in silence for a few seconds. Then he quietly opened his own laptop, which had remained shut the entire time. The screen lit up to a clean desktop, not a single window open. He put on a show, placing his hands on the keyboard and starting to type. His index finger tapped the spacebar, one slow press at a time. Suyu turned her head, glanced at the stout boy putting on his act, and then looking past him caught a glimpse of Luo An. She asked in a low voice, Luo An, what should I do? Should I handle the defense? Luo An kept his eyes fixed on the screen, not turning his head. No need. You wouldn't know how. Suyu was taken aback by his blunt remark. Her mouth opened, but no words came out as she struggled to respond. She wanted to argue, but her technical skills were indeed no match for his. From the corner of her eye, she saw the stout boy's shoulders trembling with suppressed laughter. She tossed her mouse onto the table, crossed her arms, and sat up straight, her chest heaving with frustration. The stout boy was barely containing his own laughter. The 10-minute preparation period flew by. The judge confirmed both teams were ready and raised his hand. Time's up. Next. He paused, scanning the entire arena. After a brief moment, he spoke into the microphone, King of the Hill. Begin. The moment those words fell, fingers at Huaxia Tech slammed onto their keyboards almost simultaneously. Every task was progressing in an orderly manner. The trio divided their duties with clear precision, their commands flowing seamlessly without a single wasted word or motion. A true testament to why they were widely regarded as the team most likely to claim the championship. In the stands, whispers began to stir. No wonder they're from Huaxia Tech. I didn't have time to watch others during the match. Now that I'm observing, it's clear the gap between us and them is no small matter. And on the other side, Luo An sat before his screen, fingers tapping steadily on the keyboard. Look at Jiangxing University over there. Why are only 2 of them working? Why is that girl just sitting there doing nothing? Exactly, look at her expression. Is she angry? Could the team be having internal conflict at a critical moment like this? Someone with sharp eyes noticed the stout man's screen. No, look. That guy in the middle seems busy, but there's nothing on his desktop, not a single window open. Wait, really? Then what's he typing away at? A person nearby watched for a while and couldn't help but chuckle. So, is it just that one person from Jiangxing University actually operating? Hearing the murmurs, the Jiangbei industrial team turned their gaze toward Jiangxing University as well. The captain furrowed his brow in thought for a moment, then analyzed softly. At this stage, the likelihood of internal conflict is low, so it means their team relies entirely on this one person's technical skill. He turned back to look at Huaxia Tech, but no matter how strong one person is, can they really stand against 3 simultaneously? Time ticked by second by second. Huaxia Tech's offensive remained methodical. Vulnerability scans yielded results, and they launched their first assault aimed at the target machine's core services. In the stands, all eyes were fixed on the unfolding battle. In less than 20 minutes, a notification flashed across the screen. Huaxiaotech had successfully seized control of the target machine. They took it. Only 20 minutes. A stir rippled through the stands. But Huaxiaotech's triumph was short-lived. Just minutes after seizing control, the system prompt flickered again. The throne had changed hands. Control returned to Jiangxing University. It got taken back. That fast. The Jiangbei industrial captain frowned and glanced over at Luo An from Jiangxing University. Can one person truly hold off an entire team? The Huaxiaotech captain remained calm, muttering a brief switch strategy, and the team immediately adjusted their tactics, organizing a second wave of assault. 15 minutes later, they reclaimed control. This time, they defended more tightly. Several members monitored the system status simultaneously, some sealing entry points, while others maintained control. In the stands, eyes fixed on the scoreboard as Huaxiaotech's cumulative control time began to climb. This time it should be secured. Look at their defensive rhythm, clearly more stable than the first wave. Meanwhile, others were watching Jiangxing University's side. Luo An let out a yawn, reached up to rub the moisture from the corner of his eye, then lowered his hand and continued typing. Suyu propped her cheek on one hand, staring blankly at her screen. The stout man's index finger kept tapping the spacebar, one slow press at a time. Of the three, only one is really competing. The other two are just dead weight. But that also goes to show this person from Jiangxing University does have some real skill. After all, he managed to take control once by himself, but even two fists can't beat four hands. With that, the speaker shook his head, expressing regret. No one argued. When the clock struck the 55th minute, Huaxiaotech's cumulative control time had already taken a lead of nearly 8 minutes. In the stands, some had already begun celebrating prematurely. It's over. Huaxiaotech wins. Even if they stopped defending now, Jiangxing University couldn't catch up. Jiangxing University was actually quite strong. If it weren't for those two slackers, they might have really taken the championship. The referee glanced down at the monitor screen. He nodded, picked up the microphone. Time's up. According to Koth rules, the team with the longest cumulative control time wins. He looked at the data and announced the winner of today's King of the Hill challenge is Jiangxing University. Total control time 59 minutes and 17 seconds. Huaxiaotech total control time 0. The venue fell silent for a moment. Then came a chorus of stunned exclamations. Who? Did he say Jiangxing University? Wait, isn't the longest cumulative time Huaxiaotech's? How is it Jiangxing University? Did I mishear, or did he misspeak? 59 minutes. Over at Huaxiaotech, the smiles on their faces hadn't yet faded before they froze in place. The captain frowned and looked toward the judges' panel. In the stands, the murmurs grew louder. What's going on? Did the referee make a mistake? Impossible. There's nearly an 8-minute gap. No matter how you calculate it, Huaxiaotech wins. Someone stood up and shouted toward the judges' panel. Referee, did you get it wrong? What does 0 for Huaxiaotech mean? Yeah, the data can't be right. Suyu sat in her seat, her fingers pausing briefly upon hearing the referee's announcement. She turned her head and glanced at Luo An. What trick is he pulling now? One again, just like that. Beside her, the stout man let out a long exhale, leaning back fully into his chair. An hour of pretending, finally over. He raised a hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Facing the growing chorus of doubts, the referee didn't rush to explain. He lowered his head and pressed a few keys on the console. Then he looked up and said, I understand everyone's confusion. If I couldn't see the real-time monitoring, I'd feel exactly the same as all of you. So please direct your attention to the big screen. All eyes turned to the large screen above the arena. The display previously showing the scoreboard switched. A match log was projected onto it. Timeline, operation records, permission change logs. It began playing from the very start of the match. 000. Match begins. 043. Jiangxing University team completes infiltration, gaining highest privileges on the target machine. 052. Target system detects a full mirror image being loaded. 103. Virtual environment launches, taking over all external access requests. The timeline on the screen continued forward. Every attack from Huaxiaotech, every acquisition of privileges, every transfer of control, all of it unfolded within that virtual environment. The real target machine from the very first minute of the match was never touched again. The log on the big screen fast-forwarded to completion. The image froze on the final frame. Current system controller, Jiangxing University. Continuous control duration, 59 minutes and 17 seconds. Huaxiao Technology's cumulative control duration 0. The scene fell into dead silence. Everyone stared at the big screen, stunned. The captain of Huaxiao Technology stood still, also staring at the big screen. After a few seconds, he finally spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. So, we've been fighting in someone else's virtual system for an hour. He didn't expect his utterly dumbfounded teammates to answer his question. Slowly turning around, he looked in Luo An's direction. Luo An sat in his seat, yawning, looking listless. He stared at Luo An for a long time, then lowered his head. He let out a self-deprecating chuckle, then took a deep breath. When he raised his head again, his expression had calmed considerably. Looking up at the judges panel, he spoke in a low voice, but in the quiet venue everyone could hear clearly. We lost. Our entire team fought for an hour thinking we were breaching a city. But we were just competing against a toy someone casually tossed together. We didn't even see the city. He shook his head. The gap in our technology is simply not on the same level. He turned back to face the entire audience, raising his voice. In our circle, strength deserves respect. Jiangxing University's victory is well-deserved. Huaxia University of Science and Technology can afford to lose. In the silent arena, someone started clapping first. Applause rose from one corner of the stands, then another. More and more people stood up. The voices questioning conspiracy, claiming luck, mocking the fat guy for putting on a show, all vanished. As he said, in this circle, strength is revered. If you can crush them with your technology, they will respect you. The referee stood on the stage, secretly relieved. He picked up the microphone. After the final confirmation by the judging panel, the champion of this provincial finals is Jiangxing University. Now let's invite the champion team to the stage. The subsequent award ceremony proceeded. Luo An and his team stood on the stage. Staff brought up the trophy and certificates, and team leaders came forward one after another. Huaxia Technology was placed second by default, and Zhangbei Industrial third. Principal Chen walked from the back of the team, and as he passed Luo and he bent down and said in a low voice, "Kid, you're something." His voice was low, but the joy in his tone was impossible to suppress. Principal Chen walked to the podium. Throughout the entire award ceremony, his smile never faded. When shaking hands with team leaders from other schools, he was grinning from ear to ear, his pride nearly written on his face. Luo An stood in the team, accepting the award with a blank expression. Just as he was about to turn and leave, someone walked up to him. The captain of Huaxia Technology. He extended his hand. "Hello, my name is Han Feng." His voice was calm and steady. Luo An glanced at him. This was a man who could take things in stride. Luo An had a good impression of him. Then he extended his hand and shook it. Luo An. He nodded. They released hands. Han Feng withdrew his hand, looked at him, paused, and said, "Looking forward to your national competition. Then you might be disappointed. I don't plan to participate." Han Feng was taken aback. At first, a flash of Luo An's casual, yawning demeanor during the competition crossing his mind. Then he let out a somewhat awkward laugh. "That's true. This kind of competition might be too boring for you." Luo An didn't explain further. Han Feng didn't ask more either. He nodded, turned, and walked back to his team. When the event ended, the organizers and several directors escorted Principal Chen and his group all the way to the parking lot. Principal Chen shook hands with each of them, exchanging polite words, but his hearty laughter was impossible to suppress. Although the competition here was over, in this circle, netizens and alumni who were following the event exploded with excitement upon receiving the news. The 19th Zhangbei Province University Network Security Competition, Jiangxing University, one person defeated all 61 teams in the province. Luo An, remember this name from now on. He is the god of Zhangbei Province. Under the post, some were seriously analyzing technical details, some were lamenting the gap between people, and some were asking, will Jiangxing University still accept students next year? Regardless of what was discussed from that day on, the name Jiangxing University was firmly established in this circle. When everyone returned to the school, it was already past 6, and the sky was dark. The principal was in high spirits and treated everyone to a special meal in the cafeteria. In the private room, everyone chatted and laughed, eating until after 8. The next morning, Luo An was in the lab as usual. He was squatting on the ground, adjusting the circuit of a cushion. A knock came at the door. Without turning his head, Luo An said, "It's unlocked." The door opened. A person stepped in. As soon as one foot entered the nearest spirit, on the wall suddenly moved. Its head unfurled from a coiled state, silently turning toward the door. A tiny red the size of a pinprick lit up at its front, and a slender red beam shot out, smoothly scanning the newcomer's entire body. Shinbin's footsteps froze the moment the beam swept over him. His hand almost simultaneously reached for the small of his back, the movement incredibly fast, like muscle memory. His fingertips had already touched his waist, his entire body tensing for an instant. But only for an instant. In less than half a second, he recognized the source of the red light. The black mechanical arm on the wall, emitting it from its head. He glanced at Luo An, who was squatting on the ground, and then Shinbin lowered his hand from his back. His tense shoulders also relaxed. He looked down at himself. The red light had already disappeared. The mechanical arm finished its scan, its head turned back, and it quietly returned to the wall. Shinbin stood at the door, let out a breath, and stepped inside. Hearing the noise, Luo An didn't turn around, continuing his work. "Have a seat for a moment, I'll let me finish this task." Shinbin nodded. "Okay." He didn't sit down, but stood in the lab, scanning the room with his eyes. He looked at the 5 black carbon fiber mechanical arms. This was what the kid had created. Then he glanced around the somewhat shabby lab. Finally, his gaze settled on Luo An. Who would have thought that a college student tinkering in a place like this could uncover such a terrifying thing in a college competition? Shinbin's gaze rested on Luo An. The thoughts turning in his mind were heavy, not yet fully cleared. Luo An's voice came over. "Sit down." Shinbin looked up. Luo An had already stood up, casually gestured to a nearby chair, then walked to another chair and sat down. He picked up a cloth from the table and slowly wiped his hands. There was oil on his fingertips, leaving a dark mark on the cloth. Shinbin walked to the chair and sat down. He pondered for a moment, going over what he wanted to say in his mind. Then he spoke. Mr. Luo An, before that I want to ask you one thing. He paused for a moment. How did you discover this issue? According to the competition rules, 3 consecutive server crashes result in disqualification. If you want to end the match as quickly as possible, attacking their CPUs simultaneously to cause 3 crashes is the most time-efficient method. Shinbin nodded, not interrupting. But when I went to study the chip's microcode. Luo An paused mid-sentence as if searching for the precise wording. I found a deeply hidden trigger mechanism within it. It causes the CPU to self-destruct. That's the effect I demonstrated that afternoon. Shinbin tapped his fingers lightly on his knee. Do you know what the trigger conditions are? Or, he added, is there any way to resolve this? Luo An fell silent for a brief moment. The exact number of trigger conditions is unclear. I didn't attempt to find out. But if it were me, I could devise at least 5 different methods to trigger the self-destruct without physical contact or network access. For instance, a simpler approach would be to use a preset program to forcibly elevate the CPU core voltage beyond its physical limits, causing an overload short circuit and burnout. Alternatively, one could use long-range radio waves to trigger the condition. There are many methods. As for a solution, there is one, modifying the microcode, but it's not practical. First, this chip has the trigger program embedded during manufacturing. So any modification would inevitably alert those who implanted this program. Moreover, since these chips are now ubiquitous across China, it's simply not feasible. The best solution, Luo An paused briefly before continuing, is to replace them with secure chips. Upon hearing this, Shinbin's brow furrowed. Secure chips. They were already in development, of course. After all, everyone understands the critical importance of chips, especially the nation. But the problem is that many core technologies are restricted and progress has been painstakingly slow. Now with Luo An uncovering this critical flaw, if it were wartime. At that thought, images flashed through his mind. Communication systems, command centers, weapons platforms, financial networks, energy grids, every device equipped with this chip. If the self-destruct command were triggered simultaneously, then a slight chill ran through his fingertips. Thankfully, Luo An had discovered this risk in time. Now the tables have turned. We are in the shadows and they are in the light. There's still time to address it. He took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. He'll report this matter when I return, and we'll discuss how to handle it. He looked up at Luo An. Apart from this, he adjusted his sitting position. The chair was a bit low, so he shifted forward, slightly straightening his back. My primary purpose in coming here is to formally discuss on behalf of the nation with Mr. Luo An. He paused for a moment. Cooperation. Luo An nodded, indicating he was listening. Shinbin looked at the young man before him. People like Luo An could no longer be approached through conventional means. Combined with the observations and understanding had gathered over this period, a cooperative approach was the most appropriate. You're a smart man, so I won't waste your time with meaningless pleasantries. Shinbin spoke with sincerity, his pace measured and calm. The military has been preparing to develop the 6th-generation fighter jet for years. He paused. It's fair to say that a significant portion of the problems were solved by you. So your abilities are there for all to see. The equipment you requested has been arranged. We're expediting its procurement. Shinbin looked directly into Luo An's eyes. From now on, I will be your official point of contact. If you have any needs, you can tell me at any time. He paused briefly. Of course, in return. He slowed his speech. Within your capabilities, you could also help us resolve some issues. Luo An looked down at the cloth in his hands. He rummaged through it, found a relatively clean spot, and folded it. Then he placed it on the table. He looked up. Agreed. Shinbin looked at him, nodded without further ado. Then he raced to a fruitful cooperation. With that, he extended his hand. Luo An reached out and shook it. Shortly after Shinbin took his leave, Luo An stood still, watching Shinbin's silhouette disappear through the door. A silent thought crossed his mind. China still has many hidden dangers. Then he murmured softly, chips, huh? Finally, he shook his head. He turned and walked back to the center of the lab, crouched down, and crawled back under the meditation cushion. Over 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Late November that afternoon, Luo An stood beside the computer, gazing at the cushion in the center of the lab. His fingers rested on the keyboard as he gave the parameters on the screen one final scan. Xiaoling commenced the 15th test. Received. Initiating load test mode. Pretest self-check. Transducer array, all 64 units, online, phase coherence nominal. Dual frequency superposition, fundamental frequency at 25 kHz, second harmonic locked phase difference within set parameters. Vortex phase acoustic trap, center calibrated transverse, stiffness parameters loaded. Resonator microstructure surface periodic structure, intact acoustic field localization effect normal. What about multi-band intermodulation distortion? Not reproduced after the 14th correction. Current multi-band superposition spectrum is clean, intermodulation components are below the noise floor. Luo An said softly. Begin. The next moment a low hum emanated from beneath the cushion. It slowly rose. 5 centimeters. 10 centimeters. 30 centimeters. 1 meter. Upon reaching the predetermined height the cushion halted steadily. The shaking and drifting from previous tests were all resolved. Luo An stared at the real-time data curves on the screen. The thrust density curve was a smooth, straight line without fluctuation. The sound pressure level inside the resonant cavity remained within normal range with no signs of energy leakage. Initiate sustained stability monitoring. Activated. No frequency drift detected within 60 seconds. All parameters are within safe thresholds. Luo An tapped his fingers lightly on the desk. Then he withdrew his hand and walked over to the cushion. He placed his palm on it and pressed down slowly. The cushion sank a few centimeters before firmly resisting his hand. He increased the pressure, putting his entire upper body weight onto it. The cushion sank a little further, and the hum from beneath deepened slightly. Then the cushion adaptively adjusted its power output, pushing the press-down area back up. Luo An released his hand, and the cushion bounced back to its original position. He looked down at his palm. The load-bearing issue was finally resolved. Luo An stared at the cushion, still hovering a meter in the air. A slight frown creasing his brow. Should he try sitting on it? While he was hesitating, a knock came from the door. Then the door was pushed open. Fatty poked his head in, holding a bag of tangerines. "NGA." Luo An turned his head to look at Wang Fatty, then glanced back at the cushion. He raised an eyebrow slightly, then beckoned to Fatty. "Fatty, come here. You can have a go with this cushion first." Fatty walked in, utterly bewildered, setting the oranges on the table. "What? Play what?" His gaze fell upon the center of the lab, where a meditation cushion hovered a meter above the ground. He froze for a moment. "This?" He stepped closer, scrutinizing it from all angles, then pointed at the cushion and said, "You've finished modifying it?" Luo An nodded. It's almost done. You can give it a try." Fatty's eyes lit up. "Really? Then let me try." He strode over to the cushion, reaching out to press it gently. The cushion sank slightly, then rebounded. He added more force, pressing down with his palm, sensing the resistance. Then he leaned forward, shifting his entire upper body weight onto it. The cushion held firmly. Fatty twisted his body, swaying left and right, and the cushion adjusted with his center of gravity, never collapsing. "Damn." He looked up. "It actually works." He withdrew his hand and tried to climb onto the cushion. The cushion was just large enough for one person to sit cross-legged. Fatty, being stocky, carefully placed one leg on it first, leaving the other dangling, hands gripping the edge as he edged upward bit by bit. Halfway up, his center of gravity shifted. Flustered, he reached for the cushion's edge, but his entire body was already tilting. He tumbled sideways along with the cushion. In the instant it flipped, the cushion emitted a sharp hum, emergency measures activated, and all transducers powered down simultaneously. With a dull thud, the cushion hit the ground. Fatty landed hard, sitting on the floor with a grimace. "Ow. My butt." He rubbed his rear, looked up at the cushion on the floor, then at Luo, and "Brother, and this is too small. It's hard to sit on." Luo An didn't respond. He crouched down, staring at the fallen cushion, his brow slightly furrowed. When Fatty had tumbled, he noticed a few issues. The self-calibration for uneven pressure was functional. As Fatty climbed, the cushion had been continuously adjusting the thrust output across its bottom zones to compensate for the eccentric load. But Fatty's movements were too fast. His center of gravity slid from one side to the other, and the amplitude of change exceeded the calibration's response speed. Before the system could compensate, the load had already shifted beyond the critical threshold. It wasn't a problem of principle, but of response speed, failing to keep up with the rapidly changing dynamic load. Luo An stared at the cushion's underside, silent for a few seconds. There were two possible solutions. One was to enlarge the cushion. A larger area would increase the tolerance for center-off gravity shifts, making it less likely to exceed bounds with the same movement amplitude. The second was to enhance threshold sensitivity, adding a monitor to detect the movement of the load, tracking its trajectory in real time, predicting force changes in advance, and compensating before the center of gravity shifted. Or both solutions could be implemented simultaneously. He reached out and flipped the cushion upright. "Fatty, sit on it first, and he'll restart it for a test." Fatty sat on the floor, rubbing his, but eyeing the cushion with some hesitation. He rubbed it again. Then his eyes lit up. He stood up, ran to the wall, and brought over 2 stools. He placed them on either side of the cushion. Then he sat down, one hand on each stool. Now it was stable. He lifted his chin at Luo, and, "Like this, brother, and start whenever." Luo An looked at the 2 stools, momentarily stunned. Then his eyes widened slightly. "Fatty, that's a great idea." Fatty grinned proudly. "Not bad, not bad. 3rd best in the world." Then Luo An had Xiao Ling perform a self-check. Once everything was fine, he restarted the cushion. A low hum emanated from the cushion's base as it slowly rose. Fatty, holding a stool with each hand, ascended with it, stopping steadily at about a meter. The array of lights on the underside flickered briefly as the adaptive compensation system made fine adjustments. Each adjustment so subtle it was barely perceptible. Fatty still supported himself on the stools, giving his body a slight sway. He tried releasing one hand, the cushion didn't move. He released the other. Both hands now hung in the air. He looked down then up at Luo and his voice rising half a pitch. Brotherin, I'm floating. Luo An nodded. He observed the state of the cushion's underside. The transducer array feedback was very stable. Sit tight, I'll try moving it. Hearing that, Fatty instantly pressed both hands back onto the cushion's edge, shifted his rear inward, and steadied himself. Xiaoling moved to the door. The cushion dipped slightly, then began to move. It first veered left, precisely avoiding the stool on the right, then curved right, bypassing the left one. The entire trajectory was a smooth arc threading through the gap between the two stools. Fatty sat atop it, his body leaning back slightly with the movement fingers gripping the cushion's edge, eyes fixed ahead. The cushion drifted slowly, finally stopping steadily at the door. Fatty looked at Luo An with excitement. This is really something. Brotherin, I feel like him Sun Wukong from Dragon Ball riding on the Jindo cloud. Luo An studied Fatty's posture, and then the cushion's bottom status data, nodding. You know, it does look like that. Fatty grinned, about to say something, but Luo An had already spoken. Xiao Ling returned to the original position. The cushion dipped slightly, then began to drift back lazily. The path mirrored the outgoing one, first curving right to avoid the stool, then left, finally returning to the open space above the lab's center, hovering steadily. Fatty pushed off the two stools and jumped down. After landing, he patted his pants, crouched, and examined the hovering cushion from all angles, rubbing his chin. Brotherin, I have a question. Luo An grunted in acknowledgement. Fatty looked up. This cushion of yours, you're not actually planning to install it under the bed, are you? Luo An paused, then replied, initially I had that idea, but sitting on it didn't feel all that comfortable. He paused again, but I'm still researching it. I just wanted to finish building it. I haven't decided how to use it yet. Maybe. He glanced at the cushion. He'll design it as a chair. Lin Mo's lab is spacious, so it could save me walking around there. Fatty listened, then leaned back dramatically. Brotherin, you've taken laziness to a whole new level. No, I should say you've taken energy conservation to a new level. He thought for a moment, and added, if that's the case, you might as well turn it into Sun Wukong's Jindo cloud, and fly up into the sky. Then you won't need to take the bus home anymore. Luo An lifted his gaze and glanced at him. Currently this thing relies on ground reaction force. 1 meter is almost the limit. He paused. Achieving full liftoff like the Jindo cloud isn't impossible though. Luo An paused, then said, it's just that the lab conditions here are limited, so there's no way to try it out. Well, wait until Lin Mo's lab is built. The stout man glanced sideways at the meditation cushion, still floating in place, his eyes lighting up. If this thing could really fly, that would be a thrill to imagine. He smacked his lips as if already picturing the scene in his head. Then suddenly remembering something, he turned around. By the way, Ange, what's the progress on Lin Mo's end? Luo An picked up the water cup on the table and took a sip. It should be about a month before it's done. The stout man started to say, and what about that top floor? But before he could finish, the phone in Luo An's pants pocket vibrated. He pulled it out, the screen glowing. The stout man tilted his head to glance at the caller ID, raising an eyebrow. Hey, speak of the devil. Luo An swiped his thumb across the screen to answer. Ange. Lin Mo's voice came through with the faint sound of wind and the hum of machinery in the background. The office building here is finished. Tomorrow's the weekend, want to come take a look? Before Luo An could even part his lips, the stout man was already chiming in from the side. Ange, let's go. I want to see it. Luo An averted his gaze. All right, we'll head over tomorrow. Great. There was a hint of a smile in Lin Mo's voice. He'll drive over to pick you up tomorrow. And it's perfect timing, and you can come check out the lab. It's mostly complete, see if there's anything that needs improving. Luo An hummed in acknowledgement. After a few more brief exchanges, he hung up. The next morning at 8:30, Luo An and the stout man were waiting at the school gate. The stout man yawned, rubbing his face. A black Maybach rounded the corner, slowed down nearby, and signaled right before pulling over. The car came to a smooth stop in front of them, and the passenger window rolled down. Lin Mo sat in the passenger seat, giving them a chin-up gesture. Ange, Fatty, get in. The stout man opened the rear door and climbed in. Luo An got into the back from the other side. Inside the car was a faint scent of leather mixed with air freshener. The vehicle merged smoothly into traffic. Lin Mo turned around to look at the stout man. Fatty didn't get enough sleep last night, or what? The stout man responded from the back seat. I was just too excited thinking about us having a company, now nearly couldn't sleep. Lin Mo chuckled. You'll get used to it. As they chatted, the car headed north. After about 40 minutes, it turned onto a fully paved concrete road. The surface was smooth with white lane markings gleaming brightly, leading straight towards the laboratory in the distance. Vast stretches of wasteland flanked the road. Last time it had been a lush carpet of green weeds, but now they had all withered, leaning haphazardly, many flattened against the ground. Ahead by the roadside, a few small vendor stalls had appeared sporadically. One stall, converted from a three-wheeled cart, was shaded by a large umbrella. Stacked boxes of boxed meals sat in the cart bed with an insulated bucket beside them. 2 workers were squatting by the roadside eating. The car drove on for a few dozen more meters before the stout man leaned forward from the back seat, peering through the window. Hey, stop here, stop here. The car slowed and pulled over. I didn't eat breakfast, I'm hungry. I'm gonna grab some food, you guys want anything? Lin Mo glanced back at Luo An. Luo An just grunted in assent. The three of them got out. The stout man scanned the area, his gaze settling on a pushcart by the road. A faded sign was propped on the cart's frame reading, Jianbing Guozi. The vendor sat on a small stool, head down, looking at his phone. The stout man walked over. Boss 3 Jianbing. Coming right up. The vendor pocketed his phone, stood up, and tied his apron. He was in his 30s with a thin face and slightly prominent cheekbones. He ladled a scoop of batter onto the griddle and began spreading it with a scraper. The two stood nearby watching. Their expressions were normal at first, but as they watched, Lin Mo's brow slowly furrowed. His gaze was fixed on the griddle, his frown deepening. The stout man also frowned, tilting his head, mouth slightly agape, with a "what's going on here" look on his face. Luo An stood a couple of steps away, his expression unchanged. He looked away from the vendor's hands, glanced briefly at the vendor's face, then averted his eyes. The vendor flipped the crepe and cracked an egg onto it. The stout man couldn't hold it in anymore. Boss. The vendor looked up. Huh, you? Are you actually running a legitimate business here? The vendor looked at the stout man with confusion, then let out a light chuckle. Young boss, you must be joking. If I weren't doing legitimate business, why would I set up a stall here? The stout man kneaded his chin, watching for a while longer. The vendor continued working, preparing to scoop the crepe up and put it in a paper bag. The stout man couldn't resist again, pointing at a spot on the crepe about to be bagged. Boss, this part isn't cooked through yet, you see that? The vendor was taken aback, looking down. Oh, sorry. He placed the crepe back on the griddle and heated it for a bit longer until that section was cooked, then started to bag it again. The stout man asked again, aren't you going to ask if we want to add anything? The vendor scratched his temple, awkwardly placed the crepe back on the griddle, and asked with a slightly embarrassed look, so, what would you like to add? The stout man said, I want lettuce and a grilled sausage. The vendor added the lettuce and sausage, then went to bag it again. The stout man squinted and said, Boss, aren't you going to grill the sausage? The vendor paused, then took the sausage out and placed it on the griddle, letting it sizzle for a while. Only then did he fold the entire crepe, stuff it into a paper bag, and hand it over. The stout man took the bag, looked down at it. One side was burnt black, the other just cooked. The whole crepe was riddled with imperfections, nearly falling apart. He was silent for 2 seconds, not daring to take a bite. Lin Mo, seeing the vendor ready to start the next one, immediately raised a hand to stop him. Thanks, boss, but I don't want mine anymore. With that, Lin Mo turned back to look at Luo An. Luo An said something to the vendor that neither of them understood. Next time, try an easier job. Then he turned and got back into the car. Seeing Luo An get in the car, and then seeing Lin Mo glance down at the jianbing in his own hand, frown, and also turned to get in the car, the stout man turned his head, squinting at the vendor, then at the crepe in his hand, then at the vendor's awkward expression. He then tossed the jianbing onto the stall. I don't want mine either. What is this crap you made? You'll drive yourself out of business. With that, he followed suit and got into the car. The car started moving again. Amidst the fat man's grumbling, the entrance of the new company came into view less than a kilometer away. The road ended directly in front of the gate. The perimeter wall was made of vertical greenery instead of brick, with dense foliage stretching along both sides of the entrance, encircling the entire factory grounds. The car stopped at the main gate, and the driver gave a brief honk. The fat man, visiting for the first time, swept his gaze out the window. Damn, this place is huge. Lin Mo turned his head back. It's not that big, barely enough for now. I used greenery for the walls to make future expansion easier. The fat man leaned his head out the window. The gate before him blended Chinese classical and modern styles, its overall facade made of matte white fluorocarbon aluminum panels. On the left stood a towering landmark pylon, its surface inlaid with classical lattice patterns. 4 large characters ran down the pylon from top to bottom, Shaolin technology. The horizontal eaves were broad and heavy, projecting outward with concealed light strips embedded in the ceiling inside the entrance. To the right were expansive floor-to-ceiling glass panels, transparent and elegant. The overall look was dignified and imposing. A security guard stood at the entrance. Luo An glanced at him through the windshield, shoulders squared back, straight cap worn neatly. Unlike typical construction site guards who huddled in their booths or stared at their phones, this one, upon hearing the horn and recognizing the license plate, saluted the front of the car and pressed a remote control. The gate slid open slowly, revealing the entrance. The car picked up speed again, the gate pillars sliding past on both sides. Once inside, the view opened up dramatically. A large plaza stretched out before them. In the center stood a landscape stone, its gray-black surface bearing natural textures, surrounded by a ring of white gravel and low shrubs at its base. The car circled around the back of the landscape stone, revealing a 4-story office building. The entire facade was clad in light-colored stone, with vertical strip windows on the left and right sections. The center featured a full-height blue glass curtain wall spanning all floors, with a simple canopy over the main entrance. The solidity of the stone and the transparency of the glass balanced each other, creating an air of solemn composure. Lin Mo turned around from the passenger seat. We're here. Everyone got out. The fat man stood still looking around, then tilted his head back, mouth agape, staring up at the office building. Whoa. Lin Mo pointed at the office building. The interior renovation is all done too. The hard decoration is basically finished. We're just waiting on some soft furnishings and office supplies. Those are already being purchased. Should be done in about 10 days or so. Lin Mo lowered his hand and turned to walk toward the right rear. Brother, and let's go check out the lab area. The two headed toward the lab with the fat man following. As they rounded the side of the office building, the scenery changed. A sprawling single-story structure came into view. It was square and straightforward, its exterior clad in plain white panels with continuous glass windows, simple and clean. Compared to the office building, this one was much lower, but occupied a significantly larger footprint. The fat man studied it for a moment. So this is the lab. Lin Mo acknowledged and led the way toward the entrance. Let's go inside. The entrance consisted of 2 floor-to-ceiling glass doors that slid open via sensors, and the three walked in. Stepping into the corridor, the walls were pristine white, paired with light blue doors. On each side above waist level, every wall was a full sheet of tempered glass. Peering through the glass, the interiors of the rooms were fully visible, all empty with no equipment yet. The floors were smooth and dust-free, the lighting even and bright. It was a standard sterile cleanroom laboratory configuration. Walking along the corridor, a few workers were scattered about doing final touches at the far end. Luo An walked and looked, scanning each room through the glass. All identical in layout. Brother, and does this look okay? Lin Mo asked from beside him. Luo An nodded. For a regular first-floor lab, this was more than sufficient. Take me to the basement level. Lin Mo turned and headed for the stairwell. Brother, in this way. Going down the stairs past a landing, the view suddenly changed. The basement level had an exceptionally high ceiling, more than double a normal floor's height, easily 5 or 6 meters. The entire space was brightly lit with welding sparks flashing intermittently near the ceiling. 7 or 8 aerial work platforms were scattered around, their mechanical arms extended to the top. Workers stood on the platforms wearing masks, pulling searing arcs of light across the steel structure joints. Coils of cable and metal components were piled on the floor with forklifts weaving through the middle. The sounds of hammering, welding, and machinery roared together, far livelier than the first floor. This is the core experimental area built entirely to your specs, brethren. The standards are nothing less than what you asked for, Lin Mo said, raising his voice over the noise, pointing to a section. Vibration damping and electromagnetic shielding will be done in about half a month. He then gestured toward a large platform in the distance. And over there, there's a 100-ton gantry crane above. The most labor-intensive work is all underneath it. It looks messy now, but in another month this basement level will be completely finished. Luo An's gaze swept over the steel structure above and the rows of pre-installed interface slots on the walls. Though not yet fully complete, it was all designed exactly to his requirements. He walked a circuit around the space, taking a general look. Nothing needed changing. It was indeed too noisy, so the three turned and left. Coming up from the basement, they returned to the plaza in front of the office building. The fat man looked up at the building, then suddenly remembered something. Lin Mo, is that rooftop leisure area you mentioned done? Take me to see it. Lin Mo waved his hand. Not yet. Most of the crew is busy in the basement lab. Let's get the important stuff done first. The fat man let out an, oh, a little disappointed, but knowing that priorities came first. Lin Mo glanced at the time on his phone, then turned to Luo An. Brother, and it's getting late. How about we grab something to eat? Luo An thought for a moment and nodded. The three got into the car, and the driver started the engine. Lin Mo turned around from the passenger seat. Brother and Fatty, how about we go to my family's restaurant? Luo An waved his hand. No, it's too far. Let's just find someplace nearby and grab a bite. I need to get back to the lab this afternoon. All right. The car made a U-turn and headed toward the gate. Just as they exited the company entrance, the driver braked to a stop. Lin Mo frowned at the driver, then looked further ahead. Several oversized semi-trailer trucks, clearly carrying wide loads, were barreling down the road, nearly occupying the entire street, heading straight toward them. Lin Mo stared at the trucks, his brow furrowing even deeper. I didn't schedule any bulk deliveries like this for today. Brother, and you guys wait here, let me go check it out. With that, he pushed open the door and got out. The fat man followed, standing beside Lin Mo. What are they hauling? That big? Lin Mo shook his head. The semi-trailers slowed down and came to a stop at the gate. From the lead truck's passenger side, two people got out and walked one after another toward Lin Mo's direction. Lin Mo was puzzled, but the fat man beside him suddenly spoke up. Why is it him? Hearing the fat man's words, Lin Mo turned his head. Who? The fat man stared at the leading figure, squinting for a long while. What's his name again? He frowned, his fingers tapping in the air as if trying to dredge up a name stuck at the tip of his tongue. He stuttered for a long while, but still couldn't recall. That one. The one who came to the lab with the principal last time. Call. The man had already walked up to the two of them, patted the dust off his Zhongshan suit, and raised his head. A scar ran from the corner of his eye, slanting from the tail of his brow up to his cheekbone. His name is Shun Bin. The fat man slapped his forehead. Right, Shin Bin. He scratched the back of his head, smiling awkwardly. Look at my memory, it just slipped my mind. Shin Bin didn't acknowledge this, his gaze falling on Lin Mo, giving him a once-over. Hello. The fat man leaned close to Lin Mo's ear and whispered, this guy is military. Lin Mo's pupils contracted slightly. His expression remained unchanged as he replied politely hello. As soon as he spoke, he saw Shun Bin's gaze shift past him, looking behind him. The sound of footsteps came from behind. Luo An walked over and stood beside Lin Mo, glancing at Shun Bin, then at the middle-aged man with silver-rimmed glasses beside him. Shun Bin wore a smile, his tone unhurried. He nodded slightly towards Luo An. Mr. Luo An. Luo An nodded. Shun Bin gestured with his right hand. This is old Zheng, also in the technical field. Zheng Mingyuan adjusted his glasses and extended his hand. Zheng Mingyuan. I've read all of Mr. Luo An's technical materials. Truly impressive. His tone was not heavy, nor was his voice loud, but he spoke with sincerity. Luo An shook his hand. Hello. After the brief introductions, Shun Bin pointed behind him. The things you requested have arrived. This is a part of them. The rest will be delivered in batches. Some equipment is currently under negotiation with several countries. To speed things up, we offered 3 times the price, so it should basically be settled. Barring any surprises, everything should be complete before New Year's Day. Luo An nodded. Good. Shin Bin didn't say more, turning and gesturing to the 4 semi-trailers behind him. The engine of the leading truck let out a low growl, its exhaust pipe puffing out a cloud of white vapor. The vehicle slowly started to move, the 3 behind it following in sequence, the roar of the diesel engines blending into a continuous rumble on the empty road. The 4 vehicles formed a line heading towards the open area deep within the factory zone. Lin Mo stood still, watching the convoy pass before him. The trucks were laden with bulky tarp-covered cargo. The wheels crunched over the gravel on the road. After the sound of the last truck faded with distance, and the surroundings fell silent again, Luo An withdrew his gaze and looked at Shin Bin. You came all this way personally, but can't be just to deliver the goods. Shin Bin, knowing Luo An's temperament, didn't stand on ceremony, and said directly, yes, it's still about the chip matter from that day. I was wondering if Mr. Luo An has any solutions. Luo An didn't respond. His gaze lowered for a few seconds, as if in thought. Lin Mo looked at their expressions from the side and interjected, why don't we find a place inside to sit down and talk? Luo An turned his head, glanced at Lin Mo, and nodded. Lin Mo led the group towards the office building. Inside the first-floor lobby to the right of the entrance, a simple reception table and chairs were set against the wall, a dark long table with a few chairs placed beside it. Luo An and Shin Bin sat down on opposite sides of the table. Zheng Mingyuan sat down next to Shin Bin. Lin Mo didn't sit, instead he waved at the fat man. Fatty, come on, I'll give you a tour upstairs. Let brother in and the others talk first. The fat man glanced at Luo and then agreed readily. Alright, let's go. Take me to the top floor to see what it looks like now. The 2 turned and walked towards the elevator. The metal doors opened and closed and the floor numbers flickered upwards. The hall fell silent. Luo An clasped his hands on the table, his tone flat. So where are you currently stuck? Shin Bin tilted his head, gesturing with his chin towards Zheng Mingyuan. Old Zheng, tell Mr. Luo An about our situation. Zheng Mingyuan adjusted his glasses, leaning forward slightly. Well, Mr. Luo An, our biggest problem right now is being choked off on high-end chips. He spoke slowly, as if filtering his thoughts before voicing them. For advanced processes below 7 nanometers, the equipment can't get in, and we can't manufacture it ourselves. Our capacity for high-end chips is completely locked down. He paused. The mature processes for 28 nanometers and above are stable, and the yield rate is continuously climbing. But current devices, phones, servers, communication base stations, demand increasingly higher computing power. Chips made with the 28 nanometers process just can't keep up in performance. They can't compete with other products at all. We've explored many directions and invested significant resources, but so far, the results have been minimal. He looked up at Luo An. Mr. Luo An, given our situation, do you see any good solutions? Luo An listened, but didn't answer immediately. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table twice. Do you have a computer? Zheng Mingyuan was taken aback, then quickly reacted, fumbling through his briefcase to pull out a laptop. Yes, I brought one. He opened it and pushed it towards Luo An. Without a word, Luo An swiped his fingers across the touchpad. Which domestic companies are currently leading in areas like chip packaging materials and optical communications? Zheng Mingyuan reached over and clicked a few times on the touchpad, opening a folder. It's all in here. The leading companies, their situations, and their RD directions. Luo An didn't respond, reading line by line. The screen's light reflected on his face. Occasionally he'd open an attachment, scan it briefly, and close it. After nearly 20 minutes, Luo An stopped, leaning back. With the current technological reserves, producing high-end chips involves too many industries: manufacturing, packaging materials, communications. It's difficult to achieve results in a short time. He paused, his gaze still on the screen, as if connecting something in his mind. However, he looked up. His finger tapped lightly on the table. A chip at its core boils down to two things: how many units you can fit, and how much work each unit can do. He looked at Zheng Mingyuan. 7 nanometers essentially just means higher density than 28 nanometers. Same area, more components, higher computing power. But this path is already nearing its end. He paused. What if we change the approach and double the efficiency of each unit itself? Currently, each unit can only recognize 0 and 1, on or off 2 states. If we could make it recognize 4 or 8 states, the amount of information a single unit can hold would be 2 or 3 times the original. If we can't pursue quantity in the short term, then we pursue individual efficiency. That's the most effective solution we can implement right now. After speaking, Luo An leaned back in his chair. Zheng Mingyuan's pupils dilated slightly. He leaned forward. Really?